After expending his true energy to help the natives cure an epidemic, traveling through the snowy lands for days, and fighting a fierce battle with Kinji, he was truly exhausted. On the other hand, Hua Shishi, under the cold environment, was becoming more and more spirited. She didn't know why but thought that being in the arms of the man she liked meant special happiness and comfort for her. Opening her eyes and looking at the sleeping Ez, she couldn't help but use her jade fingers to gently touch his determined face. Distinct features, light stubble, it's the type this lady likes. Hua Shishi couldn't resist and, closing her eyes tight, she moved her little mouth forward. Closer, even closer. Her heart was racing non-stop, until her lips touched his slightly dry ones. Her whole body shuddered, feeling her blood burning hot as if on fire. At the same time, Ez woke up as if shocked. Opening his eyes, he saw a beautiful woman with her eyes closed within arm's reach, knowing what she was doing. Startled, he quickly pushed her away. However, the bold Hua Shishi actually held him tightly around the waist, making it difficult for him to break free. Truth be told, Ez also enjoyed this feeling. Who among men wouldn't? However, he eventually pushed away the headstrong Hua Shishi, shaking his head, saying, "We can't do this. Hey, are you shy?" After being pushed away by Flower, Leaf pretended to mock Flower with ease, but deep down, his own heart was still pounding. The feeling just now was too exciting, too amazing. I'm not shy. I'm a 25-year-old man. How could I possibly feel anything? It's only young girls like you who care. Leaf also pretended not to care, because he was very clear that the more nervous he appeared, the more interesting the other person would find it, and then they would like this atmosphere and feeling even more. Love is just a moment of heartbeat, isn't it? So, he had to find a way to suppress Flower's heartbeat, because he and her were destined not to become lovers. I'm already married. Oh, really? Flower didn't believe this cunning man, pointing to his ear and mocking. Then why is your face all red to the ears? Leaf subconsciously touched his earlobe, then coughed twice. I have a fiery constitution, even sleeping is refining, so it's a bit hot. Isn't it normal? I don't believe you. You're so bad. Every time you kiss someone, your face turns red. Flower acted aloof, turning her head away, her bright eyes blinking up. The two couldn't help but remember the past moment. It was this woman who insisted on going up on stage to fight, leading to the awkward and ambiguous situation they were in now. Sighing after a long time, Leaf solemnly said, "Shishi, I admit, after you took a bullet for me, I can't let you go. But I'm very clear, we can't have love. If you don't want to be my sister, then we can only be good friends." Flower listened, her proud little head gradually lowered, silently looking at Leaf, her expression full of disappointment. "I'm sorry, I'm already married." Leaf didn't care about her feelings or his own feelings at the moment, and calmly stated this fact, thinking that Flower would cry like a character in a drama, or maybe scream like in a melodrama, but she didn't. Flower rudely pulled, originally intending to pull the man over to her, but ended up pulling herself over, falling into his embrace. Just as Leaf was about to react, he heard Flower's serious voice coming from his heart. "Hey, Leaf, do you know, when I opened my eyes again, I was lying in a snowy world. I thought I was dead. I thought I would never see you again. At that moment, my heart felt empty. But your voice rang out the next moment. When I got up and saw you, calling your name from the bottom of my heart, I knew that my world only had you. To this day, I still don't know if this place is heaven, hell, or earth. I just know that if I can keep living with you two in this place, I'm willing to." Leaf, don't be so cruel, okay? Since there's no Chu-King-Yu in this world now, why do you have to use her to reject me? The flat tone, however, struck Leaf's heart. Sometimes, love is harder to erase than hatred, and he couldn't bring himself to hurt the heart of this only 20-year-old girl even more. "Hey, Leaf, aren't you supposed to go save your sister-in-law? I'm willing to accompany you until this ice and snow fairy tale ends." Flower looked up at Leaf. "If in the end, the leading lady of this world is still Chu-King-Yu instead of me, I'll give up on you." When she said the word give up, it felt like a needle piercing Leaf's heart. "Don't say that. Even if we aren't husband and wife, I still hope we can live in the same place forever." Leaf patted her head, then quickly stood up. "Let's go. The main theme of the story right now is to rescue my sister-in-law." The two walked out of the cave. After traveling for a day, They finally found a commotion between two snow-capped mountains. So there really are other people in this world besides us. Flower felt a bit lost seeing people other than her and Leaf, while Leaf didn't think too much and quickly led Flower over because he noticed that the conflict was between the guards and the Snowvolf tribe. How dare you say we're late? The selection competition for the chosen one hasn't even started yet. Yes. This is clearly a trick. You're stopping us from going in because you're afraid our boss of the Bloodvolf gang will steal the position of the chosen one from the kid at the Tower of the Perverse Pole, right? The people from the Snowvolf tribe were indignant, but despite their protests, the guards didn't let them in. Xiu also felt at a loss. Looking at Xiao, Xiao frowned. He had a reason to go in. How could he be told to go back with just a few words? However, if a fight broke out between the Snowvolf tribe and the guards of the Tower of the Perverse Pole, it would be considered a rebellion, and it would result in the annihilation of the Snowvolf tribe. What should they do? Xiao, Xiu, what's going on? At that moment, Leaf finally arrived with Flower. Before Xiu could speak, unexpectedly, Agu ran out from a corner. Leaf, Miss Flower, you're finally here. Agu ran over, intending to explain the situation, but hesitated as he glanced at Flower. Surprised, Miss Flower, you're awake? Xiu also seemed startled, and only then realized that the woman Leaf was holding was the one who had been lying in the ice chest before. Agu, it's great to see you. What about Biao? Leaf didn't have time to explain Flower's situation to Agu, mainly because he didn't understand how Flower had suddenly woken up. Xiao's sister, she was taken inside the Tower of the Perverse Pole by someone. These people are deliberately not letting us go in to save her, Agu said, causing the people from the Snowvolf tribe to get even nosier. Hey, we're here to compete to become the chosen one, not to save people. Let us in to save her. No way. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a man in leather armor walked out from the checkpoint, looking like a significant figure responsible for the checkpoint. He looked at the people from the Snowvolf tribe and Leaf with disdain as if they were all ants to him. Leon has instructed that not even one of the Snowvolf tribe can enter. You've been eliminated. The man in leather armor's words were like lighting a fuse, instantly igniting a full-scale conflict between the two sides. Despite the Snowvolf tribe's numerical advantage, because Xiao had yet to take action, no one could handle the powerful force of the man in leather armor. Leaf stood by protecting Flower, observing the stoic Xiao who hadn't intervened. He could sense Xiaoxu's deep hatred for the Tower of the Perverse Pole. But for some reason, Xiao had kept watching the fight, without making a move. Sister Xiu can't win against Xiangtai. Let's go help. The Snowvolf tribe had the numerical advantage, but because Xiao had yet to make a move, no one could take on the powerful Xiangtai, causing them to fall behind. Leaf looked at Xiao, who was visibly angry and clenching his fists, wondering what story this cold and ruthless man carried that he had been watching his tribe fight all this time without intervening. Hey, Easy, you should help that woman. Chi couldn't stand it anymore. It was bad enough that Bear Changong was being arrogant and domineering, but now he was bullying a woman, constantly going for Xiu's life. Easy didn't care what Xiao was thinking anymore. He decisively made his move, using a move to control the crane and capture the dragon, aiming directly for Bear Changong's throat, barely saving Xiu's life. As for Chi, she walked directly past Zhao and kicked him by the side. Damn it! Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked. The leader of the Snowvolf tribe, actually kicked by a young woman. Chi didn't care who he was or what his story was. She scolded him bluntly. Hey, are you still a man? Your people are fighting for dignity and fairness, yet you are just standing by and watching. Xiao remained silent, but his eyes burned like flames, recalling his father kneeling down and the harsh words of Tuobo Wuyun. From now on, your Snowvolf tribe will submit to our Beiji Tower. Your Z family will be slaves to the era, never to rise again. Haha. Yizi didn't have time to care about Chi and Xiaoxu's situation. He tried to control the crane and capture the dragon, but to his surprise, Bear Changong's body was as tough as a second dog, making his hands sore. Haha, a rookie with the heart of a martial artist. Are you trying to tickle me? Bear Changong sneered at Yizi and threw a punch. While Yizi finally understood how difficult it was to fight a high-level martial artist, the space around him seemed to be sealed by the opponent's power, making it difficult for him to move. Fortunately, before Bear Changong could strike, his fist was entangled by a long whip. Yizi hit his dantian, The weak point of metal-type martial artists is usually in the danshin. So that's it. Yizi reacted quickly, originally planning to dodge, but suddenly reversed direction. Chinese martial arts, long fist. Yizi used the simplest method, using his fiery fist to strike Bear Changong's danshin, breaking through the early stage of a martial artist's heart. This scene directly stunned Ziyu. She only wanted to try it out, but she didn't expect Yizi to be a rare genius of 1,000 years. His fist at the level of a martial artist's heart, actually infused with fire attributes. The people around who were still fighting also fell silent, unable to believe what they were witnessing. The entire world seemed to be shocked by Yisha's performance. Phew. Yizi didn't care about that. He exerted his strength again, knocking Bear Changong to the ground with a punch. Hey, coward, see that? That's a real man. Huachi looked at Yizi, showing a look of admiration. A man's fist should be hot like that, not trembling like yours. What do you know? Unexpectedly, the usually silent and cold Zhao was provoked into losing control by Huachi's words and Yishao's actions. Our Z family absolutely cannot resist Beiji Tower. We will always be the subjects of Beiji Tower. One sentence silenced the entire venue. Then, someone laughed sneeringly. Despite being hit in the danshin by Yizi, Bear Changong was not necessarily out of combat. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he stood up and laughed recklessly. Ha ha, Zhao. Do you also know that your Z family absolutely cannot resist Beiji Tower? You Z lot are the dogs of Beiji Tower. But what are the people of your Snow Wolf troops doing? These wolf cubs of yours are not listening to you. This dog of Beiji Tower, in rebelling against our guards. What should this dog be doing? His arrogant words hurt the ears of the Snow Wolf tribe members, making their hearts feel like they were bleeding. What a humiliating thing to say. They were a tribe of warriors, and yet they were being described in such a derogatory way. They were not getting the respect they deserved. However, Zhao was still trembling with clenched fists. Yizi didn't know what stories this guy had on him, but from the complicated look in his eyes, he could tell that he had some reason not to act. Fine. Let's take down these wolf cubs. They can't resist us anymore. Bear Changong saw his words had already intimidated the Snow Wolf tribe members. They looked at their leader's pathetic appearance, and their morale had dropped to zero. It was time to wipe them out. However, at this moment, Huachi once again fiercely kicked Zhao, scolding loudly. If he's already called you a dog, and you don't do anything today, watching your brothers who support you die tragically, you're not even fit to be a street dog. In the balance, Zhao finally lost control, his eyes suddenly glowing red, and the wolf's fangs were suddenly exposed. In an instant, everyone at the scene froze again. Seeing the ferocious appearance of this tyrannical wolf king, the guards of Beiji Tower were almost scared out of their wits. Yizi couldn't help but admire Zhaoxu's strength. Even though he was only at the early stage of a martial artist, his momentum and speed were much superior to Bear Changong. Kill him, boss. Boss. Let us charge in with you. Take down the Chosen One and wash away the shame of your Z King clan. The people of the Snow Wolf tribe raised their hands and cheered excitedly. However, Zhao still couldn't bring himself to strike. The shame of the clan had become deeply ingrained. His father had already sworn with blood that the Z family would be slaves to the Tuoba family. Snow Wolf tribe must also accept the rule of Beiji Tower for generations. The Z family was a clan that kept their promises. He couldn't break his father's blood oath. Slap. But he couldn't bring himself to kill Bear Changong. Bear Changong suddenly punched him hard, forcing out blood from his mouth. Seeing this scene, the people of the Snow Wolf tribe quickly rushed to his side, like a pack of wolves seeing their wounded king. Huachi was extremely disappointed in a man like Zhao, even more convinced that she was right. Yizi was a true man. Zhao, you coward, you can't even kill me, let alone discipline the wolf cubs of the Snow Wolf tribe. You're just useless. Bear Changong laughed arrogantly, looking as if he was in control of the situation. Little wolf cubs of the Snow Wolf tribe, die or scram. It's your choice. Ha ha. The sky darkened at this moment. However, just as the Snow Wolf tribe felt helpless, a cold snort was heard. All eyes fell on Yizi. Dig guy, have you made a mistake? I'm not from the Blood Wolf tribe. Yizi shouted angrily, punching Bear Changong in the danshin. In that moment, the people of the Snow Wolf tribe seemed to see a new wolf king. Only a man with such fiery nature could be called a wolf king. Huachi clenched her fists even tighter, silently praying, "Easy, finish him off. In any world, you are my only male lead." Doom. Yi Xiao's punch hit Bear Jiangong. However, Bear Jiangong laughed again. "You stupid kid, did you really think I'd let you hit my weak spot just like that?" The expectant eyes of the Snow Wolf tribe suddenly turned to disappointment. However, Yi Zi smirked coldly. "Are you not stupid? Go ask the King of Hell." Bear Jiangong suddenly felt something was wrong because Yi Zi had suddenly used a locking technique to restrict his movements. At this moment, a man even more burly and him rushed over, raising his fist as big as a cooking pot and hit him in the temple. Second dog. How could Hua Chi not have expected that this time, this fool would be the one stealing the show? Dang. The second dog's iron fist actually exploded the head of the metal-type martial artist at the level of a martial artist's heart. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Yi Zi hadn't expected the second dog, after breaking through his inner strength, to have greater power than he had imagined, turning out to be a monster. Quick, run. The people of the Snow Wolf tribe are rebelling. The guards who were just swaggering a moment ago, upon seeing their captain killed, quickly fled. By this time, Xiu had already helped Zhao up, her eyes shimmering, waiting for his command. But it was Hua Chi's voice that resonated at this moment. "If you're a coward, then leave now. Otherwise, your master will punish you." HMPH, you don't need to provoke me. Who says I'm leaving? Wiping blood from his mouth, Zhao tightly gripped his fist, saying, "Snow Wolf tribe, listen up. Head to Beiji Tower." Yes, the people of the Snow Wolf tribe cheered excitedly. Yi Zi seemed to see a pack of wolves. These wolves may not be the strongest beasts, but they truly feared no battle. However, their Wolf King seemed to have some concerns. Unexpectedly, as Yi Zi followed the people of the Snow Wolf tribe into the central street, he heard shouts from all around rise to the sky. "Oh no, it's the Beiji Tower guard army coming. Zhao, what do we do now? If we charge in, we'll be wiped out." The people of the Snow Wolf tribe were brave warriors, but they were not fools. They knew the strength of Beiji Tower well. A head-on confrontation would only result in their total annihilation. "Let's hide in the snow mountains and plan our strategy carefully from there." With a command from Zhao, everyone dispersed instantly. Yi Zi also led Hua Chi, walking casually along a small path with the second dog. The lobby of the Beijia Tower on the first floor is as big as a sports field. The selection of the chosen son is still 2 days away, yet today, the 4 titans of the Beijia Tower have gathered here. Beijia Tower has a total of 5 floors, and the masters of the first, second, and fourth floors are all waiting in the grand hall for the return of the master of the third floor. More accurately, they are awaiting the return of the Beijia god. The welcoming ceremony on site was grand, with everyone dressed in their finest attire, solemn expressions, some holding up signs, others playing music, and even the venerable old priest murmuring prayers while holding a few peacock feathers. Click, the heavy doors opened, and when Chuyao appeared with the lair master Helion at the entrance, she was stunned. The emerald, antiques, famous paintings, and rare animal skins inside, anyone could make one incredibly wealthy if sold outside. However, these were secondary. The most crucial aspect was that the people inside the tower were all upside down. When Chuyao followed Lair Master Helion into the tower, she found herself floating as if being pulled towards the ceiling like a magnet. How could this be? Chuyao was skilled in martial arts and knew that gravity is caused by the weight of objects. The gravity in the tower was contrary to that outside, indicating that there must be something incredibly heavy at the top of the tower. If her speculation was correct, what could that heavy object be? In a critical moment, Helion gently used his true energy to flip her back over, preventing her from hitting her head on the ceiling. However, during the flip, Chuyao tragically found that her long skirt and clothes floated up due to the sudden change in gravity direction. As a result, a long leg was exposed, and even though she tried to hold it down like Marilyn Monroe, she still appeared charming. Chuyao's appearance was considered above average in the city, but it perfectly matched the aesthetic of the Beijia Tower inhabitants, so when they saw the goddess in such a state, the men present were in a commotion. The venerable old men were even more flustered, urgently exclaiming, "Quickly present a divine robe to the Beijia god." Immediately, someone respectfully presented a noble white robe in front of the old priest. As the old priest respectfully draped the robe over Chuyao, the skeptical voices arrived right on cue. Lair Master Helion, the Beijia god, has been away from the Beijia Tower for more than 20 years. How did you manage to welcome the Beijia god's return? That's right, we were never able to see the appearance of the Beijia god before. Why is the Beijia god letting us see clearly this time? Would you dare bring a woman from outside and pretend she's the Beijia god? Layer Master Tuoba Heiyun, the master of the fourth floor, had the highest status present and spoke bluntly. For a moment, everyone's gaze turned extremely skeptical towards Layer Master He Lian and Chu Yao. Only the venerable old priests continued to serve the Beijia god rigorously, considering the Beijia god to be beyond questioning and doubt. How dare you speak to the Beijia god like this? Anticipating this situation, Layer Master He Lian immediately shouted angrily, "The Beijia god's servant at the outpost has cured over 100 patients with infectious diseases. Would you dare doubt such divine power?" These words left the other three strong Layer Masters speechless. The matter of the infectious diseases was undeniable, and no one could find fault with it. Chu Yao also cooperated with his words, quickly performing a levitation magic to float herself in the air. When everyone saw this, their expressions were similar to when they were gathered around the campfire during the blizzard. They never expected this little girl to actually levitate. The venerable old priests all knelt down, paying homage to the Beijia god in awe. Layer Master He Lian also knelt down with a group of people. What? Have you all lost respect for the Beijia god? Concerned about the situation, Layer Master He Lian had long anticipated this, and he immediately roared, "The Beijia god servant at the outpost has cured over 100 patients with infectious diseases. Would you dare doubt such divine power?" These words left the other three mighty Layer Masters speechless. The matter of the infectious diseases was undeniable, and no one could find fault with it. But eventually, Layer Master Tuoba Heiyun used the excuse that the top of the tower had been closed for a long time, and required a ritual to be opened, so the Beijia god was temporarily hosted on the third floor. "Brother-in-law, please come and save me." As Chu Yao reached the third floor of the Beijia tower alone, she finally breathed a sigh of relief in her room. She knew how dangerous her current situation was, as the other three Layer Masters were probably trying every possible means to find flaws in her and prove that she wasn't the Beijia god. Once discovered, she would surely be doomed. What's worse, Layer Master He Lian intended to take advantage of her impersonation of the Beijia god to issue numerous so-called divine edicts and make himself the overall manager of the Beijia tower. Chu Yao knew exactly what Layer Master He Lian was up to. He was using her as a pawn, just like Cao Cao did with the emperor to gain control over the vassals, except in this case, he was using a fake emperor. Another day passed. Unable to withstand the pressure and suffocation, ignoring Layer Master He Lian's ban on her movements, Chu Yao took advantage of a moment of neglect from the Red Guards who were watching her and quietly left the third floor. She instinctively wanted to escape downward, but forgot that the gravity direction in the Beijia tower was reversed. So she ended up on the fourth floor. It was even more unlucky that the doors in the tower would automatically lock once closed, and now that she had left the third floor, the doors to the fourth floor were shut tight, preventing her from entering. Damn it, how am I supposed to leave this damn place and meet up with my brother-in-law? Chu Yao finally felt the helplessness and frustration of her current situation. She hadn't given up, though. Unlocking a door was not that hard, especially with all the magic she had learned. Anyway, this wasn't her home, so she gathered up whatever she could find to try and open the door. After a long while, she still hadn't realized she had made her way to a higher level. "Who's that bastard making a commotion in front of my room?" Unexpectedly, a young man's voice came from inside the room. Startled, Chu Yao was caught off guard. There was someone behind the door. Just as she was about to turn and flee, there was a click, and the door opened. Delighted, Chu Yao tried to dash out, only to be firmly held back by a large hand. "Oh, a young beauty indeed." With a little force, the man rudely threw Chu Yao down to the floor. Ouch! Chu Yao sat down, feeling numb from the fall. This man had some nerve, daring to treat her, the Beijia god, so disrespectfully. "What a lovely little girl you are." The man increasingly liked what he saw in Chu Yao and couldn't help but reach out to touch her face. Chu Yao quickly slapped his hand away, looking up to see the man's face clearly. He had black hair, a sharp jawline, a mouth with a smug and uncomfortable smile, his eyes even staring at her chest with an unsettling gleam. "You pervert, get out of my way, I need to leave." Chu Yao stood up again, wanting to charge out, but the man blocked her path. "I'm not a pervert, I'm Tuoba Lian, the prince of the Beijia Tower and the future chosen son, the leader of the Dragon Alliance." "Ha ha, You're insane. Chu Yao didn't understand what he was saying and scorned him. She pushed him aside and tried to rush out again. In what era were they living for him to claim to be a prince and the chosen son? She was the Beijia god. Who did he think he was? Unexpectedly, Tuo Bilyang was bolder this time. He grabbed her wrist, pulled her close, and pinned her against the wall. What? What do you want? Chu Yao was now thoroughly furious, glaring at him like a little tiger. Seeing her like this, Tuo Bilyang was even more pleased and couldn't help raising her chin with his hand. You're lucky. I've taken a fancy to you. How about giving me a chance to make you my woman? Get treated by a vet, you sicko. Chu Yao was naturally defiant, and taking advantage of the man's lack of defense, she suddenly kicked him in the low abdomen. Ouch! The man, caught off guard by Chu Yao's attack, was curious about being hit by a woman and let out a miserable cry. Even the strongest of men would curl up like a shrimp in such a painful moment. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yao fled, heading towards the exit. She was in a panic, and in her haste, she saw a staircase leading downward and ran towards it, still wondering who that man was. Why was she the only one on such a high level of the tower? Oh no! When Chu Yao finally came to her senses, she remembered that the gravity direction in the tower was upward, so by going downstairs, she was actually ascending the tower, not descending. Oh my! I'm such a dimwit. I forgot this is the Beijia Tower. It wasn't until she reached the top floor that Chu Yao truly understood the meaning of the tower's name. Hey! Little Pepper! I'm up here as well. Tuo Bilyang's voice came from above at that moment. Panicked, Chu Yao's heart raced. If they can't find me, I'll figure out a way to escape on my own. Chu Yao made up her mind, rushing into the labyrinthine corridors of the top floor. Unexpected things happened. The corridors on the 5th floor of the labyrinth are mostly going downwards. Chu Biao now understands that in this paradoxical tower, going down is actually going up. However, she doesn't care at the moment, and just follows the path, turning left and right until she finds stairs leading downwards. Well, there's no way to escape now anyway. Might as well go up to the top of the tower. After walking continuously for several hours, even she herself doesn't know where she is right now. Wow! This room is huge. Chu Biao finally exits the labyrinth and arrives in front of her room, catching her breath. There is no sound behind her either, estimating that the crazy person doesn't even know where they went. Playing hide and seek with me. You're not qualified. Is this the scripture pavilion? Chu Biao slowly recognizes the 3 large ancient characters above the room. Then her mouth drops in shock. She didn't expect that the top floor of this paradox tower would be such a room. With an uneasy feeling, Chu Biao tries to push the door, only to find it locked and unable to be opened. Oh no! Do I have to go back? Chu Biao is still thinking about what to do next when she feels a movement behind her, and suddenly turns around startled. Tuo Bilyang's sinister face appears in front of her again. Heh. Little Chili, do you know? It's been a while since anyone played hide and seek with me. I'm starting to really like you. Tuo Bilyang licks his lips and steps closer. If it were any other woman, she probably would have given in by now. But who is Chu Biao? She is the famous goddess of flowers at Huacheng High School. Even Yi Zhao thinks she's a woman with many tricks up her sleeve. How could she possibly be unable to handle a boy nearly her age? Although she's afraid that Tuo Bilyang might harm her, she remains calm on the surface. All right, you found me this time. Now it's my turn to find you. You go high. Ha ha. Interesting. Tuo Bilyang is not a fool and immediately laughs. Little Chili, it's okay if I high, but what if I escape by myself? What will you do then? Afraid I'll escape? How about we play inside? Chu Biao gestures towards the scripture pavilion, curious not only about what treasures might be inside but also looking for an opportunity to escape. Tuo Bilyang's expression changes immediately as he looks at Chu Biao, asking, You want to go play in the scripture pavilion of the Paradox Tower? That's a place only the Paradox God can enter. Perfect, I am the Paradox God. Chu Biao deliberately adopts a proud look. Now I order you, open the door for me. You're the Paradox God. Tuo Bilyang is momentarily stunned, then bursts out laughing. Don't lie to me. If you were the Paradox God, why couldn't you fly? Besides, if you were the Paradox God, you could open this door yourself. TSK. Chu Biao knows she can't keep up the act any longer, so she intentionally acts aloof and ignores him. Heh. Little Chili, let's just play outside here. There's nothing fun inside, and we'll even be punished. What? Scared? How boring. Chu Biao looks down on Tuo Liang intentionally. Then let's not play. I like exciting games. I don't like playing with scaredy cats, Chu Biao says and walks past him. Tuo Liang clenches his teeth, grabbing her wrist again. HMPH. If you don't take me inside, don't expect me to play with you. When Chu Biao sees him acting sneaky, she becomes even more assertive. Then you come with me. Tuo Liang shows an excited smile and tries to pull Chu Biao inside. From childhood to adulthood, there have been very few people willing to play with him sincerely. Now that a little Chili who isn't afraid of him has come, he wants to cherish her. Let go. I can walk by myself. Don't you know about personal space between men and women? Chu Biao forcefully shakes off his hand. What nonsense is this? It's as if we are very familiar with each other. Such feelings are like that. They must be felt in a moment. If Chu Biao had been afraid of Tuo Liang like other women, Tuo Liang might have found her attractive, played with her, and lost interest. But because Chu Biao is now so assertive, he feels a vague and unattainable longing, which makes his heart itch. As the saying goes, what you can't have is always desirable, and what you favor always seems unattainable. It is because he can't have her that Tuo Liang wants to favor Chu Biao. Even if she says to open the door of the scripture pavilion, he still risks punishment and opens it for her. Wow. Is this a library? Chu Biao is amazed by the grand and majestic bookshelves filled with countless strange books. She never expected a place like this to have such a vast collection of books. Although she is not a martial artist, she is very clever. At a glance, she knows these are ancient martial arts books. If her brother-in-law were to obtain all the martial arts secrets here, wouldn't he become invincible? Then, with her brother-in-law as her backing, she could become a true goddess. When Tuo Liang sees Chu Biao's astonishment and joy, he becomes proud too and boasts incessantly to her. Hey, little Chili, let me tell you, the Paradox Tower is the sect with the most books among all the factions of the Dragon Alliance. The one in charge of these secrets is the former Paradox God, but she left the Paradox Tower many years ago, and these books haven't been touched for over 20 years. Look, this Rao is all fire attribute martial skills, those over there are water attribute, and there are also mental cultivation techniques, ancient medical books. Chu Biao doesn't know what attribute martial skills are and couldn't care less about his boasting. She casually flits through a couple of books, not understanding a single word. Tuo Liang doesn't realize she's not listening and continues to brag in front of his crush. Hey, little Chili, let me tell you, I am a rare genius in martial arts. My innate talent allows my true Che to have 3 true attributes, and one of them is a rare lightning attribute. Sooner or later, I will become the chosen one, ruling the Dragon Alliance, becoming the #1 man in the world. Oh, it sounds like you're very powerful. Chu Biao doesn't comprehend half of what he's saying and just gives a casual response. Tuo Liang finally notices her dismissive attitude, desperate to prove himself in front of the girl he likes. Little Chili, do you not believe how powerful I am? You only talk big. I find it hard to believe you. Chu Biao suddenly sees a very exquisite cabinet and points at it. Why don't you show me right now and let me see how skilled you actually are? Alright. Tuo Liang waits for the chance to prove himself in front of the girl he likes. Without thinking, he swings his palm out, causing Chu Biao to be shocked as white lightning emits from his hand and splits the exquisite cabinet open. An ancient book struck by lightning remains intact and falls to the ground, titled The 9 Palaces and 5 Elements Secrets. Chu Biao was shocked, her eyes unable to blink for a long time. It seems that Tuo Liang, although extremely unpleasant in appearance, indeed possesses great abilities. Did he just create thunder and lightning? Wouldn't that mean he's even more impressive than her brother-in-law? Haha, did you see that? Tuo Liang finally showed off in front of Chu Biao, feeling proud and laughing smugly. I'm currently at the advanced stage of a martial artist. Give it some more time, and I'll break through to become a true martial artist, capable of unleashing real thunder and becoming a true thunder god. Haha. Chu Biao ignored his arrogance and quickly walked over to pick up the book 9 Palaces and 5 Elements Secrets, snapping pictures of each page with her phone. Tuo Liang, unfamiliar with phones, looked curiously and couldn't help but ask, Little Chili, what is this mirror? You won't understand even if I told you. Stay out of it. Chu Biao had no time to deal with this guy and shut him up with a single sentence. Just as she finished snapping all the pages of 9 Palaces and 5 Elements secrets, the thunder and lightning earlier had caused such a disturbance that it finally attracted an enraged Vos. How dare you bring outsiders into the scripture pavilion and smash the cabinet? 12 black clouds walked in with a powerful aura, seeing the most important cabinet shattered on the ground, couldn't help but scold his genius son. Behind him, the one who had been looking for Chu Biao in the red dress hurriedly followed in, looking flustered. Dad, you're here? Tuoba Lian, who had just claimed to be a prince, instantly transformed into a frightened beau, his lips trembling. Seeing his reaction, Chu Biao couldn't help but roll her eyes. This guy had the typical characteristics of a spoiled child, fearless in front of the heavens and the earth, but most afraid of his father, especially when he knew he had done something wrong. Do you not know this is a forbidden place? Besides the rebellious god, no one else is allowed to enter here. As Tuoba Lord admonished, he was also searching for something, not finding a legendary top-secret martial arts scripture, but discovering Chu Biao secretly hiding something. He immediately shouted, "Rascal, what are you hiding? Quickly show it to me." Chu Biao trembled all over, but after recovering, she raised her head defiantly and reprimanded him back. "How dare you? How do you have the audacity to speak to me, the rebellious god, like that? Are you playing tricks on me? Fine. Since you are up to no good, I will kill you." Tuoba Lord's anger flared up, with the strength of a peak late-stage martial artist. Chu Biao may not understand martial arts prowess, but she realized how terrifying this guy was. The fierce wind stirred up by his imposing aura blew her away, causing her to fall to the ground with a thud. "Lord Tuoba, you can't harm the rebellious god. Otherwise, it would be a betrayal of our entire realm of rebellion." Thankfully, a shout from the woman in red made Tuoba Lord pause. The woman in red breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that although Chu Biao was a fraud, she didn't want to witness her death in front of her. Not only because she was an important piece for the Helion lore, but also because of their previous conversation, finding the woman interesting. "Ha ha." Tuoba Lord suddenly laughed out loud, his eyes full of disdain. "What a big hat you're wearing. If she is a rebellious god, how could I harm her? I would have been punished by her a long time ago, right? Look how fragile she is. How could she possibly be a rebellious god? My martial arts are all gone. This won't do. Wait until I regain my strength, then I will definitely punish you." Humph. Though afraid, Chu Biao persisted in being tough, thinking that this guy only suspected her true identity without evidence. All right. Tuoba Lord grew impatient and laughed. "Then I'll spare your life. Bring me that scripture now." Swish. This time, Tuoba Lord didn't give Chu Biao a chance to resist. He directly waved his hand, and the 9 Palaces and 5 Elements secrets, which was still in Chu Biao's hands, was now in his possession. So fast. Chu Biao realized at this moment that the speed of these martial artists was much faster than that of magicians like herself. Seeing the scripture turn completely black, Tuoba Lord, who planned to spare Chu Biao's life, was once again outraged. Tuoba Lian was also shocked. The scripture was perfectly fine just now. How did it suddenly? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Chu Biao. Instead of explaining why she destroyed the scripture, Chu Biao turned her head proudly and said, "What's wrong? This is my scripture. What it becomes has nothing to do with you. You wicked woman, I'll kill you." This time, Tuoba Lord truly intended to kill, as the 9 Palaces and 5 Elements secrets was the highest-ranking scripture within the martial world. The rebellious god had been gone for over 20 years, and even he, guarding the 4th level, didn't dare claim it as his own. Who would have thought? It was now destroyed by this pretender. "Tuoba Lord, you can't be disrespectful to the rebellious god." Seeing the situation escalate, the woman in red couldn't sit still and tried to block Tuoba Lord. She knew if she didn't intervene at this moment, Chu Biao would surely be killed by him. But how could she be Tuoba Lord's opponent? The consequence of overestimating her own abilities was being knocked down by Tuoba Lord, blood splattering on the ground. "Sister in red." Chu Biao immediately rushed over to help the woman in red, shielding her with her body. Although she was a young girl, she had a sense of camaraderie. Despite not having a deep emotional connection with the woman in red, they had a good conversation, and she had just defended her sincerely, so Chu Biao already considered her a friend. then you'll both die together. Tuoba Lord didn't stop just because Chu Biao was protecting the woman in red with her body. He even thought to send them both away with one strike. After all, one was a fake, and the other, in charge of not supervising the fake well enough, causing her to intrude into the scripture pavilion. Both deserve death. However, unexpectedly, doom. A flash of lightning forced him to stop again. Then he looked at his son, who had just attacked him, in disbelief. Dad, I won't let you kill little Chili. I like her. I want to marry her, and I won't allow anyone to hurt her. Damn it. Tuoba Lian's words shocked all four of them. The woman in red also knew what kind of person Tuoba Lian was. Relying on his position and his extraordinary martial arts talent, he had always been arrogant and domineering in the rebellion land, even hurting countless women. When did he become so protective? Tuoba Lord knew his son well. He was a spoiled child by everyone but had never defied his will. He never expected that today, his son would stand against him for a fake rebellious god. Little Chili, go back to the 3rd level. I'll stop my dad, and I'll protect you. Tuoba Lian's words sent a shiver down Chu Biao's spine, realizing that this kid wasn't as annoying as she thought. Rebellious god, let's go back. Taking advantage of Tuoba Lord's moment of hesitation, the woman in red quickly helped Chu Biao, wanting to leave the scripture pavilion. Wait. Tuoba Lord naturally wouldn't allow them to leave so easily. He blocked their path with a swift movement. Chu Biao felt a pang of anxiety, realizing she had placed herself in a power struggle and destroyed the object of desire for someone with power. There was no reason for him to let her go. However, her destruction of the scripture was a subconscious act in the moment. She believed the scripture must have been crucial since it was stored separately. She only wanted her brother-in-law to cultivate successfully in the future and dominate the martial arts world alone. She never expected this would lead to a life-threatening situation. She also didn't anticipate that Tuoba Lord wouldn't kill her but instead sneered, saying, I will acknowledge you as the rebellious god. On one condition, marry my son. What? Chu Biao never expected the plot to suddenly turn in this direction. The person who wanted to kill her just moments ago now wanted her to become his daughter-in-law. Tuoba Lord chuckled and continued, think it over carefully. Once I acknowledge your identity, you will become the rebellious god. You will rule over the rebellion realm with thousands of subjects, as well as the other 18 tribes on the southern polar islands. High above all, if I expose you as a fraud, you will be nailed to a cross and burned to death. Do you think the Helian Lord will protect you then? These words left Chu Biao feeling trapped, regretting that she didn't clarify the misunderstanding earlier. Now there was no turning back. Then I'll consider it. Chu Biao decided to delay the decision until her brother-in-law arrived. If her brother-in-law couldn't save her from this situation, she might indeed have to marry Tuoba Lian to save her life. Master Yi went to the 9th day in the Beiji region, and the Yi family finally discovered that he had left Yanjing. Because today is the Laba festival in the Dragon Kingdom. According to the traditional customs of the Yi family, the whole family gathers to feast together. The absence of Master Yi made everyone present ponder. There are only 22 days left before New Year's Eve, and the position of the next heir has always been the goal of each family. The feast ended. Mr. Yi and Mrs. Yi unexpectedly ran into each other, unable to help but show a strange smile. Ha ha. Big brother. Looks like you placed your bet on Master Yi. I can see a complete failure ahead. Yi Fei was momentarily speechless. He was a moderate man, and usually his wife made all the decisions. He rarely interacted with the Yi family, so he never thought he would be looked down upon by the family. He knew the consequences of getting involved in the power struggle within the Yi family before, so he couldn't help but glare at his wife. Go back. The dominant Yu Fei, now that Yi Zi is missing at a crucial moment, had no mood to talk to Yi Zhuo and the others, and simply pulled her husband back to their villa. Bluebird, give me a report quickly. Let me know the current situation of the potential next head of the family. Yi Fei, who usually didn't take care of important matters, couldn't help but panic, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. He knew that even though he hadn't taken sides, his wife had basically represented him, and if the side she supported couldn't take control of the family, he would be in trouble. Why are you panicking? Stern Yu Fei, seeing her weak husband, couldn't help but get angry. A man like you, living like a coward, might as well be dead. Yi Fei didn't dare to confront his wife, only staring at the Bluebird, trying to understand the situation. The efficient Bluebird immediately gave him a detailed report. In short, in terms of military strength, Currently Yihu greater than Yi Zhao equals Yi Zi. In terms of commercial assets and capabilities, it's Yi Zhao greater than. Yihu greater than. Yi Zi. So, unless something miraculous happens in the remaining 20 days, Master Yi Zi will unlikely become the heir. With Bluebird's conclusion, Yi Fei slumped onto the couch. It's over. I'm finished now, wimp. Though Yu Fei looked down on Yi Fei, she was still his wife. She coldly comforted, "Why are you so despondent now? Even if Yi Zi can't become the next head, Yi Fan is still there. Who dares to touch you if he's around?" "That's true. But we'll have even less status then." Tisk. Yi Fei's expression at this moment perfectly explained the meaning of wimp, making Yu Fei want to kick him all the way to the Atlantic Ocean. "Dad. Mom, there are still 20 days left. Zi Zhao's only hope for a turnaround is to make a significant progress in his martial skills." Yeofu couldn't bear to see her parents in such a state and intervened. "Maybe Zizi will encounter something amazing after leaving Huacheng, who knows?" Yu Fei sighed and thought, to turn things around. Only his martial abilities could impress the old master, but now it seemed like the probability was as slim as winning the lottery. On the other side, Yi Zhuo and Yi Yue were already plotting something. When they competed with Yi Fan for the position of the head of the family in the past, they had once joined forces. Although they failed later, they still had a bond. Now, in helping their son compete for the position, they naturally planned to work together. Code. It's settled then. After some communication, the notorious villain Yi Yue slammed the table and confirmed, "Whether Yihu or Yi Zhao becomes the next head, our family will help suppress Yi Fan's family, forcing them to relinquish the power of the Yi family." "Ha ha. Agreed. We are brothers for life, just like Yi Zhao and Yihu." The two middle-aged men raised their glasses for a toast. However, the calm and wise Yi Zhao suddenly spoke. "Father, uncle, what if Grandpa doesn't return to the Yi family on New Year's Eve?" Suddenly, both families fell silent. Yi Zhao continued analyzing, confirming the next head should not be delayed. "The longer we wait, the more variables Yi Zi will introduce." Yes. While the others in the Yi family were underestimating Yi Zi, Yi Zhao never looked down on this opponent. On the contrary, he considered him as a formidable adversary. He had witnessed Yi Zhao's growth. 6 months ago, he was not even on par with Yi Zhao, let alone Yao, but now, he had grown in all aspects. Given more time, he might even surpass him. My son is right. On New Year's Eve, we must secure the position of the next head. No room for any variables. Yi Zhuo clenched his fist and looked resolute. He already saw the position as his elder brother. "What's your plan?" Yi Yue asked. "From what I gather, Grandpa's departure this time must have something to do with the Hidden Dragons Guild. If he doesn't return on New Year's Eve, proving he's in big trouble, we will initiate a family vote to unite and secure the position of the next head." Yi Zhuo slammed the table in agreement. "Ha! That's more like it." Yihu's eyes gleamed with ferocity. "Once we secure the position of the next head, it will be time to avenge Yi Fan using all our means. The position of the head of the family belongs to us anyway." At this moment, Yi Zi, still far away in the snow mountain of Beiji, had no idea and no concern about what was happening in the Yi family. But he did miss his wife Fan Taodao. Calculating the days, it had been almost 10 days since he left Huacheng, exceeding his own prediction of returning within a week. He feared that King Wu might be worried about his safety. "I must make sure to bring Qingqing and little sister back safely." Firming up his determination, Yi Zi continued to lurk on the snow mountain, carefully observing and analyzing the current situation. Tomorrow was the day of the selection of the chosen one. Although he was hiding in the mountain, Yi Zi could see many people heading towards the Beiji Tower one after another. "That damn Chief Helian, actually forbidding us from the Snowvolve tribe from going." Purple Moon and the Snowvolve troops were huddled with Yi Zi on the cold snow mountain, watching as the day of the chosen one selection drew nearer. They were still at a loss. "Hey, Yi Zi, have you thought of a way?" Chi had been admiring Yi Zhao's pensive look. He had not lost any battles of wits against his enemies, proving his extraordinary wisdom. Thus, they were waiting for him to come up with a plan. Indeed, Yi Zi pointed to the scattered houses in the distance and said firmly, "The guards of the Beiji Tower are preventing us from leaving, but the defenses near the Beiji Tower are weak at the moment. Since that's the case, we will directly infiltrate their stronghold." Many from the Snowvolve tribe were shocked at Yi Zhao's words. They didn't want to think of a way to escape, only to march into danger. Wasn't that walking into a trap? That's right. We, the Snowvolf tribe, are born warriors. We must enter the Beiji Tower and hold Chief Helion accountable. After hearing Purple Moon's agreement, she also encouraged her people. No, Zizu Blood said bluntly, even if the defenses near the Beiji Tower are weak, if we enter in large numbers, we will be discovered, and we will be facing certain death. It's like hitting a rock with an egg. Ooh. Purple Moon stomped her foot in frustration. Although the Snowvolf tribe was not afraid of battle, they were not fond of marching towards death. They knew how powerful Chief Helion was. He could single-handedly wipe out more than 30 people from the whole tribe. They were now like trapped beasts, with no way out. Unexpectedly, Yizi smiled and said, "Yes, we indeed can't beat Chief Helion, but that doesn't mean nobody else can handle him." These words ignited hope in the disappointed and helpless Snowvolf tribe. Who can handle him? Yes, he's a super master at the late stage of the warrior realm, and he controls hundreds of guards in the Beiji Tower. Who can deal with him? The people of the Snowvolf tribe looked hopeful for an answer. Even Zizu couldn't help but look at Yizi. Yizi didn't keep them in suspense. He continued to smile and said, "Inside the Beiji Tower, aren't there other layered chiefs? I think seeing such elaborate welcome for outsiders, there must be more people with status above the Beiji Tower. As long as we can break through Chief Helion's blockade and enter the Beiji Tower, we can expose Chief Helion's conspiracy." His words brought enlightenment to the Snowvolf tribe. Purple Moon couldn't help but praise him. "Hey, I didn't expect you, an outsider, to be so capable. Despite coming to the Beiji region for the first time, you already analyze the situation and come up with solutions. Well, don't praise me yet." Yizi suddenly showed a hint of uncertainty and panic. To break through Chief Helion's defenses and enter the Beiji Tower, the fewer people, the better, and we must be prepared for the risk of being discovered and killed. So, don't be so optimistic. As his words fell, Chi-Chi's eyes were filled with adoration as he looked at Yizi. This was what she liked about him: confidence, wisdom, and caution. His serious expression while analyzing the situation was truly captivating. "I'm coming with you." Chi didn't care whether Yizi would object or not. She just announced her decision. "Purple Moon, you and I will follow Brother Yizi and go with 3 others. The rest will stay put." Zizu completely accepted Yizhao's suggestion and immediately rushed down the mountain towards the building in front of the Beiji Tower. It was already noon by the time they descended, and the snowfall was increasing. Yizi practiced the Yanhuan Ju, his body warm. Worried that Purple Moon was feeling cold, he couldn't help but tightly hold her hand. Purple Moon was blissfully happy, holding on to Yisha's arm like a devoted fan, cute and obedient like a kitten. Despite her wealthy upbringing, she was a girl who liked simplicity, and all she hoped for was moments like this, walking slowly in the snow with the man she liked, who would warm her hands when it was cold. Even though she wasn't cold at all. "Yizi, what's the next step?" Purple Moon, who had previously looked down on Yizi, now had a complete change of heart. She saw him as the backbone of this sudden infiltration of the Beiji Tower, even though Zizu was right beside her. "Tonight, let's find a place to stay first, then tomorrow we'll find an opportunity to go in. We must find someone who can offset the main leader of the Helion level as soon as we appear, or else we're done for." Yizi looked at the tower looming so close, inevitably filled with worrying. Several days had passed, and he had no idea how his sister-in-law was faring. It wasn't until evening that the 3 of them arrived at a small house at the edge, knocking on the door. Purple Moon was very nervous. Zizu was also very tense because they didn't know if the person inside would recognize them as members of the Snowvolf tribe. However, they could only take this chance, otherwise, they would freeze to death in the storm tonight. Fortunately, an old man opened the door, his eyes not functioning well. Judging by his attire, he seemed to be a native, but his appearance resembled that of the Dragon Nation. "What's the matter, sirs?" The old man spoke slowly, with a cough, indicating he wasn't in good health. Purple Moon stole a glance into the dimly lit room, and couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart. Having volunteered at orphanages and kindergartens before, she instantly felt sympathetic. If she guessed correctly, this old man had been living alone in this dilapidated house for a long time. How pitiful would it be to endure the freezing cold and loneliness without anyone to care for you? Despite this, Yizi didn't relax his vigilance, quickly signaling Purple Moon to converse with the man in the language of the natives. "Elder, we are guards of the Beiji Tower. We are a bit tired and would like to come in for some hot water. Purple Moon played the role of a guard quite convincingly. Oh, guards? But why do you look like people from the Dragon Nation? The old man squinted, carefully examining them. The tension among the three of them increased. In case the old man saw through their identities, one shout would make them sitting ducks. Zizou understood how dangerous their situation was. He had already gathered his strength into his fist. As soon as the old man dared to call out, he wouldn't hesitate to strike before the man could even make a sound to alert others. Please come in. The old man seemed to see through their appearance, showing no suspicion. Blossom was relieved, but at the same time, she glared at Zizou, reproaching him for not taking action against the guards of the Beiji Tower earlier, but showing ruthlessness towards an old man now. Zizou, however, didn't feel he had done anything wrong. He knew he bore the fate of the entire tribe. He had his own principles of when to act and when not to. Ha ha, elder, you are quite discerning. I like you. When Yizi noticed the old man spoke the language of the Dragon Nation, he decided to test the waters and even patted the man's shoulder. This action was to probe whether the old man was a martial artist. Fortunately, the old man turned out to be just an ordinary person. After the fur entered the house, the old man looked around, then quietly closed the door. Please wait a moment, I'll pour you hot tea to ward off the cold. The old man believed them to be guards of the Beiji Tower and served them attentively, reflecting the status of the Beiji Tower in the hearts of ordinary people. However, Yizi and Zizou still didn't let their guard down. Here, have some hot tea. The old man brought 2 bowls of hot water. Before Yizi and the others could ask, he volunteered. Gentlemen, I only have 2 bowls at home. You 2 drink first, and when you're done, I'll pour more. Elder, why do you only have 2 bowls at home? Blossom finally couldn't contain her sadness. She felt that the old man's pitiful situation wasn't an act. To her surprise, as soon as she asked, the old man's eyes turned red, tears welling up. We were Dragon Nation people who mistakenly entered this area before. To protect the secrets of this land, the Beiji region captured all of us. In order to survive, since there's a chance of returning home to see our family again, we can only live on and become the lower-class servants serving the Beiji Tower. I used to have a partner living with me, but not long ago, she couldn't endure the cold and loneliness and passed away. Now I'm all alone in this house waiting for my end. Blossom became angrier as she listened. Every person had their families, and being inexplicably detained, never being able to see their families again, and she could understand that pain now. Do the people living in the neighboring houses here have the same experience as you? Yizi was curious and vaguely guessed why the grand buildings of the Beiji region were not known to outsiders. People who enter here simply can't leave alive. More or less, Dragon Nation people receive special treatment. Those who aren't from the Dragon Nation are executed directly. The old man answered with a choked voice. How outrageous! Who gave them the right to exploit others' lives? Blossom, rich in compassion, couldn't help but whisper to Yizi, when we go back, we must find a way to send troops to rescue the people here. Yizi nodded with a complex smile on his face. He had no certainty of successfully leaving this place as well. Hey, I haven't had a conversation with anyone in a long time before your arrival. People from the Beiji region know that I'm old and unable to work. It's been almost half a year since anyone bothered to come see me. This statement immediately shocked Yizi. Did the old man already know that they were not from the Beiji Tower? Zizou clenched his fists again, ready to strike the old man at any moment. Are you people who have wandered in here as well? The old man seemed oblivious to Zizou's murderous intent and still smiled as he ended the water to Yizi. Seeing the clear gaze of the old man, Yizi felt no deceit from him, so he calmly held Zizou's fist and said with a smile, Old man, did you know all along that we are outsiders? Yes. The old man admitted frankly, showing no fear of Zizou's potential attack. He even sighed. Although I don't know why you've come here, we've already had enough suffering in this place. Of course, I hope you can leave here alive. This statement hit Blossom's emotional threshold, and the girl who had been daring enough to kick the leader of the Snowvolf tribe before was now moved to tears. Old man, are you in very poor health? Yizi completely let go of his guard towards the old man and handed the 2 bowls of hot tea to Blossom and Purple Moon, starting to care for the man. Yes. My rheumatic legs almost took my life when the pain hits me, and my lungs aren't doing well either. The old man went on to list about 10 small ailments, leaving Yizi and the others stunned. thinking about how tough this old man must be to survive in such harsh weather for 3 to 5 years, let alone being an elderly person. Have you finished? I'll refill your water. Wait. Yizi stopped the old man and smiled. Elder, let me help you with your rheumatic legs first. After that, you can hurry to get more water for us. What? You can cure my legs? Are you the god of Beiji? The old man was astonished, as he had heard stories of the Beiji god being able to heal all ailments. Yizi just smiled, then didn't answer his question. He took out silver needles. Blossom's emotion surged again. She felt sympathetic towards the old man, especially after discovering his kindness. She couldn't help but be filled with anticipation when she saw the man she admired was about to treat the old man. Yizi, with his recent deep study into the 9 palaces Yanhuanju and improvements in medical skills, was confident in his abilities. Additionally, the Yanhuan needle was perfect for treating rheumatism. The old man began to frown, exclaiming in pain, but gradually lowering his cries as Yizi continued the treatment. By the end of the session, the old man felt his leg much lighter and incredibly warm, overwhelmed with excitement and disbelief. Thank you, God of Beiji. Thank you. I promise your kindness will be repaid. The old man immediately knelt down in gratitude towards Yizi. Others thought he was just overly emotional, but Yizi paid special attention. The old man used the word promise. Did he have some ability to repay them? The infatuated was also very happy for the old man. Because of his infatuation and admiration for Yexiao, he couldn't help but tightly hold on to his arm, as if he were her own man, feeling proud because of him. Old man, how can you guarantee that my kindness will be rewarded? Yexiao also wanted to see if he was being overly sensitive, so he took the initiative to ask. Unexpectedly, at this time, someone knocked on the door from outside. Hey, old man, open the door quickly. This time the person knocking on the door was not as polite as Yexiao and the others just now. The dilapidated wooden door seemed like it could be knocked down at any moment. Coming. The old man responded, then gestured for Yexiao and the others to hide quickly. Yexiao nodded and hurried to find a place to conceal themselves, suspecting that it was the guards of the Beiji Tower outside, and it would be troublesome if they were discovered. After 2 whole minutes, the old man slowly opened the door. Several guards dressed in leather armor rudely barged in, shouting loudly, "Why did it take so long to open the door? I have trouble with my legs, that's why." The old man smiled apologetically. "What do you gentlemen require? But how come I heard you talking to someone earlier? I also heard you shouting about the Beiji god." One of the guards violently grabbed the old man's collar, not afraid to use force to terrify him. The old man purposely screamed and cried, "I miss my deceased wife. I'd just like to have a conversation with her when there's nothing to do, hoping that the Beiji god can revive her. It's been so long since I talked to a living person." These guards were responsible for patrolling this area, so naturally they were aware of the old man's background. Upon hearing his words, they pushed him down to the ground with disdain. "Such bad luck. Open the door and let us take a look." This, the old man pretended to be confused. "What do you gentlemen want to see? My room is dirty and messy, and has an old person smell. I'm afraid it might bother you." "Stop the nonsense. Open it up when we tell you to." The guard pointed and shouted, "The people of the Snowvolve tribe have betrayed the Beiji land. Lord Helion instructed us to exterminate them all. If I find out that you have sheltered them, you will be in big trouble." I dare not." The old man pretended to tremble in fear. "Dead or not, open the door quickly, or else we will break in." The guard threatened roughly. The old man's lips trembled slightly, and cold sweat even broke out on his palms. Yexia and Zhao, as well as the others, were on edge, ready to attack if these guards truly found their way in. Just then, the voice of a woman could be heard. "You guys, go patrol elsewhere. I'll inspect this house." The guards turned around and saw the woman in red. Given her higher rank, they nodded obediently and ran off. Once the woman closed the door, Yexia felt even more uneasy. This woman seemed even more difficult to deal with. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the old man abruptly turned to the woman in red and exclaimed, "Ah, lady in red, you arrived just in time. The person you're looking for is here." "What?" Yexia was stunned. Had she been mistaken in her caution? Was this old man now intending to betray them all by pushing them out to their doom? The infatuated woman was also at a loss, hoping she hadn't misjudged the situation. "Oh, where?" The woman in red's eyes brightened. She had come here upon sensing someone's presence, but wasn't sure if it was the person she sought. Right inside. They healed my rheumatic leg. They are the people of the Beiji god. The old man still seemed very excited. Oh no. Yexiao had not expected to be wrong for the first time. Was the old man really going to betray them and send them to their demise? Zizu had already gathered her strength in her palms, preparing for battle. Unexpectedly, the woman in red did not approach them, but spoke through the door. Which one of you is Chu Biao's brother-in-law? She's still inside the Beiji Tower, waiting for you to rescue her, right? What? Yexiao was surprised once again. It turned out they were on the same side. Had the old man's promise of good fortune been referring to them all along? Indeed, the old man immediately said to Yexiao and the others, "Come out. In fact, Lady in Red has been looking for you." She quietly instructed the residents in this area to inform her when you were found. Initially, I wasn't sure if it was you, but now I'm certain you are the people of the Beiji god. So that's it. Now Yexiao and the others all understood the old man's earlier intentions. With no other options, led by Yexiao, everyone came out. Lady in Red gave Yexiao a disappointed look, unable to accurately assess his strength. But how could someone like him rescue her younger sister in a tower filled with experts? She couldn't understand why her younger sister trusted him so much. "Are you Lady in Red? Did my younger sister send you to find me?" Yexia asked, trying to gauge the woman in front of him. Xiao Anziu remained on high alert, knowing that this woman was a capable subordinate of Lord Helion, unsure if there was deceit involved. Lady in Red ignored Xiao Anziu, as it was only because Chu Biao had saved her life that she agreed to deliver a message specifically to her sister-in-law. "Yes, your younger sister has become the Beiji god now, and after the selection tournament of the Chosen One, she is to marry the son of the Lord of the Fourth Layer, Tuo Blian." What? Yexia was shocked to hear this news. It was understandable for her younger sister to become the Beiji god, but why was she suddenly being forced into marriage? She doesn't want to be the Beiji god, let alone marry Tuo Blian. That's why she asked me to find you, hoping you can find a way to save her. Lady in Red did not care about Yexiao's expression. Her actions were merely to repay Chu Biao for saving her before Lord Tuo Blian. "I will save her, but please lead us in tomorrow." Yexiao responded immediately, his gaze resolute. Though Lady in Red was unsure of his confidence, she did not refuse, leaving behind a parting remark. "Tomorrow morning, I will provide you with several sets of clothing from the Beiji Tower, allowing you to impersonate the guards to enter. If you are discovered, please do not involve me." Once she left, Ziu began to anxiously question. "Yexiao, do you trust that woman? She's a subordinate of Lord Helion." "I trust my younger sister," Yexiao replied simply and firmly, leaving Ziu speechless, unable to help but look to Zhao. "At this stage, we have no other choice." Xiaoxu's eyes were filled with hatred. "You know, I must become the chosen one to have a chance to regain honor for the Snowvolf tribe." With both of them deciding to trust Lady in Red, Ziu had nothing more to say. Luckily, their choice to trust turned out to be the right one. The next day, Ziu arrived with several subordinates, as promised. In order to ensure their identities were not revealed, she did not hesitate to personally knock out her own subordinates. "Quickly change into these clothes and come with me." Lady in Red tossed a few sets of clothes down before waiting outside the small house. After waiting for a half hour, the group finally emerged, and just as Lady in Red was about to lose her temper, she realized their appearances had all changed. Yexiao's skill in disguise finally came in handy. At this moment it was fortunate because the Beiji Tower had so many people, even if others didn't recognize them, it would be easy for Zhao to be identified. "Hey, this move is not bad. Let's go." Without having just seen them earlier, Lady in Red could hardly recognize who they were now without their previous descriptions. A group of 5, following Lady in Red, entered the Beiji Tower in a dignified manner. Flower, who had never played such an exciting game before, felt her heart racing. She still hadn't fully adapted to this world after waking up from her coma. What a lively event! Yexiao had not expected the selection tournament of the Chosen One to be so grand. Besides the tribes they had seen at the campfire meeting earlier, other forces were arriving one after another. Many elderly individuals in ceremonial attire were at the entrance to the Beiji Tower, including the influential figures like Lord Helion. It was an indication of the importance of today's event. The acting chief of the Dragon Alliance has arrived. With a loud cry from the master of ceremonies, everyone dispersed to form into lines. The scene was spectacular, resembling a royal procession. Yexiao and the others hurried to line up with the others on either side, seeing an old man with long white mustache riding a strange snow beast, accompanied by a small team of people, slowly making their way through. Paying respects to the acting chief, as the master of ceremonies shouted, to guards kneeling down on both sides. Zhu, the flower, and to dogs were all from the city and not accustomed to kneeling before anyone. In a moment, they stood as the only ones out of the nobility bowing besides the four-layer lords. Oh. Lady Ain Red quickly pulled Yexiao down. Although he refused to kneel, he simply sat on the ground, and the second dog and flower mimicked his actions, also sitting on the ground. Lady Ain Red was furious at their behavior. These idiots were courting disaster themselves. If they were discovered, she wouldn't be able to protect them. Bull. Who allowed you to sit on the ground? Sure enough, how could Yi Shaosan and his companions' unique actions escape the keen eyesight of the martial artists? They were discovered instantly. Even if they kneel now, it's already too late. The old man with long white beard, his proud expression instantly turned to anger, his eyes coldly looking towards Xi Lian, who had now become the Grand Chief. What's going on? Are the people from the Beiji Tower no longer respecting me as the agent leader of the Dragon Alliance? Are you disrespecting me as a person, or disrespecting the Dragon Alliance? The white-haired old man intentionally spoke slowly, causing even the powerful Xi Lian to break into a cold sweat instantly. Chief, please calm down. I will immediately kill these audacious individuals. Xi Lian immediately raised his momentum, his eyes filled with anger. At this point, he dreaded that even if he killed these guys, it would still be difficult to quell the anger of the group led by the white-haired old man. Yi Shaosan also felt troubled. Sometimes, dignity and life cannot be balanced. In fact, he didn't kneel just now, not just for himself. It was because he understood that the flirtatious girl, who had her own personality and pride, would never bend before others. The chief of the Tiger Alliance is here. Fortunately, at this moment, a loud shout interrupted the proceedings. The chief of the Tiger Alliance. The expression on Yi Shaosan's face was one of shock. He had thought that the Tiger Alliance and the Dragon Alliance were just coincidental names, with no connection between them. Who would have thought that the scene before him now would overturn his previous understanding? Not far away, a large group of etiquette teams from the Beiji Tower were welcoming three people grandly. Among them, the two leading elders were none other than Yi's grandfather and Yan Lao. Grandfather. Seeing his grandfather whom he hadn't seen in many years, Yi Shaosan was filled with inexplicable emotions, his eyes and nose slightly heating up. Grandfather had actually been very fond of him back then, but he was too busy managing things, and they only met a few days each year. But Yi Shaosan would never forget the kind eyes and the gentle smile his grandfather would give him whenever they met. If it weren't for the fact that he wasn't in Yanjing back then, he might not have been expelled from the Yi family by his father. However, this was just Yi Shaosan's wishful thinking. Although his grandfather loved him, he still entrusted everything to Yi Fan, never interfering with his family affairs, even when he wanted to take a concubine back then. Yi Shaosan mouthed the word grandfather silently, and his eyes seemed to land on him. But soon after, his gaze shifted. For a moment, the scene was even more shocking than when the agent leader of the Dragon Alliance had arrived. Everyone in the room began to shout, "Greetings to the chief of the Tiger Alliance." What was even more incredible was that the previously proud, white-haired old man had to personally greet and bow to this Tiger Alliance chief. "Chief Yi, are you well?" "Yes, I am in good health. It seems Elder Fire's cultivation has improved once again. Congratulations." "Ha ha. What does the cultivation of an internal martial artist matter to you? A top-tier external martial artist." The white-haired old man's words were humble, but his eyes couldn't hide a hint of pride. Yi Shaosan couldn't help but be surprised by their conversation. What's going on? According to his understanding, internal martial artists were cultivators, and external martial artists were those skilled in internal energy. Just because he had practiced the 9 Taluses Yanhuan technique, his strength had skyrocketed, easily defeating master-level internal energy practitioners. Yet now, how could Elder Fire say that the cultivation of internal martial artists meant nothing to external martial artists? Had he misunderstood something? Elder Gon is being too modest. The path of martial arts is diverse, but reaching the pinnacle is the same for all. Grandfather Yi casually responded before turning to Yi Shaosan and his companions. Yi Shaosan couldn't contain his excitement. He wanted to call him grandfather, but with his current disguise using Gong Quan's drugs, his grandfather might not recognize him. What's going on? Why are you surrounding them? Grandfather Yi, who rarely intervened in matters, pointed at Yi Shaosan and his companions, asking before being informed by He Lian. Your Excellency, those three individuals did not kneel when they saw Elder Fire and you. This is a great disrespect to the Dragon Alliance and the Tiger Alliance, so I plan to execute them. Speaking, his eyes still carried a fierce glare. Afraid that the Tiger Alliance chief might also blame him, he would be left to carry the blame. Unexpectedly, Grandfather Yi waved his hand and said, such kneeling customs have long been abandoned in the Tiger Alliance. Although the Dragon Alliance retains the ancient customs of the Long Kingdom, executing them for not kneeling is too extreme. Isn't it? This. He Lian was momentarily at a loss for words, looking towards Elder Fire. No, these people must be executed. Elder Fire, of course, was displeased. If everyone refused to kneel before him as the acting alliance leader, what sense of superiority would he have left? How could he still feel superior? Gong Quan also became nervous, tightly holding Yi Shaosan's hand. With Yi Shaosan by her side, even in death, she was not afraid. Yi Shaosan was also nervous. If necessary, he would have to reveal his identity to his grandfather. Unexpectedly, Yin Law said, Elder Fire, are you disrespecting the chief of the Tiger Alliance now? The chief said not to execute them, and you still insist on it? With one sentence, the proud Dragon Alliance acting chief gritted his teeth in frustration, but could do nothing. Witnessing this scene, Yi Shaosan was further shocked. His grandfather's status was even higher than he had imagined. With Grandfather Yi clearly respected, everyone followed him as they entered the Beiji Tower. Yi Shaosan and his companions, like Chu Biao, were momentarily disoriented by the sudden change in gravity upon entering. Fortunately, Yi Shaosan acted swiftly, covering the mouths of Gong Quan and Agushi and flipping them over to avoid attracting attention. After landing, Yi Shaosan carefully observed the surroundings. The first floor was a large hall without partitions, with a soccer field-sized martial arena in the middle supported by columns. The surroundings were filled with tables and chairs, and the tabletops were laden with wine and food, indicating that the selection of the chosen one was likely to take place there. Purple Moon had wanted to expose her identity, revealing He Lian's actions, but was stopped by Yi Shaosan and Zizu. It wasn't the right time for that. The chosen one selection was about to begin, and nobody was focusing on anything else. Causing a commotion now would only backfire. Strange, I heard the false god has been brought back to the Beiji Tower. On such an important day, why isn't she showing up? Once the forces from different regions had settled in, someone finally brought up the matter. Upon hearing the words false god, many people began to think. Although Grandfather Yi and Elder Yan knew the false god in the Beiji Tower now was an imposter, they said nothing because they already knew what had happened. Yi Shaosan felt tense. If his sister-in-law were brought out, she might inadvertently reveal her identity, causing trouble. On the other hand, he wanted to see her as soon as possible, find a way to sneak her out and escape from this cursed place. HMPH. Can we mortals arrange matters concerning the false god? Unexpectedly, at that moment, Tuoba Haiyan angrily rebuked, today, it's not only the selection of the chosen one from various tribes, even if the chosen one is confirmed, they still lack the qualification to sit on equal footing with our gods. With these words, the surrounding voices were suppressed. Many found it strange. Didn't Tuoba Haiyan strongly doubt her when the false god first returned? Why the complete reversal in attitude now? Yi Shaosan had already guessed Tuoba Haiyan's intentions after listening to Han Yi. It seemed he genuinely wanted his son to marry his sister-in-law, a possible sham marriage to gain more power under the false god's name. His sister-in-law had become a pawn in the power struggle within the Beiji Tower. Therefore, today, he had to find his sister-in-law, take her away, and avoid trouble. At that moment, a haughty voice rang out in the hall. Ha ha, not only have the top talents from various tribes come this year, but, Elder Fire, did you bring so many good-for-nothings here to get a beating from me? Damn. Everyone was shocked to hear someone boldly taunt Elder Fire in public. Yi Shaosan didn't know how strong Elder Fire was, but knowing that even He Lian had to defer to him, indicated his terrifying strength. Unable to resist, He followed the voice and saw a wicked young man with a high and arrogant gait entering the hall, even walking straight to the center of the martial arena. He then made a provocative gesture of beckoning at the audience and said, in a very pretentious manner, "Let's not waste time today. Whoever wants to compete with me, Tuoba for the position of the chosen one, can come up one by one and face a beating." Ha ha. The whole audience focused on Tuoba. Yi Zi took a glance at Zizu, only to find him trembling and looking at Tuoba with hostility. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yi Zi quietly asked Purple Moon, what grievances are there between Zizu and the Tuoba family? Purple Moon paused slightly and then whispered to Yi Zi, years ago, Tuoba Haiyun, who is now the fourth layer lord, killed Zizu's grandfather and nearly exterminated their entire clan. In order to preserve the Zi family, Zizu's father made a deal that Zizu, as the eldest, would be a lifelong slave to the Tuoba family. Tuoba Haiyun agreed to the conditions to rule the Snowwolf tribe and made Zizu the leader, even giving him a contradictory drug to control him. Purple Moon's words made Yi Zi grit his teeth in anger, understanding the depth of the Tuoba family's despicableness. He finally realized why Zizu, despite being furious previously, dared not confront the guards of the Contradiction Tower. Any rebellion would mean breaking the oath and betraying the clan, leading to his demise. Yi Zi couldn't help but look at Zizu with a mix of emotions, sensing his desire to destroy the Tuoba family, especially the arrogant Tuoba, who seemed to be his primary target. Linger, mind your manners and come back. Tuoba Haiyun's voice echoed, aiming to groom his exceptional son as the chosen one. With Tuoba exit, the pre-match spectacle ended, but he had become the prime target for all contestants vying for the position of chosen one. Acting Chief, please announce the selection process to begin. The Chief Executor, as requested by Elder Fire, sought permission to commence the selection. Yi Zi couldn't resist whispering to Purple Moon again, who exactly is Elder Fire? Purple Moon replied in a low voice, oh, Elder Fire is quite prominent, a senior figure in an ancient sect, with strength rivaling the Four Spirits of the Dragon Kingdom. Currently serving as the interim sect leader and representing the Dragon Alliance, the Contradiction Tower belongs to one of the 8 major forces of the Dragon Alliance, so they heed his command. Yi Zi now understood, marveling at their revelations. If not for coming to the Contradiction Tower to save someone, he wouldn't have realized the vast world, with ancient martial forces concealed within. If these powerful martial artists ventured outside, it would surely cause upheaval. To his surprise, there was more to come. The fact that someone as esteemed as Elder Fire still had to consult his grandfather. Lord Yi, can the selection of the Dragon Alliance's chosen one begin now? Yes, commence. Lord Yi responded casually, leaving Yi Zi astounded, realizing the might and legacy of his family, especially his grandfather's prowess. Though he had lived in the Yi family for 12 years and knew of their influence in the Dragon Kingdom and beyond, he had underestimated the family's influence over these ancient forces. Yi Fan, his so-called father, possessed remarkable skills to inherit the position of the Yi family head. Reflecting on this, Yi Zi couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing he had not fully grasped the true strength of this supposed father. Hey! What are you all standing around for? Hurry and attend to the guests. The command came from Lady in Red, who oversaw the internal affairs for Layer Lord Helion. As Yi Zi and his companions replaced her subordinates, they were tasked with serving the guests. Yi Zi saw the opportunity to explore the Contradiction Tower and perhaps catch a glimpse of his cousin. Hua Shishi, born into privilege, never performed such menial tasks before. To cooperate with Yi Zhao's plan, she had to push through despite the lack of experience, hoping not to make any obvious mistakes. Soon, the dignitaries from various tribes settled down, and the selection of the chosen one began. Yi Zi had inquired previously about this chosen one from the Snowwolf tribe members. After the previous leader of the Dragon Alliance passed away, leaving the position vacant for decades, this selection aimed to identify talented young individuals for future leadership, as the most crucial rule was selecting prodigious youths under 25 years old. The participants were limited in their abilities, initially engaging in mundane skirmishes. As Yi Zi simultaneously searched and observed the surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of his cousin, he unexpectedly spotted Chu Bia stepping forward. Even though she wore a veil, he recognized her instantly. Despite her disguise, Chu Bia failed to recognize the disguised Yi Zi and even ignored his presence. Little chilly, Come sit with me. Tuoba Lian, disinterested in the insignificant matches, rushed to hold Chu Biao's hand, displaying unrestrained delight. To Yi Zhao's surprise, Tuoba Lian's actions provoked a scene. As the audience's focus shifted to this unfolding drama, Yi Zi couldn't believe that someone would dare to publicly reject Tuoba Lian, the favorite for the Chosen One title and the cherished son of the host Tuoba Haiyan. Subsequently, Tuoba Haiyan grew furious, emitting a powerful aura. The indifferent Chu Biao's response unsettled Yi Zi, fearing an altercation that might endanger her. In contrast, some disciples of Elder Fire taunted Tuoba Lian, questioning his reputation and actions towards women. Tuoba Lian's reaction, full of arrogance, intensified the brewing tension. Unfazed by the anger directed at him, Tuoba Lian, confident in his abilities and backed by his father's stature, remained undeterred. Eventually, he leapt onto the competition stage and challenged all contenders, boasting about his talent. The furious martial artists prepared for potential combat, caught in the intense moment. Yi Zi found Tuoba Lian's arrogance compared to the legendary senior brother Duan Shui quite remarkable. Despite the mounting animosity, Tuoba Lian remained unfazed and fixated on Chu Biao, conveying his interest in her with significant bravado. Chu Biao dismissed his posturing internally, labeling him as pretentious, couldn't help feeling a peculiar sense of satisfaction at his public display of attention for her. The words arrogance and boldness simply cannot describe Tuoba Lian's current state. Today, not only did Fire Elder bring his disciples, even the geniuses from other tribes all wished they could beat this kid until he was stuck to the wall and couldn't come down. Especially Zizu, he had long wanted to compete with Tuoba Lian. At 25 this year, it was his final chance on the stage of the Chosen Son. Today, he was determined to defeat Tuoba Lian no matter what, to restore honor to the Z family. HMPH, no Z. Let me, Wang Wen, teach you how to behave. A man dressed in black jumped out, his imposing aura not concealed in the slightest. He was undoubtedly a high-level expert in the Heart of a Warrior stage. Yexiao initially thought cultivators were impressive and rare beings, but only to date did he realize that in this hidden world, cultivators were everywhere. He couldn't understand why he had never encountered them in the city. However, he was too preoccupied to watch Tuoba Lian compete with others, so he quickly made his way to Chu Biao and casually bumped into her. Hey! What are you doing? Where are your manners? Chu Biao, even if she was pretending to be the rebellious god, still had her fiery temper as usual. But soon, seeing Yexiao's eyes, she realized who he was. She almost called him brother-in-law, but then she saw Lord Helion walking towards her. Chu Biao quickly shut her mouth and was pulled aside by Lord Helion. Who allowed you to come out? If others recognize your identity, it will be troublesome. HMPH. Why can't I come out to see the commotion? I want to watch. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me now. Chu Biao couldn't be threatened by Lord Helion. Anyway, even if she got caught, her position as the head steward would be gone. You. Lord Helion's mouth twitched in anger as he was about to take her back forcefully. Unexpectedly, Chu Biao directly threatened, if you don't let me watch, I'll tell everyone right now that I'm an imposter. After saying that, she paid no attention to the guy's twitching face, but boldly took a seat, pretending to watch the competition while quietly observing Yexiao. As clever as she was, how could she not realize that her brother-in-law had changed his appearance? Everyone was focused on the competition now, looking for an opportunity to escape together. Just then, the match began. Unaware that Chu Biao had been taken away, Tuoba Lian, eager to show off, swiftly struck a palm in front of Wang Wen. Although he was only in the middle stage of the Heart of a Warrior, his speed was unimaginable, completely surpassing the scope of the Heart of a Warrior. Yexiao couldn't help but marvel at this incredible talent. This guy was indeed a super genius, challenging opponents above his levels so effortlessly. No wonder he was so arrogant. With a bang, Wang Wen was instantly killed by Tuoba Lian's single blow, spitting blood and falling to the ground, his eyes wide open in disbelief at being overwhelmed by a higher-level opponent. The entire arena was in shock. Even Yexiao was stunned to the core. Tuoba Lian's level of strength was comparable to his own, yet he far surpassed Yexiao by a significant margin. The young man who had dared to challenge Tuoba Lian earlier, upon witnessing this extraordinary talent, found himself speechless. Ha ha! Why is everyone suddenly quiet? Even at the level of a warrior, I can defeat anyone. let alone rookies at the heart of a warrior level. Ha ha. Those who are not afraid to die, just come at me together. Tuoba chuckled, enjoying the feeling of showing off in front of his beloved woman. Spicy Pepper, what do you think? Have you fallen for me yet? Bullshit. Winning one battle doesn't make you great. Only if you win the whole fight can you brag. As Chu Biao didn't understand martial arts, she naturally had no idea how powerful this guy was compared to her brother-in-law. She even thought that even if Tuoba defeated all his opponents today, it would still be incomparable to the way her brother-in-law had made members of the White Wolf faction cry in front of Snake Uncle. In the eyes of a high school girl like her, looks were everything. Handsome guys acting arrogant would seem chic and impressive, while less appealing guys would just come off as obnoxious and unpleasant. Moreover, his showing off was direct and lacking in sophistication. Tuoba, unaware that Chu Biao was just talking, actually believed that she wanted to see him defeat all his strong opponents. So, he pointed at some of Fire Elder's disciples and challenged them, saying, "Why don't you all come at once? Only then can you truly witness my overflowing genius." Tuoba Blackcloud watched his son with satisfaction as he raised his glass. Even Elder Yan, who stood behind Elder Yi on the highest seat, couldn't help but sigh and think that Tuoba talent was truly exceptional. If members of the Yi family possessed his martial arts genius, who would dare say that there was no one to carry on the legacy? However, he dared not easily utter such words. Now that the Dragon Alliance Master had passed away, if the Dragon Alliance members found out that the Tiger Alliance Master's family didn't have a successor, these hidden experts throughout the world would certainly come out again. Elder Yi glanced at Elder Yan, then at the disguised Yexiao, smiling as he gestured for him to come over and pour him a drink. Yexiao was secretly shocked, unsure if his grandfather had recognized him or if it was a coincidence. He quickly took the jug and went over to pour the drink. After Elder Yi finished his drink, he deliberately chatted with Elder Yan, saying, "Tuoba is a bit arrogant, but his innate tri-attribute talent is truly extraordinary." Tri-attribute? Yexiao had studied the 9 Palaces' Yellow Emperor secrets, so he knew what this meant, that some martial artists had innate multiple attributions in their true essence. At the same level, the strength of a multi-attribute warrior's true essence could be several times that of a single attribute warrior. Moreover, after reaching the warrior stage, the gap between these talents would become even greater. Unfortunately, although Yexiao was familiar with the 9 Palaces' Yellow Emperor secrets, he only discovered that his own true essence had the fire attribute, and he couldn't change it to a strength attribute. Hearing that Tuoba was a tri-attribute warrior and able to fully harness his talent, how could he not be amazed? It seemed that this boy named Tuoba truly had higher talent than himself. Catching a sidelong glance from Elder Yi, Elder Yan continued the conversation. Tuoba indeed has his own innate talent, but if it weren't for the Beiji Tower having the 9 Palaces' 5 Elements secrets technique, and his father being in charge of the Scripture Pavilion, how would he be able to combine 3 types of strength attributes at the same time? Yexiao suddenly realized, in the 9 Palaces' Yellow Emperor secrets, there were methods to integrate strength attributes in the true essence. But what use did this knowledge serve him? He didn't even know where the technique was or how many attributes he had, so he only listened without a thought. Surprisingly, Elder Yi let out a slight sigh. "I have 4 types of strength attributes, but I cultivated external power from an outside school, truly wasting my talent." Yexiao finally understood. It seemed that his grandfather and Elder Yan had recognized him and were intentionally telling him this information. Could it be that he might have inherited his grandfather's strength attributes? Tuoba, don't be too arrogant. Let me have a go at you. At that moment, another young man jumped out from Fire Elder's side. His expression wasn't intentionally proud, but he exuded an air of pride. Upon seeing this man, Tuoba was first surprised, then his smile became even more smug. "Ha ha, didn't I break your leg 2 years ago? Haven't you had enough suffering? Here to get beaten up again?" Upon hearing this, Mobe became even more furious, releasing all his power on the spot. He was an early-stage warrior expert. "Humph. Tuoba, I lost to you 2 years ago. I admit that my innate talent is not as strong as yours, but I have worked harder than you. Today, having surpassed the warrior stage, I am here to redeem myself. I want you to repent for what happened 2 years ago." Mobe roared and struck out a palm at Tuoba. Many people were in awe at this scene. Even Zizu, who had long wanted to defeat Tuoba, couldn't help but feel admiration in front of Xiu. Mo Bei was only at the late heart of a warrior 2 years ago. Now, in just 2 years, he has broken through to the warrior stage. Apart from effort, perhaps few possess such talent. Xiu, upon hearing this, inwardly sighed. If there was a hard-working genius, elder brother Zizou, you are it. Others may not know, but I, who have been following you closely, understand clearly how you've come this far over these years. Carrying the burden of family hatred, labeled a slave from a young age, you dedicated almost every day of your life to cultivation for revenge, to shake off the destiny of slavery, to live freely at the risk of your life, to achieve the early warrior stage at the age of 25. How many in the martial world can match you? And you also have the Wolf clan's talent for challenging opponents above your level. Thinking of this, Xiu hoped even more to see Zizou defeat Tuoba Lian today, become the chosen son, and free himself from the shadow of the Tuoba family. On the stage, the battle continued. Facing a high-level opponent with several levels above him, Tuoba Lian didn't retreat, but confidently struck back with a palm. Doom. In an unexpected twist, Tuoba Lian's strike actually landed first. Mo Bei's palm, meant for Tuoba Lian's chest, was sent flying by him. Impressive. Witnessing Tuoba Lian's extraordinary talent, the disciples from Fire Elder Sai had developed a deep bone-chilling fear. He's truly a monster. Even the experts from other tribes couldn't help but cry out in astonishment. Yes, there wasn't a single person in the world who could challenge opponents so many levels higher and emerge victorious in such a dominating manner. Tuoba Lian's palm was enough to astonish the entire martial arts world. This is, after all, the home arena of the PGT, and the crowd started to praise Tuoba Lian. Tuoba Lian looked pleased and glanced at Chubaya. Although Chubaya didn't like this guy, she had to admit that he was quite talented. No one else is coming up. That means I've won the selection. You guys are too boring, Tuoba Lian said arrogantly, about to walk towards Chubaya. Yin Lao finally couldn't help it and said, in front of the old man, if any son of the Wei family had Tuoba Lian's talent, I think he would be qualified to inherit the position of the family head. Yi's old man also put down his cup and sighed slightly. For some reason, even though this competition had nothing to do with him, Wu Xiao felt an inexplicable pressure. The disappointment of the elders towards the descendants of the Wei family now rested solely on him, the abandoned one from back then. Wait. Just as Tuoba Lian was about to leave the arena, a cold drink finally rang out in the hall. Everyone was shocked in secret. Had Tuoba Lian already shown his extraordinary talent? Was there still someone who dared to challenge him present? Suddenly, a swift figure like a wolf leapt onto the stage. Even though Wu Xiao had undergone a simple disguise, someone still recognized him. Xiao Zhu. He's Xiao Zhu from the Snow Wolf tribe. How did he appear here? Wasn't the Snow Wolf tribe expelled from the Peiji land for betrayal? The fact that he could break through the blockade of the Peiji land's guards and come here is enough to prove that this guy is not simple. Listening to everyone's discussions, the Lord of the Helian clan's expression turned as cold as water. However, now that Xiao Zhu had appeared on the stage, the Lord had many reservations about killing him. Just as he thought Xiao Zhu was going to expose his deeds, the proud leader of the Snow Wolf tribe pointed at Tuoba Lian and issued a challenge. Tuoba Lian, I, Xiao Zhu of the Snow Wolf tribe, challenge you. Make sure you're fully recovered before you come out. 3 days, 5 days, half a month, it's up to you. The words were full of confidence, and his eyes remained icy cold, as if freezing everything in sight. The emotions of the crowd were instantly ignited, filled with anticipation and excitement. Ha ha! This may be the showdown between the two most extraordinary young talents in the world today. Suddenly, Elder Hu stood up and laughed out loud. Xiao Zhu, I know about your situation. You used to be a slave of the Tuoba clan. You belong to the Peiji land, so I can't accept you as my student. But I heard that you have now betrayed the Peiji land, also betraying the Tuoba family. Are you willing to be my disciple? All eyes in the room were on Xiao Zhu. To be favored by Elder, who was a dream come true for many young people. This meant that he was likely to become his apprentice, receiving his teachings, and even if he later dominated the martial world alone and controlled the 5 elements gate of the Dragon Alliance, it would not be a dream. Moreover, with the protection of Elder Hu, he no longer had to worry about being killed by the Lord of the Peiji Tower. However, the proud man on the stage remained indifferent, shaking his head in response to Elder Hu. Then, he spoke with a voice full of hatred. 20 years ago, Tuoba Haiyan oppressed the other tribes everywhere to become the fourth-tier lord of the Peiji Tower, forcing us to obey him to gain power over the other lords. My grandfather was ruthlessly killed because of his ambition, and my Shao family refused to submit and was decimated. The youngest me was foster as the leader of the Snowvolf tribe, living with shame until now. These words made Wu Xiao and Hunch glisten with gritted teeth. Tuoba Haiyan's face turned even darker, as if he might strike at any moment. It was true that the ban on the Snowvolf tribe from entering had been ordered by the lord of the Helian clan, out of fear that Wu Xiao would expose the identity of the deity of Peiji. However, such a resolution couldn't be carried out without the permission of Tuoba Haiyan's higher power. By not allowing Xiaozu to enter, Tuoba Haiyan feared his superior fighting talent, worried that he would steal the position of the chosen son. But he didn't expect that this fellow would still come in, not only but also exposing his deeds from back then. Xiaozu was not afraid of his momentum and continued to roar. Xiaozu, endured humiliation and disgrace in order to survive until today, standing proudly on the martial stage to kill the son of Aroni Tuoba Haiyan, to comfort the spirits of the 13 members of my Shao family in heaven. As his words fell, the entire room fell silent. Hunch was particularly struck by Xiaozu's words, as before this, she thought he was a coward for watching his people resist the Peiji guards without taking action. Unexpectedly, he had endured humiliation for so many years just for this moment. If he had shown signs of rebellion earlier, he would have probably been killed by the Tuoba family long ago. It seems I misunderstood him. Hunch now wished most to apologize to Xiaozu, provided that he could safely come down from the stage. For the honor of the Shao family, he must win. Tuoba Lian, I'm waiting for you to fight here. Recover and come out. 3 days, 5 days, half a month. I'll wait for you. Xiaozu roared arrogantly, and everyone's emotions were ignited, filled with anticipation and excitement. Heh. This may be the showdown between the two most extraordinary young people in the world today. Yes, one is a practical genius in hard work, the other is a talented monster. It's really hard to say who will win. Listening to everyone's discussions, even Wu Xiao couldn't help but look forward to this battle. From the first sight of Xiaozu, he knew that this man carried a heavy burden. He didn't know that he had endured humiliation for so many years, all for this moment of battle. Tuoba Lian returned to the stage, his arrogant laughter filling the entire room. Recover? Why would I need to recover to deal with trash like you? Even the ones elder who brought me up just now don't deserve to warm me up. You. The disciples behind Elder, who were infuriated with anger. They were all outstanding among the younger generation of disciples, usually proud individuals, and now they were told by this kid that they weren't good enough to warm him up. This was unacceptable to them. The angrier they were, the more smug Tuoba Lian's laughter became. He found this feeling wonderful, dominating talented youths in front of the woman he liked. Could it be that she was already hopelessly infatuated with him? However, with a glance, Chubaya seemed not to pay attention to him at all, but instead was staring at a logistics guard behind Yi's old man. How could this be? I have to admit, you're better at running your mouth than showing off your martial skills. Xiaozu deliberately provoked his opponent, knowing that this was the most important battle in his life, perhaps even his last battle. For the fallen heroes of the Shao family, for the glory of the Snowvolf tribe, he must win. To be good at running your mouth, you also need to have transcendent strength. I've said it before, I'm invincible. Tuoba Lian laughed arrogantly again. Humph. I doubt it. Unexpectedly, a cold woman's voice interrupted Tuoba Lian's arrogance. All eyes were drawn to her, including Xiaozu's. The woman who dared to displease Tuoba Lian was none other than Chubaya. If you meet my brother-in-law, you may not be able to beat him. Hearing this, Wu Xiao didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He hadn't expected his little sister-in-law to have such a high opinion of him. But to be honest, he didn't have any confidence in winning against this kid in a fight. Impossible. Who is your brother-in-law? Let him come out. Tuoba Lian, already arrogant, couldn't stand hearing such words from the girl he liked, and he became furious. If he met her brother-in-law, he must kill him. HMPH. Luckily he's not here. You can continue your performance. Chubaya sat down directly, just wanting to annoy Tuoba Lian. She wouldn't expose her brother-in-law to danger simply to annoy the arrogant Tuoba Lian. Very well. Lianer, Zhu. You may begin. Tuoba Haiyan and Elder, who couldn't wait any longer. The showdown between Tuoba Lian and Xiaozu was the main event everyone was waiting for. As for who that masked girl's brother-in-law was, who cared? And they were well aware that whoever won between the two would be a candidate for the Dragon Alliance's chosen son, surpassing even the lords of the Peiji Tower in status. HMPH. I'll let you have 3 moves first. Tuoba Liang didn't care about the girl's brother-in-law anymore. Since he wasn't present, he would deal with Xiaozu first, the traitor. He also understood that this was not just the most critical battle for the chosen son, but also a battle of honor between the Tuoba and Xia families. Xiaozu's eyes remained cold. With no unnecessary words, he leapt towards Tuoba Liang, his speed as fast as a ghost. Not only was everyone present astonished, but even Tuoba Liang was secretly surprised. Although he looked down on Xiaozu on the surface, he recognized the strength of this Tuoba family slave, so he never underestimated him, and immediately exerted all his strength to dodge. Zizu's lightning-fast palm strike actually missed. However, his eyes remained as cold as a wolf, with a terrifyingly calm expression, like a wolf hunting for food in the snow. Swish, another strike missed. But when Tuoba Liang dodged the second strike, it was noticeably more difficult than the first. Zizu's third strike quickly followed. His eyes grew even colder, the ferocity within them like a sharp knife. Ha ha, did you see that? Tuoba Liang is actually breaking a sweat. Yeah. Let's see if this kid can still be arrogant. Oh my, someone has actually pushed him to this extent. That boy from the Snow Wolf tribe is truly remarkable. Ha ha. It's no wonder the people from the Peiji Tower used shameless means to stop him from coming, saying he's a traitor. So that's the reason. The surrounding discussions made Tuoba Heiyun and Helian Sengju's expressions even grimmer. They also noticed that Zizu was getting more excited with each strike. If Tuoba Liang hadn't been relying on his talent, maybe they wouldn't be in such a difficult battle now. But due to the continuous fighting just moments ago, his stamina had taken a significant toll. Now, the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for him. Zizu's third strike missed as well. Even though his speed was unbelievably fast, yet Tuoba Liang seemed to predict it and evade it effortlessly. At this moment, Yizi finally understood that beneath Tuoba Liang's arrogance was absolute strength. This guy was not just a naturally talented genius. He had also put in a lot of effort into his techniques. The Peiji Tower had always been the stronghold of the Dragon Alliance, where the most martial arts manuals were stored in the whole world. Tuoba Liang's body movements, techniques, and understanding of combat were evidently more comprehensive and systematic than Zizu's. Coupled with his 3 elemental attributes, he was a match for the early-stage martial artists like Zizu. Ha ha, the warm-up is over. It's time for the real fight. After barely dodging 3 strikes from Zizu, Tuoba Liang almost peed his pants, but managed to maintain a carefree appearance. Initially, he wanted to show off and even see if his little pepper was infatuated with his fighting appearance. Little did he know that unlike him, Zizu wasn't treating this battle as a show of force. He wasn't seeking admiration or approval. He saw this fight as a matter of life and death. So he didn't give Tuoba Liang a chance to catch his breath, and with claws ready, he pounced like a hungry wolf. Tuoba Liang finally felt the immense pressure of life and death. He couldn't react in time, and had to dodge and panic, but Zizu's claws cut across his chest like sharp arrows. Splatter. Blood spattered. At that moment, everyone was captivated, watching the once invincible Tuoba Liang wounded. Come on. Not only Purple Moon, but also Huachi and Yizi were nervously cheering on Zizu. They understood the heavy burden Zizu carried, and knew today was his best chance to unleash everything. Feeling a stabbing pain in his chest, Tuoba Liang clenched his teeth but had no time to focus on his wounds. The next moment, another blood-red claw descended from above his head. In that moment, everyone saw the bloodthirsty fangs of Zizu and the haunting, terrifying ghosts of his deceased Z family behind him, seeking vengeance. Tuoba Liang was pitifully the one to repay his father's debts and have his head claimed by him. Tuoba Heiyun couldn't contain his worrying that his son might be killed, so he picked up a leftover fish bone from the table and planned to use it as a hidden weapon to attack Zizu. Lord Tuoba, it's not good to throw garbage around. Unexpectedly, before he could launch his hidden weapon, he heard a disdainful voice from Yan Lao by his side. Tuoba Heiyun shivered, then awkwardly smiled, then remained silent. Only now did Yizi realize how powerful Yan Lao truly was. As a peak expert in the later stages of the warrior's realm, he could even predict small movements made by others, which was truly terrifying. Get lost. Facing the moment of life and death, Tuoba Liang couldn't hold back anymore. The true Cha of his three attributes erupted from his body like an overwhelming force, surging out from his fists like a devastating mountain avalanche. He didn't fear Zizou's claws and directly aimed to fight for victory or death with his opponent. Everyone in the arena stood up at that moment. Neither of them dodged, and it seemed the two astonishing geniuses were about to determine the outcome with this strike. It would be the move that decided their fates. Doom. Unexpectedly, before their fists could clash, a dazzling white light flashed. Thunderbolt. Tuoba actually used a thunderbolt martial art technique. The martial artists present were all profoundly shocked by this. They knew that martial arts required reaching a certain realm and mastering the transformation of true Cha attributes to execute them. Furthermore, over 99% of martial artists in the world belong to the 5 elemental attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Very few possess the rare thunder attribute, so the fact that this thunder was controlled by such a super genius like Tuoba was beyond astonishing. Zizou felt as if the whole world was engulfed in white light, and then his body was thrown back. He couldn't move at all, but his mind was racing, replaying vital moments from his life. He couldn't accept this. He bore the hatred of his family and the hope for the independence and prosperity of the Snowvolf tribe. He had worked harder than anyone, dedicating his life to training, even delving into higher levels of power on the brink of life and death numerous times. So why was he now defeated, about to be annihilated by the Tuoba family? Was it destined for the Z family to be exterminated by the Tuoba family? Were there rifts that couldn't be crossed and destinies that couldn't be changed? Zizou's fall to the ground wasn't heavy, but it shook everyone's hearts. Tuoba caught his breath, watching his defeated opponent with a sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. Fortunately, he had never used the Thunderbolt martial technique in battle before. Otherwise, if his opponent had been wary in advance, he might not have been able to counterattack at a critical moment. It took quite a while before Tuoba burst into crazy laughter. The Jousts are fated to be the defeated lackeys of our Tuoba clan. Do you really think you, a pathetic remnant, can counter me? It's a joke. Tuoba Heian, who had been worried about his son's defeat, finally sighed in relief and stood up, sneering at the helpless Zizou. You, little Z, despite being descended from the Wolf King tribe, know nothing of the laws of the jungle. This world is about survival of the fittest. The winner takes all. Your grandfather and I had an agreement back then. If he lost, the Snowvolf tribe would forever submit to Beiji land, and the Jousts would forever be slaves to our Tuoba clan. If he won, I would let him slaughter them, and Beiji land would never provoke your tribe. In the end, he lost to me, and your family members refused to submit, so I annihilated them all in my anger. Your life is already a gift from me. I never expected you, a white-eyed Wolf, would attempt to kill my son today and seize the position of the chosen one. Disgraceful. As Tuoba Heian spoke, no one responded in the arena. No one knew the whole truth, but they understood that today's scene was the result. Winners became kings, and losers became enemies, a timeless and unchanging truth. Zizou lay on the ground, his eyes vacant, a trace of resignation showing at the corner of his mouth. Having endured until this point and still losing, he had nothing more to say. He didn't care for this life that lacked freedom. Unexpectedly, at that moment, someone called out, "Hey, Zizou, you bastard, get up." It wasn't Purple Moon, who had always admired him. It was Chi. Your life doesn't belong to just you. Your soul still hosts the spirits of your family of 13, and your shoulders carry the people of the Snowvolf tribe. Don't forget, there are still your brothers and sisters waiting for you on the snowy mountain. If you die, they can't survive. Both Yizi and I followed you here. Is this how you want us to see your pitiful state? Don't forget there's a Purple Moon who admires you. If you die like this, how heartbroken would she be? Chi's impassioned words seemed to reignite Zizou's will to live. Yizi was already clenching his fists, watching the scene unfold. They might not have been close friends with Zizou, but they had been temporary partners in the life and death situation. Yizi didn't want to see Zizou come here burdened with hatred only to fall like this. Come, fight. Zizou roared and charged at Tuoba once more. At that moment, many people around him were inspired by his gaze and demeanor, more and more rooting for him to win, to break free from the unfair fate that weighed heavily on him. Unfortunately, his body was no longer fit for continued combat. Struck by lightning at close range, his speed and agility had significantly declined. Another thunderbolt from Tuoba struck him, and Zizou didn't even have the ability to dodge, crashing to the ground once again, his eyes growing hollow. Haha, that really startled me. Tuoba Liang laughed heartily after knocking down Zizou again, wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. Just a moment ago, he had truly faced immense pressure. Thankfully, Zizou was merely putting up a desperate struggle. Tuoba Liang couldn't let out a sigh of relief until then, walking over to press his foot on Zizou's head, reveling in triumphant laughter. Reality isn't a fairy tale. In the face of my absolute strength, your attempt to counter me is a mere joke. Purple Moon witnessed her admired leader being humiliated and was so enraged she bit her lip, trembling all over. Lianger, kill him. This kind of white-eyed Wolf is useless to keep alive. Tuoba Haiyun ordered his son in front of everyone. In the past, he had worked hard to gather enough power to become a fourth-tier master of the BJT, which is why he had taken control of more tribes. However, now his son, Tuoba Liang, was about to become the chosen one, and his position in the BJT was as stable as Mount Tai. Keeping the Zhao and Zulang tribes around was no longer useful. Alright, Tuoba Liang no longer continued to humiliate and torment Zhao. His eyes were full of killing intent. He wasn't as cruel and bloodthirsty as his father, but Zhao had put tremendous pressure on him just now. Facing such an enemy, he wouldn't let him live. Stop. Ziyu was frightened. Regardless of the consequences, she quickly drew her wit and aimed it at Tuoba Liang. But her limited strength couldn't match Tuoba Liang's agility, as he dodged her attack and continued to stomp towards Zhao. Even Hua Qi, who was infatuated, was anxious. She had no emotional attachment to Zhao before, only disdain. But learning about his years of enduring humiliation for this moment of rebellion had completely changed her opinion of him. Now she didn't want him to die, but unfortunately, there was nothing she could do. However, just when she and Ziyu were feeling hopeless, a dragon's roar made them feel a deafening sensation. Wujio. He actually jumped into the arena and made a move against Tuoba Liang. Although the crane's control, dragon's capture move didn't make Tuoba Liang afraid, it made him give up killing Zhao to avoid injury. Then, he coldly retaliated with a punch towards Wujio. People around wore a scornful smile at this sight. They all felt that Wujio was just an intermediate warrior, not even a match for Tuoba Liang, let alone able to defeat him. He was simply seeking death. Master Yan was also nervous. He had tested Master Wujio's strength and, while he had narrowly escaped from Qinzhi that night, it didn't mean he could match Tuoba Liang. Even Master Wu thought his grandson, in terms of cultivation and talent, was far inferior to Tuoba Liang. However, Wujio didn't retreat. Swiftly using the dragon's capture move, he grabbed Tuoba Liang's arm and threw him. Everyone present was shocked at this unexpected turn of events. How is this possible? Many people exclaimed, including Master Yan and Master Wei. They were amazed by Wujio's practical talent displayed in the fight. Although the throw didn't cause any substantial damage to Tuoba Liang, it gave Wujio an advantage. Tuoba Liang landed on the ground and grunted disdainfully. While Wujio had gained the upper hand earlier, Tuoba Liang had already assessed his opponent's strength. In his prime, he could have easily defeated this rookie with just one move. Even now, he could finish off this kid with a martial arts technique. Stop. Tuoba Liang, I command you to stop. Just as Tuoba Liang gathered his chut to unleash a martial arts technique, Chubaya's voice interrupted him, forcing him to pause. In the blink of an eye, Chubaya ran into the arena and stood between Wujio and Tuoba Liang. She didn't understand martial arts, but was afraid that her brother-in-law might be harmed by Tuoba Liang's attack, leaving her with no one to save her. Xiao Jio, what's going on? How can you protect him like this? Who is he? Tuoba Liang was jealous, thinking Chubaya had been with the logistics guard for a few days and had developed feelings for him. What kind of perspective was this? Ignoring the prince, she was interested in a nobody. Quick, capture them, take them away. Don't let these people disrupt the selection of the chosen one. High-level Master Helion quickly gave the order. He didn't expect Wujio and Zhao to infiltrate the event, and definitely didn't want Chubaya's identity exposed. Otherwise, if it was revealed she was impersonating someone, he would be in trouble. Stop. I am the Bujie god. Who dares to harm me and try? Chubaya panicked and removed her veil, shouting loudly despite the consequences. This caused a commotion in the arena. People from the tribes who had seen the real Chubaya quickly knelt down and worshipped her. Even the people from the BJT kneeled down. The plan failed to keep up with the changes. To avoid revealing flaws, both the Hylian Master and Tuoba Haiyun also quickly followed suit and paid their respects. Only Master Yen remained composed and did not show any reaction. The disciples of the Five Velaman sect looked to Elder Fire with panic and astonishment. The title of Bujie God was too brilliant, but they had never had the opportunity to see him. Now that they saw a young girl claiming to be the Bujie God, they couldn't help but doubt the authenticity. Ha ha. At that moment, Elder Fire laughed heartily. You've all been fooled. She is not the Bujie God. What? Fake. The crowd erupted as Elder Fire exposed the truth. Especially the revered priests and officials from the Bujie glared at the Hylian Master with suspicion. Despite his past experiences, the Hylian Master couldn't help but feel a sense of panic, slamming the table and shouting, "Bold! How dare you pretend to be the Bujie God? Capture these imposters!" This ruthless command stunned Chubaya, as she didn't expect the Hylian Master to resort to killing to cover up his wrongdoing. Not to be trifled with, she took the opportunity, when Tuoba Liang was busy dealing with the guards, to exclaim, "I never intended to impersonate the Bujie God. It was the Hylian Master who forced me to do so in order to help him become the chief commander. I was coerced." Her words made the Hylian Master's veins bulge. "Arrest the Hylian Master." Tuoba Haiyun finally seized power, instructing the guards to detain the Hylian Master. With so many martial experts present, the Hylian Master knew his situation was dire and didn't dare resist, allowing himself to be taken away. Arrest these imposters as well. After the selection of the chosen one is completed, they will be judged by the Bujie's tribunal. Tuoba Haiyun was decisive. He had waited until this moment to expose Chubaya's identity. Now, by taking care of the Hylian Master, he would have no one to challenge his authority in the Bujie. Unexpectedly, Chubaya taunted him. "Tuoba Master, are you corrupting justice again? Are you afraid that my brother-in-law will defeat your son fair and square? Are you worried that his dream of managing the Dragon Alliance will shatter if my brother-in-law beats your son?" "What did you say?" Tuoba Haiyun couldn't tolerate such provocation, especially since he despised Wishio from the bottom of his heart. How could this trash think he could defeat his son and shatter his dream of leading the Dragon Alliance? "I was speaking in the language of the Dragon Country. Can't you understand? If you have the guts, let my brother-in-law have a fair fight with your son. If my brother wins, you will let us go." Chubaya knew her provocation would work. "Okay, then let your brother-in-law and my bright son have a match." Tuoba Haiyun immediately ordered loudly upon seeing that Yizi was no match for his son. The others quickly evacuated the scene. Even Ziu hurriedly carried the seriously injured Zhao away. Yizi was quite nervous as well. Even though Tuoba Liang was currently heavily injured, after the consecutive battles, Yizi realized he was not his match. His full-powered attacks just now didn't do any damage to him, so how could he defeat him now? "Hey! Who said they have to fight now?" Chu Biao shouted again, looking disdainfully at Tuoba Liang with her hands on her hips and head raised. "Little Bright, my brother-in-law is not interested in taking advantage of you. Go rest for 3 to 5 days, and then my brother-in-law will face you fairly and decisively." HMPH, no need. Tuoba Liang's eyes were filled with anger now. How could he wait 3 to 5 days? It was clear that little Chili was shielding her brother-in-law against him. Despite his fondness for her, he felt an urge to defeat Yizi to feel satisfied. "Step aside. I will take care of that rookie right now." Tuoba Liang waved his hand fiercely, gesturing for Chu Biao to go away. But Chu Biao stood her ground, saying, "I'm not leaving. If you want to marry me, then go rest for 3 to 5 days. If you can defeat my brother-in-law with dignity, becoming the chosen one, then I will agree to marry you." "Hey, Biao." Yizi interrupted her, feeling anxious. His sister-in-law was using her own future as leverage, giving him more time, which added to his pressure. Martial arts was not a game where one could level up with recharge and no cheats to purchase. What could a few days achieve? That the look in Chu Biao's eyes held trust and resignation. Yizi couldn't help but feel resigned too. Besides fighting Tuoba Liang and becoming the chosen one, how could he escape the tower of conflicting extremes now? Humph. There's no need to waste time. Now you and Father, don't speak. Tuoba Liang interrupted Tuoba Haiyun, then pointed angrily at Yizi, saying, "Fine. I will give you 2 days at most. 2 days later, I will defeat you again and marry Chili with dignity." With that, he turned and left. Seeing Tuoba Liang's stubbornness, Tuoba Haiyan felt helpless and embarrassed, so he glanced at Elder Huo and Patriarch Yi. HMPH. What a waste of time. Even if you give that kid 2 years or even 20 years, he still won't be Tuoba Liang's match. Elder Huo's tone was impatient, but then he made a sudden turn. But since it's their decision, the Lord of the Alliance will wait for 2 more days. Wait for 2 more days. Yi found it strange. His disciples had lost to Tuoba Liang, making the possibility of becoming the chosen one slim. He could have just left now. Why wait 2 more days? Fine. In that case, we will wait another 2 days. Patriarch Yi also stood up at this moment and left with Elder Yan. Once they were out of the venue, Elder Yan expressed some disappointment. Although Elder Huo doesn't know that he is the young master of our Yi family, what he said is indeed correct. Even if we give the young master 2 more years, he may not be able to defeat Tuoba Liang. Ha. Patriarch Yi laughed heartily. The men of our Yi family excel at creating miracles. Haven't you been saying that there is no one left to succeed our Yi family? It's not because the talents of the Yi family have degenerated, but because the men of the Yi family are enjoying comfort without the need for a life-or-death battle to create miracles that impress and even shake others' souls. After his contemplation, Elder Yan agreed. Perhaps you are right, Patriarch. With a glint of anticipation in their eyes, they both knew that miracles were almost impossible to happen. Hey, Yi, how confident are you in winning 2 days later? Chu Biao looked at Yi with admiration and worrying, waiting for his reply. Yi chuckled, unsure of how to respond. Well, it's not that I doubt him. Even Xiao, the leader, lost to that guy. The probability of him winning against Tuoba Liang is close to 0. Ziyu sighed beside them. Now that Chu Biao's identity was revealed, they had to stay in a shabby cottage outside the Tower of Conflicting Extremes arranged by the red-cloaked girl. The environment was harsh, with few guards around. If Yi didn't have confidence, she suggested they escape. I can't run away. Even if I lose, I won't escape. Although Yi lacked confidence in defeating Tuoba Liang, his determination to fight was unwavering. His grandfather was here, so he absolutely couldn't run away. Even if he managed to escape from the Tower of Conflicting Extremes alive, the position of family head would be out of reach. But more importantly, he didn't want to let his grandfather down and confirm his status as the useless one in the family. Great job, brother-in-law. This is what a man should be. That's right, this is the kind of man I like. Chu Biao and Chu Shishi praised Yi, while Ziyu sighed beside them. As a woman of the Snow Wolf clan, she also hoped that Yi could win against Tuoba Liang for Chaoxu's sake. But even Zhao couldn't defeat Tuoba Liang. Yi going there would be suicidal. Moreover, the lives of the brothers in the Snow Wolf tribe, Zhao, and her own life were now at stake in this battle. Should Yi lose, everyone would die, with no chance of escape. If only I could meet Master and receive the 9 Talises and 5 Elements technique. Yi sighed at this moment, but I don't even know where the manual is now. Unexpectedly, Chu Biao giggled after hearing Yi Xiao's words. What are you laughing at, Biao? Chu Shishi could guess from her smile. Yi also couldn't help but feel curious. Ta-da, brother-in-law, is this it? Chu Biao proudly took out her phone. When Yi saw the picture inside, his eyes lit up. When did you get this? Why did you only show it now? Heh. Chu Biao chuckled. As your sister-in-law, how could I disappoint you? Also, it's more fun to bring out good stuff when you are desperate. Look, your expression now is priceless. Yi wanted to pinch his sister-in-law's face in exasperation. It was already so late, and she was still interested in watching his expressions change. After receiving the technique, he didn't have time to discuss tactics. He had to hurry and practice the technique without delay. Ziyu had also heard of the 9 Palaces and 5 Elements technique, an ancient technique that was considered the top martial art technique. However, with just 2 days, can Yi learn it? Ziyu frowned. It still requires a miracle. But everyone stood guard outside the small room to protect Yi. As a woman of the Wolf clan, even if she didn't believe in Yi Xiao's success, she wouldn't act like a coward and run away. As Yi read the 9 Palaces and 5 Elements technique, he realized it was a genuine manual. The content provided detailed analyses of the characteristics of the 5 attributes, their interactions, as well as how to utilize them in martial arts. It was perfectly complementary to the 9 Palaces Yanhuan technique. The more he read, the more amazed and excited he became. The manual detailed how to refine the Chet in the body and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It also instructed on how to utilize these Chet attributes effectively. Yi Zi was shocked and amazed as he delved deeper into the manual. It was a treasure trove of knowledge, analyzing the 5 attributes' characteristics, their interactions, and how to manage the flow of Chet, including the principles of yin and yang. So that's it. Halfway through the manual, Yi Zi understood why the 9 palaces Yanhuan technique was sometimes ineffective. The 5 elements technique explained that the former taught how to cultivate Chet with the attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, while the latter instructed how to utilize those attributes effectively. A martial artist who only mastered the 9 palaces Yanhuan technique might experience inconsistent Chet clashes due to random Chet fluctuations, risking demonic possession and even death. Oh my god. Yi Zi realized the truth and was stunned. So, I'm actually a martial artist with the 5 elements attributes. And the senior dean's warning about the risk of demonic possession was because of this. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today, the Tower of Conflicting Extremes was as bustling as ever. Not only did Elder Huo's people not leave, but even those from the tribe stayed to witness the final battle. However, these onlookers were only interested in seeing how Yi Zi, an overconfident kid, would meet his end. Although 2 days ago, Yi Xiao's tactics had seemed effective, it was just an opportunistic move. Many thought that Zhao and Tuoba Lian were not on the same level, so how could an anonymous martial artist compete with a talented individual possessing 3 attributes? Those from the 5 Element sect had already taken their seats early on with Elder Huo. Their expressions were calm, and they never believed that Yi Zi had a chance of winning. The main reason was that the disciples of the 5 Element sect had systematic cultivation. If they couldn't defeat Tuoba Lian and ended up being defeated by a casual cultivator, how would they face it? Therefore, they were most eager to see Yi Zi fail, then harshly mock him for being arrogant. Tuoba Haiyan also thought the same way, but he was still a little uneasy. After all, if Tuoba Lian lost, it would mean all the effort he put into raising his son for years would go down the drain. Where is Yi Zi? Is that brat scared and ran away? Tuoba Lian shouted as soon as he appeared. Today, he was determined to defeat and even kill his brother-in-law in front of Zilao Zhao, to prove to her that he was much stronger than her admired brother-in-law. She always refused to admit that he was better than her brother-in-law. HMPH. The others couldn't help but swallow nervously because of tension. They hadn't had a chance to communicate with Yi Zi for 2 days, and today, they arrived early at the martial arena with Han Yi. At that time, Yi Zi hadn't come out of seclusion yet, so they really didn't know how he was doing. Haha, 2 days ago, his strength was like night and day compared to Tuoba Lian. Today he's going to battle with him. It's inevitable to feel nervous. That's right, I bet that coward will run away. Some mocking voices came from the audience, naturally from Tuoba Lian's defeated subordinates, trying to alleviate their own embarrassment by mocking others. Yilao Yan Yanlao had also arrived, looking serious, silent. Of course, they hoped for a miracle, but they also felt that the hope for a miracle was slim, and the probability of Yi Zi fleeing at that moment was greater. Hey, could you guys shut up? At that moment, Wachichi stood up and scolded them angrily. With the dangerous situation before, Yi Zi dared to enter the Bei JT to save Yao Yao. Today, how could he possibly abandon us and flee alone? I know him. He's a man who fears neither heaven nor earth. Her words made the surrounding discussions stop. However, people still looked disdainfully, waiting for a good show. HMPH, Zilianzi, my brother-in-law will definitely come out to teach you a lesson. What's your hurry? At that moment, Chu Biao also snorted coldly at Tuoba Lian. Tuoba Lian was furious. At that point, he felt that even at this late hour, Zilao Zhao still believed in her weak brother-in-law. It was really frustrating. However, he didn't want to scold Chu Biao but instead looked at Zhao beside her and vented his frustration, saying, HMPH, I think your brother-in-law is afraid of becoming a loser like my subordinates, so he dares not come out to die. You. Zhao clenched his fists, his eyes turning red instantly, but he didn't hesitate to rush towards Tuoba Lian. 2 days ago, he had lost, also feeling suffocated. Although the outcome of a battle is decided in an instant, he believed that if they fought head-on again, the result would be uncertain. Hey. By depleting his energy like this, later people might say I'm dishonorable. Just as the tension was high, a slightly lazy voice came, making Zhao stop in his tracks. Yi, it's Yi. Wachichi couldn't help but exclaim. Although she believed Yi would definitely come back when he really appeared, she was more excited than anyone else. Everyone's gaze was suddenly focused on Yi. Many with keen eyes couldn't help but sigh. In just 2 days, how did he look so different? Yan Lao's eyes brightened for the third time, murmuring to himself, I didn't expect it. Old master, you have a genius from an external family, and even yours is an internal family genius. Ha ha. Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Yan Lao, have you forgotten who his mommy is? In the end, this kid only has 1/4 of my bloodline, with the other half being his mommy's. Yan Lao nodded at his words, attributing to that woman who appeared so frail and made people feel sorry for her. Humph, he's finally here. Come on up. I'll knock you down with just 2 moves. Tuoba Liang couldn't wait and stood in the center of the platform. He had never been so eager to defeat someone as he was now. And the reason for this emotion was naturally the little pepper he loved. He couldn't stand the idea of Zila Zhao thinking another man was stronger than him, even if that man was her brother-in-law. Male animals often fight for territory or mating rights with females, and sometimes humans do the same. At this moment, Tuoba Liang was so full of fighting spirit to prove himself in front of a woman. You want to knock me down, but don't you think I want to knock you out too? Yi walked up to the martial platform in front of the onlookers who underestimated him, a smile on his face, undoubtedly the biggest ridicule towards those people. HMPH. Let's see how long you can keep up the act. I bet he won't last more than 3 moves. He'll be lying on the ground like a dog. Ha ha. 3 moves. You guys are overestimating him. Look at Tuoba Liang's current fighting spirit. It's likely he'll finish him off in 1 move. Mocking voices erupted again with Yi Zhao's appearance. Unlike the commotion on Elder Huo's side, it was relatively quiet on Yi Lao Yi and Yan Lao's side. It seemed as if Yan Lao could hear the nervous heartbeat of the seemingly immovable old master, because the outcome between these 2 people might determine the destiny of the selected son, influencing the future of the Dragon Union and even the entire inner martial arts world and the global layout. So this match may decide who will stand at the top of the martial Dao in the future. I am the strongest. Tuoba Liang roared and initiated the highly anticipated battle. More than the title of the chosen son, which he had already considered his possession, he now wanted to defeat Yi. He wanted to toy with Yi, mistreat him, and, before Zila Zhao's eyes, brutally rub the brother-in-law she was proud of on the ground. Only then could he completely replace Yi and become the man Zila Zhao most admired. At this moment, Tuoba leapt into the air, and the moment his fist was swung, it was like countless shooting stars falling to the ground. Truly breathtaking. Everyone couldn't help but feel that Yi definitely couldn't resolve this move. Yes, it was impossible. Even Zhao shook his head. If Tuoba Liang had used this move against him earlier, he might not have needed to resort to thunder and lightning to turn the tide. However, at this moment, Yi also moved, unexpectedly only raising 1 hand, facing Tuoba Liang's furious fist, charged with the intensity of true cha at the level of a martial artist, driving the flickering lightning-like fist. He intended to resolve it with just 1 hand. Was this ignorance? Or absolute self-confidence? At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Tuoba Liang's movement was extremely fast, while Yi Zhao's movement seemed leisurely, like water flowing as usual, like a long river at sunset. Slow, yet it exuded a great force. National arts, reciprocal wine brushing willow. Although Wachichi's level in martial arts was not high, she had witnessed many battles. Seeing Yi perform this move, she knew that Yi would definitely not be defeated by the opponent's fist. Impossible, Tuoba Haiyan suddenly exclaimed in disbelief, his face turning incredibly dark. Yi, his true cha intensity, is it actually stronger than Lian Rs? Similarly, Elder Huo, Chief Helian, and all the experts under Tuoba Liang were also incredulous, because they knew that Tuoba Liang's true cha intensity with 3 attributes was equivalent to more than triple a martial artist of the same level with a single attribute, and his fists were so fast and destructive that even a martial artist in the early stage of the martialist realm might only choose to retreat. Yet, Yi, a casual cultivator on the same level as him, actually easily neutralized his lightning-fast fist. The whole scene was shocked. After that move, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, because everyone saw the earth-shattering change in Yi, How was he more than 10 times stronger than 2 days ago? It seems that a miracle is really about to happen. At that moment, Yin Lao was not only brightened but even radiated a shining light. The Yi family seems to have someone to carry on a legacy. Heh, I didn't expect you to be a little more powerful than 2 days ago. After that move, Tuo Lian also felt Yi Xiao's strength change, and as a martial artist who cultivated the 9 palaces and 5 elements secrets, he naturally understood why Yi Zi suddenly became 10 times stronger than 2 days ago. This kid was also a genius. He also had 3 attributes, and his true Qi intensity was not inferior to his. Thanks for the praise. Is that all you've got? Yi Zi provokingly retorted, causing countless people around to gasp, especially those who just mocked him. At that moment, they seemed to have been slapped hard. Some even speculated that if Yi Zi had not deliberately hidden his strength, how could he have become so powerful in just 2 days? HMPH, what a perverse taste. Deliberately hiding your strength to underestimate and belittle others. Indeed, if he had shown all his strength 2 days ago, we wouldn't have underestimated him. His talent really surprised me. Even so, I still don't think he can turn the tables. After all, Tuo Liang's thunder and lightning haven't been used yet. I don't believe he can withstand it. People began to discuss again. Even at this moment, no one thought Yi Zi could defeat Tuo Liang. After all, even though they were all 3 attribute martial artists, could Yi Zi, just a casual cultivator, be compared with Tuo Liang, who had been carefully trained by Tuo Haiyan? That's ridiculous. Hehe, it seems that you indeed have some tricks up your sleeve. No wonder little Chili believes in you so much. Tuo Liang's whole body started trembling. Trembling, that was excitement mixed with a tinge of fear. It had to be said that after experiencing so many battles in his lifetime, only Yi Zi could make this genius's blood boil. But, if you think you can beat me, that's just naive. Tuo Liang launched another attack proactively, and around him, there were also crackling sounds of electricity. Here it comes, here it comes. Even though Yi Zi displayed talent comparable to the 3 elemental energies true Qi, the main reason everyone didn't believe he could win was that Tuo Liang could also use thunder and lightning. Even though they both possessed 3 elemental attributes, he was still 1 level stronger than Yi Zi. Meet your end. With Tuo Liang's loud shout, a dazzling white light made everyone hold their breath. No one could move anymore. The decisive moment was here. Doom. The speed of the lightning was faster than everyone's thoughts as it split into multiple forks in an instant, enveloping Yi Zi. Fan Shishi and other girls like Chu Biao couldn't help but feel nervous and worried. Screaming in shock, Yi Zi fell down, just like Zizou did at the beginning. It's over. Haha. I am invincible. Tuo Liang, am the #1 genius in the world. Tuo Liang shouted wildly, his slightly hoarse voice, his ecstatic expression, all showing how excited he was to have defeated Yi Zi. Indeed, that kid still lost in the end. Humph, I said he wouldn't last against Tuo Liang's 3rd move. Sure enough, he fell after the 2nd move. That being said, this kid's talent is quite strong, but it's a pity. Yi Xiao's defeat sparked different discussions among the spectators. Although he lost, he gained the respect and admiration of many. Yes, even though he fell after just 2 moves, his performance truly amazed the spectators. Little Chili, your brother-in-law lost to me. See that, Tuo Liang, am the strongest. You should marry the strongest man. Haha. Tuo Liang was too excited and elated. What could be happier than defeating the person you hold dearest in your heart and proving yourself to be the best in the world? However, the next moment, Yi Xiao's voice made him dumbfounded on the spot. Hey, turn around. I don't want to ambush and kill you. What? Hearing this voice, Tuo Liang's laughter abruptly stopped, his excited expression froze, and a look of shock replaced it. Haha, Tuo Liang, your current expression could definitely ward off evil spirits. Now, it was Chu Biao's turn to burst into laughter, carefree, showing no trace of the burdens of being a goddess, as she never saw herself as one. Fan Qiqi's infatuated body trembled more violently, even though she also believed all along that Yi Zi could win. But just now, for a brief moment, she indeed thought Yi Zi had lost. This villain, making people worrying so much. How is that possible? The onlookers were stunned to see Yi Zi still standing, his expression more vivid and astonished than Tuo Liang's. Yin Lao couldn't help but sigh. I did not expect the young master to come up with a way to counter the opponent's moves with knowledge outside of martial arts. It is truly surprising. Ha ha, Yi Grandpa, after seeing his grandson's ingenuity, couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Yin Lao, intelligence is also a form of comprehensive strength. Indeed, Yin Lao also smiled, his eyes shining. After a while, Tuo Bilyong finally turned around to see Yi Zi almost unscathed, wearing an expression of sheer disbelief. It's impossible. My thunder intensity can defeat even a master at the warrior realm level. You, a novice at the warrior realm, how can you still stand? Do you see this? Yi Zi raised a small, pointed rod at this moment, saying with a smile, "This is a miniature lightning rod." It was then that everyone noticed. By Yi Zhao's side, there were already many of these things. When did he place these items at the scene? Only experts as powerful as Elder Huo and Tuoba Haiyun would have noticed Yi Zhao's subtle actions just now. They knew that apart from using these tricks to disperse Tuo Bilyong's thunder and lightning, the most crucial point was that he had also created a barrier with his own true chat. With both factors combined, he managed to withstand and counter Tuo Bilyong's unique thunder and lightning skills. Humph. I see. After Tuo Bilyong learned the truth, he regained his arrogant demeanor. You evaded my attack once, but what about one more time? That depends on whether you still have the chance. This time, it was Yi Zi who roared and took the initiative to attack. His speed was incredibly fast. Martial arts, great strength diamond fist. Yi Zi rarely used this move in battles because he used to cultivate internal energy as an external martial artist. His physique was not suitable for such powerful techniques. But now, he employed this purely powerful martial art, confident that Tuo Bilyong wouldn't dodge. Ha ha, you want to compete with me in strength? I'll make sure you die in a rhythmic manner. Sure enough, Tuo Bilyong also threw a punch at Yi Zi. He wholeheartedly believed that as fellow three elemental warriors of the same level, a thunder elemental warrior's strength would definitely have the absolute advantage. At this moment, everyone thought Yi Zi was overestimating himself. Just because he managed to cleverly withstand Tuo Bilyong's thunder and lightning with a trick, he believed his true chest strength was stronger than the opponent's. Too naive. However, just as their fists were about to collide, Yi Zi suddenly shouted again. Wish. He unleashed his chat to another level. How is this possible? Those who had just judged that Yi Zi would lose in a head-on confrontation with Tuo Bilyong were all stunned. Even Tuoba Haiyun, Elder Yan, and even Elder Huo, Yi Grandpa all stood up in disbelief. 5 elements. Yi Zi was actually a rare 5-element warrior in the martial arts world for 1,000 years. Yi Grandpa and Elder Yan were fine, but Elder Huo and Tuoba Haiyun didn't know that this kid was from the Yi family. So their expressions were ones of complete incredulity, as they couldn't believe such an extraordinary talent was born in the world. Doom. At the moment when the fists of the two were about to collide, the outcome was already without suspense. Tuo Bilyong was completely defeated. With a crack, his shoulder bone was crushed by Yi Zi, poking out of his back, revealing stark white bones that made everyone shudder in horror. Ah! Tuo Bilyong screamed in agony, falling to the ground in pain. Good. Kill him. Xiu's blood was boiling. Initially, like everyone else, she believed Yi Zi was no match for Tuo Bilyong, but unexpectedly, Yi Zi turned out to be a 3-element warrior as well, which lit a spark of hope in her eyes. When Yi Zi fell, she had also believed he would meet the same fate as Senior Zizu, further solidifying Tuo Bilyong as unbeatable. But who would have thought that his lightning rod would turn the tide of the battle? And with this final punch, it was a true display of strength, crushing the opponent. Now, she completely regarded Yi Zi as the hero of their Snowvolve clan, and hoped he would avenge Senior Zizu. Damn it! How dare you hurt my son? I'll kill you. Tuoba Haiyun could no longer hold back, unleashing his peak warrior realm strength, completely ignoring the selection rules as he sent a palm strike towards Yi Zi. Besides fearing that Yi Zi might actually kill his son, he genuinely wanted to crush Yi Zi, otherwise all the effort he had put into nurturing his son for 21 years would go to waste. Wish. Tuoba Haiyun was indeed one of the strongest in the world. Though he didn't have the name of the 8-Direction Storm of the Dragon Alliance, he absolutely had strength comparable to such a title. His Wine Elemental martial art unexpectedly created a huge storm with a single palm strike, sweeping towards Yi Zi. It was terrifying. Even though Yi Zi had learned the ancient first martial art, the vast gap in strength levels meant that he was powerless against such an attack, inevitably leading to his demise. However, a swift figure as bright as light suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a frail old man. Grandpa. Yi Zi showed a look of surprise, never expecting that in the end, his grandfather would save his life. With a single wave of his hand, Yi Grandpa used his immense power to dissipate Tuoba Haiyan's hurricane without a trace. The entire crowd was shocked, each person overturned in disbelief by Yi Grandpa's tyrannical and unreasonable power, redefining their understanding of strength. After a while, someone burst out in amazement. This is the power of a top-tier external martial artist. Truly incredible. It's hard to believe that by hammering the body, one could become so powerful. It seems that the rumors in the martial arts world are true. Under normal circumstances, internal martial artists are stronger than external martial artists. It's just that when cultivated to the extreme, external martial artists can overpower internal martial artists the other way around. The Alliance Master of the Tigers. His name is indeed well-deserved. Yi Grandpa paid no attention to what everyone was saying. He simply looked at the bewildered Tuoba Haiyan and calmly said, "Your son was injured in a friendly match, and you want to kill someone. Then, isn't it fair game for me to kill your son?" "What? Grandson?" Turns out Yi Zi was the Tiger Alliance's master's grandson. This revelation finally made everyone understand as they were gripped by shock. It explained why this kid had such remarkable talent. Turns out, he was the Tiger Alliance master's grandson. Ha ha! The silent elder fire suddenly burst into laughter, loudly addressing Master Yi. "Congratulations, Master Yi. It looks like the Yi family will continue to thrive for another 100 years. Master Yi smiled without saying a word. Seeing that he did not show any intention to kill, Tuoba Haiyan wiped off a cold sweat and had no choice but to back away. At this moment, the voice of Ziyue rang out again. "Yi Zi, kill Tuoba Liang that bow." Yi Zi turned back at the sound and saw Ziyue biting her lips, her eyes filled with hatred. Ziyu's gaze reminded Yi Zi of the hatred of Zizu and the humiliation he suffered when defeated by Tuoba Liang. Everyone in the room was watching Yi Zi. Tuoba Liang had not admitted defeat yet, and Tuoba Haiyan was stopped by Master Yi from attacking Yi Zi. If Yi Zi wanted to kill him now, no one could stop him. Tuoba Liang was still rolling on the ground in pain, a far cry from his arrogant demeanor 2 days ago when he belittled everyone present. Yi Zi made his move, and everyone's hearts raced. "Brother-in-law, don't kill him." Just as the situation was tense, the voice of Chu Biao pleading for Tuoba Liang's life was heard. Unfortunately, her voice was too slow, and Yi Zhao's actions were too quick. He had already acted. Yi Zi lifted Tuoba Liang off the ground and made a swift move, causing Tuoba Liang to cry out in pain as if killed. "Lianer!" Tuoba Haiyan thought Yi Zi had killed his son and erupted in anger, shouting to the heavens, "I don't care who you are, if you kill my son, I will make you all pay with your lives." However, after his outburst, Yi Zi threw his precious son back towards him. As Tuoba Haiyan caught Tuoba Liang, Yi Zhao's disdainful voice echoed, "HMPH, I didn't kill him, just helped him realign his bones." Ha! Tuoba Haiyan realized that Tuoba Liang was still alive, just fainted from the pain. "What? You want to kill someone from our Yi family?" Elder Yan finally stepped out, coldly addressing Tuoba Haiyan. "Fine, I'm willing to fight for the Yi family against you." Tuoba Haiyan, who had been exuding an air of dominance, immediately wilted. "Ha ha, I dare not. I just spoke in the heat of the moment. Now that my son is unharmed, your Yi family is indeed gracious to us. How could I turn against my benefactors?" Ha ha. Seeing his cowardly demeanor, the onlookers burst into laughter. Tuoba Haiyan's face was as dark as the clouds. He had never been humiliated in such a way before. His opponent was Elder Yan. Even as a pinnacle expert at the later stage of the martial realm, he did not have the confidence to fight and could only leave with his son amidst the laughter. "Congratulations, Master Yi." The Elder Fire stood up and exclaimed, "So, the winner of the celestial selection is your grandson." Master Yi heard these words and felt extremely pleased. He, who had always worried about the lack of successors in the Yi family, felt nothing could compare to the joy of seeing his grandson shine. So, he looked at Yi Zi with satisfaction, nodding with a benevolent smile. Getting his grandfather's approval filled Yi Zi with joy. At that moment, he didn't realize that the position of the young master might soon fall on his shoulders. The Celestial Selection. The Celestial Selection. After the Dragon Alliance's acting alliance leader announced Yi Zi as the winner, the crowd began to cheer. Initially, many had looked down on Yi Zi, even though with his martial arts skills, he had gained an advantage over Tuoba Liang. Yet, no one believed that, in a fair battle, he would be a match for Tuobel Yang. However, within just 2 days, he had turned the tables and defeated the monster Tuobel Yang. Now, the so-called geniuses and experts of the Oddity Tower were all amazed by Yi Zhao's innate talent and battle prowess. I never expected that the final celestial selection winner would not be from our 5 element sect, nor from the tribe's top experts, nor even Tuobel Yang, but someone from an outsider. Indeed, I never understood before why our Dragon Alliance was under the control of the Tiger Alliance, but now I seem to understand. Even without the former Alliance leaders' restrictions, with the Tiger Alliance's master sitting out there, our Dragon Alliance's top experts don't dare to leave easily. The crowd began to discuss and speculate, and at this moment, Flower, who was thrilled and infatuated, flew into Yi Zhao's arms again. In this world, Yi Zi was still charming. Ziyue, Chu Biao, and others also gathered around. All right, Master Yi, now that your grandson has been chosen as the celestial selection winner, he must come back with me to the 5 element sect for systematic cultivation. With one statement, Elder Fire made Yi Zi push away Flower and look towards his grandfather and the others. What a joke! Yi Zi had never considered going to the 5 elements sect or staying in the Dragon Alliance's world. His wife was still anxiously waiting for his return outside. Elder Fire, let me have a few words with my grandson before we decide. Although Master Yi did not decline, he frowned slightly, showing that he was aware of the upcoming cultivation arrangement at the 5 element sect for the celestial selection winner. Master Yi, at daybreak tomorrow, I will take him back. From now on, he will be my closed-door disciple. Elder Fire's tone was unusually strong, leaving no room for Master Yi to refuse. He even ended with a threatening tone. If he doesn't go, there might be chaos in the Dragon Alliance in the future, and Master Yi, you will bear the blame. With that, he turned and left. Yi Zi then looked at his grandfather, puzzled. Master Yi soon relaxed his tight frown and said to Yi Zi, "Zi, come, let's have a chat tonight." And the celestial selection came to an end. Yi Zi not only became the celestial selection winner, but also the grandson of the Tiger Alliance's elder, soaring in status. Even Chu Biao, Ziyue, and others who were with him received special treatment from the Oddity Tower. Master Yi now had the authority to freely enter and exit any place within the Oddity Tower, and he directly brought Yi Zi to the top floor. Grandfather, why is the gravity direction of this tower so strange? As they reached the top floor, Yi Zi opened the topic. What do you think affects gravity in your understanding of the world? Instead of giving a direct answer, the elder Yi led Yi Zi to a strange secret room at the top, opposite to the scripture repository. Of course, it's the massive objects, basic high school physics knowledge. Yi Zi replied based on his common knowledge. This only deepened his confusion. If it followed his common knowledge, what massive object could the top floor of the Oddity Tower conceal? If such an object existed, it would have crushed the tower. Yi Zi was a martial artist from the city. While he believed in ancient martial power, he never believed in supernatural abilities. Yes, that's general knowledge in our scientific world, but it's not the only explanation. The elder Yi opened the door to a long-unused room on the top floor, saying, in fact, force also has gravity. When the force becomes powerful to a certain extent, it can pull everything towards it. So, isn't that an alternative black hole? Yi Zi became amazed and excited when he spoke those words. No, it's one type of black hole. The elder Yi pointed upwards toward the top of the tower. Yi Zi looked up and felt a sense of unease. While he had witnessed many awe-inspiring scenes as a Dragon Breath general, seeing the shimmering energy sphere above the tower made him feel shocked. Such powerful force. As Yi Zi entered the room, he had to hold onto the railing tightly, fearing that if he let go, he might be sucked into that energy sphere. Grandfather, what is that exactly? That is a gift left to the Oddity Tower by the Dragon Alliance's master. As Yi Zi asked his question, he heard an answer, but it wasn't from his grandfather but from the direction of the sky. And it was a familiar voice. Teacher, Grandmaster, you are the master of Elder Aang, also my Grandmaster, right? This time, Yi Zi boldly asked. To hear her voice in such a place without seeing her, it must be the Oddity God. Who else could it be? If it was the Oddity God, then it was very likely to be Elder Aang's Grandmaster. However, the voice did not respond to Yi Zi. Instead, it questioned Elder Yi. Yi Bugui, what's the meaning of bringing your grandson to this place? Don't you know this is a forbidden place in the Oddity Tower? Are you trying to have me kill him? The voice was cold, But Yizi did not feel the same fear as that snowy night when he was in the mountains. With such a significant increase in his strength and with his grandfather by his side, no matter the family, a grandfather would always cherish his grandson. Similarly, Master Yi, like any ordinary old man, smiled and said, "Madam Ning, my grandson is now the celestial selection winner, entitled to understand the Dragon Alliance's past and make his own decisions." Madam Ning. Grandfather unexpectedly referred to this woman, who was like a dragon, rarely seen, as Madam Ning. Yi Shaoqing couldn't help but wonder if there was any connection between her and the Ning family. In the past, he might not have thought like this, but now that his grandfather could have a relationship with the mysterious Dragon Alliance, why would it be strange for a woman from the powerful Northeast military family and the Beiji Tower to be related? The Chosen One. What an imposing name. In reality, isn't it just the descendants of your Yi family? Perhaps he was already chosen when he came out of the womb. That voice came again. At the same time, Yi Shaoqing heard a hint of a Qin melody. When he opened his eyes again, he found a beautiful woman suddenly appearing in the large room. The feeling was strange, just like in the bamboo forest. Even though the person was so close, Yi Shaoqing couldn't clearly see her face. Yi Shaoqing was also a very intelligent man, knowing that it wasn't his eyes having a problem, but rather his mind being hypnotized by the Qin music, causing these strange occurrences. Madam Ning, your words seem to be a bit denying of my grandson's efforts. Grandfather Yi spoke favorably of his grandson like any normal old man. Both are descendants of the Yi family, but this child of mine has suffered the most. He is also the most independent and hardworking. Is that so? So, do you want to push him to a higher position, even surpassing your current status? The woman showed no favor towards Yi Shaoqing, but also no bias. I said, that depends on his own choices. Grandfather responded to Madam Ning before turning to look at Yi Shaoqing, his eyes full of admiration and the satisfaction of seeing the younger generation prospering. ZZ. Listen carefully. The martial world of the Dragon Country has existed for thousands of years already. Why haven't the experts of the cultivation world entered the ordinary world nowadays? It's because the Dragon Alliance's leader has a prohibition agreement that does not allow them to interact with the outside world, affecting the current social order. And our Yi family is designated by the Dragon Alliance leader as the external world agents. This is the deep power behind our family's wealth and status. So that's it. Yi Shaoqing's inner world was now difficult to calm down, finally understanding the definite meaning of the emphasis on martial arts. His grandfather, the Dragon Alliance leader, disappeared 50 years ago, and now, a delicate balance is maintained between the 8 major forces of the Dragon Alliance and our Yi family. That's why the prohibition still holds great constraint, but no one knows when this delicate balance might be broken. That's why the 5 Element sect and the Beiji Tower jointly proposed the Chosen One plan, aiming to cultivate a new alliance leader powerful enough to control the entire Dragon Alliance, continue to constrain the 8 major forces, and maintain stability in the world. Are you ready to accept it? Grandfather Yi spoke out the crucial information in one go, then smiled at his grandson, not wanting to pressure him. Even so, Yi Shaoqing knew the responsibilities on the shoulders of this Chosen One, and the challenges he would face in the future. Only 2 forces out of the 8 participated in the selection of this Chosen One, which already proved that this Chosen One was not recognized by the general public of the Dragon Alliance. Of course, in the future, when he truly became strong enough with boundless power and could use force to suppress all sides, other 6 major forces would have no choice but to acknowledge him. Grandfather, I have made my decision. I do not want to be this Chosen One. Yi Shaoqing answered decisively, leaving grandfather momentarily stunned. Following that, grandfather couldn't help but ask, why? You are a proud descendant of our Yi family, destined to achieve great things. No, my world is not here, so naturally, my glorious achievements are not here either. Yi Shaoqing gazed firmly at his grandfather, thinking about Chu Qingwu and Dao Dao in his mind. They were his world, and he did not want to leave them to enter this hidden world. All right then. Grandfather Yi ultimately felt a bit disappointed, temporarily not handing over what he had prepared for Yi Shaoqing and the Yi family. Grandfather, then I take my leave. Yi Shaoqing respectfully bowed to his grandfather and turned to leave. Up to this point, he had completed the designated mission to enter the Beiji Tower, woke up the dazed person, and rescued his cousin, making it a perfect ending. So, He wanted nothing more than to leave this place, his heart longing to return. Wait. Just as Yi Shaoqing turned around, Madame Ning finally spoke. Grandmother, is there anything you command? Yi Shaoqing turned back, respectfully asking. Madame Ning never denied being the master of Aang courtyard, implying she approved. Don't call me grandmother. Madame Ning finally responded directly to this question. I never took Aang as a disciple, nor am I any medical god of the dragon country. What? Yi Shaoqing was suddenly taken aback, realizing his own wishful thinking had been completely wrong. ZZ. Madame Ning is the music god of the dragon country. Her music can play heaven or hell. Grandfather Yi directly told his grandson. So that's it. Yi Shaoqing finally understood Madame Ning's identity. No wonder her music was so divine and mysterious. To bow with the surname Yi, I want to tell you, you have practiced my big brother's 9 palaces yin and yang secrets and 9 palaces 5 elements secrets. Then you should be his disciple. Madame Ning coldly and arrogantly stated, if you don't bow to the master with the surname Fire, that is appropriate, and I won't allow you to call others master, otherwise, you bear the consequences. According to her words, Yi Shaoqing guessed that her so-called big brother should be the medical god, but she didn't allow him to call others master. What about grandmother Aang and Uncle Snake? ZZ. Just agree with Madame Ning. Her big brother was the previous Dragon Alliance leader. Since she helped you become the disciple of the medical god's big brother, others naturally have no right to be your master. Grandfather Yi also advised. Grandfather, Madame Music God, I understand your intentions, but I have to refuse. What? Yi Shaoqing's response surprisingly caught Madame Ning, who was a supposed god, off guard, unable to help being surprised. Is this kid clueless? Doesn't he know how many people dream of being the disciple of the Dragon Country medical god, inheriting the 9 palaces yin and yang secrets, becoming the medical god's successor, and even inheriting the title of the medical god? Now, the mighty music god actively wants him to bow under her big brother, and he refuses. Yi Shaoqing, regardless of the astonishment of the two, proudly stated, one day as a master is a lifetime as a father. No matter what reason you gave the 9 palaces yin and yang secrets to grandmother Aang, since I inherited it from her, she is my master. Furthermore, I also have a martial arts master who once guided me in watching. I cannot betray them. You talk big. Since that's the case, I will cut off your cultivation. The sound of the chin resounded as Madame Ning tested whether he truly had the backbone. In an instant, Yi Shaoqing felt a splitting headache, as if his body was being torn apart. Illusion. Yi Shaoqing knew this was an illusion, but didn't know how to break it. The reason was the vast gap in cultivation between the two. In the face of absolute strength, he had no room to struggle. Now, can you still be arrogant? Madame Ning's voice echoed in Yi Shaoqing's mind. Senior, I'm not arrogant, I'm just speaking the truth. Yi Shaoqing endured the mental agony, still using a resolute voice to reply. Fine, then I will ruin your cultivation, turning all your adventures into nothing. The sound of the chin gradually became furious. Yi Shaoqing, holding his head in pain, struggled on the ground, feeling like his body was being torn apart. For a split second, he would not only lose his cultivation but perhaps even his life. But in the next instant, the string of the chin snapped. Madame Ning showed irritation, looking at the old man of the Yi family whom she had once deeply loved. All right, Madame Ning, why bother with the child so much? Moreover, he spoke quite reasonably. The Madame Ning I know is a knowledgeable and reasonable beauty, isn't she? Yibu Gui, I hate seeing you. I hate you. Madame Ning left these words and disappeared. Grandfather Yi wore a bitter smile, feeling that his relationship with this woman, who was once called a god, was getting worse. This might not be a good thing. Alas, Zhao Xia, since you have decided to go back, then go back quickly. Grandfather had said everything to his grandson. As a grandfather, he would not force his grandson to make choices he did not want to make. Yi Shaoqing had no mood for anything, feeling that his grandfather's last incomplete words hinted at something that might happen next, but he didn't speculate anymore. Even though it wasn't bright yet, he ordered everyone, let's leave now, and for safety's sake, we have to disguise ourselves as guards to leave. Outside the Beijing Tower, the dark sky gradually turned white as it was reflected by the snowy mountains. A group of young people had already been searching for a shortcut to escape in such harsh weather conditions. Hurry! Hurry! Aguzi! Walk faster. Chu Biao was shivering coldly on Agouzi's back, unable to resist slapping Agouzi to warm up. She envied Hua Shishi, who had her brother-in-law carrying her on his back and feeling no cold at all. In fact, even Hua Shishi was surprised. She used to be sensitive to the cold. So why did she wake up in this world without any fear of the cold winds and snow? She even felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had grown up in a place like this. What a strange feeling. Could this world be fake? Even if it was fake, she felt happy now. Thinking about this, Hua Shishi pressed her face against Yi Zhao's back again, feeling the warmth of this man. Yi Zi, however, was focused on getting out of this place quickly and back to his wife and daughter. Calculating the time, it had already been over half a month since he last contacted Chu Qingyu. He wondered how worried she must be. Suddenly, a cry interrupted the different thoughts of the group. Run. It's an avalanche. An avalanche is coming. Ziyue and Zizu were leading the way, and upon seeing the avalanche ahead, they quickly ran back, yelling to alert Yi Zi and the others. Yi Zi only then felt the world shaking violently. He knew there was no escaping now. In this situation, he could only shout, find a place with space to take cover. Soon, they were buried under the cold snow, and the already dark night became even darker with no hint of light. After a while, Yi Zi finally struggled out of the snowdrift, still holding on to Hua Shishi. Surprisingly, this flower of the city, Miss Hua, was much more resilient than he had thought. Buried under the snow for so long, she not only survived but also remained conscious. Hua Shishi, you can withstand the cold so well. Yi Zi couldn't help but be curious after rescuing Hua Shishi. Hua Shishi herself was confused. The snow seeping into her body didn't make her uncomfortable. Instead, it made her more comfortable. Perhaps this is indeed a fake world. Hua Shishi sighed and felt a sense of loss. It wasn't that she was unhappy, but she realized that the world was fake just as she finally thought she could be with Yi Zi. Seeing her expression, Yi Zi couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. However, he didn't have time to chat with her now. The priority was finding Agouzi and Ziyizi. Just as he stood up, he noticed the old man standing on the snow peak and finally understood what had caused the recent minor snowslide. It was the Elder Fire who had intercepted them. Yi Zi, who gave you permission to leave without saying goodbye? The Elder Fire leapt down gracefully, his martial arts skills leaving Yi Zi in awe. As for his level of power, Yi Zi couldn't comprehend it at the moment. Elder Fire, I don't belong to Beiji Tower, let alone the Dragon Alliance. I came here to save people, and now that I've stayed longer than expected, worried that my family might be anxious, please forgive me for leaving. Yi Zi, protecting Hua Shishi, replied respectfully to the Elder Fire's somewhat angry words. HMPH, I don't care about your past. You are now the chosen one, and that means you are mine. Now come with me back to the Five Elements Gate. The Elder Fire's tone became more furious, not allowing any resistance from Yi Zi. Elder Fire, what if I refuse? Yi Zi, realizing reasoning might not work, tried to assert himself, curious to see the Elder Fire's determination. The Elder Fire, without hesitation, reached out to capture Yi Zi. Yi Zi exerted all his strength but found his power as the Chosen One was minuscule compared to the Elder Fire's. In an instant, Yi Zi was grabbed by the throat. Yi Zi, Hua Shishi wanted to intervene but was pushed away by the Elder Fire. Yi Zi, I tell you, the Chosen One plan is the blood and hope of our entire Dragon Alliance. It cannot be ruined by your recklessness. Regardless, the Five Elements Gate will also nurture a new Dragon Alliance leader. The Elder Fire's face twisted with determination. Yi Zi not only understood psychology, but human nature as well. Seeing the Elder Fire's expression, he couldn't help but sneer. So you stopped me not out of love for talent, but for your own ambitions. If I don't agree to return to the Five Elements Gate, would you support someone else as the Chosen One? The Elder Fire was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Yi Zhao's insight. After a while, he showed a cold, murderous smile. Yi Zi, since you've seen through my thoughts, you must perish. The Elder Fire immediately exuded a ferocious aura. Yi Zi felt like his whole world was being blown away by the Elder Fire's might, more terrifying than the snowslide. Yi Zi had a chance to change his mind. He could have agreed to be the Chosen One, helping the Five Elements Gate and the Elder Fire control the Dragon Alliance. But he didn't. He was never one to submit to others' tyranny. In the moment of life and death, his mind was chaotic. Just when he thought he was going to die, in the next instant, he suddenly became clear-headed. The hand raised by the Elder Fire was firmly held by someone else. Despite the Elder Fire's power, he couldn't move. "Grandfather!" Yi broke free and exclaimed with relief. "Yi, go back quickly. Since you have no intention of staying in this world, Grandfather won't let you get involved." Grandfather said with a loving tone, facing away from Yi. Yi didn't know what to feel. He nodded quickly and went to find Hua Shishi and Yi. "Elder Fire, if I don't show up, are you really willing to kill my grandson?" Only then did Grandfather shake off the Elder Fire, his gaze turning sharp instead of loving. Now he wasn't a grandfather, but the esteemed Tiger Alliance leader. The Elder Fire was left somewhat embarrassed by the forceful gesture and landed elegantly. He then smirked, "Ibugui, don't show off in front of me. 20 years ago, your martial god status allowed you to defeat me and suppress the Dragon Alliance's powers because you had others helping you. Do you really think you still have the same control as before after 20 years? I'm telling you, don't just think about your grandson. If you block me today, I'll kill you too. My 5 Elements Gate will rule the Dragon Alliance, and even lift the ban on the martial arts world. The era of ruling the world is here." The conversation turned provocative, involving the greater picture. Even appearing in the scene, watching the two confrontations, Elder Flame knew there might inevitably be a divine battle today. Grandfather, as the leader of the Tiger Alliance, was tasked with maintaining the stability of the martial arts world and the external worldly peace on behalf of the Dragon Alliance leader. The Elder Fire's declaration had touched the limit of the prohibition, and following his duties, there might be no avoiding the need to deal with this ambitious figure. "Elder, 20 years have passed. Can you, a 12-layer internal energy peak god warrior, still wield the same control as before?" Even Elder Flame couldn't help but feel worry. External martial artists and internal martial artists were different, and they couldn't escape the effects of aging. The Elder Fire was an innate level warrior, his meridians nourished by a potent true Che, enough to maintain his youthful appearance and strength for 20 years. However, Grandfather was the opposite. His internal energy relied on the training of his body, and as he aged, his strength declined. Under this comparison, his chances of winning today were uncertain. However, in the next moment, Elder Flame was shocked. Grandfather's punch directly struck the mountain wall where the Elder Fire stood. Boom. Wow. Even Yi, who had just found and picked up Hua Shishi, felt unsteady and exclaimed. Grandfather's punch had directly changed the landscape of the snow-capped mountain. It was terrifying. The mountain had moved to the side, and the world trembled. Though Yi couldn't see his grandfather, he could feel the scorching light emanating from him. Just what kind of monster was his grandfather? Even more terrifying, it seemed the Elder Fire wasn't defeated by the punch, and the two gods began to fight. Yi grew anxious. In such a divine clash, the people around were sure to suffer. If he didn't find Yi soon, she might be buried in the snow mountain forever. However, even as the Chosen One, trained in the fiery 5 elements technique, in the face of this catastrophic landslide, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. It was already challenging enough to carry Hua Shishi and barely escape being buried alive, let alone trying to locate Yi and the others. Now, he could only hope that Aguzi and Yi had managed to escape unharmed. Doom. Suddenly, another avalanche cascaded down from above, and the two deities were engaged in a heated battle. This divine clash brought disaster to everyone else present. Yi and Hua Shishi were also buried under the snow. Phew. Yixiao didn't know how long it had been. After exerting tremendous effort, he finally managed to dig Daydream out from the snowdrifts. By then, he realized that it was already bright outside. The ground was still trembling as the superhuman warrior with 12 layers of internal energy and the top-notch experts were still locked in a difficult battle. Yixiao glanced around and noticed that everyone from Beiji Tower had already gathered. They stood far away around the nearly flattened snow mountain, awestruck as they watched the celestial battle unfold. Ha ha. Yixiao, I admit that at your age, being able to unleash this kind of power is truly admirable. But if this continues, the balance of power between us will completely shift. Fire Elder's triumphant smile filled the entire snowy mountain. Yixiao looked into the distance and saw that the Fire Elder's clothes were in tatters, and his former noble air had disappeared, making him look like a beggar. Where was Grandfather? Yixiao immediately became worried and searched around, only to find Grandfather standing below the Fire Elder. Apart from his familiar face, His figure was completely transformed from what Yexiao had previously seen. The slightly hunched old man from before now exuded muscular prowess and a flush of vitality like a middle-aged martial artist despite his silver hair. Yexiao had just heard the arrogant words of the Fire Elder and learned that Grandfather had intervened not solely because the Fire Elder wanted to eliminate him, but to maintain stability between the two worlds. However, Yexiao was genuinely worried at this moment. Grandfather and the Fire Elder seemed evenly matched, and he was unsure of Beiji Tower's stance in this standoff. Clang, a clear and melodious sound of a zither echoed from the sky. Following that, a beautiful melody continued to flow. Ah, Goddess Beiji. It's the descent of the Goddess Beiji. The people around Beiji Tower immediately knelt down upon hearing the music, gazing reverently at the sky. Even Toba Haiyun didn't exempt himself. Levitating in midair could be achieved through small tricks, but to play such celestial music, it had to be none other than the Goddess Beiji. Indeed, a moment later, a celestial maiden in flowing white robes flew directly from the top of the tower. That feeling was unmistakable. Everyone in Beiji, including superpowers like Toba Haiyun, couldn't resist the interference of the zither's waves with their brainwaves, hindering their clear vision of the face of the Goddess Beiji. All they knew was she appeared divine and beautiful. Welcome, Goddess Beiji. Led by Toba Haiyun, the people of Beiji all devoutly called out. However, the Goddess Beiji didn't respond to these devout believers. Instead, she sat on the highest snow peak, playing the zither and inquired, "Yexiao, do you need my help?" Upon hearing this, Yexiao felt relieved. With the Goddess Beiji assisting Grandfather, he wasn't afraid of Toba Haiyun and Fire Elder teaming up against him. It seemed Grandfather had the situation under control with the help of Yin Law. It appeared Grandfather was secure in this divine battle. Fire Elder furrowed his brows, shouting at the Goddess Beiji, "Goddess Beiji, you are a deity of Beiji and hence are one of our Dragon League members. How can you help the Tiger League to fight against members of your own league?" The Goddess Beiji remained silent towards Fire Elder and awaited Yexiao's response. Yexiao looked towards Grandfather, curious about how he would reply. Lady Ning, the former Dragon League leader, forbade the entry of Dragon League members into the human realm. However, Fire Elder tried to break this prohibition and even aimed to control the Dragon League's invasion of the human realm. As the former Dragon League leader's foster sister, it is my duty to assist in enforcing the law, eliminating such individuals and maintaining peace between the two realms, Grandfather sternly responded. However, the Goddess Beiji chuckled. Yexiao, I left the Beiji realm 20 years ago and am no longer a deity. Since you also address me as Lady Ning, I am just a resident of the human world now. Who am I to enforce laws and duties? I ask you, do you want my help? Her tone clearly showed a hint of displeasure. If Yexiao hadn't talked to the Goddess Beiji last night, he might not have understood her change in demeanor. But now, he understood very well. Lady Ning must have loved Grandfather when she was young, and the resentful tone in her voice was apparent even to him. Well, in that case, let me enforce the law myself. Grandfather sighed meaningfully, concentrating his internal energy of 12 layers once more. Surprisingly, the snowy mountain was now warm. HMPH, Yexiao, come at me. Fire Elder also gathered his momentum, simultaneously grumbling, why can't warriors control the outside world? We, the strong, why should we accommodate the insignificant mortals of the human realm? Now that the Dragon League leader is no longer here, how dare you of the Tiger League continue to suppress us? What a joke. Even Yexiao found some validity in Fire Elder's words, resonating with the age-old principle that might makes right. Yet Grandfather's expression remained steadfast, believing in the righteousness of his actions. Doom. Grandfather leapt up, showing the distinct difference between external and internal martial arts, with the explosive power emanating from his body causing significant tremors that split the snowy mountain. Beiji found itself in a seismic upheaval, terrifying. Toba Haiyun couldn't help but marvel at the strength of Grandfather. With external martial arts honed to perfection, the sheer power displayed was overwhelming, something even top-notch experts couldn't match against this divine warrior. Fire Elder's emotions mirrored Toba Haiyun's surprise. He hadn't anticipated that Yexiao would unleash his power to this extent. This was bad. Fire Elder, sensing imminent defeat, gathered all his strength to unleash the fiery martial arts technique, hoping to repel his opponent. Yet, in the split second of his fear, he knew the outcome. His innate level fiery power still couldn't stop the onslaught of this divine warrior. Grandfather effortlessly broke through the fiery elements and sent the ferocious punch towards Fire Elder. It was over. Even the disciples watching from afar knew that their master was about to meet his end. Until this day, they believed their master was the most powerful in the world, only to discover that the Tiger League leader residing outside the human realm was even more formidable. Grandfather's power not only awed the people of Beiji, but also astonished Yexiao himself, profoundly shaken by his grandfather's might. Even a sense of reverence toward the thousand-year heritage of the Yi family surged within him, pride swelling as a descendant of the Yi family. However, at this moment, Clang a zither sound reached their ears once again, and everyone saw a powerful vortex of sound waves swirling towards grandfather's back. Not just one but 3 consecutive waves struck. Yexiao suddenly understood that the goddess Beiji's attack surpassed the speed of sound. By the time he heard the sound, the sonic booms had already reached grandfather's position. Grandfather! Yexiao couldn't believe that, in the end, the goddess Beiji would target grandfather. He couldn't help but cry out in shock, desperately wanting to rush over. Unfortunately, it was futile, too late, and he lacked the strength to fend off an attack of this magnitude. Crash! As grandfather was struck, his eyes betrayed a sense of incredulity even more profound than Yexiao's. However, when he was hit by the 3 sonic attacks, he smiled bitterly, as if understanding why this woman finally took action against him. Ha! Yexiao, your time has finally come to an end. Fire Elder also never expected the goddess Beiji to assist him in the end. It was only after a brief moment of astonishment that he leapt up to completely slay the Tiger League leader. Oh no, grandfather. Yin Lao had been convinced that grandfather had a winning hand, hence he had no plans to intervene. Now, with this sudden turning of events, even he was momentarily at a loss. By the time he moved to act, it was already too late. Just when Yin Lao and Yexiao thought grandfather was about to fall to the hands of Fire Elder, another sound wave descended from the heavens, landing in front of Fire Elder, kicking up a flurry of snowflakes. The crowd was astonished once again. Fire Elder had no choice but to grit his teeth and halt his attacks, looking up at the capricious woman on the roof. Who do you think you are, Goddess Beiji? Do you want to kill both Yexiao and me at once? Fire Elder's voice reflected frustration. While he was utterly confident in his own abilities, his injuries were severe, and he couldn't fathom the woman's intentions, so he bit his tongue and left. Grandfather! Grandfather! At that moment, Yexiao rushed over, helping his severely wounded grandfather out and hurriedly using the techniques of the Yan Huan manual to seal off several acupoints, preventing the elderly man from bleeding to death on the spot. Grandfather slightly opened his eyes, gazing at his recently grown-up grandson with a trace of contentment. Then, he seemed to remember something, quickly patting himself down and producing a dazzling golden emblem. Grandpa. I'm sorry. As Yi Lao Yezi spoke, Yishao's heart sank at his words. But given the dire situation now, he could only focus on treating Grandpa and didn't interrupt him. You've grown up now, and Grandpa can take care of you, or guide you. Letting a child like you wander outside and suffer. Now I'm reaching my limit, but I need to entrust you with the most important task. At this point, Yi Lao Yezi finally reached out and held Yi Zhao's hand, telling him not to continue treating himself. Grandpa. Yi suddenly felt something in his hand and saw a shining Yi character out of the corner of his eye. This is the supreme token of the Yi family, with countless bases and powers worldwide. This is the command to them. Grandpa. This. Yi didn't know what to say. In today's age of technology and information, he never expected the Yi family to have such ancient things, let alone know the specific use of this token. Yi Lao Yezi seemed to see through his thoughts and smiled, saying, You will know its specific use in due time. For now, I entrust the Yi family to you. I believe that one day you will surpass your father, even surpass me. Grandpa. All right, don't act pitiful in front of me anymore. Yi wanted to continue treating Grandpa, but a voice of impatience came from the sky again. Then the sound of a zither came, and Yi Zhao's body suddenly froze, his mind gradually turning blank. Clatter. After Yi fell, the flying Yi Lao Yezi was picked up by the disobedient god, and they flew towards the disobedient tower. People on the ground bowed and worshipped again, bidding farewell to the disobedient god. Clatter. The beautiful disobedient god, despite her beauty, showed no tenderness. She angrily threw Yilao Yezi to the ground upon reaching the top of the disobedient tower. Then, she played the zither with her 10 jade fingers, producing a melodious sound. Yibugui, do you hate me? If I kill you today, will you be unwilling? Listening to the goddess's resentful words, Yilado squinted his eyes, trying to see through the true goddess, a feat impossible for ordinary mortals. Her phoenix eyes were piercing, her delicate nose slightly upturned, her face like white jade, attire simple yet radiant in white. I do not begrudge you. If I die by your hands, I have no regrets. However, I do not understand why you want to kill me. Even more, I do not understand why you used zither music to harm my grandson's mind. Yilao Yezi said slowly, a look of helplessness on his face, perhaps feeling guilty for causing harm to his grandson. Do you not understand? How dare you say you do not understand? The goddess grew even more agitated. Do you remember the times you wronged me? 50 years ago, you married once. 30 years ago, you made me the disobedient god for the second time. 20 years ago, you even wanted to restrict me from entering the secular world to find you. I am a woman, a foolish woman. You wronged me 3 times, I hit you 3 times. So what? If I don't kill you, are you going to restrict me from entering the secular world again? A dignified disobedient god, when angry, was no different from an ordinary woman. In fact, she was even more earthly and audacious. Yilao Yezi listened to her words and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Madam Ning, I am 80 years old this year. You are 81. Why bring up these matters? Shut up. The goddess trembled with anger. Do I look like an 81-year-old to you? I say I'm 18. And everyone believes me. A woman exudes charm for herself. Do you know how many decades I've maintained my beauty just for you to look at? But have you really looked at me? Who else will I be seen by if not you? Yilao Yezi fell silent. How could an 80-year-old man argue with a woman who looked 18, but was actually a year older than him? Especially, and she was so agitated. However, he couldn't remain silent, making the goddess even angrier as she reprimanded him. What? Ashamed of yourself? Do you feel you owe me? I waited for you for 60 years, but you were surrounded by children and grandchildren. This year, you even brought your grandson to see me. I'll make sure he never remembers coming here or seeing me. Ah. Yilao Yezi sighed. Madam Ning, it has come to this. I have nothing more to say. You may as well kill me with one stroke of your sword. That old man, how could he ever make amends? Indeed, how could he? Humph, if I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have brought you here to say so much nonsense, the goddess said before sitting down to play the zither again. Yibugui, you neglected me for the order of the 2 realms, neglected me for years, and now I want to drain your cultivation. I want you to spend the rest of your days by my side. I don't care who you are with, as long as it's me. The disobedient god played the zither with her jade fingers, producing a heavenly melody. 10 days later, in Huacheng, it was New Year's Eve, and Chu Qingyu had returned from the EC to celebrate with her family. The luxurious villa was filled with festive decorations, but she was feeling down. Xia Churan, who was helping with the villa, didn't know how to comfort her. If she were Chu Qingyu, spending New Year's Eve with a debauched father and a mentally unstable mother, she wouldn't be happy either. Not to mention, she knew about Chu Qingyu's feelings for Yizi. He had been away from Huacheng for almost a month now, with no news at all. Mom, great-great-grandmother and the others are here. Suddenly, Tao Dao ran into the room, pulling Chu Qingyu's hand. Seeing her, Chu Qingyu finally snapped back to reality, stood up, and saw the elders of the Chu family approaching for New Year's greetings. The Chu family had undergone significant changes over the past year. A year ago, Chu Qingyu was the lowest-ranked woman in the family, having to consider the faces of her relatives to return home for the new year. But in just half a year, everything had changed. Now, Chu Jiangwo no longer returned to the Chu family, and their relatives had all thrived due to their relationship with Chu Qingyu. However, the man who had brought glory to the Chu family was no longer in Huacheng. Grandma, you're here? Seeing so many relatives, Chu Qingyu's despondency lifted a bit. At least the palace-like villa didn't feel as lonely. Qingyu, has Yizi still not returned? Grandmother walked over with a cane, gently holding Chu Qingyu's hand, showing concern. The status of the Chu family in Huacheng had far surpassed what the old lady had envisioned, and with one grandson dead and 2 others having left home, her previous preference for males had diminished. If her granddaughter could shine, There was no need to worrying about the two unruly grandsons. Chu Qingyu shook her head. Chu Jianwo let out a sigh, as if he had something to say but was hesitating. Second uncle, if you have something to say, just say it. Chu Qingyu noticed Tan urged him on. With no news of Yi Zi at all, any information related to him was considered good news. But Chu Jianwo wasn't so sure. However, since Chu Qingyu asked him to speak, he did. Qingyu, I did receive some news related to the Yi family in Yanjing, involving Yi Zi, but I urge you to remain calm no matter what you hear. Second uncle, please tell me. Chu Qingyu was already getting excited. With no news of Yi Zi, any information was welcome, despite her fear. That's right, today is New Year's Eve, and the Yanjing Yi family has confirmed the third-generation heir. Yi Zhao has become the young head of the family, and it was officially announced that both Yi Zi and Yi Lao Yezi have unfortunately met with disaster. As Chu Jianwo relayed this news, everyone at the scene was shocked, even Chu Weiman and Wang Yanqing, who had just come out. Yes, today is New Year's Eve, and it is also the day the Yanjing Yi family has determined the third-generation successor. However, both Yi Lao Yezi and Yi Zi were absent from the event. After an internal meeting, the Yi family announced to the world that Yi Zi and Yi Lao Yezi had both tragically passed away. Chu Jianwo revealed the news he had just heard. Doom. Upon hearing that Yi Zi had passed away, Chu Qingyu's eyes darkened, and she slumped to the ground. Tao Dao saw this, burst into tears. The grandmother quickly comforted the mother and daughter, then scolded Chu Jianwo. Is this true or false? Until there is clear evidence of Yi Zhao's death, don't spread rumors. Chu Jianwo sighed and fell silent. But those present were not fools. The Yi family was the top powerhouse of the Long Kingdom. While creating rumors about Yi Zhao's death for power struggles was possible, spreading lies about Yi Lao Yezi's untimely demise was unthinkable. So, it was likely that this news was indeed true. The 8th day of the Lunar New Year. In the shantytown area of Jinling, a beautiful young woman arrived today, looking to be around 30 years old, with a very impressive figure. Her outfit was also very bright and glamorous, with a hip-hugging skirt and a long coat made of luxury global brands. She clearly didn't seem like the type of woman who should be in such a dirty and chaotic place as the shantytown area. However, she was very determined to find the most rundown house in the shantytown area and shouted, "Is anyone there?" After a few seconds with no response, the beautiful young woman confirmed that she was in the right place and boldly walked in. "Is anyone there? Does Yi Dashan live here?" Just as she walked in, she still didn't see anyone. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she heard a voice from above ask, "What do you want?" "Oh my!" The beautiful young woman was startled, then quickly looked up, only to see a man sleeping on a beam. At that moment, the man lowered his head and saw her stunning figure through her open collar. "Oh!" The beautiful young woman quickly did 3 things in one breath: lowered her head, covered her chest, and stepped back a few steps. She then angrily said, "You little brat, how dare you peep at me like this? You have a lot of nerve. Do you know who I am?" Known as Rose's sister, the beautiful young woman was a prominent figure in Jinling City. If it weren't for a strange illness she had, and hearing that a divine healer had recently moved in there and cured many local villagers of various ailments, she wouldn't have come seeking help. However, seeing the young man looking so young, she felt hesitant. How could a divine healer be this young? Could he be a swindler in the martial world, paying people to advertise for him? But in the next moment, her thoughts instantly flipped. The man leapt down gracefully, as lightly as a calf falling from a height, making no sound. "Who are you exactly?" Rose's sister suddenly became intensely curious about the young man. From his movements, his melancholic gaze, and his slightly worn face, she felt that there must be a story behind him. To her surprise, the man, upon hearing her question, suddenly grimaced, looking increasingly pained. "Who am I? Who am I really?" The man held his head, even rolling on the ground. If not for the visible pain on his face and his whole body soaked in sweat, Rose's sister might have thought he was pretending to peek under her skirt. But seeing his distress, she squatted out of concern, trying to help him up. "Hey, are you all right?" When she said hey, the man's expression turned ferocious, appearing more and more tormented. "I am who? Who am I?" the man muttered emotionally, even rolling on the ground. His memory was blank. Each time he tried to think about himself, a darn tune would play in his head, blocking out all memories. He didn't even remember his name. The only thing he could recall was waking up suddenly in a snowy wilderness, with nothing on him except for a priceless medal with the character Yi on it. Later, the local government in that country deemed him a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, believing he had been robbed in their country, then deported him back to Jinling in the Dragon Kingdom. He remembered it was New Year's Eve when he returned to the Dragon Kingdom, brought over by the local government for the New Year celebration. It had already been 8 days. Well, forget it. You seem so troubled. Your medical skills must not be great. I'm leaving. Rose's sister helped the man up, gave him a pat on the back, and prepared to leave. Though she found him to be an ordinary man, she didn't hold any grudges. His clothes, though worn out, were tidy, especially his modest small house, which was well organized, displaying a soldier's discipline. Wait. Just as Rose's sister was about to leave, she heard a call from behind, causing her to glance back. Miss, you can mock me as a muscular young man with long legs, but you can't mock my medical skills. Oh really? Rose's sister found the man quite humorous and shameless. The man stood up and confidently said, have you been having abdominal pain lately, sweating with fever, and feeling uncomfortable every night? Ah, how did you know that? The man accurately described her symptoms with just a glance, astonishing Rose's sister. They always say seeing, smelling, asking, and feeling, but this man accurately diagnosed her condition with just one look. It seemed his medical skills were truly extraordinary. Encouraged, Rose's sister said, with such medical skills, I can't do without rewarding you. She straightened her clothes and pulled out a wad of cash from her coat, handing it to the man. Hey, handsome, with your skill and expertise, why stay in a place like this? Why don't you join me and show your skills outside? Maybe then, you can even find out who you really are. Who am I? The man couldn't help but think about this question, and the annoying tune started playing in his mind again. Even though he had lost his memory due to this tune, his intelligence remained intact. He needed strength and stimulation to recover his lost memories. When he heard hey, he would recall that name Shishi, even though he couldn't remember who Shishi was. All right, I'll go with you. The man agreed, and Rose's sister was delighted. Not only had she received medical treatment, but she had also gained a skilled companion. Perhaps you wouldn't have to fear those rascals from the 5 Stars Club anymore. Once outside, you will be my brother, but I still need to give you a name. What do you want to be called? I don't know, but I should have the surname E. Furrowing his brows, the man couldn't help but clench the gold medal in his pocket. He believed that understanding the meaning of this medal would help him identify who he was and retrieve his lost memories. In that case, since your medical skills are excellent, how about I call you Yiton for now? It's easy to remember. The man didn't care much about the name Rose's sister gave him, as it was just a temporary alias. He was determined to regain his memories, because he felt there were many important things awaiting him and many people relying on him. Tinghui Leisure Club in Jinling City is a famous entertainment venue in the Dragon Kingdom. At night, the lights here become enchantingly bright, with handsome men and beautiful women aplenty, all dressed in high-end attire, indicating that only the upper class can enter this place. If you are a local in Jinling City, you would know that this is the headquarters of the 100 Flowers Club. Despite its romantic atmosphere, it is actually a dangerous place akin to a tiger's den or a dragon's lair. Those who dare to cause trouble here would meet a grim fate. In the past, there were wealthy second-generation individuals who got drunk and acted like hooligans, only to have their legs broken and thrown out. At this moment, unlike the other rooms filled with revelry, Jaein Migu sat alone in the top suite. Since returning from treatment yesterday, she had been pondering who had put a curse on her. Thinking it over, the man with such skill and courage could only be the head of the Wu Crossing Club, Son Chengjian, the wealthy young master from the Netherworld, relying on some powerful martial artists by his side, was recruiting and building his own kingdom in Jinling City of the Dragon Kingdom. HMPH, arrogant people from the Netherworld, do they think the people of our Dragon Kingdom are easy to bully? Do they think the rose of the Jaein family can be plucked at will? Today, I will show you a lesson. Jaein Migu, with a frustrated look, suddenly slammed the red wine in her hand on the table, her eyes full of anger. Knock, knock. At this moment, someone also knocked on the door. Coming. With a response from Jaein Migu, the door opened, and a tall woman walked in. Known as Jing Wei, few people knew her real name. She was the deputy head of the 100 Flowers Club, skilled in combat, having won the Dragon Kingdom Women's Free Fighting Championship several times and reigning as the champion of the Jinling Women's Martial Arts Championship for 5 years, making men keep their distance. Big sister, people from the Wu Crossing Club are here. How many of them are here? Upon hearing the term Wu Crossing Club, Jian Meigu's beautiful eyes burned with anger as she looked at Jingwei. There are 3 of them, 2 men and 1 woman, with Pa Zheng leading the group, who has recently made a name for himself in Jinling, Jingwei said, her teeth grinding, obviously having some conflict with Pa Zheng. HMPH, San Chengjian didn't come? Let Pa Zheng in, and have the others stop them. Yes. Big sister. Jingwei had just nodded, not yet turned to leave, when a commotion broke out outside the door. Get lost. Do you even know who you are dealing with? Can you stop us from the Wu Crossing Club? With a haughty remark spreading, the door was forcefully thrown open. Seeing her 2 brothers who guarded the door being knocked down, the anger in Jian Meigu surged. Slamming the table, she stood up, her teeth almost piercing her red lips. Damn it! The actions of the Wu Crossing Club were clearly disruptive. Moreover, they were now disrupting the 100 Flowers Club, a place respected by all the ordinary people in Jinling City. Throughout the recent history of Jinling, anyone who dared to provoke the 100 Flowers Club had long been vanquished. Hehe, Rose sister and Jing sister are here. Would you kindly welcome me? Even knowing that the 2 women inside were fuming with rage, a brazen voice could still be heard from outside. Soon, a man confidently strode in, with a mischievous grin on his face and a gaze fixated on Jian Meigu's chest. His aura hidden but chilling, it was evident that his strength was remarkable, perhaps even above the level of elite martial artists. Such experts were rare in Jinling, making him a formidable foe. Welcome, I welcome you to hell. Jingwei was hot-tempered, and as soon as she met him, she raised her 42-inch long leg to kick the arrogant rascal flat. How dare they injure their brothers from the 100 Flowers Club inside the establishment? These rascals were truly audacious. Wait, Jingwei. Jian Meigu's voice suddenly rang out, halting Jingwei, who looked back at the big sister in confusion. Seeing Pa Zheng, whose mouth curved even more smugly. Behind him, his subordinates also enter, one of them lightly slapping Jingwei's face. Ha ha! Long-legged beauty, you got lucky. If it weren't for your big sister stopping you, you would be lying on the ground now. Do you understand? Damn it! Go to hell. Jingwei was no ordinary person. When had anyone dared to be so arrogant in front of her? Unable to hold back, she was about to throw a punch. HOWEVR Jingwei, I told you to calm down. Didn't you hear me? Jian Meigu grabbed her wrist directly, forcing her to endure. She was puzzled by her big sister's unusual behavior. Only 3 members from the Wu Crossing Club had arrived, and they had already humiliated the dignity and face of the 100 Flowers Club. Why was she hesitating to act? This was unlike her usual character. You better not stay here. Quickly go downstairs to greet the esteemed guest. Jian Meigu suddenly signaled Jingwei with her eyes, prompting her to leave. Jingwei had followed Jian Meigu for many years. Although she was a champion in martial arts, she had also been convinced by Jian Meigu's mature wisdom, submitting not only to her strength, but also to her sagacity. With just one look from Jian Meigu at this moment, Jingwei understood that the 2 men from the Wu Crossing Club were very strong, and they might not be able to defeat them. The reinforcements sought by the big sister had already arrived downstairs. HMPH, people from the Netherworld, don't be arrogant, you'll regret it later. Jingwei pretended to be angry as she left but was actually curious and eager. This was because the big sister had told her yesterday about meeting a memory loss physician when seeking medical treatment. The person's skills far surpassed even her, the big sister of the 100 Flowers Club. So now, she was eager to see who this memory loss physician really was. Quick, all of you follow me downstairs to welcome the great deity. After Jingwei left the top suite, she waved her hand and led 10 brothers downstairs in a brisk manner. Meanwhile, Wei, following the instructions of Roses, had just arrived at the entrance of the Royal Club. However, he was halted by 2 women wearing tight skirts. Despite Yi's decent appearance, tall stature, and a scent of mature manliness, which would have surely attracted the attention of these women if it were about dating, it did not align with the elite status of the members coming and going from the club. So naturally, they had to stop him. Otherwise, if Jingwei were to find out that they let someone like him in, they would surely be reprimanded. Handsome man, this isn't a place you can casually enter. You better leave quickly. Wei was about to explain, but then he saw a curvaceous woman walking towards him with a disdainful look and a slight curve on her red lips. "Loser. This isn't a place for you, so get lost." We didn't understand why the curvaceous woman was so harsh towards him, but the other women did. As per the rules of the Paradise Club, to prevent these women from snatching clients, it was specifically mandated that unless a client had a specific preference, each woman had to serve in order. Unfortunately for him, it was now the turn of the curvaceous woman, Lei Xun, to attend to him. Everyone at the Paradise Club knew that Lei Xun had high standards. Normally, she looked down on those wealthy second generations and insisted that only the influential figures in Jinling were worthy of her service. So today, having to serve a poor loser like him was the last thing she wanted. "I'm not here to spend money. I am, get lost." When Lei Xun heard that we wasn't here to spend money, her remarks turned even more acerbic, and she even wanted to kick him out. We had no choice. Having just come out of the slums, all he had was a leaf-shaped token and hadn't even had the chance to buy a phone yet. If others didn't let him in, then he could only turn around and leave. Surprisingly, as he turned to leave, Jingwei rushed downstairs, looking very anxious. Seeing Jingwei coming down, the women who had just been sharp and harsh towards would quickly put on a fawning smile. After all, this woman was their boss who managed their salaries and benefits. Lei Xun, in particular, greeted her with a smile, hoping to get on Jingwei's good side and earn big money. However, Jingwei completely ignored her and, upon seeing Wei leaving, guessed that he must be the expert physician whom the big sister wanted her to welcome. She hurriedly followed, showing great respect as she called out, "Great Master Wei, apologies. We're late in receiving you." "What? Great Master Wei?" Hearing Jingwei address the poor guy like that left the women dumbfounded. Didn't they know how haughty Jingwei usually was? Even those wealthy men from Jinling, whose assets were in the millions, she wouldn't even spare a glance at them. So, for her to address someone as a great master, that person must have quite a significant background. Subsequently, when they saw Jingwei leading 10 men down, lining up neatly on both sides as per the big sister's orders, waiting to welcome the arrival of Wei, the women were left stunned, their eyes wide open in shock. Lei Xun seemed as if thunder had struck her. She had been working at the Paradise Club for almost a month, and even when high-ranking officials from Jinling visited, they didn't receive such treatment. Who would have expected that the young man whom she had just despised so much had an impressive background? Alas, she had probably missed another chance to get close to a big shot. "No problem. Quickly take me in." He waved his hand, ignoring a group of stunned women, and walked in with big strides. Jin Meigui was the first friend he made after losing his memory. Before regaining his memories, he saw her as an older sister. Helping her tonight was a good opportunity to understand her character. When Xiang Wei saw him, she also felt that his gaze was that of a man with a story, not to be underestimated. She followed behind him like a little sister. Heavens, am I seeing things? Xiang Wei actually respects the kid so much. Apart from Jin Meigui, I've never seen her walk behind anyone before. The women rubbed their eyes desperately, but upon opening them, they realized they weren't seeing things. HMPH. Who's this kid? He must be some hidden big shot, deliberately dressing like this to act like a tiger in sheep's clothing. Oh my. Let's not fall for it again next time. I was saying, the moment I saw that man, I felt he was someone with a story. Hot. Who wouldn't be smart in hindsight? Weren't you the one blocking him from entering just now? A group of beautiful women chattered. Ren Zhujuan, however, didn't hear a word. Even though you didn't pay attention to the earlier incident, she still looked at his back with a burning desire. HMPH, such a tasteless person, deliberately slapping my face like that. Next time, don't let me catch you, or I'll definitely expose your secrets. Just you wait. Ren Zhujuan thought to herself. As for Yi, he didn't even bother acknowledging her presence and headed straight to the top floor. Upon entering, he saw Jin Meigui sitting on the sofa, her face full of anger but restrained emotions. The three people negotiating with her had given him immense pressure and unreasonable demands. Seeing he enter, Jin Meigui finally breathed a sigh of relief. When the subordinates of Pu Zhejiang saw Xiang Wei leading someone back, they paid her no attention. However, when Pu Zhejiang saw Yi, he couldn't help but size up this guy who didn't seem like a subordinate. The corner of his mouth quirked up provocatively. Soon after, Pu Zhejiang looked proud, and that woman looked very arrogant, serving Pu Zhejiang drinks as if showing off. Meigui, Our President San has come all the way from Jinling just to expand territory and have some fun with a few women. Since you are the big sister of the Baihua Club, serving our president should be a given. Why don't you accept the suggestion of becoming our president's lover? Tu Zhejiang's subordinate spoke disrespectfully to Jin Meigui. Nonsense, I'll tear your filthy mouth apart. When Qianwei heard this, she couldn't keep her anger in check and was about to teach this guy a lesson. How dare a mere 5-star club member speak boldly to her older sister like that? How arrogant are the people of the 5-star club? Qianwei, don't be impulsive. Jin Meigui stopped her, then turned to Pu Zhejiang and said, Pu Zhejiang, I made the appointment with your president today. He didn't dare to come. Yet you let a subordinate speak to us throughout the meeting. Humph. Woman of Longguo, you are not even worthy to speak to me. Pu Chunwan, do you know that he is one of the 4 heavenly kings of our 5-star club and holds a superior position? Only members of the Yi family are qualified to speak to him. This time Pu Zhejiang's subordinate spoke, with a high degree of arrogance, showing utter disregard. Arrogant Mingguo person, let me teach you a lesson. Qianwei couldn't hold back anymore and directly slapped the 5-star club member who dared to spout nonsense. Jin Meigui didn't stop her. Even though she knew the strength of the 5-star club was formidable and ambitious, she couldn't tolerate their arrogance anymore. Seeing Qianwei intervene, the Mingguo people learned a little about the profound martial arts culture of Longguo. However, what they didn't expect was that they thought it would be easy for Qianwei to teach them a lesson. But the 5-star club member retaliated with a slap, sending Qianwei spinning to the ground, her face already swollen to the size of a bun. Qianwei. After Qianwei fell to the ground, the members of the Baihua Club present were shocked. They couldn't believe that the invincible woman in their minds had been defeated by these Mingguo people. After realizing this, they each picked up sticks and knives, ready to fight back against these Mingguo people. Stop, all of you. Jin Meigui quickly stopped her subordinates. It wasn't that she didn't want to avenge Qianwei, but she could see that the 5-star club member was already a high-level practitioner with 5 layers of internal strength. How strong was Pu Zhejiang then? She was a martial artist herself and knew that numerical superiority alone couldn't overcome a powerful opponent, so she didn't want to face humiliation. But her intervention only fueled the arrogance of the Mingguo people. Ha ha! It seems your big sister knows when to submit, knowing that we are a force you can't afford to provoke. So she chose to show weakness to avoid a beating. The members of the Baihua Club clenched their teeth upon hearing these words. For the first time, the Baihua Club was publicly humiliated, and they felt helpless. I will introduce myself as well. I am not some Mingguo person. My name is Dao Bing. What? You are Dao Bing. Upon hearing this self-identification, Qianwei and the others' faces changed drastically. 10 years ago, he was a local powerhouse in Jinling, dominating the scene. However, his gang was wiped out by the Jin family overnight, and even he disappeared without a trace. Everyone thought he was dead, until they discovered he was alive and willingly became a lackey of the 5-star club. This incident revealed how terrifying the 5-star club's backing was. You watched the scene in front of him with indifference. He had followed Jin Meigui out to regain his lost memories, but witnessing the scene unfolding in front of him left him with no emotions. That's right, I am Dao Bing, who was driven to extinction by the Jin family back then. Upon seeing the response of the Baihua Club members, Dao Bing felt even more proud and exploded with arrogance. He then stared at Jin Meigui with a grudge-filled gaze. Speaking of which, I have to thank your Jin family. If you hadn't forced me into a corner, how could I have left my hometown and gone to Mingguo? Without that, how could I have joined the 5-star club? Thanks to Brother Pu's recommendation, I was able to enter the 5-star club's martial arts school to train. Through the cultivation of hatred, I've reached 5 layers of internal strength. Today, I am here for revenge. Jin Meigui, I will personally capture you and present you to our young master Song to warm his bed. Then I will crush the Jin family. Ha ha. After his speech, Dao Bing laughed heartily, as if dominating the Baihua Club was a trivial matter. Tu Zhejiang also ceased his gestures towards the beautiful women and looked at the trembling members of the Baihua Club with an air of superiority. You, as a lackey of the Mingguo, are just dreaming. Upon hearing their words and seeing their expressions, Qianwei's emotions exploded. Regardless of the fact that she was no match for them, she once again charged at them with a flying kick. As the Baihua Club's martial arts champion of Jinling, her speed was nothing to scoff at. However, her swift kick was effortlessly grabbed by the opponent. With a strong pull, the unfortunate leg of the female martial artist slammed into the wall, coughing up blood and sliding down. "Qian Wei," Jin Meigui exclaimed, witnessing her best subordinate being abused. She couldn't hold back anymore and made her move against Dao Bing. "Hey, Jin family woman, this is perfect timing. Today, I will repay you for the pain and humiliation your family caused me." Dao Bing and Jin Meigui clashed instantly, their energy dispersing, causing a fierce whine in the VIP room. The Baihua Club members retreated, pressing against the wall, fearing being caught in the crossfire. However, Pu Zhejiang remained calm and sat in the distance, his eyes seemingly looking down on the clash of two great masters as if it were child's play. He remained indifferent, for he knew that Dao Bing was no match for Jin Meigui. Her techniques were very steady, clearly honed through systematic training, making her adaptability superior to her opponents. Indeed, after 10 exchanges, the situation began to flip, with Dao Bing's initial advantage diminishing, and Jin Meigui, the female hero, taking the lead. "Great! Big sister is mighty. Big sister, disable that Mingguo lackey. Avenge Jiang Wei." The Baihua Club brothers finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to show signs of joy. However, they suddenly changed their expressions once again. Just as Jin Meigui was dominating the fight, Pu Zhejiang suddenly made a move against her. Pu Zhejiang's technique was aggressive and direct, his fist as strong as steel. Under the push of his 6 layers of internal strength, it seemed to explode towards the fiery rose like Jin Meigui. Yi's gaze trembled, not because of Pu Zhejiang's strength, but because he was astonished by the technique used by this Ming Guo person, which was surprisingly similar to his own. Long Guo martial arts. How could he use this technique? Does he have any connection to me? Oh, it looks like Sister Rose is about to lose. Even though Rose is only a level for internal strength martial artist, her insight is still pretty good. Park Ji-chan not only clearly outranks Rose in terms of internal strength level, but even his moves are more fierce. Rose has no chance of winning. Indeed, after just 3 moves, Golden Rose couldn't hold on anymore. Park Ji-chan's powerful punches made her jade arms numb, and with one more kick, her hot body was sent flying and crashed to the ground. Sister Rose, the brothers of the Baihua Society, who were just cheering moments ago, instantly fell silent. Their eldest sister, who they looked up to, was easily defeated by someone from the Myeongguo, shaking their faith and leaving them feeling empty inside. HMPH, the Kim family, is known as the Dragon Country Tiger Alliance family, but it seems they are just all talk. The warriors of the Kim family are also nothing to write home about. Haha. Park Ji-chan took the opportunity to mock Rose after defeating her with a surprise attack, which he couldn't bear to watch. Although Rose may not be as strong as him, she would never have lost after just 3 moves in an open battle. Golden Rose pushed away Rose and others who tried to help her, bit her red lips slightly, and stared at Park Ji-chan with a determined look full of unwillingness. Her feelings were the same as what Yi saw. She knew she wasn't as strong as him, but if it weren't for his sneak attack, she would have been able to hold her own against him for at least 10 moves. Haha, are you still unsatisfied? Then come at me all you want. I will show you how extensive and profound my fist technique is. Haha. Park Ji-chan taunted Golden Rose, his arrogance on full display. He was so sure of his victory that even if he were to fight again, she wouldn't last more than 3 moves. Everyone watched Golden Rose, hoping she would rally and fight again, because their elder sister was their belief, and if she admitted defeat, it would mean the Baihua Society had been utterly defeated. However, as angry as the Golden Phoenix was, her jade fists were trembling, and it would be nothing but self-humiliation to fight again. Forget it, I can't beat you ... As the words fell, it was like a mountain had collapsed for the brothers of the Baihua Society. So, one by one, they despondently accepted the harsh reality, finding it hard to come to terms with the fact that their leader, who they had looked up to as a conqueror of Jingling, had been defeated today. Since you admit defeat, then go back and warm the bed for our master song, and the rest of you kneel down. From now on, when you see anyone from our 5-star society, you must pay your respects, or else I will make sure the Baihua Society lives in perpetual fear. Haha. Park Ji-chan expanded to the extreme, practically floating in arrogance. Hot. You're dreaming with your eyes open. Only now did Rose sneer coldly at Park Ji-chan. You may be powerful, but the Baihua Society will not fear you, nor will we submit to you. We have many warriors in the Dragon Country, or stronger than you. With that, she finally cast a pleading gaze towards Yi for help. Her words were like a bucket of cold water, causing Park Ji-chong, who was still inflating with pride, to grit his teeth in anger. Qing Wei was also shocked and looked at Yi. She knew he was brought in by Sister Rose to help, and although she had seen Park Ji-chong's strength, she didn't think Yi, who was much younger, could surpass him. Out of goodwill, she advised Yi, "You are not a member of the Baihua Society, so you don't need to get hurt for us. We must prepare for a final battle with the Five-Star Society." Her words were resolute and genuine. Not only did Golden Rose find it unexpected, but even Yi found Qing Wei interesting. They had only briefly met, but now she seemed to genuinely care. HMPH. Who is this kid to have the audacity to challenge me? Park Ji-chong intentionally showed disdain towards Yi, even though he knew he was brought in by Golden Rose. He wanted to express his complete disregard for the bull. Only then did he taunt Golden Rose with a sneer, "Since you refuse to submit to us at the Five-Star Society, then I will use my fists to make you kneel and beg for mercy. Our Myeongwo martial arts are unparalleled, haha." Golden Rose gnashed her teeth and took a step back. The members of the Baihua Society were also gritting their teeth, but didn't dare to act recklessly. Park Ji-chong and Dao Bing were too powerful. If they all rushed in, they probably wouldn't stand a chance against them. "Ha! You're clueless. Simply laughable." Just then, Yi finally sneered disdainfully, plunging the tense atmosphere into a deathly silence. All eyes from Rose and the others fell on Yi, astonished but with a hint of expectation. What confidence did he have to speak so contemptuously to Park Ji-chong, who was dominating the scene? "What do you mean?" Park Ji-chong exploded in anger, his forehead knotted with anger, looking like he was ready to pounce and tear Yi apart once he explained. "Let me put it more simply for your pitifully low intelligence to understand." Yi walked towards Park Ji-chong with a cold expression, looking at him as if a lion would at an arrogant wolf cub. His gaze made Park Ji-chong nearly lose his mind. Even the others were beyond shocked. Was this kid just naive, or did he truly possess the power to stand up to Park Ji-chong in such a way? "Your Myeongwo martial arts are child's play compared to the Dragon Country martial arts. It's truly laughable that you consider yourself skilled." Holy cow, that was audacious. Park Ji-chong was already arrogant, but now this boy surpassed him in arrogance. Everyone was left breathless. Park Ji-chong's strength was widely known, and he was considered a top expert. Yet, now he was being disparaged so badly by Yi. "You're asking for death." Park Ji-chong finally lost control, erupting with even more violent internal strength and striking out with a punch at Yi. Even Golden Rose, who had been defiant before, couldn't help but be amazed. If Park Ji-chong had used this level of power from the beginning, she wouldn't have stood a chance against even one of his moves. Rose also sighed, regretting her decision to involve Yi in this situation. Why couldn't he just listen and not get involved? Did he truly think he was more skilled than Sister Rose? Now, it seemed like he was going to be turned into mincemeat by this punch. Dao Bing and the alluring woman could barely contain their satisfaction, anticipating seeing Yi be smashed into oblivion by Park Chongsheng's fist. However, in the next instant, they witnessed Yi also strike back with a punch, mimicking Park Ji-chong's moves, but with even greater intensity. The moment he punched, it was like a rocket launched, creating a powerful heatwave that pushed everyone back, some even falling on the ground shivering. With a loud bang, everyone slowly opened their eyes. Then, in shock, they saw Yi still standing and Park Ji-chong on the ground, screaming in agony. Although they knew the outcome was inevitable the moment Yi struck, they didn't expect Park Ji-chong's defeat to be so brutal. His entire right arm had been obliterated by Yi's punch. Could it be that you're a legendary master?" Park Ji-chong barely whispered before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Even Dao Bing, who was arrogant just moments ago, no longer dared to hold on to that pride. Seeing their leader beaten, he promptly fell to his knees, looking up at Yi in submission and begging for mercy. Yi had used true energy, not internal strength, so even Dao Bing had no idea of his true level. He only knew that with one move, he could take down Park Ji-chong, who had an internal strength level of 6. Not a legendary master, but undoubtedly a top-tier master. The members of the Baihua Society, with shock in their eyes, looked at Yi with awe. At that moment, Golden Rose finally realized why she had invited him here tonight. He turned out to be an exceptional master, unmatched in strength even against Park Ji-chong, making him seem insignificant. Reflecting on her unintentional disdain towards him moments ago, her cheeks couldn't help but flush with embarrassment. Sister Rose, if nothing else, I will take my leave. Seeing that the situation was under control, Yi didn't want to revel in the admiration of the crowd and quietly left the scene. Rose was still pondering, only realizing after he left. Nevertheless, she didn't rush to reward this great hero. After all, he was still staying at her place. Puzzled, Yi looked at his own fist after exiting. He had used the same move to deal with his opponent, just to see if he had any connection with the people from Myeonwo. However, it was evident that Myeonwo's martial arts were superficial compared to his own, and his martial arts were on a different level altogether. Who am I exactly? The question plagued Yi, causing him a splitting headache, and the damn hum of the musical notes was about to crush his head like a melon, leaving him writhing in pain on the ground. Hey, are you okay? Ren Zuoxuan happened to pass by and saw him suffering on the ground, unable to bear the sight, and inquired with a furrowed brow, only to realize that he seemed to have passed out. Hey, who exactly are you? Ren Zuoxuan brought Yi straight back to her home, and when he woke up, she placed a cup of hot water on the table in front of the sofa where he sat. As soon as Yi opened his eyes, he saw a very beautiful woman looking down at him. She was wearing a nightgown and emanated a fragrance after bathing, with a figure that was almost eye-catching. Yi quickly sat up and surveyed the surroundings. It was a suite decorated in a very feminine style, and the entire room only had him and the glamorous woman in front of him. What is your relationship with Sister Rose? Ren Zuoxuan sat directly next to him, maintaining a precise distance that made the man feel he could easily reach out to her, but in reality, there was no contact at all. She had used this trick countless times, causing many men to itch for her but unable to have her. However, this time it didn't work. Yi surprisingly had no inappropriate thoughts about her and even intentionally sat a bit further away. She is my friend. Why did you bring me to this kind of place? Yi's response disappointed Ren Zuoxuan. She had brought Yi home tonight, thinking he was some big shot, but hearing that he was just Sister Rose's friend, she realized his status was probably not much higher than hers. Maybe he was just an ordinary martial artist. Ren Zuoxuan only cared about money and power, not martial abilities. This is my house. I brought you back because you fainted on the ground. After Ren Zuoxuan answered his question, she couldn't help but inquire further. Sister Rose welcomed you so warmly today. Did you spend a lot of money at our Heaven Club? Yi didn't understand her intentions, but shook his head. I have no money. You have no money. Ren Zuoxuan was not only disappointed but also angry. She worked at the Heaven Club with the hope of luring a super-rich tycoon to marry into a wealthy family and elevate her status. Bringing Yi home, she had hoped he was a hidden super-rich tycoon, whom she could charm into marrying her. But now this man not only showed no interest in her but also had no money. So, why was she wasting her thoughts on him? Despite this, wary of his connection with Sister Rose, Ren Zuoxuan coldly said, there is a cup of hot water on the table. You will sleep on the sofa tonight and leave tomorrow. With that, she turned and went back to her room. Yi was baffled. Was this woman so emotionally volatile? Wasn't she just acting coldly because she felt slighted? Regardless, it was just a chance encounter, he thought. So he got up and went to the bathroom to refresh himself with a shower. Why did that damn piano melody resound in his mind every time he tried to recall his identity? Who was using that melody to block his memories? And what was their purpose? Yi poured hot water over his head, trying to recall anything but frustratingly found nothing. As he finished bathing and reached for a towel to dry off, he inadvertently picked up a pink towel hanging in the bathroom. But as he began to pat himself dry, something felt off. When he unfolded the towel, he realized it was not a towel at all, but a woman's underwear. Click! At that moment, the bathroom door opened with a key. Ren Zuoxuan, being used to open relationships due to her work at the Heaven Club, didn't see anything wrong with walking in on a man showering. Initially intending to warn Yi not to use her personal items without permission, she was surprised to find him using her undergarments to dry himself. What are you doing, you pervert? Ren Zuoxuan rushed over and snatched back her underwear from him, her expression bitter and angry. You. Why are you so fierce? It was unintentional. I didn't know. Yi wanted to explain, but he was still wet and unable to dress, unsure of what to do. Knowing he made an undeniable mistake by using her personal item, he didn't argue back or bother explaining. HMPH, I took you in out of kindness, and you do this. You pervert. Despicable. Ren Zhujuan, clearly a woman of short patience, continued to berate Yi Yi while cleaning her undergarments. Yi Yi had seen her sharp tongue before, so he didn't say anything and just put on his clothes to leave. Hey, are you leaving like this? However, just as he was leaving the house, he heard Ren Zhujuan's sharp voice. No gratitude at all. Took advantage and now wants to leave. You're a man without integrity. What do you want? Regardless of Yi Yi's good temper, he couldn't bear such insults from the woman. Nan suddenly turned around, startling her. Why are you so fierce? You owe me now. Don't act like I'm bullying you. Ren Zhujuan bit her lip and appeared aggrieved. Taking you in was my choice. I didn't know you would use my things. I will repay you. Just wait, Yi Yi said before lying down on the sofa to sleep. He had no idea who he was and had no place to call his own, so staying somewhere else made no difference. Despite behaving coldly, Ren Zhujuan couldn't help but feel a bit conflicted. This man didn't seem like a brute. Maybe he was worth keeping around until she learned more about his identity. Back in her room, Ren Zhujuan received a message from her cousin Zhao Ying. Sister, you should come back home. Your parents found out you're working at the Heaven Club and say you've disgraced the Ren family. Upon reading this message, Ren Zhujuan was furious. She quickly recorded a voice message and sent back several messages. HMPH, what's wrong with working at the Heaven Club? It's better than participating in the Dragon Phoenix marrying plan with the Zhao family and marrying that disabled Zhao Tong. We're all climbing the social ladder. As a woman from the second-tier commercial family in Jinling, why can't I find a partner I like on my own? What's Zhao Tong? When he was agile, he was considered a son of the 7 noble families, able to gift to Crimson Phoenix with several billion worth of rubies. But now, what about now? Now he's disabled, rejected by the family, stripped of his assets. Besides being a pariah from the Zhao family, what does he really have? Ren Zhujuan, won't pick up someone else's scraps. Ren Zhujuan, an ordinary person, was unaware of a warrior's heightened senses, enabling them to hear through walls. Thus, every word she said landed in Yi Yi's ears. The mention of a second-tier commercial family caught Yi Yi's attention, making his heart beat as if struck by something. Why do I care so much about a few words? Why does my heart ache? Yi Yi clutched his chest, the natural pain unbearable. He had no idea whom he was grieving for, remembering only a woman from a second-tier commercial family resided within him. Who was she? Could it be Ren Zhujuan? Was Ren Zhujuan his wife? Was she pretending not to recognize him now? Yi Yi couldn't help but wonder. A surge of perplexing speculations flooded his mind, suggesting one possibility. All right, cousin, I won't speak to you anymore. Ren Zhujuan's words drifted in through the door. Even if I marry Yi Chen and ruin Zhao Tong, I won't marry that disabled person, especially after he's been cast aside by other women. Yi Chen? Who was Yi Chen? Yi Yi couldn't resist pulling out the tag with the name Yi on it from his pocket, enduring a splitting headache as he cogitated. Was he actually Yi Chen? Was Ren Zhujuan his wife? Yes, he must have a wife. Yi Yi suddenly became certain of this, the previously inexplicable heartache providing all the answers. The next morning, when Ren Zuoxuan got up, she was still wearing a thin nightgown, pacing back and forth in front of Yi Yi. Yi Yi couldn't help but ask, Zuoxuan, am I called Yi Chen? What is the relationship between us? What? Yi Chen? Ren Zuoxuan was slightly surprised, then looked at this amnesic fool and couldn't help but laugh. Although she had never seen Yi Chen in person, she had heard rumors about him, like how he was chubby. How could he have the amazing figure like Yi Yi's? Ha ha, do you think you can be Yi Chen just like that? You must still be half asleep. He is the young master of the Yi family. His girlfriend probably costs hundreds. I am not Yi Chen. Then who am I? Yi Yi didn't care too much about Ren Zuoxuan's mockery. His head started to ache again. Seeing him in pain, Ren Zuoxuan couldn't help but feel a hint of sympathy, but there was more disdain in her eyes. If he were Yi Chen, that would be great. Unfortunately, he was just a penniless beggar. All right, stop thinking about it. Today, be my driver and accompany me for shopping. Ren Zuoxuan's favorite thing to do was shopping, but she didn't have a boyfriend to help carry her bags. Now with Yi Yi around, it was perfect. Okay. Yi Yi didn't refuse either. Maybe by spending more time together, he could find the answer to whether they were a couple. After breakfast, the two set off. Ren Zuoxuan made full use of Yi Yi as if he were a servant, and Yi didn't resist. He felt the sense of familiarity when he made breakfast and drove for Ren Zuoxuan, as if he had done these things for a woman before. Who exactly was she? Yi couldn't help but start to inquire about Ren Zuoxuan's identity and why she chose to work at the Heaven Club. If he really was her husband, wouldn't he frequently get into trouble? It was scary to even think about it. Ren Zuoxuan told him she was a woman from a second-rate business family in Jinling and had cut ties with the family. As for why she worked at the Heaven Club, she didn't mention a word and said it had nothing to do with Yi. Yi stopped asking, but he couldn't shake the feeling that this woman seemed like his wife, yet something didn't feel right. Crash! The sound made Yi snap back to reality. It turned out that he had bumped into a BMW while reversing. Ren Zuoxuan was also startled to see Yi collide with the luxury car. At that moment, she regretted letting this penniless man drive for her. What should they do next? Indeed, the angry insults from outside reached their ears. Damn it! Get out of the car! How can you drive like that? Didn't you see my car? The driver of the BMW was a rounded middle-aged man, wearing a thick gold chain around his neck. He stepped out of the car and started to curse loudly, attracting a crowd near the parking lot to watch the commotion. His companion, a woman almost as slender as Ren Zuoxuan, got out of the car, fixing her makeup and joining in a verbal attack, boasting about their Audi costing over 300k, while mocking Yi for hitting their BMW 7. Many onlookers noticed that their car was illegally parked, otherwise the Audi wouldn't have hit their car when reversing. Ren Zuoxuan hurried out of the car, relieved that the damage wasn't too serious. She had assumed it was a severe collision based on their aggressive behavior. It's an accident, let's report to the insurance, Ren Zuoxuan suggested with a smile. To her surprise, the angry man flared up at the mention of insurance. For such a minor incident, why report to the insurance? I don't want my premiums to go up. I will take the car for repairs. What? 50,000? Ren Zuoxuan, working at the Heaven Club, wasn't a pushover. She couldn't believe he would extort 50,000 for this minor incident. No. I'll report it to the insurance, or we can call the police. You choose. Ren Zuoxuan remained firm, taking out her phone. She expected the man would back down upon hearing her plan to call the police, as he was at fault for the illegal parking. However, he slapped her phone out of her hand, shattering the screen. You want to call the police? You're dead. Slapping you won't be enough. The man's aggression left Ren Zuoxuan shocked, and no one dared to intervene on her behalf. Just as the man raised his hand again, someone grabbed his wrist and swiftly forced him to the ground. Yi. Ren Zuoxuan was frightened by the man's actions, relieved to have a man nearby. Assault! Assault! The man's companion freaked out and threatened Yi, mentioning he was the hall master of the 5-star society, implying dire consequences. Yi remained unfazed by the mention of the hall master. It was Ren Zuoxuan who turned pale, knowing she had likely made a big mistake involving Yi and herself in this situation. The crowd murmured about the power of the 5-star society and the consequences of provoking them. Ren Zuoxuan had heard rumors about the group's influence, and she was now regretting harboring Yi, a non-suspecting man, and letting him drive for her. Hey, you dared to assault me, a wimp. Now you know who I am. The man regained his confidence as he approached Yi. Despite the uncertain situation, Ren Zuoxuan suddenly distanced herself from Yi, claiming she didn't know him and wasn't involved in the altercation. This gesture shocked and disappointed Yi. Originally, he had felt his wife's presence in this woman, but with her words, he was now certain she was nothing like his wife. Just then, a clear voice sounded from the crowd. Ren Zuoxuan's cousin, Zhao Ying, arrived at the scene. The two had planned to go shopping together that day, but Zhao Ying had waited at the mall entrance for too long without seeing Ren Zuoxuan. Hearing a commotion, she hurried over, only to find the precarious situation involving Ren Zuoxuan's car and the BMW. Zhao Ying's appearance caught the interest of the man, making him look almost pleased. The spectators marveled at Zhao Ying, acknowledging her as part of the prestigious Zhao family in Jinling. Ren Zuoxuan quickly introduced her cousin to the situation, highlighting the man's unreasonable demand for compensation. Her demeanor had calmed significantly. With Zhao Ying being from a prominent family, Ren Zuoxuan expected the man to show some respect. 50,000? Hui, are you trying to scam me? Sure enough, Zhao Ying spoke with reason, not because she was surnamed Zhao, but because she believed she was speaking logically. Your car was parked illegally, and you bear responsibility for the collision with another car. Besides, getting your car repaired would cost at most $1,000. Are you really asking my cousin to pay $50,000? I'm afraid no one will agree to that anywhere, right? Her arguments were clear and well-founded, earning Yi's admiration for this woman. This feeling made him resonate, as if he had often been misunderstood, framed, and treated unfairly in the past, with few people speaking up for him. Hui's arrogant laughter brought Yi back to reality. Seeing the smile on the other party's face, he couldn't help but furrow his eyebrows, thinking that convincing him might not be easy. Indeed, Hui pointed at him and said, "Yes, repairing my car won't cost much, but this kid just hit me, so I'm asking him to pay $50,000. Which one of you is his woman? Are you compensating for him?" No. I told you, I don't know him." Ren Zuijia immediately waved her hand and willingly took out $1,000 to hand to Hui. "This 1,000 is for the repairs. As for how much he owes you for hitting you, that's not my concern." Wow. As soon as she said this, the onlookers started mocking. Admitting it's her car but denying the driver's association. This move is too savvy, right? Exactly. They're not a couple, are they? Each fleeing the sinking ship. Wow, that guy risks offending Hui to help her out, never expecting her to turn her back on him. Listening to these comments, Ren Zuijia's cheeks instantly flushed red, even burning hot. Yi was also disappointed in Ren Zuijia, but now he was sure that this woman had little to do with him. Otherwise, he would have been heartbroken. "Get out of here! Go away!" At this moment, a group of ruffians surged around, pushing through the crowd. "Hui, what happened? Darn, what happened to your BMW's headlight? Who was so blind that they dared to hit your car? Hui, why is your clothes dirty? Darn, who did this? Brothers, get him!" The group of people began yelling and shouting, looking crazy, as if they owned the whole city of Jinling and could do whatever they wanted. Hui secretly felt proud, as he had just called these people over when he fell, or else how could he have tackled a kid alone and pushed him down so quickly? If he couldn't beat the kid, how could he extort money from him? "Cousin, let's go." Ren Zuijia was becoming even more afraid. After working at the Heavenly Club for a month, she knew how deep the waters ran and how ruthless people could be in the city of Jinling. Especially these goons from the 5 Stars Club, who had been acting arrogantly in Jinling recently, bullying anyone who dared to defy them, sparing no one, regardless of age or gender. Even though she had distanced herself from the Ren family, if Ren family members were to show up, these thugs would not show any mercy. Want to leave? Not that easy. Hui stood in front of Ren Zuijia and her cousin, feeling confident with his men backing him. "This kid obviously can't afford to pay me, even if I beat him. So what do you want?" Zhao Ying protected her cousin and countered. "What do you want?" She had a feeling that she had seen Yi somewhere before, but couldn't quite place it. Without Hui blocking them, she wouldn't have left them to their own devices. Of course, you'll pay for him." Hui scanned Zhao Ying's face and chest with a cold smile. He had no real interest in the why. He just believed Zhao Ying wouldn't fall for the poor guy's tricks, so he was ready with further arguments. To everyone's surprise, Zhao Ying readily agreed. "Fine, I'll pay for him. Show me your payment code." What? Not only Hui, but everyone around was shocked by her acceptance, frozen in place. "Cousin, are you insane? What's your relationship with that man? Are you interested in him?" Ren Zuijia was incredulous and even pulled her cousin aside, warning her against spending that much money on an unrelated man. Even Yi's eyes widened in speculation. Could Zhao Ying have known him from before? "Cousin, stop. I'm willing to pay for him." Zhao Ying was determined, not only because Yi seemed familiar, but also to uphold her cousin's reputation. If she brought someone out, she couldn't abandon them when trouble arose. That would be shameful. "Hui, can I have your payment code now?" Zhao Ying, despite being a relative of the Zhao family in Jinling, didn't want to provoke the 5 Stars Club, hoping to resolve things by compensating for the damages. "Hey, young lady, such sense of loyalty. Hui, like making friends with women like you." Hui praised Zhao Ying before everyone, making them think he might let her off. To everyone's surprise, he then shamelessly touched her face and added, "I like making more intimate friends with women like you." Smack. Zhao Ying was startled and quickly slapped Huey's hand away. The situation suddenly escalated, as it seemed. Stinky brat. You've got guts. If you're so capable, don't leave. Watch me call someone to clean you up. Huey was furious watching as none of his men could defeat Yi. In reality, he wanted to escape, but with so many people watching, if he sneaked away, it wouldn't just be his face that he'd lose, but also the reputation of the 5-Star Club. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have shown off so flamboyantly. Now he was in a tough spot. Yi wasn't foolish enough to stay and wait for him to call for backup, but Zhao Ying walked over at that moment and reminded him, Yi Xiao, did you drop a golden card? Yi quickly checked and realized the card that had been on him had indeed fallen off. His lover must have picked it up and run off. Hurry and tell him to retrieve it. Zhao Ying pointed at Huey, who was still holding his phone, unsure of who to call for help. Huey was taken aback. Originally, he was pondering over who to call while pretending not to see Yi leaving. After Yi walked away, he planned to say some tough words like "you ran fast, punk" to save face. But now, with his woman taking someone else's belonging and running off, the issue wasn't about forgiving her but rather her causing a fuss and not letting him go. Hurry! Yi suddenly grabbed Huey. That card was his only possession and the only clue to reclaim his identity. He couldn't afford to lose it. All right, stop hitting me. I'll just call Sangba back. Huey had no other choice but to make that call. Little did he expect that after making that call, he would be fuming. You idiot! You went to the headquarters of the 5-Star Club. It was over. He had completely embarrassed himself this time. After hanging up the phone, Huey felt dejected. He claimed to be the leader of the 5-Star Club's chamber, but in reality, he was just the head of a small team affiliated with them. His subordinates were just a bunch of low-class thugs, but because he pretended to be the leader of the 5-Star Club, he had attracted attention from the seductive water snake-waist woman just now. Little did he know she had truly believed he was the true leader of the 5-Star Club, and had gone to their headquarters alone to call for help. If nobody showed up, how embarrassing would that be for him? Moreover, once Sangba informed the people at the 5-Star Club that he was using their name to deceive others, they would surely deal with him severely. What's going on? Did she bring it back? Zhao Ying, being very proactive, asked Yi about the situation with Huey. People around them, not understanding the full story, thought that this Zhao family's daughter had taken a liking to this poor boy. It was possible that even though this poor boy had no money, his physique and skills were attractive to young girls. Wait, my woman will be back soon. Huey had completely lost his arrogance by now. He thought once Sangba couldn't bring people from the 5-Star Club, she would come back on her own. However, Zhao Ying, who was tightly holding Yi's hand, said firmly, No, I'm not leaving. I will stay and fight with him. He is my boyfriend, and I'll help him find that card. Huey couldn't believe it. That card must be valuable. Even if you offer my boyfriend $1 billion, we won't sell it to you. Zhao Ying was upfront about it. Only she knew Yi's true identity at the scene. If he really was Yi, then the card must be the token of the Yi family. She didn't know its exact purpose, but the Yi family's items, valued at over $1 billion, were surely precious. Listening to Zhao Ying's words, Renzu said while stamping her foot. She thought they were joking. What kind of card could be worth $1 billion? She couldn't understand why her cousin was suddenly infatuated with this forgetful man, claiming he was her boyfriend. Did she want to be rejected so badly? It was surprising for her to discover that her cousin, who appeared innocent on the outside, had such a lascivious side. So, you are my girlfriend? Yi finally spoke, suspecting that Zhao Ying might know him. After hearing her confirmation, Yi believed her. If she had kept accompanying him despite the trouble, he understood she might indeed know him. Zhao Ying hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, I am your girlfriend. You pursued me for 2 years before I agreed. As an entertainer, Zhao Ying had good emotional intelligence. After half an hour of interaction, she noticed Yi seemed to have amnesia. By saying that, she wanted to test if he truly had forgotten and also saw a chance to upgrade her status. Having a wealthy and influential boyfriend like him would secure her resources for the future. Nonsense. Renzu, unable to tolerate it anymore, muttered and walked away. She, too, wanted to exploit Yi's remaining value, but didn't expect her cousin to interfere. In the end, Renzu thought to let her cousin have him since he wasn't worth much anyway. Women are fickle and sensitive. Renzu felt something was wrong and decided to watch from the upper level of the mall, observing the developments in the parking lot. She couldn't understand why her cousin, who wasn't one to be infatuated, would suddenly be so fond of this forgetful man. Seeing her cling to his arm like that. It made Renzu doubt the background of the forgetful man. Moments later, a dozen luxury cars arrived at the scene simultaneously from both ends. The cars included Mercedes, BMWs, Porsches, with the lead car being a Bentley. Wow, the people from the 5-Star Club are here. So, Huey really is a big shot in the 5-Star Club. Goodness, isn't this lineup too extravagant? Are fights these days so well equipped? The onlookers were once again stirred up watching this. Renzu, sneering from the upper level of the mall, thought to herself, Cousin, look at you trying to steal from me. This time, you're in for trouble. In the parking lot, Zhao Ying clearly didn't expect so many people from the 5-Star Club to show up at once. She clung tightly to Yi, hoping he could protect her. Don't worry, with me here, no one can hurt you. Yi held Zhao Ying tightly, giving her courage. Having forgotten his memories, he cherished this sudden girlfriend of his. Meanwhile, he kept a close eye on the man stepping out of the Bentley. He was around 30 years old, draped in a mink coat, with a pricey white suit underneath, the typical attire of a domineering CEO. Oh my, it's really Chairman Son. Huey was astonished at the sight, never imagining that his woman could actually call upon such a high-profile figure. The people around who had doubted Huey's identity were now in shock, whispering to one another. They believed Yi had provoked the chamber leader of the 5-Star Club and was now in deep trouble. Who dropped the cart here? Song Chengjun, fingering the huge jade ring on his left middle finger, spoke in fluent dragon language, calling out to the crowd. It's mine. Yi promptly responded, his gaze steady without a hint of fear. However, Zhao Ying, who was holding onto his arm nervously, was trembling with anxiety. She knew that Son, who was currently one of the top-tier individuals in Jinlin, was making a personal appearance, leaving everyone unaware of his intentions. Very well, escort them away, Song Chengjun commanded before getting back into the Bentley. At that moment, the crowd of people surged towards Yi and Zhao Ying. In order to retrieve his badge, Yi had no choice but to follow along. It wasn't until the two of them left that everyone realized that the members of the 5-Stars Club seemed to have completely ignored Huey from start to finish. Haha, that kid offended me. He won't have a good ending. My boss will definitely bring him back to deal with him harshly. After blurting out a couple of courteous remarks, Huey prepared to leave. Little did he know, someone in the crowd saw through his identity and couldn't help but mock him. Haha, you rich upstart. Stop pretending to be someone you're not. You are not a member of the 5-Stars Club at all. Stop faking. That's right. In the end, your BMW got hit, and you won't get a penny for compensation. What's worse is, who will cover the medical expenses for your injured buddies? Haha. Listening to the mockery from these people, Huey could no longer keep up the pretense. He even regretted his actions, wishing he hadn't pretended to be someone he wasn't. Now, he hadn't extorted a single penny, nor had he successfully pursued any beautiful women. It was truly a case of losing both the wife and the soldiers. Meanwhile, Renzu Zhuan, who had been watching from the commercial building all along, also found out that Huey was impersonating the head of the 5-Stars Club, and she was furious. She had almost been deceived by him earlier, nearly losing money and being taken advantage of. However, even though she knew he was pretending, she didn't have the ability to seek revenge. What intrigued her more was why the leader of the 5-Stars Club took Yi and his cousin away. That kind of big shot was exactly the type she had always wanted to associate with. Regarding Yi, he soon arrived at a skyscraper with Zhao Ying, a very commercial type of building. Upon entering, they discovered that the building had an unexpected interior. It seemed like a legitimate commercial building on the surface, but inside, it was filled with bright lights and luxurious decorations, with even the lighting emitting a pink hue, resembling some sort of entertainment establishment. Each corridor was lined with many individuals dressed in black suits, none of whom seemed easily approachable. Yi could regard them as insignificant, but Zhao Ying was extremely frightened. Being part of the Zhao family, she was well aware of how terrifying the 5-Stars Club was. It was the top organization in the underworld and a massive global institution. Not only were they financially powerful, but they also had numerous skilled individuals, and their business operations delved into shady territories. Now, With only the two of them venturing into this dangerous place, if they were to be targeted, it would seem like praying to the heavens and the earth for help would be futile. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Yi sensed Zhao Ying's tension and tightly held her delicate hand. In that moment, Zhao Ying, who was trembling, immediately calmed down, staring at Yi with her curled eyelashes glistening with what seemed like tears. Seeing Hu Zi looking back at her, she felt guilty. She had, indeed, pretended to be Yi's girlfriend earlier due to various factors, fantasizing that she would reveal her true identity after he had regained his memory. But she knew that Yi was Hu Zi, who had a wife. She had deceived his feelings. Soon, the two of them entered a luxurious large room where Song Chengjun was already waiting. Of course, this charismatic leader of the Five Stars Club was surrounded by attractive women. You are Yi, who severely injured my subordinate Park Ji-chong last night, right? Is this your badge? Song Chengjun went straight to the point, tossing Yi's badge onto the table. Before Yi could respond to his question, he made a move to retrieve his badge. However, Song Chengjun's confident smile froze, and with a look of anger, as he tried to slap Yi's hand down with force. He was convinced that as a master-level martial artist, the other party wouldn't be able to snatch the badge back from him. But in the next instant, his smile turned into a look of rage. Yi did it. With his inner strength at level 8, Song Chengjun's slap on Yi's hand was met with a retaliatory move from Yi, redirecting Song Chengjun's hand and effortlessly taking back the badge. Seeing Song Chengjun's dark expression, Zhao Ying was nervously holding her breath. She knew that if Song Chengjun were to become irritated and order harm against them, they might never be able to leave the building. However, that scenario didn't play out. Song Chengjun's angry expression gradually subsided, turning into a smile. Truly worthy of the Southern Grandmother, good skills. Southern Grandmother? Upon hearing this title, Yi's head began to ache. Unfortunately, the maddening sound of the chin continued to assault his mind, making it impossible for him to recall anything. Seeing him in pain and breaking out in cold sweat, Song Chengjun turned to Zhao Ying, a mischievous smile on his face, asking, "What's wrong with him?" Like his girlfriend, Zhao Ying hesitated. She held his hand and shakily said, He has amnesia. He doesn't even remember who I am. You." Only then did Song Chengjun focus on Zhao Ying, asking, "Who are you?" "I'm Zhao Ying, a relative of the Zhao family in Jinling." Because she felt guilty, Zhao Ying didn't dare to claim she was Yi's girlfriend. However, Song Chengjun persisted. "What's your relationship with him? Since he has amnesia, and I want to work with him, can you act as his representative?" After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Ying eventually said, "I'm his girlfriend, and now that he has amnesia, I will represent him for the time being." Looking at Yi, who she had almost believed was her boyfriend after the parking lot incident, she nodded. "That's great." Song Chengjun once again revealed his eerie and ambitious smile. "Miss Zhao, you should know that the Zhao family is at odds with our Five Stars Club. It's simply because they don't agree with our ideals. But now, with his involvement, I believe we can work together for a common goal." I don't quite understand. Could you explain it more clearly?" Zhao Ying was a bit flustered. She was just a relative of the Zhao family, not a core member, so she didn't have detailed knowledge of the situation. She knew that the Zhao family and the Jin family were at odds with the Five Stars Club, but the specific reasons were unknown to her. "Don't rush. I'll explain the whole situation first, and then you can decide on behalf of your man." This charismatic leader spoke with confidence. Yi could see that despite his sinister smile, he was patient, possessing the qualities of ambition. Both the Zhao and Jin families are major families in the Tiger Alliance, with the Zhao family being one of the 7 great families in the Dragon Kingdom. They have sworn allegiance to the Yi family in Yanjing. As for our opposition to them, it's all because of the Yi family. Because our ultimate goal at the Five Stars Club is to replace the Yi family and become the leader of the Global Tiger Alliance. Song Chengjun's words were filled with grandeur, and his gaze was aggressive. Though Zhao Ying still didn't fully understand what he was saying, she realized the Five Stars Club had significant ambitions. Yi furrowed his brows. Even though he had lost his memory and didn't know what the Tiger Alliance was, he understood that the people from the underworld wanted to replace the Yi family in Yanjing and become global rulers. "What does the Yanjing Yi family have to do with me?" Yi couldn't help but ask. Zhao Ying was momentarily at a loss for words. After sharing a glance with Yi, Song Chengjun continued, "Your original name is Yi, and you're the legitimate grandson of the Yi family in Yanjing. the rightful young master of the Yi family. My name is Yi Zi. Upon hearing this name, Yi Xia's head throbbed even more. The infuriating sound of the qin in his mind came in waves, causing excruciating pain. What's happening to you? Zhao Ying saw him in agony, holding on to him tightly. But in the next moment, Yi fainted once again. Chairman San, what do we do? He passed out. Zhao Ying was at a loss. Although it was only their first day of meeting each other, she was taken by this type of man and had truly embraced her role as his girlfriend. It's better that he's passed out. Song Chengjin's smile turned colder. Since he has amnesia now, recognizing only you as his girlfriend, you will instill the concepts in him according to my instructions and make him cooperate with our 5 Stars Club. What? Zhao Ying was taken aback. While she had considered helping reconstruct this man's worldview and values, she never thought she would get involved in such significant events. You have no choice now. Song Chengjin's eyes turned threatening. If you don't do as I say, I will kill you. It's a bit ambitious for us at the 5 Stars Club to dominate the world, but killing you, a woman, is an easy task. Zhao Ying, frightened by his demonic gaze, reluctantly nodded. I will do as you say. Excellent. Song Chengjin praised her before regaining his sinister smile. Miss Zhao, you should know that the deceased mother of his is a woman from the 5 Stars Club, and her dying wish was for him to destroy the Yi family and help our 5 Stars Club control the Global Tiger Alliance. How do I fabricate that? Zhao Ying was panicking, as she only wanted to assume an identity, not deceive him into doing such things. It's easy to fabricate. Song Chengjin spoke confidently. I will provide you with all the information we have on Yi Zi. After you review it, you will know how to fabricate the story for him. Hua Chen, because of the invasion of external forces and the departure of Yi Zi, these have made the recent days for the members of Wu Qilin increasingly difficult. Just after the Lantern Festival, Zhao Yunshan brought a group of wounded soldiers back to the North District Commercial City. Inside, Uncle Snake was still setting dislocated bones for some of the injured brothers. What happened? Got into another fight. Uncle Snake saw Zhao Yunshan covered in injuries and cursing all the way back, couldn't help but smile bitterly. Damn it, Qianlang faction has directly become a branch of the 5 Star Society. There are so many of them now. Our brothers can encounter sudden ambushes wherever they go. Zhao Yunshan cursed, limping over to Uncle Snake, and the surrounding wounded brothers immediately gave him priority. Hey. Zhao Yunshan quickly held back a brother who was still applying wound medicine and said, We are a formal security company under Wu Qilin, but we don't have the bureaucracy and crooked practices of the White Vol faction. Even I have to wait in line. Despite being injured all over, the injured brothers around, upon hearing this, still smiled. This was the reason why they joined Wu Qilin. Yi Zi and Uncle Snake were their beliefs. Because of them, these former society mixers turned to the right path. Unfortunately, now, Yi Zi was no longer around. Uncle Snake, the situation can't continue like this. After sitting down, Zhao Yunshan frowned again. After members of the White Vol faction joined the 5 Star Society, they have become even more brutal and cunning than before. We are lucky that many of our brothers who can still come for treatment, but many brothers have been beaten into a coma and are hospitalized, and 2 of them have died. If this continues, Wu Qilin will be finished sooner or later. Yes, we can't endure this any longer. We must fight them to the death. Uncle Snake, lead us. Let's go and attack their headquarters. The surrounding brothers also responded to Zhao Yunshan's words. In fact, this was not the first time they had requested Uncle Snake, the captain, to fight the 5 Star Society to the death, but Uncle Snake had always refused in the past. This time was no exception. After finishing setting the bone for a brother, Uncle Snake shook his head. No, Yi Zi said that Wu Qilin is not like those grey factions. We cannot engage in group fights anymore. After hearing him say this again, everyone hung their heads in disillusionment. Morale was at its lowest. Uncle Snake also understood that they must feel that it's unfair that others can ambush and attack them, but they are unable to pick fights proactively. However, Uncle Snake understood very well that he was not a person like Yi Zi who could retaliate in kind. All he could do was to stay at the helm of Wu Qilin headquarters to ensure Wu Qilin's survival. Only Zhao Yunshan, upon hearing Uncle Snake say this again, showed no disappointment and seemed to have expected it. At that moment, another brother rushed in from outside. Uncle Snake, Captain Zhao, it's bad. The 5-Star Society bastards have arrogantly arrived at our North District headquarters. What? This is outrageous. We will go out and fight them to the death. The brothers didn't care about their injuries. They all stood up excitedly. Their eyes all turned to Uncle Snake at the same time. Zhao Yunshan looked particularly agitated. Uncle Snake, you said before that you would protect Wu Qilin for Yi Zi, but now they have come to our doorstep. Will you just sit back and do nothing? Oh. Uncle Snake sighed, then looked at Zhao Yunshan and gave a bitter smile. Cloud Sky, you little rascal, I'm sure you arranged to provoke me into action against the 5-Star Society by intentionally inviting them to battle in the North District, didn't you? Zhao Yunshan was stunned, not expecting his plan to be seen through by Uncle Snake. Let's go. Let's go out and see. Wu Qilin cannot allow the Grey Forces of Hua Cheng to be so arrogant. It's not good for our reputation. Even though Uncle Snake knew it was Zhao Yunshan who had initiated the fight, he still had to respond. Once Uncle Snake walked out of the door, everyone raised their thumbs to Zhao Yunshan, praising him. Hey, don't praise me too much. 10 or 8 praises would be enough. This is just a routine operation for someone with my high intelligence, Zhao Yunshan boasted, then quickly laid everyone out. Outside, the 5-Star Society members were indeed arrogant, a dense crowd of people pushing and hitting others, kicking and punching those who couldn't get out of the way fast enough. Get out, get out. Today is the day 5-Star Society will destroy your North District security team. Those of you doing business can take the day off. Ha ha. In the future, besides paying shop rent, you guys will also have to prepare extra security fees. These words made the surrounding crowd grit their teeth and shout at them. What era is this? How come there are still people like you? You are so backward, destined to perish. Exactly. A security company like Wu Qilin is in line with the societal development trend. You guys will definitely be defeated. Ha. Upon hearing these words from the people in Hua Cheng, the leader of the Ming Kingdom bellowed in semi-coherent speech, our 5-Star Society of the Ming Kingdom is the new trend of the world. We will establish our influence globally, and in the future, the whole world will be ours, the Ming Kingdom peoples. Listening to this kind of rhetoric, people around didn't know whether to be angry or amused. Just then, the majority of Wu Qilin's forces, led by Uncle Snake, also came out and faced off with the 5-Star Society members in a square in the commercial city. Though Uncle Snake never stepped out of the North District Commercial City headquarters, he recognized the mingling guy who had been driven off by Yi Zi before New Year. It was him. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a member of the 5-Star Society. Ming Kingdom Guide, are you daydreaming about the specialties of your race? So many of us in the Dragon Kingdom didn't dare say such things, just to rely on you guys. Don't make me laugh. Zhao Yunshan took the lead and stood out, mocking the Ming Kingdom person loudly. The Ming Kingdom guy immediately showed an aggressive posture, as if he wanted to kill someone, scaring even the kids watching into tears. At this moment, a man with a lavish attire and decent appearance stepped forward. The surrounding voices instantly quieted down. Ah, isn't that young Master Liu Yejian from the Liu family? Yes. Has even the Liu family joined hands with the 5-Star Society now? It seems that the 5-Star Society in Hua Cheng nowadays is a combination of the former White Wolf and Green Dragon factions. Seeing Liu Yejian, people around started discussing. Even Zhao Yunshan was quite surprised, looking displeased. He wondered how come so many former Green Dragon faction members have turned their backs, only to find out that the Liu family had made a comeback. Uncle Snake also felt that the rapidly rising strength of this imposing 5-Star Society was really formidable. In such a short period, they could integrate the Du family and the Liu family, and the means were evident. Moreover, based on his understanding of Liu Yejian, if this 5-Star Society were not powerful, he would never deign to cooperate with them, let alone surrender to them. Ignoring the surrounding noise, Liu Yejian looked directly at Uncle Snake and said, Snake Uncle, everyone in Hua Cheng knows that you are the strongest man. Now that Yi Zi is gone, you don't need to continue to work for Wu Qilin. Damn, it was a persuasion to surrender. As soon as Liu Yejian spoke, everyone knew his intentions. Sun even wanted to interrupt. But Liu Yejian didn't care about others. He just continued talking to Uncle Snake. Snake Uncle, I guarantee it. If you join the 5-Star Society, you will definitely get more than you have now. By then, you will be the head of the 5-Star Society's Hua Cheng district, commanding all these gray areas. How about it? Such a high position. Uncle Snake finally spoke, with a sly smile on his face. But, I think you have misunderstood. You Ming Kingdom people of the 5-Star Society have also misunderstood. When Uncle Snake spoke, the entire audience fell silent, including the opposing side. This K1 of Hua Cheng had such charisma. We are a legitimate security company under Wu Kilin, not a force in the gray areas. Our goal is not dominance, but to protect the security of the industries under Yi Zhao's banner. Uncle Snake's words immediately won spontaneous applause from the audience. So, if you attack us, we will protect our interests through legal means. If you have come to disrupt our commercial city today, don't blame us for subduing you. Clap, clap, clap. After Uncle Snake finished speaking, everyone applauded even more enthusiastically. Some even shouted, "Uncle Snake, they are here to cause trouble. They have already disrupted the operation of our commercial city. Quickly teach them a lesson. Yes, defeat the Ming Kingdom people. Drive these troublemakers out of Hua Cheng." This was Uncle Snake's charm. Zhao Yunshan finally understood why Yi Zi had gone to such lengths to invite him as the captain. If he were still the captain, encountering an invasion force like the 5-Star Society, he would have probably ended up in a brawl with them long ago. The outcome would have been uncertain, and in the eyes of the public, it would only be seen as a brawl between two mob organizations. But now, he felt that Wu Kilin would never fall because it had the support of the vast crowd in Hua Cheng. In that case, Uncle Snake, we from the 5-Star Society will have to test your martial arts skills. Liu Yejian didn't waste many words, and stepped back. Soon, 3 top-notch experts stepped forward. Seeing these 3, many people around shouted, "You traitors!" The 3 people who came out with a sinister curve are not outsiders, but the 3 famous experts who have long been famous in the gray area of the Flower City. Ghost 7, Bai Mian, Da Zhuan. Although all 3 of them are defeated subordinates of Yi Zi, not many people know about it, which does not affect their reputation in the Flower City. Almost everyone present dancing the Kilin knows these 3 people, and many have either mixed with them or been injured by them. Some even tremble with fear at the thought of their fierce fights. Hey, Snake Uncle, the 3 of us will fight together. Your dance Kilin can send out 3 people or more. It doesn't matter. Bai Mian took the lead, taunting Snake Uncle. His face, like a zombie, exuded a strong sense of oppression when he turned fierce. Everyone looked at Snake Uncle, waiting for him to speak. Many people only now realized that, although the Dance Kilin security team was large and disciplined, with a strict execution of affairs, they didn't have many experts they could produce for single combat. Yes, Snake Uncle is indeed formidable, but in a 3-on-3 scenario, there was not a single person who could assist him. Snake Uncle, I'll go with you. Zhao Yunshan disregarded the fact that his skills were not on par with these people and that he was injured. He wanted to step forward. He knew that Snake Uncle could take down these 3 people alone, but Dance Kilin couldn't back down. It had to be a fair 3-on-3 fight. If none of them dared to come out and fight Snake Uncle on behalf of Dance Kilin, the reputation of Dance Kilin among the people in the Flower City would plummet instantly. Snake Uncle, count me in. Snake Uncle, I challenge you. Even though I can't beat these people, Dance Kilin doesn't back down, right? Zhao Yunshan's actions inspired the brothers of Dance Kilin. They all shouted that they would join Snake Uncle in the battle. However, at this moment, Da Zhuan suddenly raised his foe and stamped hard on the floor. The hard cement ground was crushed into a large pit. The onlookers' faces changed. Even those who were just shouting to join the fight now looked ashen. They knew that even if they were not afraid of death, getting defeated quickly would not only damage Dance Kilin's reputation, but also hurt their morale badly. Zhao Yunshan also broke into a cold sweat. He knew that the 5-Star Association had sent many experts to the Flower City. These 3 people might just be the vanguard, and if Dance Kilin's morale plummeted suddenly, things could get even worse. Dance Kilin might be overrun by the 5-Star Association. Snake Uncle also understood this, so he stopped Zhao Yunshan and smiled, saying, "You don't need to go. Since they came to challenge Dance Kilin, let me deal with them." At that moment, not only Dance Kilin, but also the spectators at the commercial city began to worry. They had absolute confidence in Snake Uncle, but even a tiger couldn't hold off a pack of wolves. If Snake Uncle managed to defeat 3 opponents, what would happen next? People have physical limits. Fortunately, at that moment, a hearty laughter was heard. "Ha ha, Snake Uncle, you can't do this. Maintaining order in the commercial city is not just your responsibility. I also invested in this commercial city. It was Mr. Hua. When Danskillen's people heard his woes, they became elated. Ha ha. It's Mr. Hua here. Whether it's a one-on-one or a group fight, we are not afraid of you anymore. Zhao Yunshan burst into laughter. As the crowd dispersed, Mr. Hua, with a group of warriors from the Hua family, walked over. Both Liu Yejian and the person from the Abyssal Nation furrowed their brows. They were confident they could defeat Snake Uncle today using a strategy of tire out, but now the situation had changed. Ha ha. Mr. Hua, today we, the 5-Star Association, challenge Danskillen. What business does this old man from the business family have here? Liu Yejian didn't want Mr. Hua to interfere and tried to exclude him using words. The spectators and the still excited members of Danskillen became tense again, worried that Mr. Hua might be persuaded by his words. Fortunately, Mr. Hua responded with determination. My granddaughter Hua Shishi is the head instructor of Danskillen. Since she's not here, as her grandfather, isn't it my duty to assist her? Exactly. Miss Hua is our head instructor, and the Hua family is our ally, echoed the brothers of Danskillen. Ha ha. Liu Yejian burst into laughter, interrupting their shouts. He then opened his arms and, with a mocking look, gazed at Mr. Hua, saying, Yi killed your granddaughter, and you're here to help him. Don't you find yourself ridiculous? The words of Danskillen's brothers fell silent. Although they hated Liu Yejian, what he said was the truth. Yi had taken Hua Shishi to the Tower of Extremes, and now there was no news. Even the Hua family had publicly announced their demise. Mr. Hua had no words of response. No. Big brother Yi and sister Shishi are not dead. At that moment, a booming voice rang out, silencing the entire venue. Everyone was thrilled upon hearing the voice, especially Zhao Yunshan, who was eager to inform Madame Yi and give her a surprise. The person who pushed through the crowd was none other than Li Ergu. Ergu, you're back. Where's Big Brother Yi? Zhao Yunshan hurried over, eager to know. Even Mr. Hua and Tang Qingsh looked expectant. They were told that Yi was dead. Still, with no direct evidence, having someone who had been to the Tower of Extremes with him say he wasn't dead would debunk the rumors. Liu Yejian's smile gradually disappeared, replaced by a worried and angry expression. He looked around, afraid that Yi might suddenly appear and strike him down. Unexpectedly, Li Ergu, the fool that he was, unaware of what he should fear, bellowed in response to Zhao Yunshan, I don't know where Big Brother Yi is now, but I heard he's not dead. Heard it? Damn it. Zhao Yunshan and the others felt disappointed, thinking Yi Xiaofeng indeed was alive. Snake Uncle, wise as he was, didn't let Li Ergu continue, quickly saying, Ergu, your return is timely. Help me deal with the 5-Star Association's people. As for the whereabouts of Big Brother Yi and Miss Hua, let's restore order in the commercial city first after repelling these intruders. Okay. Li Ergu promptly thumped his chest and pointed at the 3 neglected figures of Bai Mian standing aside for a long time, roaring, You want to cause trouble in our commercial area? Come here, let me knock you out with one punch. Wow. What a domineering statement. The crowd gasped in awe. Danskillen's morale instantly soared. Damn it, why talk so much nonsense? Beat this kid. The abyssal person couldn't bear it any longer, rushing towards Li Ergu along with Bai Mian and the other 2. Agu, be careful. Seeing the 3 men with white faces executing more vicious moves, everyone couldn't help but worrying. The white-faced man circled behind, attempting to attack Li Ergu from behind. Gui Che hung upside down in midair, aiming to poke Agu's eyes. Da Zhuan, on the other hand, launched an attack on Agu head-on, a fist heading straight for his head. As everyone watched this scene, the people from Mingguo sneered, thinking that the 5 Stars Club had finally found its star attraction. With this coordinated triple attack, even immortals wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Moreover, they could tell that this big guy was not an agile fighter, and might just take the full brunt of their attacks. To their surprise, Li Ergu used his hands to cover his eyes, allowing the other 2 attackers to hit him without dodging. 2 dull thuds, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. The audience was stunned, thinking that his bones had been broken. Unexpectedly, right after that, the 3 white-faced men started screaming in pain. What's going on here? It turns out the one attacking had actually broken his own bones. Ha ha. Looks like you guys went to hard. Don't you know that my body is invulnerable? Zhao Yuntia burst into laughter. He had long been aware of Li Agu's physical resilience. These people had tried their best to kill him but ended up getting themselves injured instead. The onlookers suddenly realized that the Flower City had such a fierce warrior. Agu roared, "If you dare to disrupt our business, I won't spare you." With a series of punches and kicks, he directly knocked down the three renowned experts from Huacheng, leaving them crying and wailing on the ground. Agu, caught up in the moment, had no idea of the significance of his actions and the fame he would soon acquire in Huacheng. It was only after the surrounding crowd cheered for him that he began to wonder if he had accidentally become a hero. Could it be? Isn't the role of a hero always taken by Brother Yi? Could someone like him, a nobody, also act as a hero for a change? But the feeling of being cheered on by everyone seemed quite nice. Humph, I knew it, the warriors of Longguo are all useless trash. Watching the three renowned experts from Flower City being carried back, the person from Ningguo finally took action, kicking the three defeated men unconscious on the ground. The people from Longguo were outraged. Although these three men had joined the Five Stars Club, they were still Longguo citizens, but now, being treated like trash by the people of Ningguo, they felt a sense of national shame and anger. "You brat, let's see if your body is tough or my claws are sharp." The person from Ningguo attacked Agu sneakily. The onlookers cursed at the despicable act and worried for Agu, recognizing the opponent's speed and skill. Agu hadn't even reacted when his clothes were torn open, leaving 3 red claw marks visible on his chest. Damn it! The person from Ningguo was left dumbfounded after his initial successful attack. Despite breaking through 7 layers of internal energy, his full-strength strike had caused minimal damage to the big guy. However, he continued his assault, tearing Agu's clothes to shreds. Agu was overwhelmed. His opponent was too fast for him to strike back. The person from Ningguo launched another attack, targeting Agu's eyes, but luckily, someone pulled Agu back just in time, dodging the claws. Uncouth. The onlookers were shocked by Agu's reaction. It seemed he wouldn't have been able to respond in time. Seeing this Flower City K1 taking action, everyone began to cheer. Even the person from Ningguo was surprised. This fighter, Xie Johnson, was renowned for his speed within the Ningguo martial arts community, yet here was a Flower City fighter even faster than him. Humph, good chap, take my Wolf King's pounce. The person from Ningguo launched a fierce attack towards Agu while the Flower City fighter was focused on saving him. The crowd fell silent as they witnessed Xie Johnshen's deadly move. A single touch from his claws would surely cause severe injuries. Thankfully, Agu's partner, the Flower City Ko-1, skillfully evaded the attack, saving Agu unscathed. Xie Johnson realized that the Flower City K1 was indeed a formidable opponent, and he might not stand a chance in a real fight. So, before the Flower City K1 could strike back, Xie Johnson snorted coldly, declaring that the fight was over and left. The surrounding crowd was incensed by Xie Johnsen's dishonorable conduct, attacking Agu without provocation and then leaving. The people thought the Ningguo person was shameless for his behavior. Just then, a voice rang out from the sky, chilling the hearts of onlookers. A figure leapt in, and a man with a sturdy physique, cold eyes, and a rugged appearance stood before the person from Ningguo Zizu. Upon seeing Zizu, Xie Johnson, one of the top 10 fighters from the Five Stars Club, was filled with fear. Zizu radiated a predatory presence, instilling fear even in a seasoned fighter like Xie Johnson. The person from Ningguo, now intimidated, hesitated and took a step back. The onlookers made fun of Xie Johnson, noticing his trembling legs. The atmosphere turned livelier as the crowd subtly mocked the so-called Ningguo elite for their overconfidence. Zizu did not waste time and swiftly defeated Xie Johnson, who was at the initial stage of martial arts. The scene fell into an eerie silence as no one expected the situation to escalate to this deadly encounter. With a nonchalant demeanor, Zizu treated Xie Johnson with disdain, discarding him on the ground, as there were no laws to abide by in their realm. Witnessing Xie Johnsen's defeat, the previously boastful members of the Five Stars Club scattered in fear. The Flower City fighters then prepared to teach them a lesson for betraying their homeland and siding with Ningguo. Chaos ensued, with bystanders joining the Flower City fighters to confront the traitors, labeling them as national traitors. Meanwhile, Zizou's gaze shifted from Xie Johnson to the newly arrived Chu Qingyu under the protection of Bai Tu. They hurried to the southern commercial city, where they were warmly greeted as they made their way to the martial arts academy. Flower City's patriarch and Xie Zhang welcomed them, joined by Zizou and Ziyue. Madam Yi greeted Xie Zhang upon seeing Chu Qingyu, standing up to acknowledge her. Although his tone was flat, it left Zizou and Ziyue on edge with his icy demeanor. After a moment, Ziyue offered a compliment, remarking on Chu Qingyu's beauty. Anxious, Chu Qingyu rushed forward, grabbing Ziyu's hand and urgently inquired about the whereabouts of Yi and the others. She bombarded them with questions, demonstrating her distress and desperate need for answers. Sensing her inner turmoil, Ziyue turned to Zizou, seeking guidance on how to respond to her inquiries. Finally, Zizou revealed the unfortunate news. Yi might have encountered a tragedy. The words hit Chu Qingyu hard, causing her to stagger back, supported by Zi Chunru and Bai Tu to prevent her from falling. "Qingwu, are you okay?" Zi Chunru hurriedly asked. No one knew better than her what Qingwu had been going through these past few days. With Yi Xiao missing and the changes in the Yi family, all her industries had been hit, facing a crisis like never before. Not only did she carry the name of Yi Xiao on her shoulders, but also the future of the entire Chu family. Therefore, she couldn't fall. In addition, she was also enduring the pain of being a widow. Zi Chunru had seen her cry alone late at night many times. Now that she finally heard Aguzi had returned, hope ignited in her heart once again, firmly believing that all the pressure she was under would dissipate as soon as Yi Xiao came back. Little did she know, she was about to face another heavy blow. "Hey, Zizou, what are you saying?" Unexpectedly, at this moment, Hua Lao Tudi scolded. "If you say he's dead, people will think Yi Xiao is dead. We're not even sure if he's dead yet." "What do you mean?" Chu Qingwu was a bit puzzled and couldn't help but frown at Zizou. Her heart was in turmoil, hoping to hear more specific news. This time, it was Ziyue who spoke, recounting in detail what had happened at the Beiji Tower in front of Chu Qingwu. After hearing it all, Chu Qingwu's hope was reignited. So, it was Bai Yao who agreed to stay in the Beiji Tower and marry Tuoba Lian to save you, on a condition that Tuoba Lord released you all. And Yi Xiao was still unconscious at that time, and was taken away by the Beiji god. "Yes, Madame Yi, so you don't have to worry too much. We don't think the Beiji god will necessarily kill him. And as for why she's holding on to Yi Xiao, that we don't know either." Ziyue shrugged. Unable to bear it, Chu Qingwu exclaimed, "No, I'm going to the Beiji land. I'm going to save Yi Xiao and bring him back." Excited by the possibility that Yi Xiao might not be dead, she was ready to face any challenges. "Miss Chu, don't worry too much. Yi Xiao has his own fate. He won't die so easily." Tang Kingsnake comforted Chu Qingwu, giving her great confidence. At the same time, he looked at Zizou and the others. Now that they had confirmed they were members of the Dragon Alliance, or were living in the mortal world peacefully, it seemed the Dragon Alliance's ban from years ago was starting to lose its effect. However, he didn't mention any of this. It wasn't the right time to ask such questions, and he didn't want anyone to know he had been part of the Dragon Alliance. Moving on, Chu Qingwu asked, "What about Shishi? Why didn't she come back with you?" Hua Lao Tudi asked about his granddaughter's whereabouts. "We really don't know." Ziyue shook his head. "After we escaped from the avalanche, we didn't see any trace of Flower Shishi, and even Shubiao doesn't know." After gathering all the information, Chu Qingwu quickly called Yeofu, hoping she could help mobilize all her resources to find Yi Xiao's whereabouts. Upon hearing Chu Qingwu's news, Yeofu was ecstatic but sighed shortly after. "Qingwu, our family's current situation is also quite difficult. Xiaoxia and Grandpa suddenly went missing. Izuo and Yue joined forces to usurp power, and we are facing oppression everywhere. We can't even stay in Yanjing anymore, and it's hard for us to mobilize the Yi family's resources. But don't worry, my mother from the Yu family is no pushover. Xiaoxia's whereabouts determine our fate, and we will definitely use the resources of the Yu family to find him." With Yeofu's promise, Chu Qingwu's emotions were mixed, but she could only wait for now. "Yi Xiao, when will you come back to me?" In Jinling, in a high-end apartment, Yi had already learned from Zhao Ying who he really was. "So my name is Yi Xiao. I'm actually the legitimate grandson of the Yi family in Yanjing." "Yes, my dear." Zhao Ying's mood was a bit complicated, But following Song Chengjin's orders, she hugged Yi Zhaoxiu's arm, looking affectionate. Your amnesia was caused by the Yi family. They wanted to kill you and prevent you from returning to the Yi family. Damn. Yi Zhaoxiu cursed softly. Although he didn't fully believe Zhao Ying, he also didn't doubt her. Upon hearing her words, a natural sense of hatred arose in him, believing that the Yi family had harmed him. So, dear, you must work with the 5 stars to overthrow the Yi family. Take control of the Yi family's power yourself. Only then can we have good days ahead, otherwise they will eventually kill us. Zhao Ying felt a bit guilty, but did her best to act. Being an actress made it easy for her. I have a slight headache. I want to go out for a walk. Although Yi Zhaoxiu was cautious, he was not foolish. Even if he didn't suspect Zhao Ying of lying to him, he wouldn't blindly follow her instructions. Before his memory fully returned, he wanted to gather as much information as possible, ascertain his identity, and then decide what to do. He didn't accept others constructing a preconceived worldview for him. Okay, I'll accompany you. Zhao Ying held Yi Zhaoxiu's arm and walked out. Despite the threat behind the scenes by the 5 stars, she genuinely liked Yi Zhaoxiu. His looks, temperament, skills, social status, and the wisdom of a mature man all deeply attracted her. As they arrived at a commercial district, a convertible Porsche 718 parked beside them. While Jinling was a developed city, a Porsche like this still attracted many passers-by's attention. Who is he? Zhao Ying. The man in the Porsche, wearing an expensive white outfit, seemed impolite, speaking with an air of superiority, especially when he saw Zhao Ying holding a man's hand. His gaze towards Yi Zhaoxiu seemed to carry flames. Yi Zi accompanied Zhao Ying, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the upscale commercial district's aristocratic bank. He was originally aimless, just feeling strongly drawn to the palace-like building of the bank, as if he had been there before, so he walked in. As for Zhao Ying, she happened to want to handle some business at the bank. Perfect timing. As everyone knows, the customers of the aristocratic bank are divided into strict levels. Even the VIPs are classified into high, middle, low, and top for levels. Zhao Ying is a relative of the Zhao family and also a celebrity, with personal assets in the millions, belonging to the aristocratic bank's low-level VIP. But don't underestimate this low-level VIP. It's still a figure that ordinary people admire. So when Zhao Ying walked with Yi Zi into the VIP area, she received envious looks from many people in the regular customer area, feeling a bit proud. Yi Zi, on the other hand, had a slight headache because he felt the bank seemed familiar, but he dared not delve deeper into his thoughts because that damn music was gradually playing again. Miss, please verify your identity. After Zhao Ying entered the VIP area, a pretty lady in uniform specially came to serve her. Okay. Zhao Ying also walked proudly to the human face verification system known as the mirror for superior individuals. There is a saying in the financial world, if you are a superior individual, you will know when you go to the aristocratic bank. Beep. Verification successful. Miss Zhao, you are our aristocratic bank's low-level VIP customer. The system quickly sounded a pleasant voice. The aristocratic bank is like a fighter jet in the banking world, with hundreds of people waiting in line in the regular customer area for service. So don't underestimate the identity of a low-level VIP customer. It saves a lot of time in queues. After Zhao Ying's verification, sounds of envy from the surroundings began to echo. When will I ever become a VIP customer of the aristocratic bank? A man sighed. Ha ha, work a bit harder. You as a general manager with an annual salary of 3 million, if you don't eat or drink for a decade, you might be able to become a low-level VIP customer of the aristocratic bank, right? His friend teased. Hearing this conversation, the surrounding ordinary people instantly felt disheartened. Even figures like general managers have to strive for 10 years without eating or drinking to become a low-level VIP. They can't even dream of it in their lifetime. Haha, you should just line up honestly. After all, us lower-class people will never become VIPs of the aristocratic bank. A haughty voice spoke up. When Zhao Ying, who had just completed her identity verification, looked over, she saw that jerk from earlier was back. Today, Zhou Ya came in a Porsche, originally to handle financial matters for his film crew, but he didn't expect to encounter Zhao Ying here again. It's like heaven is helping me. He thought upon seeing Zhao Ying and Yi Zi. Didn't Zhao Ying previously mention that to be her boyfriend? One must be an outstanding person among others. Today, he would show that poor guy his place and let Zhao Ying see that following a poor guy would lead to no dignity or status. Then, she might abandon the poor guy and potentially seek refuge in his arms. That's why he is deliberately flaunting his superiority now. Miss, please come in. The beautiful VIP customer service lady also invited Zhao Ying into the VIP room. Zhao Ying didn't want to see Zhou Ya, so she turned and walked towards the VIP room, but she heard Zhou Ya shout, "Hey, wait. I should go in first." The eyes of the people watching the spectacle in the regular customer area immediately lit up because they understood that the aristocratic bank had two VIP customer areas, the top-tier VIP customer area, providing one-on-one service, and the other, the regular VIP customer area, in front of Zhao Ying, which did not follow first-come, first-serve order but arranged in a hierarchy of high, medium, and low. Upon hearing Zhou Ji's words, the customer service lady immediately smiled and said to Zhou Ya, "Sir, please scan your face. If you wish to enjoy service in front of this lady, you need to be in a more advanced level of our VIP customers." Zhou Ya replied arrogantly, "Of course, I know." He tauntingly glanced at GZ before strutting towards the face recognition machine. Beep. Verification successful. Mr. Zhou, you are a mid-level VIP customer in our bank. There are 0 customers above your level. As the machine's words fell, the onlookers in the regular customer area started to discuss the situation. Haha. In all the times I've been to the aristocratic bank, I've never seen this before. Exactly. Those who become aristocratic VIP customers are all big shots. It's nice to see one, but today there are 2 in a row. Haha. It seems like having millions of assets doesn't make you a real upper-class person. Look, another big shot with over $1 billion in assets is humbly waiting in line. Will she be willingly queuing as well? Listening to these discussions, Zhao Ying couldn't help but stamp her foot. She was already uncomfortable with Zhou Ji's line cutting earlier, and now being mocked by others only added to her frustration. Zhou Ya noticed Zhao Ying's reaction and became even more pleased. Seeing her aggravated, Zhou Ya walked over and sneered at Yizi before provoking Zhao Ying. "What? Feeling unsatisfied? I can only say that your taste is lacking. What's the use of hanging out with a poor guy? Can he make you feel superior? Can he provide for you for a lifetime and let you live worrying-free?" "Zhou Ya, stop the nonsense. If you're here for business, go in now. I'm waiting." Zhao Ying coldly retorted. She was enraged. How could there be such a despicable person? Haha, are you in a rush? If not, why not scan your face a few more times? Perhaps there's a 1 in a million chance the machine glitches and declares you a high-level VIP, where you can cut in front of me. Zhou Ya continued to tease and wasn't in a hurry to go inside. After all, that was the rule of the aristocratic bank. As long as he didn't proceed, Zhao Ying had to wait obediently. HMPH. Small-minded. Zhao Ying knew Zhou Ya was deliberately showcasing his superiority in front of her. The more impatient she got, the slower he would move. So, she decided to walk with Yizi towards the regular customer area. Unexpectedly, Zhou Ya laughed heartily. "Go ahead. There are so many people in the regular area, you might have to wait for an hour or 2. By then, I'll have finished my business, turned around, and you might still be waiting." "Zhou Ya, don't go too far." Zhao Ying was so angry. The aristocratic bank had set such ridiculous rules to cater to the wealthy, granting customers of medium-level VIP and above the right to cut queues freely in the regular area. Knowing Zhou Ji's character, what he said before, he would definitely do it. Haha, I'm not going too far. It's just using my personal rights reasonably. If you have any complaints, feel free to tell the customer service lady. Zhou Ya even looked towards the pretty customer service lady. She thought Zhou Ya was overly arrogant, but the aristocratic bank was all about prioritizing the wealthy. If higher-level VIPs didn't have these privileges, how would they feel distinguished? The bank highlighted the honor of wealthy individuals, attracting them. So, if this low-level VIP customer wanted to blame someone, she could only blame herself for not having as much money as others. "Zhao Ying, I will give you 3 choices now." Zhou Ya saw that Zhao Ying had lost all her temper and spoke seriously. "First, leave the aristocratic bank. Today, you won't be able to handle any business, and in the future, don't even think about handling business here when you see me. Second, break up with that poor guy immediately and become my girlfriend. Then you will be the woman of a mid-level VIP customer at the aristocratic bank, and you will have more face even when you step outside. Third, haha, Let that poor guy beside you scan his face. See if there's a miracle, and he's a higher level customer than me. Ha ha. With that, Zhou Ya was already laughing uncontrollably. His choice was purely to humiliate Yi Zi. After all, how could that poor guy be a high-level customer? The onlookers burst into laughter. Duty. You'd better leave. At the aristocratic bank, if you don't have as much money as others, don't fight for this moment. Exactly. The poor guy beside you, with assets less than 100,000, is far from enough, let alone over $1 billion. $1 billion? According to the rules, he must be a high-level VIP customer to jump ahead of a mid-level VIP. To become a high-level VIP customer, one must have at least $1 billion in assets. With his poor appearance, it's a joke. Listening to everyone's words, Yi Zi suddenly walked towards the face verification machine. Seeing Yi Zi approaching the facial recognition system, the mocking figures around suddenly stopped. Zhou Ya, who saw it, was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, saying, "Go on, walk faster. Let that machine recognize your poor face." Ha ha. Yes. Zhou Ya laughed smugly. He had just wanted to mock Yi Zi, never expecting him to be so foolish as to actually provoke him like that. Even though Yi Zi didn't go, Zhou Ya felt a bit unsatisfied. Now, with Yi Zi going, he could wait for the machine to confirm his identity as a poor guy and then freely humiliate and mock him. Initially, Zhao Ying wanted to stop him subconsciously, but then quickly realized his mistake and stopped, suddenly awakening. Oh, he really was a pig-headed fool. He had been played and bullied by Zhou Ya for so long, he was so angry that he momentarily forgot Yi Zhao's true identity, almost mistaking him for being a loser. Since he was the young master of the Yi family, what was so special about being a VIP customer of a prestigious bank? In an instant, the scene divided into two factions, all eagerly waiting for Yi Zi to proceed to the machine for verification, but with different emotions. Luckily, Yi Zi didn't stop. He was more eager than anyone to verify his own identity, to confirm that he was indeed Yi Zi. After all, Zhao Ying and the 5-star club might deceive him, but the bank's verification system would not. Beep. Facial scan successful. Seeing the words on the screen, everyone collectively held their breath, waiting for the machine to announce, "Verification successful. Mr. Yi, you are our bank's esteemed top VIP client. You can enjoy all service privileges." Doom. At this moment, although there was no sound in the room, everyone's mind seemed to be thunderstruck, especially Zhou Ya, who was thunderstruck that he almost had a mental breakdown. What did being a top VIP client mean? No one knew better than him. It meant having assets of over 10 billion to step up there. He thought Zhao Ying had lowered her standards, finding a poor guy, never imagining that she had found a multi-billionaire. What's worse, this mere poor guy with just over 1 billion in assets had been pretending in front of him. Embarrassing. The beautiful customer service lady also took a while to react. She had first believed Yi Zi to be a poor man, after witnessing Zhou Ya mocking him for so long without a response. However, who would have thought that he was the most esteemed top VIP client of a prestigious bank? She had been working at the bank for nearly 3 years and had never seen such a prominent figure before. Once she realized, her expression instantly turned flattering, and without minding that his girlfriend was right there, she hurried over, bowing 90 degrees and subtly bringing herself closer to Yi Zi. "Sir, you can enjoy priority service, and the businesses of your friends can also be prioritized according to your wishes." Hearing this, Zhao Ying knew she had to turn the tables completely. She quickly walked over, tightly holding Yi Zhao's arm as if trying to merge her body into his. "Miss, that's great. Prioritize my businesses first, then I need to consult with my boyfriend about a few financial matters. I don't think your VIP manager has time to entertain other mid-level VIPs today. Tell him to back off." The mention of mid-level was particularly piercing. Zhou Ji's expression at this moment was one of deep embarrassment, like a door god who was clearly angry but unable to say a word. The surrounding onlookers immediately changed their stance, laughing out loud. "Look at the expression of that mid-level VIP customer. It's hilarious. Ha ha. Just a moment ago, he was so arrogant, trying to make him leave, even wanted him to break up with his girlfriend, not realizing he looked like a fool in their eyes. Yeah. Ha ha. It's a rare sight today, a billionaire crossing paths with a multi-billionaire, suddenly becoming a pauper, even worse off than us ordinary folks. Ha ha. I bet he won't think about coming here to do business ever again." Zhou Ya, already incensed, couldn't bear hearing everyone suddenly mocking him and felt like digging a hole to hide in. Meanwhile, Yizi simply ignored this clown-like man from start to finish, heading straight to the top VIP room, while instructing the customer service lady to arrange business as per Zhao Ying's words. 30 years in the East River, 30 years in the West. Zhao Ying, seeing Zhou Ya still lingering, stood in front of him, sneering. What, you still want to wait in line? Or would you like to scan your face a few more times to see if the machine might malfunction and turn you into a top VIP too? Snap. Just as she finished speaking, Zhao Ying lightly patted her head, saying, "Oh, I forgot. You'll have to queue up to be my boyfriend. Even if you're a top VIP, you need to be at the toppest VIP level." Laughs erupted from the surrounding crowd following her quips. Ultimately, it's the world of the wealthy. Whoever has money holds the power, and these onlookers naturally gravitate towards power, siding with the stronger party. Not to mention that Zhou Ya, who had just now reveled in his moment of triumph, was now the butt of everyone's joke, making the onlookers all the more pleased. Zhao Ying. You. Zhou Ya wanted to say something cutting before leaving, but after thinking a bit, realizing that Yizi, her boyfriend, was a billionaire, and among his acquaintances, there was none more exceptional, so the words died in his throat, and he slinked away despondently. On the other hand, Yizi, upon entering the top VIP room, went through the retina and fingerprint recognition systems again, reviewed all his bank data, making even the senior VIP manager feel a bit taken aback, wondering if this affluent person was merely showing off his wealth. Lastly, Yizi finally confirmed that Zhao Ying hadn't deceived him, and he really was Yizi, the young master of the top Yanjing family. He believed Zhao Ying was his woman, but unfortunately, even with her beside him, he felt not a single spark of recognition towards her. As Zhao Ying accompanied Yizi shopping until the afternoon, receiving many gifts from him, she picked out quite happily. Zhao Ying wasn't out to swindle Yizi, it was her first time in love, and she enjoyed the feeling of her boyfriend buying her things, making her truly happy. Upon returning home, Zhao Ying even stole a kiss or two from Yizi while he was loading things into the car trunk and then, her heart pounding, slipped into the car. In contrast, Yizi appeared indifferent, feeling no emotional connection to the woman's kiss. He furrowed his brows afterward. Had he truly lost his memory to the point where he couldn't even feel his girlfriend's kiss? Yizi, I received an invitation to a ball. On entering the car, Zhao Ying excitedly held up her phone in front of him. Oh, what ball? Yizi responded nonchalantly with a smile. It's a grand ball hosted by Lord Yichen in Jinling, inviting prominent figures and celebrities to attend. I'm very happy. With this ball, I can let the whole world know that I am your woman. She was thrilled by the prospect of attending the event with Yizi and signaling their relationship to the world. By appearing together, she felt she could not only elevate her status in Jinling but also rise in the entertainment industry significantly. Though she never thought of using a man to climb the social ladder, since she liked him so much, why not benefit from his influence? Hey, that little Yi-chan. Yizi suddenly chuckled, as if misinterpreting Yi-chan's intentions was a common occurrence. Subsequently, he naturally remembered the encounter with Yi-chan on Fairy Sea Island. At that time, he seemed to be on the beach, chatting with a woman who exuded an otherworldly aura for an afternoon. Who was she? He still couldn't clearly recall Ning Yuji's appearance, leaving him with a headache akin to brain splitting. Darling, what's wrong? Zhao Ying, seeing his state, knew he was about to remember something, feeling nervous and anxious. The more she delighted in being with Yizi, the stronger her feeling of uncertainty became. She feared the day Yizi might regain his memory, discover her deceit, and then leave her. Nothing. I have a splitting headache. I want to go back and rest. Yizi abandoned his attempt to remember, but he was almost certain that he and Yi-chan were brothers. If he could meet Yi-chan at the ball, perhaps he could use him to retrieve more memories. Due to Yi Zhao's headache, Zhao Ying drove him back home. However, as she went out to buy ingredients for dinner, she was invited back by two five-star club experts. Miss Zhao, have you not understood anything? Upon his appearance, Song Chengjun lifted Zhao Ying's chin with his hand, his gaze not only sly but also exuding a dangerous aura, making her breathing difficult. Song, President Song, I don't understand what you mean. I've already helped Yizi construct a new worldview as you instructed. Humph, your progress is too slow. Song Chengjun suddenly pinched her face forcefully, showing no regard, then drew closer, almost brushing their faces together. I need Yi to help the 5-star club deal with the Yi family, not for him to have an affair with you. Understand? President Song, I still don't quite understand. Zhao Ying couldn't bear the oppressive feeling from Song Changjun and bravely pushed him away, saying, "You only gave me 1 day. He still doesn't fully trust me. How am I supposed to persuade him to deal with the Yi family? And I don't know specifically how to deal with the Yi family." Heh. Song Changjun chuckled coldly. "The day after tomorrow, isn't Yishan hosting a grand dance party? You can have Yi take out the Yi family's golden medal. Loudly announce to everyone that he is the heir of the Yi family, and that he will transfer the position of Tiger Alliance leader to our 5-star society. That will work. Is that so?" Zhao Ying's eyebrows furrowed slightly, showing her hesitation. She couldn't foresee the consequences of such actions, but she was very concerned about one issue. President Song, Yi has a wife. What if after this public exposure, his wife comes looking for him? My identity as his fake girlfriend would be blown, right? This was also a question Zhao Ying had been pondering all day. She didn't want Yi's identity exposed. She just wanted to live quietly with him in a low-key, but impressive way. "Don't worry, our 5-star society is always monitoring your movements. We won't let anyone see Yi and disrupt our plan." Song Changjun lightly patted her face and said, with a smile, "Well then." Zhao Ying knew she had no choice. The power of the 5-star society was too great, and she couldn't let Yi know the truth. She could only reluctantly agree, taking it one step at a time. After she left, Song Changjun opened his laptop, looking at the photos of Tang Qingshan and Chu Qingwu, his smile turning increasingly sinister. "Zhao Ying's reminder has given me an idea. It seems I need to find a way to make Yi deal with his master himself, help us take down Hua Cheng, and then kill his original wife. Eliminate everyone around him, and there will be no one left to stop him from joining our 5-star society." Hehe. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Yi family's businesses spanned the globe. Yishan's grandfather was killed in a power struggle with the old master, leaving all his assets to Yishan. So don't underestimate Yishan's lack of power within the Yi family. His wealth was enough to support him for generations, living a lavish life without having to work. He hosted several dance parties each year, but the one in Jinling tonight was the first of 2020. The social gathering was set at a vacation villa in Jinling, far in the outskirts, offering a very elegant setting. Originally planning to bring Yi to the party and publicly announce him as her boyfriend, Zhao Ying changed her mind at the last moment, citing a scheduling conflict and giving up on attending. In reality, she knew Yi's identity was not something she could play with, fearing that once things started, it would be irreparable. So she decided to leave Jinling quietly, to think things through on her own before reappearing. However, she hadn't anticipated the vast capabilities of the 5-star society. Not following Song Changjun's instructions, someone abducted her when she left Yi's side. On the other hand, Yi wanted to meet Yishan, so today, he drove alone to the venue of the dance party. The car he drove belonged to Zhao Ying, a female Audi model worth hundreds of thousands, but it paled in comparison to the various luxury cars parked in the parking lot. Yishan, that fellow really knows how to enjoy himself. Although Yi hadn't fully regained his memory yet, hearing Yishan's name triggered fragmented memories of their encounter on Xianhe Island, vaguely recalling his lavish lifestyle and a string of girlfriends. Resting and cultivating in Zhao Ying's house for the past 2 days, he discovered that the musical sound was a terrifying force that would gradually diminish over time. Yi speculated that it would take at least 100 years to rid himself of it, according to the rate of decline, by which time he might have turned to dust. Yi walked towards the villa's entrance. Despite Zhao Ying buying him several sets of clothes, he wasn't used to luxury items and opted for the most casual suit today. The social gathering hosted by Yishan was a true display of extravagance, with guests adorned in luxurious brands. Especially the female celebrities flaunted their elegance and competed even before entering the venue. Yi, being a true elite, attracted disdainful looks for his casual attire. Unfazed, he headed to the buffet area to fill his stomach before finding a place to eat. Just as he filled his plate with food, he heard a surprised voice. "Oh, Yi, what are you doing here?" The voice was sweet and highly recognizable. Yi had a strange feeling, subconsciously aware that he had heard this voice before. Turning around, he saw a sweet-looking young maid in her prime, dressed in a maid's outfit, exuding a charming aura. Who are you? Yizia felt a headache coming on. He didn't remember this woman at all. What's wrong? Have you suddenly become wealthy with too many beautiful women around that you forget about people? The sweet maid, unaware of Yizia's headache, joked teasingly. Yizia smiled wryly, truly unable to recall. Seeing that Yizia genuinely didn't recognize her, the sweet maid felt disappointed but also somewhat understanding. After all, she was just a small employee under his company in the past, so it was reasonable that he didn't remember her. As she turned to leave, Yizia suddenly grabbed her hand, apologetically asking, "I've suffered a head injury, and there are things I really can't remember. May I ask who you are? I'm sure I should know you." The sweet maid turned once more and, seeing Yizia's expression, directly said, "My name is Tia. We had dinner together in Huacheng before. Do you not remember? I left Huacheng because of my father's circumstances and moved to Jinling for work." Yizia had another headache. Tia, Huacheng. These terms triggered a sense of familiarity, making him certain that this woman wasn't lying to him. At this moment, a man suddenly appeared from somewhere. Seeing Yizia holding Tian's hand tightly, he couldn't help but erupt in anger. "Tia, have you lost your mind? What kind of taste is this? The distinguished Jinling rich second generation, pursued you for a month without even a touch, and now you're getting cozy with this poor guy. Li Liang, who I'm with is none of your business. I'm not your girlfriend." Tia was always straightforward. Being reprimanded, she immediately retaliated. At the same time, she deliberately held Yizia's hand and said, "Let's go, find a place to talk. Don't let this kind of person disturb us." Though she didn't know what Yizia had been through, she believed that not even if he were truly down on his luck, he couldn't be compared to someone like Li Lian. Li Lian, seeing the woman he liked walking away with a poor guy, couldn't find the words to express his anger. Unfortunately, he knew his own status and didn't dare cause a scene at a place like this. Nearby, a few women gathered together, suddenly focusing their attention on Li Liang and Tia. "Hey, look, Li Liang failed in wooing the maid again. Hehe, I told you Li Liang can't get her. But who is this man Tia is holding hands with? Yeah, the social circle in Jinling is not that big. Why have I never seen him before?" These women were beauties from social circles, and as they said, the upper-class society in Jinling was small, populated largely by playboys, so they naturally knew Li Liang, the rich second generation, but had never seen Yizia before. Ren Zuxuan, as a beautiful woman from the Heaven Club, also received an invitation today. Unfortunately, she could only stay on the first level and couldn't mingle with the men on the upper levels. Hearing the women nearby gossiping, she also became curious and glanced over, her eyes widening soon after. "Oh my, isn't that Yiwan, that bastard? He got cozy with his cousin Zhao Ying, and now he dares to openly flirt with a pretty maid at the banquet. Who does he think he is? HMPH, just a poor loser. That man even used my underwear to wash his face. He's nothing but someone I look down upon." Zhao Zuixuan couldn't help but interject arrogantly as she observed the interest several women showed towards Yi. Speaking such words in front of her peers naturally gave her a sense of superiority. In essence, she was expressing her disdain towards curious men, considering them beneath her. "Really? He doesn't seem like that kind of person." Several women showed expressions of surprise. They knew Li Lian and had some understanding of Tia. With her discerning eye, even Li Lian wasn't good enough for her. So how could he associate himself with a poor loser like Yi? Ren Zuixuan, seeing the regretful expressions on the women, couldn't help but reveal a proud look, as if she was the only one who saw through everything. "Ha, although that poor guy is poor, his figure and skills are not bad. He knows how to play the melancholy act, easily deceiving some immature women. But in front of me, he has no charm whatsoever," she continued. The women present enjoy playing the game of love, much like Ren Zuixuan, focusing on money and status rather than physical attributes and skills. Not acceptable. As someone with experience, I must go advise Tia. This immature view of love will only hinder her future. One of the women, a married lady, spoke up. She had some acquaintance with Tia and couldn't bear to see her being deceived by a loser. As she was about to approach Tia, another woman suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, look, isn't that Gong Dasha coming over?" The women turned to look and saw a tall and imposing man walking towards Tia and the others. His name was Gongbing, only 27 years old and already a junior officer in the Southwest Field Army. It was heard that his father was a high-ranking officer in the Golden City Military District, and his mother was from a wealthy family background in Golden City, making him the true epitome of a second-generation official and wealthy young man. Hey, looks like that poor loser is in trouble. Ren Zuoxuan couldn't help but show a hint of schadenfreude after being surprised by Gongbing's presence. She had just seen Li Liang leave to find Gongbing in the upper circles of Golden City, who didn't know that Gondasho was a little tyrant. He loved snatching away love interests. Judging by his expression, he wasn't aiming to defend Li Liang. He was probably eyeing Jia. Yi, that poor guy, had no self-awareness. How dare he flirt with a woman that so many men were interested in? He was digging his own grave. Yi rarely encountered someone like Jia and wished to learn more about himself from her. Little did he expect that before they could exchange a few words, someone strode over and stood by their table like a statue. Jia, it's really you. Gongbing gazed at Jia with intense eyes, completely ignoring Yi as if he were invisible. Ah, you're Gongjie. You're also here at this banquet? Jia was slightly surprised and showed a hint of displeasure after realizing she had met Yi. What a coincidence to run into Yi, whom she hadn't seen in months, and now her former high school classmate. Since it's such a coincidence, let's sit down and have a drink together. Jia spoke boldly and generously, earning a respectful glance from Yi and sparking a sense of familiarity. Gongbing furrowed his brows and ordered loudly, I am here to catch up with Jia. You. Scram. Li Liang, who was watching the scene unfold, was also stunned. It was true that he had asked Gongbing for help dealing with Yi, but he didn't realize that Gongbing already knew Jia. It seemed like he was interested in her. This was a disaster. Bringing a Wolf into the house, despite being quite wealthy, his father was just a rich merchant. According to the saying, when a scholar meets a soldier, there are disagreements that cannot be resolved. If Gongbing took an interest in Jia, he would have to step aside. Why should I leave? While Li Liang didn't dare offend Gongbing, Yi had no such qualms. He was just about to have a chat with Jia and wouldn't allow someone to drive him away with just a few words. It was ridiculous. Why should I? Oh, you probably don't know who I am. Gongbing, his temper flaring, domineeringly cited his military achievements and lineage, trying to intimidate Yi. Gongjie, Yi is from Huachen, so he might not know who you are. Jia, aware of Yi Zhao's amnesia, attempted to mediate to prevent any conflict. Oh, I see. You're new here. Then consider yourself lucky that I'm letting you off the hook. Otherwise, you'd be in big trouble. Gongbing, feeling pleased with himself, didn't consider Yi significant and dismissed him. A military man and a third-tier internal energy martial artist, he didn't take ordinary people seriously. Ah, I find it unworthy to argue with you. Yi Zhao's eyes were indifferent. He disdained the likes of Gongbing. HMPH. You think you can go against me? Do you know who my father and mother are? Gongbing's threatening smile returned as he tried to flex his muscles. I joined the army at 16, entered the Southwest Field Army at 18, and saw combat at 19. I am different from an uncultured man like you. I am a real soldier who kills with a gun. Now, dare you defy me? Gongbing believed his boastful story would surely intimidate Yi, making him tremble and even kneel for forgiveness. But Yi calmly retorted, sorry, you're not worth my trouble. This bold statement shocked Li Liang, Ren Zuoxuan, and the others standing by. This kid was truly audacious. Do I not deserve it? Don't you know who I am? Gongbing laughed angrily, trying to show off his power and prestige. I don't deserve it. Really? Yi Zhao's cool demeanor didn't waver, and he boldly remarked, you're just a foot soldier, so what? In that moment, memories from his time in the Dragon's Breath unit resurfaced in his mind. It was strange how those experiences weren't suppressed by the ethereal music he usually encountered. Although they were grand spectacles with no detailed scenes, they seemed to convey something significant. Could it be that the high-level personage trying to block his memories was not trying to erase everything but rather prevent him from recalling certain key events? Yi Zhao's words almost petrified Li Liang. Ignorance is fearless, that's for sure. Dig brother, what she said was about real gunfights, not the kind of shooting games you play tonight, right? Isn't that impressive enough? Do we really need her to say someone has nuclear weapons to be impressed? Ren Zuoxuan also smirked and sighed lightly. Gotta say, Yi Zi really showed her what extreme ignorance looks like tonight. It's one thing to have amnesia, but do you really not even have basic common sense? Well, hopefully this scumbag who hit on his cousin and is now here trying to pick up girls at the party can live to see tomorrow. The commotion in this corner attracted more onlookers, and everyone couldn't help but discuss in excitement. Hey, is Gong Deshao bullying someone again? Ha ha. It seems like that clueless kid who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth wants to challenge Gong Deshao over a woman. Really? Is there such a naive person? Looks like that kid is in big trouble. Gong Bing was quite famous in the high society of Jinling, having clashed with many second-generation wealthy kids before, all of whom he beat up ruthlessly. Moreover, now his opponent is just a poor kid, with a vast difference in power and influence. In their eyes, the outcome seems inevitable. Sure enough, Gong Bing was completely furious, and he even reached for his gun. The conflict between the two was about to escalate and could even cause a commotion when a banquet manager in formal attire hurried over. What's going on? Who's being so bold as to cause trouble at young Master Yi Shen's party? As the word spread, the excited crowd became even more agitated, especially the few women who had always looked down on Yi Zi and deemed him a loser scumbag. Hey, didn't expect Manager Yan to show up as well. Looks like this kid is about to be thrown out. How noble is young Master Yi Shen's status? How could someone dare to cause trouble at his party? They'll definitely get what's coming to them. Exactly. Have you heard about what happened in Xianhe Island? I heard even Zhao Tong's men were taken out by Yi Shen himself. Who doesn't know that? Young Master Yi Shen is a famous playboy in Longwo. Even the Golden Phoenix ended up on the ground because of him. If he really gets mad, forget about that loser scumbag. Even Gong's surname won't have it easy. Listening to this, Ren Zhuxuan couldn't help but sneer. It's best to kick out both this loser and the hooligan. Bringing such low-class misunderstandings into this event is truly disappointing. Manager Yang, I am Gong Bing. My father is Gong Tiansai. My mother is Jin Xianhong from the Xiangxiang Board of Directors. I came to participate in this dance, thinking it was an elegant event only for the upper class. But I didn't expect that such scum would also be allowed in. Truly disappointing. Gong Bing saw Manager Yan and not only put down his gun, but also tried to paint himself as the victim. Manager Yan fell for it. Gong Bing's mother was a prominent figure in Jinling City, well known in the business world. He couldn't afford to be disrespectful. Gong Sha, calm down. If indeed some low-class individual has entered, it's our oversight, and we will explain. Manager Yan said, turning to Yi Zi, Sir, please show me your invitation. Hey, that's not fair. Chia quickly spoke up for Yi Zi. Why do you have to ask for his invitation just because of what he said? Why not ask him not to show it? Manager Yang, however, remained firm. Gong Deshao's mother is a prominent figure in Jinling. He naturally doesn't need to show his invitation, but this gentleman, I don't know, and his attire doesn't match the atmosphere of our event tonight. To prevent any unwanted incidents from gatecrashers, I must do this. With reason on his side, even Chia couldn't continue to argue. Humph, he's called Yi, just a worthless nobody. At this moment, Ren Zhuxuan finally stepped forward, deliberately exposing Yi Zhao's identity. She had long found this pauper distasteful, right? Look at him in his cheap outfit, saying he came with an invitation. I'll never believe it if I'm beaten to death. Since your identity is revealed, you must have infiltrated here. Get him out quickly, so we don't have to look at him anymore. I hate scumbags like him who come in here to hit on women. The women around Ren Zhuxuan also echoed her sentiments. Soon, the whole crowd began to voice their disapproval of Yi Zi. Sir, please show your invitation immediately, or don't blame us for being rude. Manager Yan's face darkened, his tone turning harsh, clearly assuming Yi Zi had infiltrated. I don't have an invitation, Yi Zi finally confessed. I used someone else's invitation to enter. Wow. As his words fell, the truth came to light, and the whole room buzzed. Gong Bing also revealed a triumphant attitude, with no concealment in his disdain for Yi Zi. No matter how talented this kid was, without status and position, he was just a bottom-tier nobody, not even worth comparing to Gong Bing. Get this kid out. Manager Yan roared. He was in charge of the event, and if someone had sneaked in and disrupted the order, or worse, caused serious consequences, young Master Yi Shen would hold him accountable, and then he'd be doomed. So besides being angry, He was also feeling anxious. Fortunately, the commotion on the lower floor hadn't reached the guests in the upper floor banquet hall, or it would have been hard to contain. HMPH, Yi. You loser. I almost thought you were someone important, but turns out you're just an average Joe. Ren Zhuxuan now regarded Yi with various forms of disdain. Only Tianjia looked concerned as she saw several security guards approaching, worried about what was happening to Yi. What had happened to him? How did he end up looking so disheveled? I haven't finished speaking yet, Yi spoke up again at that moment. I indeed didn't receive an invitation, but I'm Yi Shen's brother. Yi Shen's brother. Oh my gosh. The entire room was shocked to learn that this kid, up until now, not only didn't know any better, but also dared to impersonate Yi Shen's brother. Didn't he know it's a serious crime to impersonate someone from the Yi family? Manager Yan wasn't an insider of the Yi family. He was just hired temporarily to manage young Master Yi Shen's party. Naturally, he hadn't met Yi, the abandoned son of the Yi family. Though he didn't believe it, given Yi Zhao's claim, he didn't dare rush to throw him out. You say you're young Master Yi Shen's brother. Can you prove your identity? I said I am, and that's it. Do I need to prove it to you? Yi had no good attitude towards such sycophants. Since when did the young master of the Yi family need to prove his identity to people like them? But his words once again sent a chill through the room. What an arrogant kid. Ren Zhuxuan couldn't help but chuckle mysteriously, thinking to herself, at this point, he must be regretting his words. When the truth comes out and alerts Yi Shen, he would regret it. Alright, I'll go check right away. Yi Zhao's arrogance made Manager Yan really anxious. If he really was young Master Yi Shen, the most prestigious figure in the room, and he had just forcibly ejected him, it would be a disaster. The situation had now completely flipped. Only Tianjia stood there, appearing eager to see how this would play out. Once everyone finds out about young Master Yi's identity, let's see how you all back down. Huh? Why is it so lively downstairs? At this moment, Jinemi Igui and Conway looked down from the second floor and saw the scene unfolding downstairs. Rose's sister. Look, it's Yi God. Indeed, it's him. He's been missing for a few days. How could he appear here today? Jinemi Igui had been looking for Yi and hadn't found him. Now that she saw him being so harassed, she quickly went downstairs to help him out. He definitely isn't a young master from the Yi family. Just as Manager Yan was about to investigate, another voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Everyone turned to see a rugged man, none other than the former Lord Hui. I've seen this kid. He's just a driver, and his name is indeed Yi. How could he possibly be the young master of Lanhua's wealthiest family? Ha ha. With those words, the room erupted into excitement. Lord Hui even had said Yi Zhao's background. Could it still be fake? Perhaps this weirdo came here to freeload, chase girls, or even steal something. That's what I've been saying. If he's young Master Yi Shen's brother, I must be the Secretary General of the world. Ha ha, you have to admire this kid's bravado. He dares to boast about being this cool. Perhaps that pretty maid was just charmed by his words. The people present wasted no time in mocking and ridiculing Yi. Ren Zhuxuan and the women with her were particularly disdainful. It's one thing to be bold as a man, but lying in public is just foolish. Such people sneaking into high-end events are as irritating as cockroaches. Everyone wished they could crush him. I'm sorry, everyone. He's my friend. He didn't sneak in. Just as everyone was against Yi, someone finally spoke up for him. Look, it's Jin Meigui. Is this kid brought in by Jin Meigui? Just when everyone was about to drive Yi out, Jin Meigui unexpectedly arrived at the scene. Jin Meigui is the big sister of the 100 Flowers Club, unparalleled in beauty and domineering. Being a woman from the Jin family, almost everyone present knew her. Seeing her stand up at this moment and take the side of this lying kid, it was truly surprising. Only Yi Zhao's eyes lit up slightly, feeling a touch of emotion. It didn't matter how unrelated people saw him. Jin Meigui was his first friend in Jinling. With her and Tianjian's support, that was enough. Manager Yan wore a worried expression and immediately said to Jin Meigui, I'm sorry, Miss Jin. Although you are a distinguished guest of Master Yi Chan, you do not have the authority to bring someone into the dance party. By doing this, no, Jin's sister did not bring me in. Just as Manager Yan was about to reprimand Jin Meigui, Yi turned around and defended her. Jin's sister is my friend, but my appearance here tonight has nothing to do with her. Jin Meigui, upon hearing this, felt a mix of excitement and helplessness. She didn't expect Yi Zi to speak like this. Now that he was surrounded by people attacking him collectively and couldn't retreat, even though she didn't have the authority to bring someone in randomly, she could at least give him a way out so he wouldn't be seen as a troublemaker. Why was he so foolish? Yi Zi knew how Jin Meigui thought of him, but he didn't want to lie, or everyone would think he was lying just now. Since Miss Jin didn't bring you in, does that mean you admit that you snuck in? Manager Yang lost his patience and didn't even bother looking at Yi Zi, then instructed the security guards, "You, quickly throw this intruder out." People who always thought they were superior and looked down on Yi Zi were now agitated, some even wanting to kick someone when they're down. Humph, this poor guy actually sneaked into our high society party. We should not let him off easily. He should be handed over to the police. His actions have disrupted the public order of the upper class. Putting him in jail is not an exaggeration. Hey, everyone quickly check if you've lost anything. Otherwise, after kicking him out, you won't be able to retrieve it back. In this situation, Jin Meigui could only watch helplessly as Yi Zi stood alone, feeling a deep sigh. Now, he was standing on the opposite side of the entire upper class of Jinling at Yi Chan's banquet, and perhaps no one could save him. Li Lian's eyes were full of schadenfreude. Look at this kid daring to pursue his tia. Serves him right. Ren Zhuxuan was also in a good mood. Yi, I almost thought you were someone important. I almost fell for your charm. Luckily I have keen eyes and saw through your poor identity. Gong Bing was especially pleased, watching Chia anxiously. He once again showed that any guy who competes with him for a woman won't have a good ending. Unable to contain the swelling in his heart, he took the opportunity when security guards passed by Yi Zi and provocatively said, "Ha, poor kid. Do you understand now? You and this young master are not on the same level. With one word from me, I can make you disappear." Arrogant and conceited. However, as everyone present came from the upper class, accustomed to power reigning supreme, not only did no one find Gong Bing annoying, but they even shouted along, "Young Master Gong, make sure to deal with him sternly." Yi Zi remained silent and his expression became colder. He seemed to have scared many people. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a vulgar yet angry voice erupted from the top floor of the banquet hall. "Who dares to kick someone out of the banquet?" Once this sentence landed, the crowd, which was previously agitated, fell silent as if struck by a cold arrow. They heard the voice coming from the top floor of the banquet hall, and the tone was very familiar. Following the voice, they saw a familiar figure. It was none other than Yi Chan, the fat guy. The first floor banquet hall was filled with second-generation rich and officials, and they couldn't help but shiver in fear, like children who had done something wrong and suddenly heard a scolding from their parents. "All of you, don't move at all. Wait for this young master to come down. If anyone dares to sneak away, I'll kick his ancestors 18 generations out with one kick." Yi Chen was such a common man, but ironically, being this kind of common man made him the super wealthy and respected young master of the Yi family. The agile fat guy quickly came down. Tonight, Yi Chen was dressed in his party outfit for picking up girls. Magnificent and extravagant, looking like a prince from medieval times. He might not be older than anyone present, but his inherent nobility instantly overshadowed all the second-generation rich present. As he walked, the crowd around him dispersed like tide, creating a scene as if a prince was making his rounds, officials bowing before him, leaving people in awe. Who is that fat guy? So arrogant, and full of foul language. Really annoying. The woman next to Ren Zhuxuan, the lowest-ranking woman, had never seen such a top-tier young master like Yi Chen, and couldn't help muttering softly. The woman next to her suddenly paled and hurriedly covered her mouth. "Don't drag us into this. Don't mistake ignorance for personality. That is Master Yi Chen, the young master of the #1 wealthy family in Long Kingdom. His family's influence spans the globe and his personal assets are in the billions. And it's been said he controls many armies." "Really? That's amazing." The woman who just spoke turned pale, wishing she could cut her own tongue off. If Yi Chen overheard what she just said, she didn't know how she would survive. Ren Zhuxuan's complexion also changed drastically. Why did Yi Chen come down now? Could it be that Yi, that poor guy, was really his brother? It couldn't be. Yi Chen, young master Yi. Manager Yan was feeling uneasy, regretting his hasty decision. If the guy in front of him was indeed young master Yi Chan's brother, then the decision he made earlier would surely come back to haunt him. Nevertheless, he was an old hand at handling such large-scale events and managed to muster a flattering smile. How did you come down to this banquet hall? Yi Chen, with his temper, wouldn't have such good manners with a subordinate like Yang. He directly kicked Manager Yan in the stomach, knocking him down. The expressions of the people in the room once again turned shocked. In an instant, the room fell silent. If I didn't come down, do you think I'd let you kick my dear brother out? Yi Chan's angry words caused a bombshell effect in the room. Brother, dear brother, this kid, was he really Yi Chan's brother? Manager Yang's face turned ashen, and he knelt on the ground, not daring to lift his head. The people who had just mocked Yi, gloating and waiting to see the show, indeed saw a drama unfold, but it wasn't as exciting as they had imagined. Instead, they were wearing a grim expression. Who would have thought that the guy who dressed like a medieval prince was actually Yi Chan's brother in real life? Even with the evidence right in front of them, they found it hard to believe. As for Ren Zhujuan, she only regretted everything and felt blue. Yi was indeed the eldest son of the wealthy Yi family. He once shared a room with her, and not only did she not get into bed with him, in the end, she let him go alive. At this moment, she recalled her cousin's strange actions that day and suddenly realized everything. Oh, dear cousin, you're so cunning. You knew early on that he was the eldest son of the Yi family, that's why you snatched him away from me. On the other hand, Li Liang couldn't muster a sound at this time. Although he wanted to slip away, his legs dared not move. Only Tiachia finally raised her head proudly, looking at the crowd as if they were all idiots. She thought to herself, look at you people with your arrogant eyes. Look at you self-proclaimed superior beings. Little did you know, in front of Mr. Yi, you were nothing but trash. Brother Yi, my good brother, why didn't you tell me earlier? I'm sorry. It's my fault for not being thorough, causing you so much unnecessary trouble, Yi Chen said, looking emotional and hugged Yi with deep remorse. Just like on an high island, in front of Yi, the arrogant and bossy eldest young master was like a child. Witnessing this scene made everyone's jaws drop and they couldn't close them. They couldn't have imagined that young Master Yi Chen had this side to him. In front of them, the princely Yi Chen acting cute and pampered towards a man. This man was like a godlike figure to them. Those who had just called Yi a ruffian, a liar, and a thief now wanted to sneak away quietly, fearing that Yi Chen would hold them accountable, and it would be a miserable end for them. Upon seeing Yi Chen embrace Yi, the most shocked person was Gong Bing. He still hasn't dared to say a word until now, afraid that Yi would come to settle the score with him. His father's superior, who is also a key military figure in the Yi family, holds the fate of her mother's business in the hands of the Yi family. To put it bluntly, this so-called military business second generation Fizz is not even worthy of tying the young master of the Yi family's shoes. Yet, he had shamelessly boasted earlier about how easy it would be to take down the young master of the Yi family. And now, what about now? If Yi wanted to take him down, that would truly be a piece of cake. He wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Just a few words to Yi Chen would suffice. This arrogant and pampered young master loves nothing more than bullying others. Bro, why aren't you talking? Yi Chen hugged Yi for a long time, getting all emotional and loud. Yet Yi didn't say a word, which was a bit strange. Little did he know Yi had amnesia, not knowing what to say at the moment, thinking she was upset about some trivial matter at the banquet. Who was the one just looking down on my brother Yi? Men to the left, women to the right, sorted by height and weight. Line up. Yi Chen suddenly roared, scaring many into trembling. A large group of people even started queuing up as instructed. The scene was unbelievable. Yi Chan's personal bodyguard team emerged like a tide out of nowhere, and someone even brought out Yi Chan's dog-beating stick. Seeing this stick, Yi had a flash of recognition, suddenly remembering when his younger brother had used it to teach someone a lesson. Wait. Yi finally spoke up, everyone's attention focused as if waiting for a leader to speak. Forget about the others, but this Gong fellow just said it would be easy to take me down. Do you agree? Yi Chan? Yi Xiao's tone was light-hearted, but Gong Bing knew instantly that he was in for trouble. While his parents were influential figures in front of others, in front of Yi Chen, they were nothing. Though he knew he was in for a rough time, he dared not utter a single word of complaint. Otherwise, things could escalate, and he and his parents might end up in a dire situation. Who else? Yi Chen erupted furiously, grabbing the dog-beating stick and swinging it towards Gong Bing's head. Despite Gong Bing's earlier arrogant boasting, his skills were no match for Yi Chen. Unable to dodge, he could only bear the brunt, getting hit on the head, falling to the ground in agony, resembling a beaten dog. Anyone else, Yi Chen roared, and no one dared to meet his gaze. His notoriety in the upper echelons of Dragon Nation was resounding. Those wealthy second-generation individuals present could only look up to him. "Why are you all still standing there?" Yi Chen then instructed the bodyguards who had rushed over from all directions, quickly escort this Gong and Yang out, lest these two pests disrupt the elegant atmosphere of this soiree. Just like that, they thought Yi Zi was a pest. But within a blink, it turned out those who wanted to drive Yi Zi away became pests. The bodyguards acted promptly, hurling the injured Gong Bing and Yang manager out as if throwing out garbage. The onlookers were left stunned by Yi Chan's actions, with no more sense of elegance. Some were delighted. For instance, those who had long been fed up with Gong Bing's arrogance were satisfied to see him finally get his comeuppance. "That lady. What's your name?" After dealing with Gong Bing and Yang manager, Yi Chen beckoned to Chia with a smile. Chia was pleasantly surprised. Although she was also a beauty, Yi Chen was always surrounded by beauties, and she dressed conservatively, never catching Yi Chan's eye. So, upon seeing Yi Chan's pleased expression directed at her, she knew her fortunes were about to change thanks to Yi Zi. True to expectations, Yi Chen didn't disappoint. When Chia approached, he praised her extravagantly, proclaiming her the mistress of his villa, giving her authority over the place. The viewers were amazed. The villa was worth nearly 100 million, and just because she had exchanged a few words with Yi Zi and defended him, she had become wealthier than the wealthy second-generation individuals present. The most pitiful at heart was Ren Zuoxuan. If only she had seen Yi Zi being bullied and instead of joining in the mockery, had claimed she knew him and stood by his side. Who knows, she could have become the mistress of the villa now. But she couldn't dare to step forward, fearing Yi Chen might strike her on the head with his stick. Tia was just here working to earn money. She had never expected to become the mistress of this luxurious villa. She was at a loss for words. "Stop with the I and me. I have my eye on you." Yi Chen patted her shoulder and whispered in her ear, "My brother Yi Zi isn't very close to women. If you can find a way to impress him, I'll reward you generously." Chia was even more surprised, her face turning red at Yi Chan's words. "Ha ha." Yi Chen burst into laughter, embracing Yi Zhao's shoulder joyfully as they headed to the top floor to catch up. Left behind were a group of self-proclaimed elite individuals who couldn't even access the villa's second floor. Rose's sister. Now our Rose Club has gained a powerful ally. After Yi Zi and Yi Chen left, Xiangwei walked over to Jinmai with excitement, saying, "You defended Yi Zi so vehemently earlier, he will surely be grateful to you." "Hehe, as long as he doesn't mock me for being presumptuous." Jinmai smiled bitterly, seemingly nonchalant on the surface, but deeply shaken internally. She was the only one who knew that Yi Zi had once lived in a shanty town as a barefoot doctor. A person with such a prominent background, currently residing in a shanty town and experiencing this incident would entail a complex and significant backstory. "Wu, Zijie, they all said you were dead. I cried for 3 days and nights. Now that you are standing in front of me, are you really your soul?" Upon entering a room alone with Yi Zi, Yi Chen embraced him and burst into tears. Yi Zi, with only fragments of memories of Yi Chen, could feel the deep bond of brotherhood between them. "By the way, Zijie, how did you end up in Jingling?" It took Yi Chen a while to pull away from Yi Zi and ask him. I have amnesia." Yi Zi had complete faith in his intuition and shared with Yi Chen, "I've forgotten many things, including my identity as Yi Zi, which Zhao Ying informed me about." Yi Chen was genuinely shocked, then furrowed his brows. "Zhao Ying, she's just a second-tier minor celebrity in Jingling. How did you end up with her?" "She's my woman," Yi Zi stated without a doubt, informing Yi Chen. "She also said that Yi Zhuo and Yi Yue caused my amnesia, prompting me to help the 5-star society to deal with them and seize core power from the Yi family." This. Zijie, let's not talk about this. I won't get involved." Hearing about the family power struggles of the Yi family, Yi Chen immediately waved his hands, unwilling to discuss further. He was certain that Yi Zi had amnesia. If it were the Yi Zi of the past, he would have known he was just a playboy who never involved himself in the family's affairs. He understood that he could flaunt his domineering ways and seduce women with ease because he posed no threat to the Yi family's interests. But once he got involved in power struggles, his good days would likely come to an end. Yi Zi sensed Yi Chan's reluctance and stopped discussing the matter, realizing that Yi Chen truly regarded him as a brother and didn't want to involve himself in such matters. Ha, Zijie, now that you have amnesia, all restraints are off. Come, tonight let's just talk about love and romance as brothers, not family matters. Let's drink to our heart's content. Yi Chen invited 10 top-tier beautiful women to accompany them for a drink, including Chia. Yi Zi didn't want to dampen the mood, and before they knew it, both he and the rest of the lovely ladies in the room were intoxicated. Yi Xiao, are you okay? Why did you drink so much? Chia doesn't drink, so after everyone else fell down, she helped Yi Zi leave. I'm fine, I'm not drunk, just a bit of a headache. Yi Zi didn't reject Tia Qian's support, only because he felt that this woman was indeed his good friend from before. However, his head really hurt because of the alcohol, and it seemed like he remembered a lot of fragments of memories. Unfortunately, touching on some matters related to his own background, and why he lost his memory, made his head ache as if splitting open, and then his whole body felt heavy and dizzy. Where do you live? I'll take you back, Chia offered. Yi Zi had been drinking, so he definitely couldn't drive, so he just nodded. However, he didn't expect that half an hour later, they arrived back at Zhao Ying's house, and Ren Zhuchuan had been waiting at the door. As soon as Ren Zhuchuan saw Tia helping the headache-ridden Yi Zi back, she immediately frowned and stepped over. You. Let go of him. Me? Chia was confused. How did she become a fox demon? But Ren Zhuchuan didn't care. She directly pushed her away from Yi Zi and held him herself. Now, in Ren Zhuchuan's eyes, Yi Zi was like a piece of gold. Whoever dared to try and take him away, she would fight back with all her might. However, Tia was not an easy woman to mess with. Seeing her being so unreasonable, she loudly asked, Hey, who are you to Yi Xiao? Why are you here? What gives you the right to call me a fox demon? Heh. Me? Ren Zhuchuan looked at Tia, not understanding her own identity, and began to boast. I am the first person to shelter young Master Yi Zi in Jinling. He even smelled my underwear, and lived with me. What kind of relationship do you think I have with him? What? Chia was shocked. She was a decent woman. If she did something like that with a man, then that man would definitely be hers. But young Master Yi Zi, despite his memory loss, wasn't that kind of man, right? Humph. Get lost. This is my home. You're not welcome here. Ren Zhuchuan pushed Chia away again, pretending to take out the keys to open the door. In fact, this house was not hers at all. Even though she was Zhao Ying's cousin, she couldn't possibly have the keys. She just wanted to trick Chia away, and then spend the night with young Master Yi Zi. By then, even if young Master Yi Zi didn't like her or give her a proper status, they would still have a physical relationship. If she accidentally got pregnant with a child from the Yi family, she would rise like a phoenix. Thinking of the Yi family's second young master, who had such immense power in Jinling, and since Yi Zi was from the main branch, how much power did he possess? Tonight was the perfect opportunity. She had to seize it and spend the night with young Master Yi Zi. Well, then, I'll leave young Master Yi Zi in your care. Tia, not having many ulterior motives, saw this woman waiting at Yi Xiao's house when he returned and didn't suspect any deceit, so after hesitating for a while, she left. A straightforward woman like her was most scared of being accused of stealing other people's men. Hey, silly girl. After Tia left, Ren Zhuchuan mocked, then took the keys out of Yi Xiao's pocket and opened the door to her cousin's house. She knew her cousin was away on a business trip and wouldn't be coming back, so she boldly occupied her house, planning to have a good time with young Master Yi Zi. Looking at her cousin, who dared to use means to take young Master Yi Zi away from her, she snorted. Young Master Yi Zi, why did you drink so much alcohol? Let me help you take a bath. After Ren Zhuchuan helped Yi Zi into the house, she locked the front door. Even if her cousin came back that night, she wouldn't be able to get in. Although Yi Zi had a headache, he wasn't very drunk. After resting on the sofa for a while, he heard Ren Zhuchuan starting the hot water in the bathroom. When he sat up, he realized that Ren Zhuchuan had taken off her own coat, only wearing close-fitting clothes. What are you doing? This is not your home. Go back. Yi Zi had no fondness for Ren Zhuchuan, naturally not wanting to be alone with her, especially since she was acting like a demon wanting to devour him. Young Master Yi Zi, if you're drunk, rest well. I'll take care of you tonight. Ren Zhuchuan refused to leave. She was so eager to marry into a wealthy family that she was almost going crazy. She had been worried that none of Jinling's wealthy young men would come looking for her, but unexpectedly, the heir of the Dragon Country's wealthiest family had arrived. Even if someone held a gun to her head now, she wouldn't leave. Furthermore, she took the opportunity to come over, hugging Yi tightly, wanting to merge her whole body into his. Not necessary. Yi coldly pushed her away and went into the bathroom to freshen up. Ren Zhuchuan quickly followed, but the door was locked, shattering her fantasy of bathing together. Damn it! Ren Zhuchuan stomped out sighing, biting her lip hard and said, "I'll see how long you can pretend." No man in the world can resist the charm of Ren Zhuchuan. Since her plan to bathe together failed, Ren Zhuchuan simply took off all her clothes, climbed onto Yi Zhao's bed, and waited for him to join her later. Unexpectedly, after Yi finished his bath, he found her sleeping on his bed, so he immediately turned and went into Zhao Ying's room, locking the door behind him. He knew exactly what this woman was up to. When she thought he was destitute, she looked down on him in every way. Even at tonight's party, she connived with other women to mock him behind his back. Now that she knew he was the young master of the Yi family, possessing immense wealth, she wanted to throw herself at him. Sorry. No way. Young Master Yi. Young Master Yi. Ren Zhuchuan saw him entering Zhao Ying's room and began banging on the door, hoping he would come out. Ignoring Ren Zhuchuan's one-woman show outside, Yi lay down and fell asleep, but then the phone in the room suddenly rang. It was Zhao Ying's number calling back. Yi immediately answered. "Hello, Zhao Ying. What's wrong?" Although he didn't suspect Zhao Ying was his girlfriend, he didn't have any sweet feelings towards her either. Even his tone of address felt somewhat distant. But to his surprise, a man's voice came from the other end. Hey, Yi, we've kidnapped your girlfriend. If you want her to return to Jinling alive, send us 1 billion. 1 billion. Yi Xiao's eyebrows furrowed upon hearing this, and as the other party probably expected him to refuse, he agreed right away. Alright, I can give it to you. Just don't harm Zhao Ying. Also, I want to hear her voice. Damn. The man on the other end was dumbfounded after hearing this. He expected Yi to refuse and had even prepared counter-arguments, but he immediately agreed. He was at a loss for words and looked towards the person beside him. At that moment, sitting next to the man was none other than Song Chengjun and Zhao Ying. Song Chengjun was the Dragon Country's chief representative of the Five-Star Association, and he had received the information about Flower City's failed infiltration long ago. Today, bringing Zhao Ying here was his way of arrogantly manipulating Yi, wanting him to deal with the Flower City's unicorn dance. To think that their boss would personally deal with those who opposed the Five-Star Society made him inexplicably excited. With a signal from Song Chengjun, the man who was still on the phone with Yi immediately said, "Alright, I'll let you hear Zhao Ying's voice first, but the ransom will increase." Zhao Ying didn't know what to feel at the moment. She didn't expect to be valued for 1 billion in Yi Xiao's heart, which moved her. But realizing she was now helping Song Chengjun manipulate him, she felt guilty to the point of almost breaking down. Oh. Suddenly, Song Chengjun pinched her thigh, causing her to scream in pain. Zhao Ying, what's wrong? Where are you now? The other side heard Zhao Ying's screams, and Yi Zhao's tone became anxious. Though things between them had not been sweet, she was still his girlfriend. As her boyfriend, he had to ensure her safety. Yi, I'm fine. You don't need to worry not. Zhao Ying's words weren't finished when Song Chengjun pinched her snow-white thigh again, holding it tighter this time, causing her to scream in agony continuously. Zhao Ying. Yi became more and more agitated, only to hear the voice of the man on the other end. Yi, we're members of the unicorn dance. Your girlfriend is with us now. We want you to give us all your property, or we'll shred her. What? Yi Xiao's head, which was already a bit foggy, started throbbing even more painfully upon hearing this. Unicorn dance. Why did that name sound so familiar? Unfortunately, trying to think hard only made his head ache even more. Alright, your girlfriend is now in Flower City. Come here with the cash to find us. We'll contact you again. With that, the phone call ended. The next day, when Yi got up, he opened the door to find that Ren Zhuchuan was actually making breakfast for him. This woman was acting out of character, not only dressed modestly and elegantly, but also with a very gentle and virtuous smile. Master Yi, are you awake? Zhao Ying is not here, so I made breakfast for you. Please wait a moment. Oh. Yi looked at this woman, not knowing what tricks she was playing. He didn't get a wink of sleep on his own bed last night, and today she suddenly turned into a virtuous woman. However, his mind was focused on Zhao Ying not being here, so he quickly had a little bite to eat and left. Hey, Master Yi, where are you going? Ren Zhuxuan was so angry, stomping her feet. Was this man incompetent? Why did he not appreciate her, no matter what she did? Your cousin has been kidnapped. I have to go save her. Yi did not hide anything from her, and after tossing out these words, he disappeared. HMPH, is Zhao Ying that seductive? It makes me so angry. Ren Zhuxuan went crazy directly. It was clear that she was the one who knew Yi first. Her figure and appearance were not inferior to her cousin's, so how could there be such a big difference in this man's heart? Dan Zhao Ying, snatching a man from me, I won't let you succeed. Ren Zhuxuan was filled with jealousy and hatred, and she became more convinced that Zhao Ying had deceived Yi back then. Now Yi would never be loyal to her and would look down on her. Yi did not care about that woman's thoughts. He quickly arrived at the parking lot, preparing to drive to Huacheng. He felt that the city of Huacheng was very familiar, even though he couldn't remember living there before, nor could he remember anyone there. Yi Xiao. Suddenly, Qiaqian's voice came from behind. Yi turned around, and Tia was running towards him. She hadn't changed her clothes, and her face looked pale. It seemed like she had been waiting here all night. Why didn't you go back? Yi felt very close to Tia, even better than Zhao Ying. In his consciousness, Tia was more familiar to him than Zhao Ying. Tia paused, then directly said, Master Yi Chen asked me to take care of you. I sent you back home last night, and I felt like that woman had some ulterior motive towards you. So, she stopped speaking midway because if Ren Zhuxuan had any plans for Yi, she would have already done everything that night. Yi smiled without saying a word. He got into the car and drove towards Huacheng. Hey, where are you going? Yi Xiao. Tia was anxious and ran a few steps towards the leaving car. Although Yi didn't stop the car, he told her, Huacheng. Huacheng? Did Yi Xiao regain his memory? Was he going back? However, Tia felt that something was wrong and quickly ran back to report to Master Yi Chen. She planned to take a leave and go back to Huacheng. Little did she know that Song Chengjun had long arranged for people to monitor Yi in Zhao Ying's neighborhood, and their every move was quickly reported back to Song Chengjun. Chairman Son, what should we do now? A woman in red sitting on Song Chengjun's lap fed him milk, asking coquettishly, Hey, Yi has returned to Huacheng, so I don't have to worry about that anymore. Song Chengjun's eyes brimmed with confidence and he smiled. Oh. Why? The woman's red lips almost bit his earlobe as she whispered softly, because there's a powerful figure in Huacheng called Liu Yujian. I'm confident in letting him handle the affairs of the Huacheng 5-Star Association. He will surely make Yi and Tang Qingsh fight each other. He's a smart bastard with an IQ of 180. Hehe. A few hours later, Yi arrived at the commercial highway in the North District of Huacheng. Checking the time, there was less than half an hour until the appointed meeting time with the kidnappers. Yi had to make use of his skills and managed to overtake several cars in front. Wow, Chu Dong. Look at the way that car is driving. It's amazing. In a Mercedes-Benz van, Zichunru marveled at an Audi that had just zoomed past them. She had never seen anyone drive so skillfully, almost like a professional racer. Seeing that Chu Qingwu was still listless, she wanted to engage her in conversation to lighten her mood. She thought Chu Qingwu would casually brush off her words, just like before. But to her surprise, Chu Qingwu suddenly became excited and instructed the driver loudly. Quick, catch up with that Audi. The driver was dumbfounded for a moment, then awkwardly said, Chu Dong, please don't put me in a difficult position. If I had that kind of skill, I would have become a racer long ago. Why am I still driving for you? After speaking, the driver felt he misspoke and hurried to explain. Chu Dong, what I meant was not that you treated me poorly. But Chu Qingwu didn't pay attention to what he said. She clenched her fist slightly and murmured, Yi, it must be Yi who is back. Oh, here she goes again. Zichunru sighed inwardly when she saw Chu Qingwu's reaction. Chu Dong yearned for her husband day and night, and this was starting to border on an obsession. 20 minutes later, following the kidnapper's location, Yi unexpectedly arrived at the entrance to a village in the city center. What was going on? It didn't seem like the place where kidnappers would demand a ransom and release hostages, as there were many villagers coming and going. Help! At that moment, Yi heard a cry for help. He quickly got out of the car, walked down a small path, and found a group of thugs beating an old man, while a young girl beside them was shouting for help. Seeing this scene, Yi frowned. What he didn't expect was that these thugs were now threatening the young girl. Call your sister. We, the Wurokirin gang, rule over Huacheng. No matter how loud you shout, no one can control us. With that, one of them raised a hand to slap the little girl. You scoundrels! Yi couldn't stand by in silence. Although not full of righteousness, he couldn't ignore this situation. He shouted in anger and saved the little girl, then easily took down the thugs with just one move. You wait. Offend our Wurokirin gang, you'll pay for it. Let's go. The thugs, beaten by Yi, made a harsh threat, then quickly fled. Thank you, mister. Thank you. The little girl blinked her big eyes, looking at Yi gratefully. It's nothing. Just a small effort. Yi patted her head and gave a kind smile before turning to help the beaten old man. The old man was badly injured, with 2 broken ribs, a face covered in blood. Seeing this, Yi Zhao's frown deepened, and he had to administer urgent first aid. Thank you, mister. If it weren't for you, my grandpa would have been doomed. While Yi treated the old man's wounds, the little girl spoke next to him, expressing her gratitude. Yi wasn't originally planning to get involved, but couldn't help asking, why were they bullying you guys? Hey, young man, are you from out of town? The old man said with a heavy heart, the Wurokirin gang is a big scourge in our Huacheng. Not only do they extort money from the people, but they're also brazen and domineering. Many people in our village have been crippled by them. My injuries are nothing compared to some of the things they've done. There are still such despicable organizations. Yi Zhao's frown deepened even more, his tone a mix of skepticism and belief. Young man, you're too naive. In this day and age, there will always be bullies. The old man sighed, especially this Wurokirin gang. They operate under the guise of a legitimate security company, but actually engage in oppressing the people. Their leader, Tang Qingsh, is especially disgusting. Known as Uncle Snake, his hands are stained with the blood of ordinary folks like us. Tang Qingsh. Yi was slightly taken aback, feeling like the name was familiar. After giving the old man emergency treatment, Yi did not linger and continued his search for Zhao Ying's whereabouts. After he left, the old man and the little girl limped into the city village and entered a simple house. Liu Yujian was already waiting inside, smiling and saying, Elder, thank you for your hard work. As soon as he spoke, 2 of his men handed over 2 stacks of money to the old man. Ah, thank you. Thank you. The old man thanked them while reporting Yi Zhao's situation to Liu Yujian. After listening, Liu Yujian left the house very satisfied. Just as he stepped out, he ordered his men find a skilled pickpocket and steal back the money. Yes, boss. His henchmen immediately organized the task. After getting into a business van, Liu Yujian's eyes grew more sinister, and he couldn't help bursting into laughter. It seems that Yi has really lost his memory. When he goes all out to fight Tang Qingsh, I wonder how exciting it will be. Ha. Hearing his words, the person in the bandaged vehicle next to him trembled, and his eyes revealed a cold expectation. At the same time, the high-level expert sent by Jingling to Song Chanjun arrived in a car next to Liu Yujian. Young Master Liu, Chairman Song sent me to deliver the hostage to you, he said. How to handle it is up to you. Upon hearing this, Liu Yujian's cold eyes fell immediately on Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying shivered, feeling an ominous premonition. Why did you bring me to this place? Zhao Ying followed Liu Yujian to a small house, where the walls, flags, and even the icons were filled with the words Dance of the Qilin. She was not from Huacheng and naturally did not understand the significance of the Dance of the Qilin. Liu Yujian, however, showed her a cold smile and didn't answer her, instead ordering his men, tie her up. Confused about the situation, Zhao Ying was roughly handled by several men and quickly tied up. Liu Yujian walked over, lifted her chin, and sneered, This isn't enough. Can't let men feel sorry at just one look. Stop it. Terrified, Zhao Ying regretted pretending to be Yi Zhao's girlfriend. Inadvertently involved in this power struggle, she was now at the mercy of these unfamiliar men. Who knows how they would treat her? Sure enough, The feared happened as Liu Yejian didn't care who Zhao Ying was and brutally slapped her a few times. Ouch! It hurts. Zhao Ying felt her face go numb, blood even trickling from her mouth. With a mix of shock and anger, she glared at Liu Yejian and scolded him. What are you doing? I came here to cooperate with your act, not to get involved with you for real. Another slap darkened Zhao Ying's vision, causing her to pass out. Mess up her clothes a bit, make it look like she's been violated. That will make Yi Zhao's worrying. Make Yi Zhao's angry, Liu Yejian ordered. His men willingly carried out these actions, portraying Zhao Ying as a victim of kidnapping and torture. Of course, they took advantage of the situation, appreciating Zhao Ying's beauty. At this moment, one of the henchmen approached and reported, Liu, we've contacted Yi Zhao's. Hey, let me talk to him. Liu Yejian instructed his men, put on a mask, grabbed a phone, and aimed the camera at the unconscious Zhao Ying. Seeing this, Yi Zhao became furious, clenching his fists so hard his knuckles turned white. Damn it, I brought the cash as per your instructions. What do you want? Release Zhao Ying now. Hey, Yi Zhao, why are you so angry? Liu Yejian said, then intentionally poured a bucket of cold water on Zhao Ying's head. In the cold, post-Chinese New Year weather, Zhao Ying couldn't bear this sudden freezing water, screaming in agony with pale lips. Never let me catch you, or I'll kill you. Yi Zhao was truly enraged, regardless of Zhao Ying's relationship with him. He detested seeing a woman mistreated and wanted to eliminate them all. Ha, Yi Zhao, perhaps you're dreaming. Liu Yejian taunted, provocatively suggesting, we, the Dance of the Kilin, are the most powerful organization in Huacheng. Even the snake uncle is Huacheng's KO1. When he meets you, he's bound to be beaten. Where are you? Tell me now. Fed up with the banter, Yi Zhao urgently wanted to find Zhao Ying and free her. However, Liu Yejian wasn't ready to show his cards, squeezing Zhao Ying's neck roughly, showing her ugliest side to Yi Zhao. Meanwhile, persuading Master Yi Zhao, as the heir to the top family in Longguo, why be angry over such a low-class woman? Why not let go of her? In the vast world, there are plenty of beauties. With so much money, you can have as many women to serve you. Let her stay to serve us. Won't that be better? Upon hearing this, Zhao Ying shook her head in fear. If Yi Zhao was persuaded to abandon her, she would lose her leverage. She knew Yi Zhao cherished emotions deeply, and the more they tried to dissuade him, the more he'd cling to her. Indeed, enraged Yi Zhao threatened to unearth their whereabouts and deal with them. After the call ended, Liu Yejian chuckled, praised by his loyal follower for his cunning plan. Zhao Ying, witnessing this scheme, realized Liu Yejian was too cunning, and she was now seemingly useless as their pawn. Let go of me. I'm supposed to cooperate with you. You can't treat me like this. Zhao Ying understood Yi Zhao's connection with the Dance of the Kilin. She wanted to inform him, but realized it was futile. Liu Yejian slapped her again, coldly saying, before helping us take down Tang Qingshan destroying the Dance of the Kilin, don't think about leaving. Hey. At this moment, Zhao Ying regretted deeply. As for Yi Zhao, after the abductors disappeared, he left the city center. He wanted to investigate the Dance of the Kilin thoroughly, confront their headquarters, and force their leader to release Zhao Ying. Yet, before he could start his search, he witnessed a group of thugs in security uniforms separating a couple at a bar, dragging the woman away and beating the man on the ground. Scoundrels! Yi Zhao angrily shouted. Recognizing these thugs from the earlier incident involving Zhao Ying, he prepared to intervene and find the whereabouts of the Dance of the Kilin's headquarters. However, these security uniformed ruffians unexpectedly exclaimed, "Ah, brother Yi Zhao, you're back." Disappointed, Yi Zhao realized these were fake security outfits of the Dance of the Kilin. Just as he was about to teach them a lesson and gather information, these security guards suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, brother Yi Zhao, you're back." Disheartened that the couple wasn't his rescues, Yi Zhao had no time for this. The thugs then focused on him. Yi Zhao didn't hesitate, swiftly subdued one of them and demanded, "Take me to your boss." Fluster, the thugs hesitated to speak. Angrily threatening them, Yi Zhao raised a bottle, ready to act. The spectators observed from a distance, waiting to see what would transpire. Unexpectedly, the thug he pressed down earlier took out his phone, showing Yi Zhao an old photo. Yi Zhao stared at it, stunned. "Boss, is this you? Isn't that the Dance of the Kilin and our group in the front?" In disbelief, Yi Xiaos realized the truth of the photo. Am I really the leader of the Dance of the Kilin? Did I build this vile organization? Struck by a mix of pain and disbelief, he couldn't fathom that he had been a big villain before his memory loss. The thugs tried to justify themselves by blaming Tang Qingshi, hoping to sway Yi Xiaos to their side, but Yi Xiaos's expression was tormented. Seeing his current state, they expected him to retaliate against Tang Qingshi. Tell me about the Dance of the Kilin. Yi Xiaos finally caught one of them, threatening fiercely, if you dare deceive me, you'll pay the price. The thugs, pretending to be the Five-Star Society, invited him to a VIP lounge, willing to share all the details. On the second day, Zhao Yunshan, accompanied by his brothers and two men, headed to the old city in the northern district. Damn it, those bastards from the Five-Star Society. They never dare to face us directly now, always ambushing us. Today, I will settle the score with them. Zhao Yunshan cursed as he walked. The brothers following him knew why he was so enraged. The thugs from the Five-Star Society had attacked the men before, which was tolerable, but yesterday, they had actually run into Zhao Yunshan's newly acquainted girlfriend. If he didn't unleash his anger, Captain Zhao would definitely be internally injured. So today, he called on a large group of brothers, including the two dogs, to flatten the den of the Five-Star Society. It was more accurate to call it the den of the White Vol faction, just with a different name. It had been a long time coming for them to take revenge, and today, they acted with righteous indignation. The residents of the old city were fewer, and upon seeing this large group walking with determination on the main street, they hurriedly retreated into their homes, closing all doors and windows. Before they reached the White Vol faction's headquarters, Bai Mian seemed to be prepared, blocking the intersection with his men in tow. Bai Mian, you bastards! Seeing Bai Mian's preparedness, Zhao Yunshan was momentarily stunned, then began to curse loudly. All right, it seems like you are prepared for a decisive battle. Let's have a fair fight today. Today, Zhao Yunshan was planning to settle both old and new scores. The White Vol faction had fewer people, and although they were a ragtag group, they showed no fear, appearing ready for a fight. Don't think you can rule Flower City with impunity. We of the White Vol faction are not afraid of death. Bring it on. Zhao Yunshan and his companions were even more infuriated upon hearing this. They were all well aware of the true nature of the White Vol faction. Let's take them down. Zhao Yunshan was here for revenge today, and didn't waste words, immediately rolling up his sleeves and rushing forward. The two dogs were no less eager, pouncing towards Bai Mian. The two sides clashed, and the situation quickly turned in favor of Zhao Yunshan's group. The White Vol faction was no match for them. However, these guys not only didn't run away, but also continued to be beaten, seemingly putting on a performance as if they were valiant and righteous fighters. To those unaware, they might have thought the White Vol faction was being oppressed by these righteous heroes. Just then, someone suddenly stopped. They looked to the other end of the intersection and saw a familiar figure approaching. Zhao Yunshan also felt something amiss, looked up, and was shook to the core. Why Yi Xiao? His simple utterance brought the entire scene to a standstill. Bai Mian's brothers of the White Vol faction looked incredulously at the newcomer, and Zhao Yunshan was on the verge of tears. Yi Xiao. It's really Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao has returned. Elder Yi, you're alive. Amid the surrounding joyous voices, Yi Xiao maintained a stern expression, his furrowed brow betraying no hint of relief or joy. Just as Zhao Yunshan and his companions felt something was amiss, White Vol faction and their cohorts started posturing. Don't think just because your leader is back, we will cower. Flower City still has justice. You guys have been despicable. Someone will surely deal with you. The utter obliviousness of Zhao Yunshan and his group left them dumbfounded. White Vol faction seemed to have picked the wrong fight today. You've got to be kidding us. It took a while for Zhao Yunshan and the others to realize something was amiss. Had this group taken some strange substance today, or were they suddenly behaving erratically? With no outsiders witnessing, who were they performing for? Unexpectedly, Yi Xiao stepped in front of Zhao Yunshan and landed a resounding slap. The sound echoed as Zhao Yunshan was left dumbfounded. Why would Yi Xiao get Captain Zhao out of the blue? Zhao Yunshan had existing injuries, and Yi Xiao's blow was strong. Had he not held his breath, he might have passed out. Angry, he rose to his feet and stared up at Yi Xiao, his eyes full of confusion. Yi Xiao, why did you hit me? We are brothers. Right now, you and the War Flag faction are enemies, not brothers. Yi Xiao's icy response shattered the hearts of the war flag members present. Their gazes were filled with confusion, not understanding what had transpired with Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, unfazed by the group's reactions, stepped on Zhao Yunshan's body. Seeing him lose consciousness, Yi Xiao turned to the war flag brothers and shouted, "Take me to meet Tang Qingshi, or face the consequences." The war flag members were utterly bewildered. Yi Xiao demanded to see Snake Uncle directly, so why did he beat up Zhao Yunshan and threaten them to take him there? Could it be because Captain Zhao violated the rules by starting a fight with us? Probably. Yi Xiao detests what we did. He won't let it slide. Does he still need to settle scores with Snake Uncle over this? In a state of collective disarray, the war flag members speculated about the situation. Hurry! Yi Xiao landed another slap, knocking down another war flag member. This sight brought amusement to onlookers and dismay to the war flag members. Meanwhile, the White Vol faction and their allies found amusement at a distance, their plans working out as intended. By impersonating the war flag faction the previous night, they had made Yi Xiao apprehensive, presenting Tang Qingshi as a heinous figure. Witnessing the war flag members venting their rage on arrival, Yi Xiao undoubtedly believed Tang Qingshi had caused chaos in his absence, provoking the faction into violence. Two dogs may not have been the sharpest, but he sensed Yi Xiao's odd behavior, unable to pinpoint the source of concern. Eventually, he and the brothers returned with Yi Xiao to see Snake Uncle. News of the events quickly reached the ears of Willow Yisord. Hehe. This is perfect. Rally all our forces under the banner of the Five-Star Society to aid Yi Xiao in rescuing his girlfriend. Ha ha. Willow Yisord, you're truly a cunning one. President Song was right about you. At this moment, Xie Qizhong walked out, previously injured by Zizu, commending and endorsing Willow Yisord's actions. Little did he expect that Yi Xiao would end up hating the Five-Star Society against Tang Qingshi. The thought of Yi Xiao's vengeance against the war flag members excited Xie Qizhong, leading to an immediate mobilization. However, Willow Yisord chose not to join the fray but instead brought along Chu Jianwo for another crucial operation. He couldn't tolerate his carefully crafted plan being thwarted by a woman, likely Chu Qingwu, who could potentially trigger Yi Xiao's true memories. Before departing, he glanced at Zhao Ying, tied up helplessly, making a throat-slitting gesture toward his retainers before leaving. As it stood, only 3 men remained to watch Zhao Ying. When one of them pulled out a knife, Zhao Ying broke into a cold sweat, shaking her head frantically with her mouth muffled. Ha ha. Any last words, woman? The man removed the cloth from her mouth, revealing a sinister smile. Faced with imminent death, Zhao Ying discarded any pretense of her virtuous image and adopted a coquettish tone, saying, "Gentlemen, since I'm about to meet my end, could you make it a bit more pleasant? Perhaps a thrilling end?" The 3 men shared knowing looks, smiling wryly at each other. 30 minutes later, Yi Xiao arrived at the North District's commercial headquarters. Yi Xiao is back. The people at the headquarters were overjoyed upon seeing him. However, their expressions quickly mirrored those of the 2 dogs and company earlier. Yi Xiao remained stoic, seemingly not recognizing any of them, heading directly for the War Flag faction's gymnasium. What's going on? Why isn't Yi Xiao speaking? Yeah, who provoked him? The people couldn't resist speculating, while those who returned with Yi Xiao shook their heads. We don't know. We were dealing with those White Vol faction guys. Then Yi Xiao suddenly appeared and knocked out Captain Zhao. What? Why is he going after our own people? We have no idea, but something seems off about Yi Xiao's return. We're worried he might harm Snake Uncle. Are you guys silly? Quick! Notify Ms. Chu. If she comes, Yi Xiao will surely revert to normal. Yes, why didn't we think of that before? After a brief discussion, someone phoned Chu Qingwu. She was in the middle of a meeting at the troop headquarters. Upon hearing the news, she abruptly ended the meeting and instructed her driver to take her to the commercial district immediately. Yi Zia, I knew you would come back. Chu Qingyu sat in the car, her jade fist clenched tightly. She had seen Yi Zia's brave style in racing before, and when she saw that Audi that day, it was like seeing his figure. Being married for over 3 years, they had an almost telepathic connection. How could she not sense his return? But since you're back, why didn't you come find me? Thinking up to this point, Chu Qingyu had a foreboding feeling. Even though no one had told her, she already subconsciously felt that Yi Zia had changed. At the same time, in the North Business City, before Yi Zia had even entered, someone hurriedly ran up to Tang Qingshi. Snake Uncle, something's wrong. Young Master is back. Before Tang Qingshi could respond, someone in the martial arts hall shouted, "What's wrong with that? Young Master coming back is a good thing. Why do you say it's not good?" It really is not good this time. Young Master doesn't seem the same as before. And moreover, the Five-Star Society has launched a large-scale attack on the North Business City, saying they want to uproot us, the Dance Killen, this cancer, completely. What? After hearing these messages, even Snake Uncle frowned. Although he couldn't figure out the cause and effect for a moment, he had the same feeling as Chu Qingyu, that the Yizia who had returned now was definitely not the same as before, at least something was different. Doom. Just at that moment, the gate of the martial arts hall was kicked open. Young Master Yi. Seeing who was outside the gate, it was indeed Yizia, shocking everyone there. However, they soon sensed trouble. Yizia's eyes were not only cold, but also filled with hatred, completely unlike the vibrant young master before. "Who is Tang Qingshi?" Yizia spoke up, leaving everyone present dumbfounded. What was going on? Young Master even didn't recognize Snake Uncle? Could this guy be an imposter? Tang Qingshi was also momentarily stunned, then stepped forward with a peaceful smile. "Yizia, what's wrong? Haven't seen you in a while, you don't even recognize me." Yizia looked at Tang Qingshi, indeed feeling a sense of familiarity. However, he couldn't recall it. Trying to avoid headache, he didn't want to remember. "Where is Zhao Ying? Give her back to me." Zhao Ying. Hearing Yizia mention a strange name, everyone present was even more confused. However, the clever ones already understood what was happening. Young Master was definitely in trouble. "I don't know her." After Tang Qingshi's response, he went on to ask, "Yizia, what's wrong with you? Don't you remember your wife?" "My wife?" Yizia showed a puzzled expression. According to the information provided by Zhao Ying and others, he hadn't even been married yet. Where did this wife come from? The people were even more puzzled. The young master even forgot his beloved wife. Tang Qingshi had already understood. It seemed that Yizia had amnesia. "Yizia, don't listen to their nonsense." Just then, a voice sounded outside the gate, pointing at Tang Qingshi. "They know you have amnesia, so they're here spouting nonsense trying to confuse right and wrong. You'd better make them return your girlfriend first before saying anything else." As soon as he finished, the people who followed him into the hall also started making noise. For a moment, the members of Dance Killen were caught off guard, standing in shock. They hadn't expected the Five-Star Society to be so treacherous, turning the tables, and even biting back. Now they were saying that the Five-Star Society was spreading lies and confusion, and Young Master didn't know who to believe. Yizia. Look. Just as Yizia felt something was amiss, a member of the Five-Star Society suddenly pointed at a torn piece of cloth on the floor of the martial arts hall. Yizia saw the fabric on the ground, and his eyes trembled, quickly going over to pick it up. This is the fabric from Zhao Ying's clothes. Yizia had a good memory and naturally remembered what Zhao Ying had worn when she went out. While he was still judging who was lying, he was now leaning towards believing what he saw and heard himself. "Yizia, they don't know how they've treated your girlfriend. Don't waste time with them. Since they're not willing to hand over your girlfriend, just beat them up." "Yes, the current Dance Killen has been up to mischief. Yizia, quickly take care of Tang Qingshi and restore order as before." The people from the Five-Star Society, based on the layout planned by Liu Yejian, began to make noise. The members of Dance Killen finally realized what was happening and started arguing back. "Yizia, don't listen to the words of the Five-Star Society. Dance Killen was indeed founded by you, but we've never done anything wrong. Yes, we don't even know who Zhao Ying is. You don't have a girlfriend like that either." For a moment, Yizia was confused by the conflicting statements on both sides, his head starting to ache. Finally, he roared, "Shut up all of you." The warrior with the 5 elements attribute erupted with all his might, stirring up gusts of wind that made everyone quiet down. Tang Qingshi was also amazed. It seemed that after Yizia had been to the Beiji Tower, he had some amazing encounters. His progress was incredibly fast, and now his strength had reached an unknown realm. "Tang Qingshi, if you don't hand over Zhao Ying, I will challenge you." Yizia pointed at Tang Qingshi, determination in his eyes. Seeing this scene, those close were either pained or delighted. The members of Dance Killen were not pleased, as Yizia's return had originally been a cause for celebration. But if he really fought Snake Uncle, no matter who was injured in the end, the Five-Star Society would benefit. especially since they knew that the peripheral members of the Five-Star Society were still wreaking havoc on the Dance-Killen headquarters. They urgently needed Tang Qingsh to go out and take charge. Just when everyone thought that Tang Qingsh would refuse a challenge as he had done in the past, he stood up and calmly said, "All right, I accept your challenge." Wow. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became lively, with everyone looking at each other in surprise. Even the people from the Five-Star Society hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. As feared by the members of Dance-Killen, if these two tigers fought, no matter who was injured in the end, it was a situation they were willing to see. It was possible that both would end up losing, allowing the Five-Star Society to approach the Dance-Killen headquarters once and for all. For today's plan, not only did Liu Yejian apply for high-level experts from the Yi family in the name of Ye, but Song Chengjun also mobilized other high-level experts from the Five-Star Society to assist. As long as Tang Qingsh fell, the Dance-Killen would be in chaos, and it would be their downfall. Doom. Yizia didn't waste any more words, directly sending a powerful martial arts punch towards Tang Qingsh. He didn't hold back, his fist was as terrifying as a cannonball. Since it was a confrontation indoors, the onlookers were worried about being caught in the middle and quickly scattered outside. Crack! Facing the present Yizia, even Snake Uncle dared not hold back. He quickly countered Yizia's fist like a lightning strike, knocking Yizia's fist off course. Doom! Yizia's fist didn't actually hit any target, but the huge force shattered the wall of the martial arts hall. What should we do? Yizia seems to be using real power. The members of Dance-Killen at the scene were in a panic. With no one to oversee, no Snake Uncle, and Zhao Yunshan still lying in the hospital, barely supported by Liergu and Zizu, there were signs that they couldn't hold on much longer. But they couldn't leave now. If anything happened to Snake Uncle, Dance-Killen would really be finished today. Let's call for backup, and quick. Call Chu Dong, have her come over right away, otherwise no one can control Yizia. There were still calm people amongst the members of Dance-Killen, and they immediately took action. Meanwhile, at this moment, at the entrance of the North Business City, the Benz business car Chu Qingyu was in was blocked by two other cars, in front and back. Chu Qingyu hadn't yet figured out who was blocking her, when she heard a familiar voice call out, "Qingyu, are you all right?" "Uncle." Seeing this man, Chu Qingyu's heart sank. Regardless of whether in the past or now, this man was her nightmare. "What do you want?" Chu Qingyu didn't dare to get out of the car, as there was only her and a skilled driver in the car. "Nothing much. Just want to chat with you here, that's all." At this moment, Liu Yejian also got out of the car, and looking at Chu Qingyu through the window, he said a few things before revealing a highly uncomfortable smile. "This can't go on. I can't let them trap me here." Chu Qingyu knew they definitely didn't want her to see Yizia, which was why they had intentionally intercepted her at this intersection. But what could she do now to break through their blockade? "Master, I'm here." Thankfully, a pleading voice came from behind the car, which made Chu Qingyu's furrowed brow relax. Even Chu Jianwo sighed at the situation. This guy by two, Yizia had been gone for so long and hadn't done him any favors. Why was he so devoted to protecting someone else's wife? "Qingyu, are you really messing around with that kid from the Bai family?" Chu Jianwo couldn't help asking with a mocking tone. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyu felt that her uncle was being incredibly disrespectful, not only to her, but also to the women of the Chu family, his own clan. "Shut your dirty mouth." Before Chu Qingyu could explode, an angry voice resounded from the car above. North District Business City is in chaos at this moment. Despite the assistance of Zizu and Ziyue, the Five-Star Society and the experts sent by Yi Sanyi are too numerous, and their levels are not low. But in terms of martial strength, they are at a definite disadvantage. How could this be happening? Where is Snake Uncle? Why hasn't he come out yet? Even the passers-by hiding in the corner, fearing being affected, couldn't help but feel anxious. This scale of violence today, they've lived in Huacheng for so long, and it's the first time they've seen this. "Don't you know yet? I heard that Snake Uncle is inside the martial arts hall, battling with Yi Shao." "What? How is that possible? Isn't Dance-Killen established by Yi Shao?" "Then I don't know. I only saw it in Dance-Killen's circle of friends." Even the gossiping passers-by are anxious, and the brothers of Dance-Killen were now in the martial arts hall watching the battle between Yi Shao and Snake Uncle, or even more impatient. If Yi Shao is really here, if they continue fighting, forget the martial arts hall. the North District Business City will be torn down by him. Yi Xiao must have been bewitched by the Five-Star Society. Who is this Zhao Ying? I've never heard of him before. What about Director Chu? Why hasn't she arrived yet? Once she comes, Yi Xiao probably won't care about other women anymore. The brothers of Dance Killen are as restless as ants on a hot pan, while the mood of the Five-Star Society members is relaxed. It seems that Ji and Tang Qingqi's strengths are evenly matched. For them, the two are as powerful as superheroes. However, the more powerful they are, the unluckier it is for the North District Business City, as each move of theirs almost always results in massive destruction. This is exactly what they want to see. They have fought 30 moves back and forth, and Tang Qingqi's eyes are different from Yi Xiao's cloudy and painful gaze. Tang Qingqi's eyes are still clear. He knows very well that Yi Xiao's mind is confused right now, and he must subdue him. But the problem is, Yi Xiao's current strength is not something that he can easily subdue, especially since he's showing signs of losing control. The battle rages on. On the other side, at the front of the Willow Leaf Sword, Baitu is battling the expert sent by Yi Zhuo, while he watches the battles inside and outside the North District Business City through several phones in real time. Young Master Liu, you are truly ingenious. Chu Jianwo feels like he's experienced a close call and approaches Liu Yejian, showing his admiration for this man. Initially, he thought Liu Yejian only brought him here to intercept Chu Qingwu and didn't bring any experts with him. Therefore, when Baitu jumped up high and said he was going to tear him apart, Chu Jianwo thought he was in trouble. However, little did he know that the two drivers who drove him here were actually experts sent by Yi Zhuo to help eradicate Yi Xiao's influence. Now, they are battling Baitu, and it looks like Baitu is losing. I'm flattered by your praise, but if you say I'm a genius at planning, then I've done a great job indeed. Hehe. Liu Yejian also becomes buoyed. He calculated every ally of Yi Xiao and Dance Killen into his plans. The current situation, with Yi Xiao aiding the Five-Star Society and all of Dance Killen's ally forces being used up, spells their eventual downfall if Yi Xiao doesn't come to his senses soon. Ha. Young Master Liu, I really have to admire your wisdom. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to overpower Yi Xiao, let alone turn the tables to use him against Dance Killen. You may truly be a rare talent. Although Liu Yejian only sees Chu Jianwo as a pawn, receiving such sincere praise from him boosts his ego. I don't dare to claim to be a genius, but I've indeed managed the situation well. Ha. Liu Yejian starts to feel proud. He envisions a future where he controls the resources of Yi Zhuo and the Five-Star Society, establishing himself as the feudal lord of Huacheng. However, at the intersection, a Land Rover suddenly crashes in. Bang, bang, bang. The Land Rover crashes violently, as if going crazy, intending to forcefully break through the blockade of commercial vehicles surrounding Chu Qingwu's car. At this moment, Yi Chan's voice, with a horn-like effect, rings out. Damn, why are there so many cars blocking the road here? Anyone blocking me from seeing my big brother will die. His domineering and unreasonable manner is evident. Chu Qingwu, who was initially in despair, upon hearing this immediately sticks her head out from the tightly closed Mercedes-Benz. Yi Chen, I'm here, save me. Get me out. Big sister. Yi Chen only then realizes he's in the scene where Chu Qingwu is being besieged, and Chu Qingwu is surprised to see Tia in the Land Rover. Manager Chu, Yi Xiao has amnesia. We're worried about the dangers he might face when he returns to Huacheng, so we followed him here. How is he now? Hearing Qian's words, Chu Qingwu finally gains a sense of relief she didn't have before. She had been wondering why Yi Xiao hadn't come to find her in Huacheng, only to learn he had amnesia. Seeing the situation turning sour, Liu Yejian immediately orders the martial artists still engaged in battle with Baitu to stop playing around. Go kill Chu Qingwu. Indeed, Liu Yejian had never previously considered killing Chu Qingwu, as he wasn't certain about Yi Xiao's condition. Moreover, killing this woman would have triggered Dance Killen's furious retaliation. However, keeping her alive could potentially change the outcome of the battle today, forcing Liu Yejian to make this decision. The two martial artists then unleash their full power. With a single move, they knock Baitu down, then leap towards Chu Qingwu. This is bad. Baitu now realizes the true power of these two individuals. Without Liu Yejian's orders, they had merely been playing around with him. Given the bond between the Liu and Bai families, they hadn't intended to hurt him. But now, with full force, who can protect mistress. Seeing the danger, Chu Qingwu hurriedly jumps back into the car, only to have the sturdy Mercedes car door torn apart by the attackers. Chu Qingwu panics as she realizes that she might have no choice but to await her fate if they intended to kill her. However, a dark figure descends from above, taking down the two so-called elite experts with a single grab, leaving them stunned. The entire scene is shocked. Not even by two. A martial artist with a power level of 5 could react in time. Those two experts were top elites with power level 6. How high is this man's strength to defeat them with a single blow? Ha ha. At that moment, Yi Chan's laughter echoes as he mocks Li Yejian. When I arrived earlier, I heard you claiming to be Zhuge Liang. What a 1,000-year military strategist. Did you predict that I would show up today? Did you ever think your punk henchman would be taken care of by Yanai Dai? Ha ha. Seeing your expression right now, like you've eaten feces, makes me want to laugh. If you're a genius strategist, then I'm the MVP of 1,000 years. Yi Chan, in his rough manner, boasts loudly, not caring about maintaining any decorum. His tendency to spill vulgar words and brag goes on. It's precisely this type of uncouth man who, even though he's seen as crude, can see through the talented genius Li Yejian. Before long, he doesn't care about his image anymore and quickly flees into the car. Though he's not part of the Yi family, everyone knows the Yin family is the top martial clan in Lone Wuan, the guardian family of the Yi family. Yanai Dai might sound like a dumb name, but anyone with the Yin surname possesses an unimaginable level of strength. Therefore, if Yi Chen doesn't escape now, he would face unimaginable consequences. The commercial district in the north has been engulfed in flames. How could this happen? Why hasn't anyone from Jiangnan arrived yet? At this rate, the commercial district in the north will have to shut down for at least a month. The people from the Dancing Kiln did not expect the 5-Star Club to be so ruthless, completely trampling the rules of the city, directly setting fire to the commercial district. Even some passers-by with a sense of justice couldn't sit still and join the fight, using their meager strength to help defend the order in the North District. Unfortunately, in the face of the high-level members of the 5-Star Club, the power of ordinary people was simply insignificant. Uncle Snake, come on. The broken martial arts studio turned into a battlefield between the 5-Star Club and the Dancing Kiln, but the people from the Dancing Kiln still left room and cheered for Uncle Snake. Finally, Wishao stopped. Hey, Wishao, why did you stop? Tang Qingshi is the main culprit who kidnapped your girlfriend. Zhao Ying doesn't even know what's happening now. Seeing Wishao suddenly stop, the people from the 5-Star Club started shouting. Although the current situation seemed irreversible for the Dancing Kiln, they had put in so much effort, even risking legal sanctions for this big operation. Their goal was not just to destroy the commercial district in the north, but to completely wipe out the Dancing Kiln organization. If Wishao stopped now and the Dancing Kiln, under Tang Qingshi's leadership, launched a full-scale counterattack, the outcome was still unpredictable. My fist does not strike those with faith. Wishao frowned, looking at Tang Qingshi. Martial artists could understand their opponent's state of mind and character through their fists. Wishao had amnesia, but he believed in what he saw and heard, which prompted him to challenge Tang Qingshi. Similarly, he still believed in what he saw and heard now, which made him stop. He believed that a man with eyes like Tang Qingshi's couldn't be irredeemable. His heart must be as open as his gaze. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the faith of so many in the Dancing Kiln. Wishao, after fighting for so long, don't you remember anything? Tang Qingshi spoke up, causing a stir in the crowd. Everyone finally understood that he was trying to trigger Wishao's memories to fight him with all his might. Wishao shook his head, looking somewhat pained. It wasn't that he didn't want to remember, but that damned melody specifically targeted and suppressed his memories. The more important the memory was to him, the more violently the melody tried to suppress it. Just now, he was trying to break through the melody's constraints with all his might, but the more he tried, the more chaotic his state of mind became. There's no way. That's the power of a god. I can't help you. Tang Qingshi sighed to Wishao. Even in his peak period, he couldn't be compared to the divine beasts of the Dragon Kingdom, let alone after neglecting himself in Huacheng for so long. Seeing Tang Qingshi now about to stop fighting Wishao, the people from the 5-Star Club grew anxious. If Wishao trusted Tang Qingshi and turned against them, they would be finished. At this moment, it was Bai Mian's turn, following the final move instructed by Li Yejian, suddenly shouted, "Kill!" defeat the Dancing Kilin, destroy all the power of the Wei family to avenge Qi Qianfeng, who was killed by the Wei family. Qi Qianfeng. Hearing this unfamiliar name, the people from the Dancing Kilin didn't know what the Five-Star Club was up to, but Tang Qingsh noticed that Wei Xiao's expression became pained and fierce, on the verge of losing control. Qi Qianfen is ... my mother. Yes, my mother was killed. Upon recalling this information, Wei Xiao's mind was flooded with waves of melodies, trying to suppress his continued recollection. However, he was a stubborn man, and when it came to his memories and the hatred he held dear, he had to delve further. Mom, my mother was poisoned by a woman. My father forbade me from seeking revenge, and even broke my leg later on. I want revenge. I want to help the Five-Star Club to kill all the members of the Wei family. Roar. Wei Xiao plunged into madness. Flames erupted from all 7 orifices of his face. Truly terrifying. If it hadn't been seen with their own eyes, the onlookers would have found it hard to believe what dark secrets Wei Xiao's body held. Could hatred truly produce fire? Wasn't this too exaggerated? Wei Xiao, calm down. Tang Qingsh panicked, being the one who understood the most in the scene. He knew that Wei Xiao was a martial artist of the fire element, and his current state clearly showed signs of demonic possession. Reluctantly, he had to knock Wei Xiao unconscious, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing Tang Qingsh approaching to strike Wei Xiao, Bai Mian and the people from the Five-Star Club became joyful again. Ha ha! Lai Yijian is indeed cunning and wise. With just a few words, he could push Wei Xiao from a calm state into total madness. However, they still hadn't fully grasped the scheme of Lai Yijian. If it weren't for making Wei Xiao and Tang Qingsh fight first to get his fiery temper going, inducing confusion in his mind, and then suddenly blurting out such words, the desired effect wouldn't have been achieved. Uncle Snake, be careful. Even the other members of the Dancing Kilin recognized that Wei Xiao was out of control, and fighting with him now would be much more dangerous than before. Kill. I want to kill Wei Fan. I want to kill Wei Lan. I seek revenge. I am the Avenger. Wei Xiao had completely lost himself, his body exuding an uncontrollable aura of fire. If in the beginning Uncle Snake could have knocked him out, given their levels as martial artists, now it was too difficult. He could only lure Wei Xiao into attacking him, or else he would destroy the entire commercial district in the north. Run. Quickly, run. Wei Xiao could summon flames with just a wave of his hand, turning the area into an inferno. Both the Five-Star Club and the Dancing Kilin people dared not stay in the vicinity. All of you leave. This place is not safe to stay. Tang Qingsh couldn't hide his strength any longer. Unfortunately, being a wood element martial artist rather than a water element one, even at the level of a martial artist, he was powerless against Wei Xiao's fierce fire, unable to protect the others. Therefore, he had to make everyone evacuate. However, just as everyone was about to hastily leave, someone in the midst of the flames exclaimed, Miss Chu. Miss Chu is here. Miss Chu, you can't go in now. It's all on fire. It's dangerous. Yet, Chu Qingwu wouldn't listen to warnings, and afraid of the flames, she rushed into the burning martial arts studio. Bai Tu, as her guardian, stayed close to her, using his clothes to fend off the falling flames and burning debris. Seeing the man she longed for now crazily destroying her belongings, Chu Qingwu couldn't breathe from the heartache. Wei Xiao, why did you turn into this? Teacher, you need to stop Master, he seems to be out of his mind. Seeing Wei Xiao in such a state, even Bai Tu felt fear, pulling Chu Qingwu and preventing her from getting any closer. Yet, Chu Qingwu slapped his hand away, rushing towards Wei Xiao who was still in a frenzy. Wei Xiao. Initially wanting to stop him, Chu Qingwu found her voice choke after calling out his name. While she couldn't believe that the man who had always guarded her was now like this, she was certain he was in trouble. Isn't marriage about facing difficulties together? The more dangerous Wei Xiao became, the fewer people dared to approach him. As his wife, Chu Qingwu felt she had to get closer to him, trying to alleviate his pain. Indeed, upon hearing this call, Wei Xiao, whose mind was tormented by the melody, trembled violently. Although he didn't remember who Chu Qingwu was, deep down his brain was very familiar with this call, causing him to stop in his tracks. Who are you? Wei Xiao saw Chu Qingwu's face and felt a strong sense of familiarity. Naturally, the melody in his mind surged like a violent sea, even though he had a deeply familiar feeling in his body. Then his mind cracked open, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Subsequently, he slumped straight down. Wei Xiao. Chu Qingwu was terrified, never dreaming that her own name would cause Wu Xiao to bleed from all his orifices. Coming all this way, she had unintentionally caused him great harm. Initially, Wu Xiao regaining his memory was already hard for her to bear, but now it almost shattered her. However, as a wife, she quickly rushed over and tightly embraced Wu Xiao. Tang Qingsh hurried over to check on Wu Xiao, then based on his recent performance, reluctantly told Chu Qingwu, "Miss Chu, even though I haven't figured out what's going on, it's best not to let Wu Xiao see you in the future, or he will suffer greatly." When Yi Xiao woke up, he was in a hospital bed at the First People's Hospital. Yi Chen, Uncle Snake, and Bai Tu were all there. Only Chu Qingyu, unable to face Yi Xiao, stood alone at the other end of the hospital corridor. Shen Yu saw her desolate look and understood her current mood. Yi Xiao hadn't died and had come back. For her, it was a huge relief, but now, Director Guan and Uncle Snake had already explained Yi Xiao's situation. Once he remembered important things, he would get splitting headaches. The scene where Chu Qingyu met him had been widely known. She fainted on the spot with blood coming out of her 7 orifices. So, for Yi Xiao's safety, Chu Qingyu couldn't meet him anymore, even though she knew he was close by. And the woman. After Yi Xiao woke up, all he could see with his eyes was Tang Qingsh. Martial artists believed in their fists, and after his battle with Uncle Snake, Yi Xiao knew this man wasn't irredeemable, so he guessed the situation in reverse, realizing someone wanted to manipulate his amnesia to create a false worldview. The world was too treacherous. Yi Xiao knew he had amnesia now, like a small boat adrift at sea, unable to go with the flow, lest he never discover the truth. "She dares not meet you," Uncle Snake said directly. Seeing Yi Xiao's expression growing increasingly painful, with his face turning red and on the verge of spitting blood, Uncle Snake promptly reminded him, "Don't dwell on who she is anymore, or the suppressed memory of that tune will truly be your end." Damn it! Yi Xiao punched the wall, breaking through the advanced ward's wall. Oh dear, what happened? Are they fighting again? Yi Chen and Bai Tu, who had been standing outside all along, rushed in and breathed a sigh of relief when they saw it was just Yi Xiao venting his frustration on the wall. "Brother Z, is this wall not tough enough for you? Grandmother, I'll get you a ward with golden bricks right away, so you can vent to your heart's content." Yi Chen was still Yi Chen, never following the usual path in his speech. Upon hearing this, Bai Tu thought to himself that, despite being a rich second generation, he seemed weak in comparison. Yi Xiao glanced at Yi Chen. Even his own little brother could recognize him. The Tune didn't wreak havoc on himself. However, upon seeing that woman, the Tune made his 7 orifices bleed uncontrollably, proving how important she was to him. Damn it, who would torment me like this? Yi Xiao smashed the table next to him with another punch. Good punch. Everyone was worried about Yi Xiao's mental state, but Uncle Snake couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Feeling the surprised looks from everyone, Uncle Snake then casually explained, "Ha ha, when there is fire in the heart, it needs to be released. Brother Z, if you're not satisfied with inanimate objects, I'll call a group of beauties for you to vent on." Everyone shuddered. Who exactly was this Yi Chen? How were his values cultivated? Thankfully, Yi Xiao didn't flip out on him. Instead, he threw off the blanket and stood up, saying, "I want to see her." Although he didn't know the relationship between Chu Qingyu and himself yet, Yi Xiao was clear that the woman was extremely important to him. Otherwise, the Tune wouldn't be so violent. "Yi Xiao, please don't." Just then, Director Aang arrived at Huacheng. He happened to stand in front of Yi Xiao, who was about to rush out. Who are you?" Yi Xiao furrowed his brows. After returning to Huacheng, everything felt familiar, especially the faces. Even if he couldn't recall their names, his body's response told him he knew these people. "It doesn't matter who I am, but I'm here to tell you, don't look for that woman again before the Tune is broken." Director Aang wore a troubled expression. "Because my master, who implanted the Tune in you, is my senior. The Tune is called Forgetting Love Flute." "What? Forgetting Love Flute? What does that mean?" As Director Aang spoke, Yi Xiao was lost in thought. Initially, he thought someone wanted to erase his memories since the more critical the event, the stronger the fluctuations caused by the Tune in his mind. However, he never expected it to be the Forgetting Love Flute. "Oh," Director Aang sighed. Then after examining Yi Xiao, continued, "It is indeed the Forgetting Love Flute. My master didn't aim to seal your memory with this Tune. Instead, your memories have long been wiped out by him. She wanted to torture you or make you experience the pain of forgetfulness through this tune. Damn, which man could make a music deity suffer from heartbreak? How impressive is he? Yi-chan was the first to comment. Who is she? Is she like Abyss Mieju, who doesn't talk about love herself and forbids others from loving? Everyone looked at Director Aang, awaiting an answer. She is the Dragon Kingdom music deity, Director Aang stated, causing Yi-chan to leap up. Despite being a bon vivant, Yi-chan had lived in the Yi family for over 20 years, exposed to more information in the martial arts world than Yi Zhaoxiao, the prodigal son. Moreover, the title of Dragon Kingdom music deity was exceedingly famous. Even Baitu had heard of it. Damn, the Dragon Kingdom music deity was your master. Yi-chan teased. I heard she plays the zither exceptionally well and is an unparalleled beauty. How did such an old dandugly disciple like you end up with her as a master? Indeed, he truly deserved the title of Dragon Kingdom's no. One sharp-tongued individual, poking at one's very core. Everyone felt like smacking him if they were Director Aang, but the old man just chuckled. Yes, I was her nominal disciple back then. When she imparted her medical skills to me, she warned all her disciples, including me, that no man was good, warning us not to let ourselves be deceived. Hearing this, everyone chuckled quietly. Only Yi-chan burst out laughing. Looks like your master is one clever woman, unlike my girlfriends, who were all won back by me. Ha ha. Yi-chan, quiet. Eventually, Yi Zhaoxiao couldn't bear it anymore and glared at the Fatso, realizing he wanted to hear more from the old master. Kept talking, and you'll regret it, won't you? If it were someone else speaking in such a manner, Yi-chan would have likely used the dog-beating stick. But since it was Yi Zhaoxiao scolding him, he reluctantly zipped his mouth. Ha ha, my master is indeed a very clever woman, Director Aang added. However, she was also betrayed by a man, hurt more than anyone, carrying the burden of a tragic love. Perhaps he sought revenge, thus enveloping you in the pains of the forgetting love flu, allowing you to experience the torment she endured over these years. Damn it, someone was able to hurt the music deity. How remarkable is he? Yi-chan couldn't help but jump up again. While he expected a scolding, Yi Zhaoxiao wasn't bothered. He had to do something. Could it be that the man who caused her such pain has something to do with me? Is that why she is tormenting me like this? Director Aang had already guessed the truth, but he couldn't reveal it in front of Yi Zhaoxiao. If he remembered something related, the tune planted by his master could be fatal. However, Yi Zhaoxiao suddenly felt another splitting headache and fainted once more. Hey, Brother Z, what's wrong with you? Yi-chan fretted, starting to make a racket again. Wise as Uncle Snake was, he knew what had happened. Yi Zhaoxiao was an intelligent person. After hearing Director Aang's words, how could he not guess that Chu Qingyu was the woman in his heart? He must have been involuntarily reminiscing about her, causing the headache and fainting spell. Madam. Sister-in-law is here. Although Chu Qingyu had been waiting outside, she couldn't help but rush in when Yi Zhaoxiao fainted. Let's give Brother Z to sister-in-law. Yi-chan, a playboy at heart, was fiercely protective of genuine love like that between Yi Zhaoxiao and Chu Qingyu. Seeing her walk in, he promptly ushered out all the other bystanders. Then, he chucklingly advised her, sister-in-law, take it easy. Even though Brother Z is physically fit, he only has one brain. For his sake, make sure he doesn't see you again. Though Chu Qingyu didn't nod, her demeanor told everyone that she would keep Yi Zhaoxiao from seeing her for his sake. Once everyone left, Chu Qingyu used a warm towel on Yi Zhaoxiao's forehead, then gently caressed her husband's face, shedding tears of sorrow. Yi Zhaoxiao, I'm very sad. But I'm also very happy. It turns out that I've always been unsure, but now I know you consider me your most important woman. Since that is the case, why couldn't I sacrifice being with you for your life and health? I won't be like the music deity. I am luckier because I know you will never betray me in your heart. Yanjing, the Yi family's manor villa, is now almost entirely owned by Yi Zhuo and Yi Yue. Ha ha, the old man's whereabouts are unknown. And now that Yi Fengai has disappeared too, the entire Yi family is ours. Yi Zhuo, who had just flown back to the estate from abroad on a private jet today, was enjoying the perpetual spring-like climate in the indoor pool of the estate with Yi Yue, sipping a bottle of million-worth wine and eating exquisite pastries, discussing matters that affect the Dragon Kingdom and even the world. That Yi Fengai is a bit hard to fathom. Yi Zhuo, always thinking a bit more than Yi Yue, couldn't help but remind. We can't be too complacent now. After all, we don't have the family master token. Even if the old man and Yi Fan are both absent, we still cannot exercise the core power of the Yi family. Humph. Then we'll take it. Take it? Can the power be taken like that? When it comes to such matters, Yi Zhuo also couldn't help but lower his voice. Although their spy sent to the Forbidden Land had informed them that the old man was dead and would never return, it didn't mean they could casually talk about seizing power. The Yi family is the leader of the Tiger Alliance, but the alliance's power is widespread, and the Yi family's power structures are global. These powers only listen to the orders of the Yi family head, the Tiger Alliance leader, not to the Yi family members. Moreover, if they were to seize power, if they couldn't swiftly take the Yi family's core power, they might provoke the Alliance and Yi family's forces to rebel, with unimaginable consequences. Of course, third brother, you must be aware that Yi Zi is not dead, right? Yi Yue smirked. Yi Zi is not dead. Yi Zhuo was shocked. He really didn't know about this because he and Yi Yue had seized power together. His focus was on taking over the Yi family's foreign forces, with Yi Yue handling the domestic affairs. That's right, father. At this moment, Yi Zhao also approached and quickly said to Yi Zhuo, not only is Yi Zi not dead, he also has the Yi family's golden token. What? Is this true? Yi Zhuo was even more shocked. They knew very well what the golden token represented. It meant that the old man entrusted the Yi family to Yi Zi, that abandoned son of his. If he were to return to Yanjing holding that golden token, not only could he command the guardians of the Yi family, the Yan clan, but through the vast Yan clan, he could summon back all the representatives of the Yi family's powers to Yanjing and establish himself as the head of the Yi family. By then, even Yi Fan, the current head with a silver token, would have to bow down to his son. It's absolutely true. Our undercover at the 5-Star Society has already sent back the news. The society wants to use Yi Zi to overthrow the Yi family and eliminate us. Yi Zhao's eyes showed a hint of uncertainty as he continued. But Yi Zi has amnesia now, so it's up to us. At this point, the refined Yi Zhao made a throat-slitting motion, revealing a scheming look. Ha ha. Yi Yue burst into laughter immediately. Third brother, your son is really not bad. Infiltrating even the 5-Star Society and being ruthless enough. He's really material for big things. Dang. Yi Zhuo also suddenly slammed the table, shattering the white jade surface, his eyes full of anger as he said, the audacity of this 5-Star Society. After learning of the old man's death, they immediately declared their departure from the Tiger Alliance. Now it seems they want to replace us, the Yi family, and become the overlords of this world. Then it's perfect. Let's first kill Yi Zi and take back the golden token. Then we can discuss who will succeed as the head of the Yi family. Yi Hu looked fierce. No time to waste. Yi Zhao, you and Yi Hu go and handle this matter. Whoever gets the token can inherit the Yi family. After Yi Zhuo finished speaking, he looked at Yi Yue. Fourth brother, do you have any objections? It suits me just fine. Hehe. Yi Hu's fierce eyes flashed with a sharp light. Hua Cheng. Yi Zi has been unconscious for 3 days. The music of the Le God is truly terrifying. Even Tang Qingsh couldn't help but sigh sincerely, marveling at Yi Zhao's immense vitality and willpower. If an ordinary person had gone through such torture, they would probably have died by now. You, get out. At that moment, a woman with a haggard face and a bit of despair in her eyes burst into the sick room. It was Zhao Ying. Seeing her giving orders to Uncle Snake like that, the 2 brothers guarding the door outside, who were watching over the Killing Dancer, were not happy. They shouted behind her, Hey, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to our boss like that? Uncle Snake, however, waved his hand at the 2 men and even smiled at Zhao Ying, saying, You must be Miss Zhao, right? Yi Zi entrusted his care to you. Then, he stood up and left the sick room with his 2 men. Uncle Snake, who is that woman? Why did you let her take care of the young master? The 2 men looked puzzled. It's all Miss Chu's idea, Uncle Snake replied. Miss Chu? The 2 men were more confused. Why would Miss Chu find an unrelated woman to take care of the young master? Because she loves the young master. Tang Qingsh sighed and said, Yi Zi, under the current circumstances, would trigger memories if he met someone close to him, so it was better not to have anyone related serving him, and potentially causing him more pain. Based on the information collected by the Killing Dancer over the last 2 to 3 days, since Zhao Ying pretended to be his girlfriend, she should be the one to take care of him. After all, Yi didn't suffer from the music when he was with her. However, Chu Qingwu made this decision, only informing Tang Qingshi, so others were unaware of it. At this moment, Zhao Ying, looking at the still unconscious Yi, felt a spark of delusion in her lifeless eyes. She would never forget the ordeal she had gone through in the past few days, pretending to be this man's woman and bringing nightmares upon herself. Being taken advantage of and molested, she took it like she had swallowed a dead fly. When Lin Yinjian ordered the 3 men to kill her, she regretted deeply. All she wanted was a decent boyfriend, so how did she end up losing her life over it? To survive, she had to use her body as leverage, successfully convincing the 3 thugs to spare her. After being tormented by the 3 men, her eyes had lost the radiance they once had and were shrouded in gloom. Yi, it's because of you that I've experienced this nightmare. Now, I want you to make it up to me. I want to tell the whole world that I am your woman. Zhao Ying, her mind a bit deranged, didn't care that she was in a sick room. She opened her phone's camera function, intending to have a moment with the comatose Yi, just as she was about to succeed. However, there was a loud banging at the door of the sick room. What's going on? Who locked my brother's room against me? Yi Chen shouted as he prepared to kick the door with his foot. How outrageous! I rule over 10,000 women daily, and now I have to wait to see my brother. Just as he was about to kick, Zi Chunru, following Chu Qingwu's instructions, came to check on the situation and quickly pulled him back. Hey, Master Yi Chen, why are you so rough? We can't see young Master Zi now. Tan? Who said that? I'll beat him up. I'm his brother. He's unconscious now, and I deliberately stayed in Huacheng to keep him safe. Must I be kept waiting to see him? Yi Chen was very excited, looking like he was ready to fight. However, after Zi Chunru told him, he was also surprised and shouted on the spot. What? It was the wife's order to let other women take care of him, and not to trigger his memory. Can't be. Zi Chunru also sighed. I understand why Miss Chu did this. When you love someone, you may be willing to do anything for them, including giving them up for their own good. Damn. Why are you talking to me about these profound things? I don't understand, Yi Chen responded crudely. Although he didn't quite comprehend, since it was his wife's order, he didn't want to go against it. He turned to leave. Unexpectedly, as he turned around, a cold voice came from the other end of the high-grade war. What's Chu Qingwu doing? Allowing herself to be taken by another man. I disapprove. Following that, a fashionable and fresh-looking beauty walked towards Yi Chen. It was Tang Qingyan. She had just received a phone call from her father, Tang Qingshi, informing her that Chuqing Dance wouldn't allow anyone from Huacheng to see him and that she would have another woman taken to Jinling, which angered her. I'm sorry. This is not a signing event. Miss Tang is too busy to sign for you. Tang Qingyan is no longer the same Tang Qingyan from a few months ago. She is now somewhat famous singer, with 2 assistants hired by her management company. At this moment, the 2 assistants quickly blocked the nurses who were asking for autographs from Tang Qingyan. Oh, a second-tier star with a big attitude. Yi Chen took off his sunglasses to carefully look at Tang Qingyan again, admiring her delicate features and the inherent pride she exuded. Move aside. Tang Qingyan didn't know Yi Chen and saw him blocking the door to Yi Zhao's hospital room, so she coldly reprimanded him. Zi Chunru was surprised to see this scene. Tang Qingyan's legs were unexpectedly able to move freely, and she dared to speak so harshly to Yi Chen, who was either playing with stars or playing as a star. Yi Chen found it interesting. He had seen some arrogant female stars before who didn't know who he was and initially acted like a big shot towards him. But later on, once they found out he was the heir of the top wealthy family in Longguo, they immediately turned around to fawn over him. Yi Chen thought Tang Qingyan would be no exception, so instead of stepping aside, he used his corpulent body to obstruct her and chuckled. Ha ha. Little star with a big attitude. Do you know who I am? Tang Qingyan frowned upon hearing this and looked at the fat man with irritation. She had seen many of these self-important rich second generations before, especially after becoming a celebrity and attending various events. But none of them, in the end, were not left embarrassed after she rejected them. She felt that Yi Chen would be no exception either. I don't care who you are. A good dog doesn't block the road. Get out of my way. Tang Qingyan sternly reprimanded. Yi Chan's bodyguard immediately approached. They had dealt with many arrogant women on Yi Chan's behalf before. However, they were surprised that this time, Yi Chen raised his hand to signal them not to act and just watch Tang Qingyan, realizing that she was even more aloof than he had imagined. But it wasn't surprising since she probably didn't know his true identity or the extent of his wealth. Yi Chen enjoyed seeing the huge change in expressions on women's faces once they knew who he was. So he sneered, "Ha ha, you dare to call me a dog? You're not the first, but you're the only one who's still alive. Arrogant lunatic, get lost." Tang Qingyan wasn't afraid of him at all. After all, this rich second generation, no matter how wealthy, couldn't compare to Yi Zhao's status. You. Yi Chen was thoroughly enraged. How could he not be? Normally, after he spoke like that, most women would start to fear him, or at least ask who he was. But this woman just stared back fearlessly, and even continued to tell him to get lost. Well, he had to teach her a lesson for that. "I am Yi Chen, the young master of the Yanjing Yi family. Do you know how much money I have? The stars I've played with are 100 times more famous than you. Who do you think you are?" Yi Chen felt a sudden sharp pain in his abdomen. Tang Qingyan had used self-defense moves, delivering a knee strike. The whole room was shocked. Zi Chunru's face changed drastically. Though she had only recently met Yi Chen, she had heard many stories about this young master, even seeing numerous news reports about famous stars causing trouble or being hospitalized after clashes with him. But she never expected that today, he would be the one on the receiving end. "Humph, I'm telling you, no matter who you are. Tang Qingyan, I am a woman you can never have. Get out of my way." Tang Qingyan acted as if nothing happened, pushing aside Yi Chen's chubby face with force and moving on. "Seeking death, how dare you touch our young master?" With the Yin family's top-notch fighters absent today, Yi Chen's bodyguards behind him finally reacted and moved to deal with Tang Qingyan. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen once again stood in their way, unleashing his pent-up anger on the bodyguards with punches and kicks. Despite his corpulent appearance, Yi Chen was a martial artist, and Tang Qingyan wouldn't have been able to take him by surprise if he hadn't been so arrogant and unguarded. But instead of using violence against her, he wanted to use other methods to make this woman acknowledge and submit to him. Unfortunately, Tang Qingyan had no idea how terrifying he really was. She cocked her head disapprovingly, showing no signs of fear or respect, and even kicked the door. Wow, what a fierce woman. Finally, Yi Chen realized that this woman was different from other female celebrities. She was a woman with principles and self-respect, not someone who would bow down to power or treat him as a plaything just because he was rich. "Miss Tang, please, don't be like this." It was Miss Chu who instructed Zhao Ying to take care of Yi. "We shouldn't interfere." Zi Chunru, seeing Tang Qingyan so upset, quickly mentioned Chu Qingyu's instructions. But Yi Chen's people took Chu Qingyu's words as if they were orders from the emperor, while Tang Qingyan wasn't buying it. "Humph, I already know. That's exactly why I have come to personally take care of Yi. Chu Qingyu is not the only important woman in his life." Tang Qingyu's words surprised Zi Chunru. Though she had recently met Yi Chen, she had heard a lot about this young master and his scandals involving popular stars. But now, she saw someone else receiving a beating that was a new revelation. That person. Get her out of here and beat her up. What a despicable woman. While the mistress asked her to take care of Zi, she stirred up trouble. Several bodyguards immediately dragged Zhao Ying away, their eyes cold as ice. Tang Qingyan paid no attention and, upon seeing the fat man acting so high-handedly, finally realized who Yi Chen was. Though she had never met Yi Chen before, she had been in the entertainment industry for a while and heard some things about this overbearing wealthy young master. She couldn't believe she had just accidentally beaten up someone of his status, but soon, Tang Qingyan moved towards Yi Zi, tittied him up, and put aside Zhao Ying's matter. She pointed at Yi Chen and gave him a command. "You, come over here." Yi Chen was nearly amused. Did this second-tier celebrity know who she was calling so casually? Didn't she know he never listened to women? Well, for the sake of being Yi's woman, he made an exception this time. "You're Yi Chen, right? What's going on with Yi? Why has he been unconscious for so long?" Tang Qingyan asked directly. "Damn. So you knew I was Yi Chen all along." Yi Chen was even more surprised. "If that's the case, why did you dare hit me earlier and talk to me with that tone now? Don't you know I never show mercy to women? Are you a pig?" Tang Qingyan was disgusted, pursing her lips high up. "I asked you a question. Why do you need to talk about all that useless stuff? You just need to answer me. What's the situation with Yi now?" Whoa. Yi Shan was so angry that he was about to explode on the spot. How many years had it been since a woman dared to speak to him like that? And on top of that, The girl in front of him was even younger than him. However, he inexplicably told Tang Qingyan about Ji Zhao's condition, adding, "I only know this much. I'm not a doctor. Don't ask me for details. You don't care at all about your brother. It seems like your feelings towards him aren't that great." Oh my god. This statement made Yishan explode with anger. Just as he was about to lose his temper, he saw Tang Qingyan walk towards Yi Zi and, after some thought, take something out to give to him to eat. Hey, have you lost your mind? Your brother is in this condition, and you still want to feed him something. This time, Yishan couldn't take it and rushed forward. Si Chunru also felt that Yishan was right. She knew that Tang Qingyan was the daughter of Snake Uncle, and she had a very good relationship with Yi Zi, but she wasn't a doctor and couldn't just give Yi Zi things to eat. However, this is, when he saw what Tang Qingyan had brought out, even Yishan, who had seen countless rare treasures in the world, had a slight change in his expression. His appearance shocked everyone around him, because Yishan's name was too prominent in the entertainment industry and the public's minds. He was only ever shocking when flaunting his wealth. It had never been heard of anyone being able to surprise him with something, let alone cause his face to change suddenly. So what was this shocking thing that even he was surprised by? Yi Zi, wake up. Tang Qingyan didn't care about Yishan and directly stuffed a white, round, shiny object into Yi Zhao's mouth. Ah, you're feeding Zijie with that thing. Oh, what should I say? Yishan was a bit at a loss for words for a moment, because he realized that what Tang Qingyan gave to Yi Zi to eat was no ordinary thing. It was the necklace that Yi Zhao's mother had given him. As a member of the Yi family, he naturally knew Ji Chuanfeng's identity. She came from a mysterious area and, although she was gentle and peaceful and didn't seek conflict, she was unmatched in alchemy in the mundane world. The necklace she gave to Zijie was so coveted that even Third Master Yi and Fourth Master Yi coveted it. When Third Master Yi found out that the gift Zijie had given him was this necklace, even if it had been trampled into the ground like dung, he picked it up and ate it. This showed just how precious this necklace was. Tang Qingyan didn't know what the necklace was, but she knew it had effects similar to an immortal pill. In the past, Zijie had used it to slowly heal his legs. Later, because he wanted to debut, he had taken the necklace back into his own hands, ingesting a bit whenever he felt unwell. Tang Qingyan didn't dare to casually consume it. Even after consuming it, her feet gradually recovered and she could walk normally without needing to continue taking it. Now, she had taken it out and fed it to Yi Zi. She believed that no matter how dire Yi Zhao's current situation was, his mother's necklace would help him overcome it. Wow. What's your name? Beautiful. What's the relationship between you and Zijie? Yishan was even more curious about Tang Qingyan at this point. Since Zijie had entrusted her with the necklace, it indicated that their relationship was extraordinary. It might even be similar to that with his wife. Tang Qingyan gently touched her chest, her smile growing, then said slowly, "I'm Tang Qingyan, a friend of Yi Zi." Speaking, the smile on her lips became even more content and natural. She wasn't sure of her position in Yi Zhao's heart, but she could be certain that Yi Zi was her only friend. If it weren't for this man protecting her in the ruins with his body, she, Tang Qingyan, would have ceased to exist in this world. Yishan couldn't help but swallow nervously as he watched her touch her firm breasts lightly. For some reason, even though he had seen the breast of countless women, he was particularly enchanted by this young female star. It was as if she were different from the others. Ah, look, Ziji's eyelids moved. Si Chunru suddenly exclaimed, bringing the two distracted individuals back to reality. Following that, Zijie faintly opened his eyes as if waking up. It's so miraculous. While Yishan had known the power of the necklace, he hadn't expected Zijie to wake up just a few minutes after ingesting it, especially since he had been unconscious for 3 days. Oh, we need to leave quickly so he won't recognize us. Si Chunru was the first to react, following the instructions given by Chu Qingwu. In order to prevent Zijie from experiencing pain and to erase his past memories, they had to leave while he was still in a daze. However, Tang Qingyan's voice suddenly sounded, "Leave. Both Chu Qingwu and you are underestimating Zijie. He won't be defeated by any emotional entanglements. If he can't remember us, then what's the point of him being alive?" Ha! At that moment, Yishan, who was ready to leave, turned around and looked at Tang Qingyan, whose expression was clear and resolute, and found himself captivated by her charm. No wonder she had said she was a woman he couldn't attain. Which man could conquer her with such a gaze? Who are you? Zijie finally spoke, looking at Tang Qingyan with a feeling of familiarity. At the same time, the sound of the zither resurfaced in his mind, causing another splitting headache. However, this time, a strange power flowed from his meridians to nerves, calming the turbulent sea of the zither. Gradually, Zijie's brow relaxed, the zither sound persisting but not as tumultuous. Zijie, do you remember me now? What about now? Tang Qingyan climbed onto the bed and embraced Zijie. Hey. Yishan saw this scene, and couldn't help feeling a twinge of jealousy. However, knowing that the man was a Zijie, he couldn't do anything about it. Even though he had taken a liking to Tang Qingyan, he couldn't compete with Zijie for her. The others were also shocked, particularly when Tang Qingyan flipped Zijie around, having him lie on top of her. This is a bit indescribable, isn't it? Yishan's expression changed drastically, not expecting this cool and proud female star to be so open. Her two assistants were equally shocked and unsure how to react. If news of this spread, it would ruin the pure and innocent image the company had carefully built for her. Tang Qingyan paid no mind and, with a shimmering gaze, looked at the man before her, asking, "Do you remember who I am now?" Yes. Zijie nodded, naturally adding, "You're Tang Qingyan, the woman I could never get in this lifetime." Ha. Zijie, you can overcome the zither of emotions and return to me and Dao. Alone, Chu Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly dealt with her work before dressing up and preparing to head to the Imperial Hotel. However, without realizing it, there was always a Wolf watching her intently. It was none other than Yan Lijian, who was sitting in a car with two experts, waiting outside the Wei Dance Group company headquarters, following the orders of Third Master Yi that within the next 2 days, Zijie's life must be taken. Liu Xiao, I don't understand. Yizi has amnesia now. Yi Sen ordered us to assassinate Yizi with Yihu. Why are we wasting time dealing with Chu Qingyu? The speaker was a handsome man named Zhang Chen. At the age of 27, he was a top martial arts elite with 6 layers of internal strength. Before joining Yi San, he was the champion of martial arts in the 3 provinces of the East and was popular among countless young girls. Sitting behind the willow leaf sword with him was his brother, Zhang He, a man with a more feminine appearance, even wearing lipstick. As for his strength, it was even higher. Anyway, Willow Leaf Sword knew that these brothers were among the few fierce generals under Yi San, and Yi San was serious about assassinating Yizi. However, Willow Leaf Sword still felt that Yi San underestimated Yi Xiao's strength, or they never understood Yi Xiao's growth, and their knowledge of him remained in the past. Since Yihu is going after Yizi, why bother with his woman? Let's just deal with her. Willow Leaf Sword did not reveal his own intentions. Anyway, he did not believe Yihu could kill Yizi personally. He believed that to kill Yizi, they needed to use strategy. Utilizing his woman was the best method, even if he hadn't remembered who his wife was yet. What a coward. Yi Sen orders us to follow your orders. I feel insulted by that. Undoubtedly, upon hearing Willow Leaf Sword's confirmation, the Zhang brothers did not hesitate to disdainfully look at him. However, despite their disdain, they were paid to do a job. The Yi family employer wanted them to follow Willow Leaf Sword's arrangements, so upon hearing his orders, they hurried towards Chu Qingyu, who had just left the Wei Dance building. On the other side, after Yizi entered the Emperor's Hotel, no one greeted him. The manager and staff of the Emperor's Hotel had been changed on orders from Jin Leifu. Tang Qingyan wanted Yizi to slowly regain his memory, which was gentler than sudden stimulation to help him recover. Sir, please show your invitation. Yizi arrived at the gate of the Emperor's Hotel garden, where 2 attendants in high-end suits greeted him with professional smiles. Yizi still vividly remembered the Jinglin dance party, and such entertainment occasions with invitations were indeed Yi Chan's style. However, this time, Yi Chan personally wrote him an invitation, so when he presented it, the attendants immediately became friendly and even had someone specially escort him in to show his prestigious status. No need. Yizi waved his hand, rejecting the service. He came to find his memories and didn't want to follow someone else's process. Upon entering, the hotel gave him a familiar feeling. He could vaguely recall his past visits to the hotel, each time with the same woman participating in many events. Who was that woman? She must be important to him. Yizi made an effort to recall, and that emotional connection was triggered. However, for some reason, the pain was less than before, allowing him to maintain the familiar feeling as he entered the garden. Oh my! Yizi couldn't help sighing when he entered the garden. Indeed, it was Yi-chan's style. The area around the two basketball court-sized swimming pools was filled with fine Minnan swimsuit-clad beauties, offering a visually stunning scene. Moreover, these women in swimsuits were not lesser-known models. Virtually all were second- or third-tier female celebrities, and even some top-tier stars. The entertainment industry was a circle where resources and contacts were paramount. Even at a pool party like this, there was a strict hierarchy among the stars. For example, when Yi looked into the crowd, he saw a group of female stars surrounding one star, who had a well-proportioned body despite wearing slightly conservative swimwear that highlighted her curves. Qin Yanran. Yi saw this female star and immediately remembered who she was, yet his emotional strings remained silent. "Hey, attendant, quickly bring me a dry martini." Just then, a commanding voice rang out beside Yi. Nearly all of those invited to the party were female stars, so Yi, dressed casually, naturally seemed like staff to them. "Are you calling me?" Yi pointed at himself, sizing up the woman ordering the drink. Being a star herself, she had an alluring figure, fair skin, but lacked a certain aura. Yi Xiao's keen eyes even noticed her slightly protruding belly and loose skin, suggesting she might have had an abortion. Unable to tell, the woman had her lips slightly trembling. Of course, who else among these lowly attendants here could I be referring to? The female star's tone was haughty. Though Yi was a bit annoyed, he didn't argue with her. In an environment where women outnumbered men, it was normal for him to be mistaken for staff. Moreover, he had a reason not to mind thinking that he might have known the woman from before. However, it might have been a misunderstanding, as why wouldn't she have recognized him if he knew her? Ha ha. Liu Kanja burst into laughter, openly mocking the embarrassed woman. Yi couldn't find the woman very intriguing or charismatic. He couldn't help but notice her facial expression turn haughty. Han Shinru, I didn't expect even a third tier like you to qualify for Prince Yi-chan's swimsuit party. Did you? Liu Kanja, while being disdainful, was well aware that the woman before her had recently gained fame for her role in a restricted film, outpacing her second-tier star status. Han Shinru, knowing Liu Kanjia's temperament, didn't argue. Instead, she chose to approach Yi, trying to strike up a conversation. After introducing herself, she said, "Hey handsome, I'm Han Shinru. Have you seen the movie Southbound that I starred in?" She even threw a flirtatious glance at Yi, believing that since all the invited men were either wealthy gentlemen or film producers, directors, or big bosses, surely this man was someone significant, and he must have seen her movie. To her surprise, Yi shook his head with a smile and said, "Sorry, I haven't seen it or heard of it." This response made Han Shinru's expression change completely. Who is this man? Is he not aware that his words could be offensive? Ha ha. Liu Kanja burst into laughter, mocking Han Shinru. Han Shinru, did you laugh that all the men in the world have seen your body? Your popularity is far lower than you imagine. Feeling extremely embarrassed, Han Shinru's face turned red, realizing she had wasted her expressions and words on someone whom Liu Kanja was mocking. Moreover, Liu Kanjia's laughter attracted the attention of other women around them. How was she going to deal with this situation now? How did a man get in here? Han Shinru suddenly screamed, leaving Yi and Liu Jinja dumbfounded. Especially Yi, as an actor, he should have some self-awareness. Didn't she already know he was here? Now she's just pretending to have just discovered it, pretending as if no one knows she was flirting with him. Humph, you servant. Let me tell you, for me, Han Shinru, it's being professional to let a man take advantage of me for filming. It's also for the plot's sake, but don't think in reality. I am that kind of woman. You want to flirt with me, want to spend money to take me to bed. That's a no-go. Damn it. Yi was also speechless. This woman has such a big face, and such a skillful twist. Clearly it was her who flirted with him, now twisting it around to make it seem like he was the one flirting with her. What's going on? The commotion here also alerted the staff responsible for managing the swimsuit party, and soon 2 uniformed female security guards came over. This was Yi-chan's style. Apart from him and his friends, it's impossible for other men to be surrounded by female stars in swimsuits. You came just in time. Young Master Yi-chan and his friends haven't entered yet. Where did this man come from? He almost took advantage of me. Han Shinru, to cover up, jumped up in a hurry. Already voluptuous, she was wearing very little, so when she jumped, it was like a human bomb. Seeing her appearance, Even the two female security guards wanted to laugh. "Miss, with that look, it's obvious you're waiting for men to take advantage of you. Why pretend otherwise?" That's what the women around also thought. But this Han Shinru is currently popular for her role in Going South, and no one wants to offend her for the sake of a servant, so everyone just coldly watched on, silently laughing to themselves. Since the two female security guards could manage here, of course, they knew Yi Zhao's background. But before they could handle this, suddenly a group of men dressed in extraordinary fashion walked excitedly into the backyard, their eyes almost popping out at the sight of the beautiful swimsuit-clad women around the pool. "Wow, I'm so lucky to be able to attend such a pool party." Of course, these women are not just anyone. They are the goddesses in the hearts of countless losers. Yeah. Looking around Lone Guo, only young Master Yishan has the ability to do such a thing. Principal Wan probably can't. Don't compare those superficial rich kids with young Master Yishan. That's an insult to him. Exactly. If young Master Yishan finds out, you're in big trouble. The men discussed as they walked towards the empty space between the two pools. The person who previously made the comparison between Yizi and Principal Wan was now visibly shaken. After all, Yishan's hot-headedness is well known in the entertainment industry. If his words reach Yishan's ears, if he's not pleased, he might just kick himself. "Oh, Director Wang Sanri is here. Not only that, isn't that big brother Cheng Hu, God. This old-school heavyweight superstar even showed up. The status of this pool party just shot up a few levels tonight. Don't compete with me. Rain is mine. He promised to invest in my TV drama." A group of swimsuit-clad female stars, seeing this group of men entering together, were all eager to grab their attention. Of course, they attended tonight's pool party to meet the rich and powerful men in the industry. These men are heavyweight figures. Pleasing one of them means securing resources and protection for the future. Unfortunately, these men are big shots and are not lacking in the company of women. They might flirt a little, but their eyes are roving for their ideal catch. And amidst them, the one with the best looks, highest status, and the most men wanting to conquer her was Qin Yanren. Thus, a group of men quickly surrounded Qin Yanren, each of them wanting to strike up a conversation with her. HMPH, all these men are blind. Han Shinru, a glamorous star, surprisingly had no men interested in her because everyone thought she was past her prime. Who would dare flirt with her in public? So, she deliberately sought attention, continuing to challenge Yizi. "You all, throw this man who has been harassing me into the pool." Her shout did attract many eyes. Liu Jinja wasn't getting any male attention either. Seeing the attention-seeking work for Han Shinru, she quickly stood by her side, holding her hand and glared at Yizi. "Indeed, this man looks at us with good looks and charm, and tries to harass us. Humph, unlike him, he is just a lowly person." As she spoke, the surrounding men suddenly felt superior and began inquiring about what had just happened. At that moment, Yizi became the target of criticisms, everyone pointing and gesturing at him, trying to show their superiority. Just at that time, a woman with long, slender legs gracefully walked towards Yizi, and said to everyone, "He's my friend." Her words shocked the whole place, as the woman turned out to be Qin Yanren, a popular star in Lone Guo and the woman destined to stand in the C position for the group photo tonight. Earlier, a group of self-proclaimed high-class men were trying to get her attention, but she ignored them. And now, she openly declared this man, a low-class person, as her friend. What a lack of judgment. Seeing Qin Yanren give up the advances of other men to stand by this attendant, other women around chuckled. This move increased the number of men interested in them for the night. However, those men, one by one, started to resent Yizi. Curious about how this country bumpkin appeared, he doesn't seem to be a big figure in the industry. Could it be that he saved the galaxy in a past life and now earned the favor of Qin Yanren? Alright, since he is Miss Qin's friend, there's no issue. The two female security guards had not yet decided on how to handle the situation when Qin Yanren stepped in, so they quickly left. Although it seemed like the situation ended there, the women around were gossiping amongst themselves. Qin Yanren just harmed her reputation by associating herself with this man. With so many big shots interested in her, wanting to collaborate, her actions just offended many in the industry. Will she have the same resources in future? Hard to say. Haha, she just dug her own grave. Though their voices were low, Qin Yanren could still hear them. However, she remained composed, unaffected by their words. It was Yizi who was now curious, and took the opportunity to strike up a conversation. "Miss, do we know each other?" Seeing Qin Yanran smiling strangely at him, Yi quickly pointed to his head and laughed while explaining, "I'm not using a corny pickup line. I really have amnesia." "Of course, I know," Qin Yanran chuckled. "Did you think I coincidentally approached you? I was tasked by Tang Qingyan to look after you. The forgetful man." "I see." Yi finally understood. Tang Qingyan had suddenly been called for work and couldn't be with him, so she sent someone else. "I'm Qin Yanran. Let's get to know each other again." Qin Yanran took the initiative to extend her white, jade-like hand towards Yi, leaving those around them in surprise. Especially a man named Lei Dong, standing at a corner of the pool, watching Yi hold Qin Yanran's hand. He couldn't help but swallow a glass of strong drink in one gulp. "Lei, what's wrong with you? Is that woman Qin Yanran blind to your charm? Why bother getting angry over someone like this?" Liu Jinja happened to see this and quickly walked over to strike a conversation, even leaning against him with a clean body. In the entertainment industry, people generally know that Lei Dong has been pursuing Qin Yanran relentlessly, and he's one of the most powerful figures. Because his affection for her is known, many men who want to make a move on Qin Yanran are deterred. This man is one of the 7 super rich in Lone Wo. HMPH. "You vulgar man, get lost." Lei Dong directly pushed away Liu Jinja. He's not a lustful man. His heart only has eyes for Qin Yanran. He specifically rushed from Yan City to Ahua City tonight upon hearing that Qin Yanran would be at the pool party. Little did he expect to see Qin Yanran actively hitting on a raggedy man. Unreasonable. "Lei, don't be hasty." Liu Jinja was not upset and approached him again, this time not touching Lei Dong but discreetly reminding him, "I don't think Qin Yanran and the kid are involved. Maybe they just met by chance. How could the kid ever get Qin Yanran's attention? Isn't there still a game segment later tonight? I'll make sure all the women in the room see that Lei, you're the cream of the crop among men. Then Qin Yanran will definitely rethink." Hearing her say this, Lei Dong's anger subsided a bit and he asked, "Why are you helping me?" "Heh. Lei Xiao, you are the young master of the Yun City bigwig family, holding countless entertainment industry resources. If I can help you win over a beauty, I hope you can allow me to develop in Yun City. Give me a makeover. If you agree, I'll serve you however you want." Liu Jinja said with a charming smile. In the past, this proud woman may not have taken such an attitude, but now, there's no other choice. The Liu family in Huacheng is being suppressed by the influence of the Ahua family and Chu Qingwu, facing bankruptcy in their business ventures. She has no money to support herself because she can't produce any notable works, losing popularity and falling to the bottom. If she wasn't an artist from Huacheng, she probably wouldn't even qualify to attend this pool party today. Therefore, in order to obtain resources and connections, she's willing to accept any unwritten rules. "No problem, but if things don't work out, I don't want you throwing yourself at me," Lei Dong said before walking away, as if being seen with such a woman would diminish his value. Liu Jinja didn't get angry and was still thinking of how she could help him win over the beauty. "Ladies, gentlemen, let's party." Soon, a handsome male host stepped out and loudly announced. Seeing this male host, a swimsuit beauty on the scene asked, "Who is this man? He's handsome, but how come I've never seen him before?" "Heh. You don't even know him? This just reveals your status. That's Yi Chan's official male host." "Really? Yi Chan has an official male host? I heard he hates men flirting with his women. Is he okay with it?" "You don't understand. He is called Aron. He doesn't like women, only men." "Oh, he's gay." Yi Xiao didn't care about the game or not. He was only interested in Qin Yanran at the moment, and remembered the woman, Ji Wu Yu, from her. However, the sound of the piano did not cause him any pain due to the necklace he was wearing. Yi Xiao understood that although Qin Yanran was beautiful and elegant, she wasn't the one he loved. Alright, the first game. Flying to snatch the Rainbow Bridge. With the male host's announcement, the atmosphere gradually livened up. Many female stars couldn't help but ask, "Oh, why did the game start so soon? Yi Chen hasn't arrived yet. What are we playing?" Many female stars at the scene were there to associate with Yi Chang. Despite his unimpressive appearance, he was very popular in the entertainment industry, and many women who had connections with him ascended from the 18th tier to the 1st tier. The most famous of them all was Princess Lydia, a mixed-blood foreign woman, who, after becoming Yi Chan's official girlfriend, instantly became a famous first-tier star in the country. Yi Chen is still on his way with Princess Lydia. He instructed us not to wait for him and enjoy the party fully. The leading man tonight is not him but someone else. Arong truly lived up to the stereotype of a basic man, speaking with a very effeminate tone. What? The party hosted by Yi Chen, and the lead isn't him? Yeah. I've never heard of this before. Yi Chen is hosting a party and willingly taking a backseat to someone else. How's that possible? Is he bringing together so many female stars? Is swimsuits here just to flirt with someone else? The female stars began to express their surprise. Their eyes began searching to figure out who could potentially be the male lead. Their guesses varied, but apart from Qin Yanren, no one would have thought it could be Yi Shao, the most ordinary-looking man. Haha, the male lead could definitely be among you all. Let's start the first game. Arong did not disclose who the male lead was, as Yi Chen hadn't explicitly told him. His task was to create a fun atmosphere and host the party well. Quickly, everyone started pairing up freely, and many female stars found the men they wanted to flirt with. However, there was a problem. Qin Yuren was still with that poor servant. This won't do. Liu Jinja spoke up. In this game, men have to carry women to the floating bridge in the pool, which could lead to some intimate body contact. If that servant partners with Qin Yuren, who knows if he might try something inappropriate, it would be unsightly and lower the class of our pool party. Her words struck a chord with many men present. Barely acceptable. They wanted to get closer to Qin Yuren, but why would they let that unknown servant have a chance to be intimate with her? Unfair. I think the pairing should be more random to add excitement. Liu Jinjia's suggestion gained support. They asked the host to bring out a large turntable with soap water. A simple rule. A group of female stars in swimsuits gathered around the turntable. Men stepped onto the turntable and spun it with their bodies. Whoever it pointed to would be their partner. This pairing method was fun for both men and women, but Lei Dong was anxious. How could he ensure he paired up with Qin Yuren with such a random method of selection? Liu Jinja was confident and told him not to worry. Soon, everyone disrupted the matchmaking using this method. The men in the venue were there to choose female stars to have fun with, and this added a thrill to the process. They quickly selected partners based on the spin of the turntable. The order in which the men went up was according to their status, and everyone knew Lei Dong was undoubtedly the first. But following Liu Jinjia's hint, he let other men go first. As for Yi Shao, he was, without a doubt, the last. Darn it. Damn, I can't spin to Qin Yuren. After the third last man finished spinning, he found himself slightly off from Qin Yuren and ended up with another female star. Lei Dong breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't let anyone else take Qin Yuren. Then who would he choose? With more women than men present and seeing them already paired up, many female stars who weren't chosen were disappointed. At this point, Liu Jinja stood up and suggested, "Oh, seeing that there's only Lei left, and none of us have been chosen, why not let Lei pick his partner freely?" Any objections? Damn. Is this even allowed? Nobody knew what Liu Jinja was scheming, as she had suggested random pairing just a moment ago, and now she was proposing free choice. However, though everyone thought about it, no one objected. Lei Dong's status and position were undeniable. No man would challenge him. Every female star aside from Qin Yuren would be eager to pair up with him. If he chose someone of his own free will, there was no doubt that he would successfully charm any lady present. Haha. Since you all have made your choices, then I can only select someone from the remaining beauties. Let me choose someone I fancy, Lei Dong said with feigned enthusiasm, implying that it was their fault for not being picked after letting them go first. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire Liu Jinjia's scheming skills. Unexpectedly, right as he felt satisfied and thought he could be paired with Qin Yuren, a voice spoke up, not understanding the situation. "Ow. Sorry, I haven't chosen yet." Damn. When Lei Dong heard this voice, his smug expression froze instantly. Others chuckled. Someone dared to compete with Lei Dong. Looking over, it was none other than the despised servant. Who the hell is this guy anyway? What's his status to be here? Exactly. Isn't the host going to do something about it? I think he might be a local from Huacheng or has some connection with the Emperor Hotel to get in through the back door. The swimsuit beauties began to discuss. Those female stars, who were not chosen and saw Yi Shao, sneered at him with disdain. They'd rather pass on this round of the game than be partnered with such a poor and lowly man. Yi Shao didn't care and asked, since the rules have changed regarding selection, can't I freely choose my partner too? Pa. You must be dreaming. Before the host could confirm, Liu Jinja disdainfully remarked, "What do you think you are? Who would want to play with you? Want to choose whoever you want? Dream on." She then looked at the male host, and other people's expressions made it clear they hoped the male host would kick this unpopular and lowly man out. Arong quickly laughed, "Ha ha. We're just playing a game. We can't have some people randomly picking while others freely choose. It would be too chaotic with 3 sets of standards. In my opinion, let's give him a chance and let him spin once too." Since Arong said so, other people couldn't really object. Even Li Dan couldn't go against it. After all, just let him have a turn. Could he really land on Qin Yanren? As long as he doesn't take away the woman he likes, it's up to him. So, Yexiao also took off his coat and appeared wearing just a pair of shorts. Although there were many beautiful female celebrities present, he didn't know any of them, and they all looked at him with disdain. Of course, he couldn't choose them either. Fortunately, he was a cool martial artist. While others couldn't stop, he could stop wherever he wanted. Could it be? Seeing Yexiao ultimately stopping in front of Qin Yanren, Liu Jinja looked as if she had seen a ghost. She had originally decided to ignore this poor waiter. As long as he didn't affect her plans, it was fine. But who would have thought that he would choose Qin Yanren in the end? Is it fate? People around them also exclaimed. Even Li Dan was so angry that he couldn't speak, watching the scene unfold. Well, let's get started. Yexiao jumped off the turntable and smiled at Qin Yanren. Sure, as long as you're strong enough, I will cooperate with you. Qin Yanren also smiled happily. Of course, she was happy. Before Yexiao lost his memory, he had looked down on her, and there were many times she doubted her charm. She never expected that after losing his memory, he would suddenly be so interested in her. This proved that what this man valued the most was actually affection. Forgetting about affection, it seemed that her charm was no less than Chu Qing's. Lei Xiao, you can freely choose from the remaining women. Arong was not foolish. Seeing the expression on Li Dan's face, he knew that he wanted to choose Qin Yanren. Unfortunately, despite his intentions, he was overtaken in the end. But there was nothing he could do about it. Humph, what a buzzkill. Li Dan left the scene in a huff. He wasn't just any man, and he looked down on other superficial and materialistic fans. His departure caused a slight dip in the atmosphere, but with the game starting, everyone soon became lively again. After all, such a swimsuit party, with men and women pairing up, was unusually exciting. When it was Yexia's turn to carry Qin Yanren to the floating bridge in the water, it attracted many onlookers. After all, during the game just now, many men took advantage, and many women were more than willing. Everyone wanted to see if Qin Yanren, who usually didn't participate in such events, would be taken advantage of by a random fool tonight. Many people even discreetly prepared their phones to record, especially those in the entertainment circle who were Qin Yanren's competitors, even though they knew that photography was not allowed at Yexian's party. Alright, the fastest time so far is 58 seconds. Let's see if the final pair of contestants can surpass them and win the championship. Before the competition between Yexia and Qin Yanren began, the host hyped up the atmosphere once again. At the same time, snapping his fingers, two bikini-clad beauties brought out the game prizes. Wow, it's a red acid branch pita. It looks valuable. What's so rare about it? Have you never attended Yexian Young Master's parties before? Is there anything he gives that costs less than 10 million? Really? A pipa worth over 10 million? Han Shinru exclaimed. She knew that when she filmed Southbound on the Road, she didn't even earn $1 million, even though she had taken off all her clothes for the role. Hehe, you're just a clueless star. This pipa is made from the top-quality red acid branch from the Kingdom of Trees. I heard that a similar pipa was auctioned for 32.88 million at the last Yanjing auction. Now, looking at how meticulous this one is, it's probably at least 50 million. Wow. Many women in the crowd exclaimed. Not every female star was a money-making machine. Some only had good looks and figure but couldn't earn much money. This 50 million was equivalent to several years of income for them. If they had known that they could win such a valuable gift by playing a game, they wouldn't have been willing to throw themselves at famous directors and producers. Instead, they would have focused on winning the game. At this moment, Yexiao noticed that Qin Yanren was looking at the prize with fascination. Do you like it? I'll win it for you. Yexiao had lost his memory now and didn't have many friends. He treasured every friend, especially after discovering that Qin Yanran had a really good personality. Despite being a very famous female star, she wasn't haughty and judgmental like other women. Just based on this, she was worthy of being his friend. When Qin Yanran heard this, she was touched but still wise in her words. Sure, if you help me win it, I'll play a tune for you with it. I'm very good at playing the pipo. I've won awards in classical music. Teal. It's a promise. Yexiao smiled slightly. He was determined to win this first place. With this agreement, as they were about to start, Qin Yanran suddenly hugged Yexiao tightly. Seeing this ambiguous gesture, jealousy raged among the male spectators. As insiders of the industry, when had they ever seen Qin Yanran so intimate with a man? Even some of her female celebrity friends were shocked, especially those in her circle who were sighing at how self-destructive Qin Yanran was being tonight. Didn't she realize that her popularity was so high because many rich second-generation and industry insiders had their eyes on her? If she fell in love or engaged in intimate behavior with a man, she might lose a lot of resources in an instant. How? Despite being hailed as the leader of purity, in my opinion, she's more like a temptress. Exactly. Does she just want to be with that waiter because of his good physique? I suspect that man might be her boyfriend. Otherwise, how could he have the qualifications to participate? Qin Yanran is really devaluing herself. Some narrow-minded stars like Liu Jinja couldn't stand seeing other female stars outshine them, and they've whispered to each other. However, neither Yexiao nor Qin Yanran cared about these comments and the gazes of so-called elites. This man's body is so warm. For Qin Yanran, it was her first time being so intimately close with a man, especially in a swimsuit, their skin touching directly. Feeling the warmth of Yexiao's body, she felt comfortable and couldn't help but sigh. Seeing her enjoying herself, Li Dan gritted his teeth, even strode over, pushed away a rich second-generation man he knew, and decided to challenge Yexiao himself. Hey, Li Dan, what's gotten into you? Are you interested in my companion? The rich second generation, who had been pushed away by Li Dan, was initially angry, but seeing that it was the legitimate son of one of the 7 noble families, he quickly put on a sycophantic smile. The female star that Li Dan suddenly embraced wasn't someone else but Han Shinru. She blossomed with joy and pretended, "Oh, Li Dan, it's not nice to snatch someone like that. If you had told me earlier that you wanted to pair up with me, I would have agreed." Afterward, she whispered in his ear coquettishly, "I'm free tonight after the swimsuit party. Do you want to?" "Shut up. You flirt." Li Dan was already irritated, and he didn't have the mood to be flirted with by this materialistic fan. He stopped her with a stern voice. Seeing Han Shinru's embarrassed and bewildered look, other women around them started to tease her. "Ha ha, look at that flirt. She's so full of herself, thinking that Li Dan really has eyes for her. Little does she know that he's only interested in Qin Yanran." Exactly. Li Dan just wants to beat Qin Yanran's so-called poor partner. She's overestimating herself. Listening to these sarcastic comments, Han Shinru felt even more embarrassed. Though she was angry, she didn't dare offend Li Dan nor Qin Yanran. Thus, she had no choice but to give Yexiao a dirty look, provocatively saying, "Lei Xiao is a legitimate offspring of the 7 noble families, very skilled. You think you can beat us in the game? You must be dreaming." This statement piqued Li Dan's interest. He glanced proudly at Chen Mo, then at Qin Yanran in his arms, his anger rising. He extended his right thumb and shook it violently downwards 3 times. Wow, what a fierce taunt gesture. What started as an entertainment competition had suddenly become full of tension. Many people began cheering for Li Dan as if it were a sports contest. Li Dan's eyes were filled with arrogance as he coldly responded to the cheers. "Humph, he's from a noble family, trained in martial arts since childhood. If he can't defeat such an unexceptional man, I might as well end it all by hitting my head on a bean curd. When I take the stage, it's just to make some women see clearly that while her figure and appearance are fine, her taste is just poor." It was all made pretty clear now. If Qin Yanran didn't understand Li Dan's intentions, she must be clueless. Suddenly, everyone discovered that Qin Yanran still wasn't affected. It seems like this woman really had some problems with her taste. Okay, let's get started with the final round of the competition. Arong didn't want to dawdle anymore. While an exciting atmosphere was good for the game, too much tension wouldn't be good. So, he decided to start the game quickly. "Wow, Li Xiao is so agile." "Yes, Li Xiao, you are amazing. I want to give birth to monkeys for you." At the beginning of the competition, Li Dong swiftly moved forward with Han Shinru in his arms, leaving including Yexia behind. With such skill, it naturally drew screams from the women. Han Shinru took the opportunity to press her proud figure against Li Dong. What if he felt comfortable and wanted to relive this feeling later? Then she won't have to worry about attracting attention. Hehe. On the other hand, Yexiao did not expect to encounter martial artists in this entertainment competition, so he did not use his ancient martial arts powers. Instead, he was holding Qin Yanren and advancing on a floating board. Qin Yanren, who wanted to get her hands on the rare pipa, couldn't help but hold onto Yexiao tightly and ask, "Are you afraid I will fall into the water, so you can't run too fast?" Not really. Yexiao smiled and shook his head. He's also a man. Being embraced closely by a swimsuit-clad A-list female star would naturally make his heart beat faster. Seeing Qin Yanren's competitive gaze, he said seriously, "Hold on tight, I'm going to speed up." Okay. Qin Yanren added more strength, and her jade fingers were about to embed into Yexia's back muscles. This scene naturally caused a stir among the audience. I told you Qin Yanren is a nympho. Look, she didn't take advantage of her, but she's hugging him so tightly. Hehe. Maybe that man is her old lover. You guys didn't know that. Qin Yanren used to be a poor girl. I think that man is definitely her boyfriend, but she hasn't made it public for the sake of her future. Yes. Yechen Young Master's entertainment party is not allowed to be broadcast outside, so she secretly brought her man to play. Women gossiping. Suddenly someone loudly cheered for Li Dong. Li Xiao, come on. Don't lose to that wild man. Yes. Li Xiao, you're the best. Hehe. In my opinion, even if that man runs like flying, he still can't beat Li Xiao. Everyone in the audience agreed that Li Dong was going to win, as his speed was beyond imagination. The fastest time in the previous group was 58 seconds, and he was expected to complete the game within 30 seconds. However, just as they finished speaking, Yexia began to exert himself. Seeing him getting closer and closer to Li Dong while holding Qin Yanren, the cheering women fell silent. Is it possible? Li Xiao is a martial artist. How could he possibly lose to an unknown guy? Now, the men who had some insight began to discuss. Although they were not martial artists, they knew how powerful martial artists could be. These people were rare, and usually did not participate in entertainment events, but their true strength would make professional athletes kneel before them. Unexpectedly, as strong as Li Dong was, he was now, Li Xiao, come on. Now those women were genuinely cheering for Li Dong, hoping he could still make it. Li Dong, seeing Yexia exerting himself to catch up, was even more surprised than anyone else. Good guy. He knew that the man Qin Yanren favored wouldn't be simple, but he didn't expect him to be a master too. Humph, if you want to beat me, Li Dong, you must be dreaming. Li Dong also exerted all his strength. He was actually a junior-level martial arts master with 7 layers of internal strength. He burst into full sprint, seeming to carry a wave of heat with him. Han Shinru, who was caught off guard, was in a tragic situation. She was already scantily dressed, and now with Li Dong running at full speed, the few pieces of fabric she had on were flying. Haha. This scene is like a live broadcast of A Road to the South. In my opinion, it's much more exciting than A Road to the South. The man at the scene enthusiastically applauded. Li Dong ignored these voices and Han Shinru's clothes flying off, continuing to accelerate. He had said that if he couldn't beat Yexiao, a nobody, he would rather die by hitting tofu. It was not only about the woman, it was also about his pride. And he couldn't afford to lose. However, he didn't believe he would lose. His strength was not much inferior to that of the Southern Respect, whom he had never met before. There was no way he could lose to an unknown guy, but he never expected that even with all his strength, Yexia was getting closer and closer. Li Xiao is about to be overtaken. A woman exclaimed in shock. The whole crowd suddenly fell silent, feeling more tense than watching the Olympics 100-meter sprint. I won't lose. It must be because you, woman, are too heavy. Li Dong had already exceeded his limits, knowing that he would definitely lose if he continued holding on to Han Shinru, so he simply threw her into the pool and sprinted towards the finish line. Even if he had to break the rules, he didn't want the other party to sprint ahead first. Poor Han Shinru, thinking Li Dong wanted to play a game with her. It was going to be something good. But now, her clothes were off, and she was thrown into the water, making her nostrils run. Yexiao, we're going to lose. At this moment, Qin Yanren held Ye Xiao tightly, her body pressed against his chest. Not noticing Li Dong's foul play, she thought they were going to lose and couldn't help but cry out, "It's okay, we won't lose." Ye Xiao finally hugged Qin Yanren's waist tightly and suddenly leapt towards the finish line. Oh my god. The people on the scene were dumbfounded. This guy didn't just jump far. It was like he could fly. He crossed the finish line. Ye Xiao, holding Qin Yanren, flew directly like a bird, crossing the finish line before Li Dong. The venue was silent, with only the sound of water rippling. Suddenly, people's faces went from one wave of shock to another. Because of Ye Xiao's sudden fall, Qin Yanren's body swayed, and she accidentally fell on him, her lips kissing his cheek. Crazy, absolutely crazy. Li Dong, who didn't win even after fouling, saw the woman he liked kiss another man on the spot and became furious. He clenched his fist and wanted to kill Ye Xiao, but after considering the other party's strength, he just snorted and left. Although he was proud, he was also highly intelligent. Ye Xiao's demonstrated strength was even more impressive than his, indicating he was no ordinary person. So, without understanding the other's details, he didn't want to offend him lightly. On the contrary, the others who didn't understand martial arts didn't know how powerful Ye Xiao actually was. They only thought he had extraordinary jumping ability. Therefore, seeing Qin Yanren kiss him, after hearing the sound of the pipa, they were shocked and then gossiping. Congratulations to Miss Qin's team, who finished in 20 seconds and won first place. The rare red acid branch pipa is yours. After the male host's surprise, he immediately shouted excitedly. As Ye Xiao's designated host, he naturally had some discernment and finally recognized that the man was actually young Master Ye Xiao, declared dead by Ye Chen. There was no need to ask. Ye Chen's swimsuit party tonight was definitely arranged for him, which was why even Qin Yanren was so affectionate towards him. With the game over, although many women in the audience were not pleased with Qin Yanren, more of them wanted to flatter this A-list star, and the applause gradually grew louder. I promised you a song. Excited to receive the pipa she admired, Qin Yanren immediately wanted to fulfill her promise. Ye Xiao was also interested and sat at a corner of the pool, sipping wine and watching the beauty play the pipa. As the music played, countless people were enraptured. Even many jealous female stars, who were less famous than Qin Yanren, had to admit that she was extremely talented. Of course, there were more compliments for Qin Yanren. Just then, the door to the backyard opened again, and a woman with a group of bodyguards barged in. Seeing these people, the women by the pool were first startled, then began to exclaim, "Oh, Princess Lydia has arrived." Yes, the female lead finally showed up. "Where's young Master Ye Chen?" "Huh, didn't see him yet. It's so late, why hasn't he arrived?" After some discussion, they found that Princess Lydia seemed a bit melancholic, with a hint of resentment in her eyes. She didn't acknowledge anyone's greetings along the way and seemed lost in thought. It wasn't until she heard the sound of the pipa that she seemed to wake up suddenly, gritting her teeth and shouting angrily, Who moved my red acid branch pipa? Hearing her angry shout, everyone was amazed. How did this red acid branch pipa become hers? Arong hurried over cautiously and said, "Princess Lydia, according to young Master Ye Chen's instructions, the pipa has been given to the winner of the game." "Humph, that's mine." Princess Lydia said angrily, "That's a treasure from my country. If anyone touches it, I'll chop off her fingers." My goodness. Everyone's expression changed upon hearing this, especially seeing Princess Lydia's demeanor. It was clear she was not joking. Even Qin Yanren, upon hearing this, stopped playing the pipa. This. Arong's face changed immediately. He knew how powerful Princess Lydia was. She was indeed a princess from a small country, and the ones following her were no ordinary soldiers. Whoever provoked them would surely die. This is interesting now. Qin Yanren may be a top-tier star in the Dragon Kingdom, but Lydia is a princess of a country and also the official girlfriend of Yishan, much more influential than her. I told you that red acidic branch people looks unique. Turns out it belongs to Princess Lydia. Everyone watched Lydia cold-faced, her eyes filled with anger as she stepped towards Qin Yanren, sparking discussions. Even Qin Yanren felt immense pressure and couldn't help but stand up. "Humph, you have the audacity. Who allowed you to touch my pipa?" Lydia and Qin Yanren locked eyes, teeth clenched, exchanging harsh words. Li Junjia and others were eager to see Qin Yanren, the unfortunate female star, while secretly relishing the situation. Not being able to deal with Qin Yanran didn't mean no one could deal with her. Beat her up. Beat her hard. Han Shinru took joy in the situation, almost dancing with glee, thinking of how this woman stole her crown just recently. Now it's her turn to suffer. Princess Lydia, this pipa was won in a game. If you want it back, I can return it to you. Qin Yanran sighed lightly. As a musician, she loved this red acidic branch pipa, much like a swordsman encountering an extraordinary sword. But a gentleman doesn't take others' belongings. If this people belonged to Princess Lydia, she wouldn't dare to argue. Unexpectedly, despite her intention to return it, Lydia still persisted. Humph, return it? Something that has been touched by others is like a man tainted by a mistress. Dirty things I would not want. With those words, the crowd was in an uproar. The astute ones had already noticed Lydia's unfriendly look upon entering, seemingly filled with jealousy. Now, after hearing her words, many speculated, did Qin Yanran not only steal her pipa, but also her man? But that's unlikely. Qin Yanran's man was not the poor servant wearing baggy pants. He was not Yishan, was he? It was actually Qin Yanran who suddenly realized, today, Tang Qingyan had contact with her and mentioned that Yishan wanted to pursue her. Could it be that Yishan, for the sake of pursuing Tang Qingyan, hastily dumped Princess Lydia? Get someone to cut off this wretched person's fingers. Lydia, heartbroken, sought revenge. She and Qin Yanran had no grudge. She was just taking it out on her. Hey, Princess Lydia, you can't do this. The people was brought out as a prize by Master Yishan. Arong was trying to reason, protecting Qin Yanran, but unexpectedly, Lydia gave him a direct slap across the face. Oh my! The people involuntarily took a step back, seeing Princess Lydia slap even Yishan's official host. Could it be that she had broken up with Yishan? Ha! Qin Yanran, you faker. Let's see how you survive this time. Yeah, if your fingers are chopped off, don't expect to remain in the limelight in the future. Being an artist may be questionable. Han Shinru and Li Junzhou formed a gloating alliance, eagerly anticipating Qin Yanran's misfortune. Lydia's special forces bodyguards were not to be underestimated. One of them strode up to Qin Yanran, gripping her delicate wrist fiercely and slamming it onto the table. Qin Yanran, as a delicate woman, couldn't bear this treatment. Her palm throbbed with pain, and she let out a scream. Even the special forces bodyguard showed no mercy, quickly drawing a sharp, cold blade. The women present gasped in shock. Some pretended not to look, but peeped through their fingers. Many women wore sly smiles, thinking to themselves, the Dragon Kingdom will soon lose a top star. Another spot opening up. Ha ha. Unexpectedly, before the special forces bodyguard could bring the blade down, he was suddenly grabbed by a much stronger man, who, the bodyguard was horrified. As a protector of Princess Lydia, his skills were exceptional. Yet now, he realized his opponent was far superior. Huff, without hesitation, Yizi seized the bodyguard's wrist and flung him into the pool, swiftly taking the blade and launching it towards Princess Lydia. The swift turn of events caught everyone off guard. Just as Qin Yanran was about to have her fingers sever, the focus shifted, and Princess Lydia's face was slashed instead. Outrageous! The situation escalated, seeing Princess Lydia injured by the servant. Not only her bodyguards, but even the men present began to cry out. Princess Lydia is Master Yishan's girlfriend. How dare you harm her? Don't let him leave today, otherwise how can we be considered friends of Master Yishan? Humph, he's in for a hard time. Princess Lydia's influence is formidable. His torture is inevitable. Filled with righteous indignation, in their efforts to please Princess Lydia, many gathered around Yizi. Rascal, I will kill you. At this point, Princess Lydia regained her composure, letting out an angry scream. She made a move against Yizi, someone she didn't have any personal grudge against, blaming him for the clash. Hey, Lydia, you can't do this. The people was brought out as a prize by Master Yishan. Lydia, the sudden interruption stunned the crowd. The one who shouted wasn't someone else but Princess Lydia herself, who was just moments ago brimming with rage. Just as everyone anticipated more words from her, she unexpectedly knelt down with a thud, trembling as she apologized. Elder brother, I didn't know it was you. I'm sorry. Damn. The sudden twist left everyone speechless. Princess Lydia was kneeling, showing her respect to someone significant. Who was this person? At that moment, many had a sudden realization. Arong had mentioned earlier The lead character of the day was not Master Yi Shan, and seeing even Princess Lydia kneel before someone hinted at the person's identity. "You should apologize to her, not me." Yi Zi remained indifferent, even as the princess knelt before him. There was no hint of pride in his demeanor. It seemed like an ordinary occurrence to him. Gradually, his memory returned slightly, recalling encountering this woman on a certain island. Yes. Princess Lydia dared not defy. She was apologizing to Master Yi Zi, the elder brother of Master Yi Shan. She had come to the event in a fit of anger, planning to take back her pipa and return to her country. She couldn't vent her anger, ending up seeking relief, but her luck backfired. Confronting Yi Zi, "Miss Qin, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were Master Yi Zhao's woman. Please forgive me." As Princess Lydia finished her apology, the atmosphere became chaotic. Yi Zi, he was actually a direct descendant of the Yi family. Didn't they say he was dead? Li Junjie felt a sudden panic, realizing the servant seemed familiar and lamenting that he despised his enemy. Han Xinru felt remorse, regretting her disdain for someone who turned out to be a member of the Yi family. How could she have been so blind? "Forget it, you haven't harmed me, but your face got scratched. Quickly get it treated. Don't leave a scar." Qin Yanren, a kind-hearted woman, forgave Lydia after her apology and even showed concern for her well-being. Lydia, now relieved, stood up and left. All eyes were now on Yi Zi, the atmosphere uneasy, many wanting to strike up conversations with him, but unsure of how to proceed. Especially the female stars. Qin Yanren was cunning, having hooked up with the young master of the Yi family, destined for fame and fortune in the entertainment industry for years to come. Just then, someone shouted, "Ah, Master Yi Shan has finally arrived." Everyone turned to look. Indeed, Yi Shan, the wealthy man, walked in with a group of people. Interestingly, he wasn't walking at the forefront. A cold and beautiful woman walked ahead of him. "Isn't that Tang Qingyan?" "Yes." "When did she get close to Master Yi Shan?" Envy welled up among the women. Yi Shan, known as the youngest sugar daddy in the entertainment industry, any woman who linked up with him would have ample resources. "In my opinion, she's just a local actress from Hua City. That's why she got involved with Master Yi Shan." "Exactly. Not every woman who ties herself to Master Yi Shan becomes famous." Her brokerage firm even marketed her as a pure lady. "I bet tonight's incident will circulate in the industry. How will she keep up appearances?" When Yi Chen entered, he immediately spotted his ex-girlfriend Lydia, and without paying attention to the gossip of others, he walked straight over. Unlike other celebrities or fake princesses who would ignore criticism, this woman was a genuine princess of a small country, and it was necessary to soothe her emotions. Tang Qingyan, on the other hand, walked towards the crowd. If it were any other female celebrity, even a top-tier star like Qin Yanren, hearing people in the circle speak ill of themselves would have provoked a disdainful response. However, Tang Qingyan was like a thorn rose and couldn't tolerate such derogatory remarks. Without hesitation, she coldly snorted, "You women, disgusting or not, you all just want to seduce that fat guy. Don't think everyone is like you." My goodness, Tang Qingyan's words were like a depth charge, causing the people who were just shocked by Princess Lydia's presence to be thrown into a second wave of shock. "This woman is too arrogant, isn't she? Master Yi Chen is also here, and she dares to call Master Yi Chen fat." "Exactly. Those who say Master Yi Chen is fat, I remember there were reports of them being hospitalized for half a year, right? Watching women pretend to be righteous, I wonder what will happen tonight." Some women were murmuring, and some distanced themselves from Tang Qingyan, afraid of getting involved with her. Only Liu Jianjia felt a sense of inexplicable danger. She had just failed to recognize Yi Zi earlier, but her intelligence was still intact. She still remembered the public humiliation she had inflicted on Tang Qingyan before, not taking it seriously at the time. However, this woman was becoming more and more popular while her own situation was deteriorating. Most importantly, she had a relationship with Yi Zi, so if she really wanted revenge today, she wouldn't be able to handle it. Therefore, she had to strike first. "Master Yi Chen, someone here is bad-mouthing you." Liu Jianjia suddenly shouted loudly to Yi Chen, who was still with Yi Zi and Lydia. Everyone listened eagerly, waiting for a show to unfold. Yi Chen immediately scolded, "Which audacious person dares to speak ill of me? Bring me the dog beating stick. Here it comes." Everyone's eyes lit up because they knew that anyone who dared to speak ill of Master Yi Chen in the past had been severely punished with the dog-beating stick. Especially in Yi Chan's presence, Liu Jianjia became even more pleased and quickly approached Yi Chen, linking her arm with his, pressing her chest against him, and coquettishly saying, "Master Yi Chen, your status is so noble. How can you allow others to speak ill of you? You can't forgive her." Of course not. Yi Chen had been dealing with the situation regarding Lydia and was unaware of what was happening on the other side. He couldn't understand who had the guts to badmouth him in his own territory. Looking around the Dragon Kingdom, there weren't many people with such audacity. Additionally, as a debonair young master, he accepted advances from women as they came, hence, he didn't push Liu Jianjia away. Feeling even more satisfied, Liu Jianjia continued, using her wits, "HMPH, I'm afraid you might go easy on her and not teach that vixen a lesson." "Ha ha," Yi Chen burst into laughter, "you probably don't know my temperament. I don't spare any woman, and I don't refrain from punishing celebrities either." Upon hearing this, Liu Jianjia and the women, who wanted to see Tang Qingyan's downfall, were even more pleased. "Yes, that's the woman." Liu Jianjia squeezed even tighter around Yi Chen, pointing towards Tang Qingyan. Yi Chen suddenly froze. At that moment, his staff also brought him the dog-beating stick and handed it to him. Seeing that he didn't take the stick, Liu Jianjia became more insistent and shook his arm harder. "What did you say just now? Humph, you claimed you wouldn't hesitate to hit any female celebrity. But now, you seem to be reluctant to hit this vixen." Han Shinru quickly came over, seeking familiarity, embracing Yi Chan's other arm. Although Tang Qingyan already had a great figure, being an F-list erotic star, she certainly had qualifications to make such comments. Yi Chan's expression changed. He truly couldn't bring himself to hit Tang Qingyan, but with so many people claiming she had spoken ill of him, it was becoming difficult for him to back down. Fortunately, at that moment, Yi Zi noticed his discomfort and quickly approached, smiling as he said, "Yi Chan, she's my friend. And now, your friend too, isn't she?" With that statement, the others finally understood. So Tang Qingyan was still Yi Zhao's lover. No wonder even Yi Chen didn't dare to easily make a move against her. "What bad-mouthing did she say about you just now?" Yi Zi continued, seeming mocking. "I don't recall her saying anything about you." "Humph, Yi Zi, don't speak up for her." Liu Jianjia fumed. She called Yi Chen a dead fatty. Everyone heard it. She can't deny it. Yi Chan's face immediately darkened. He detested being called fat, especially dead fat. Tang Qingyan was smart. She noticed Yi Chan's change in expression and pretended to be clueless. "Did I actually say that? My memory seems unclear." "Humph, you still want to deny it. Dare to speak but can't admit to it." Liu Jianjia got agitated and declared to the crowd, "Did you all hear that? She just called Yi Chen a dead fatty, and now she denies it." No one dared to respond. They witnessed Yi Chan's darkening expression, clearly fuming. Hey, why is nobody saying anything? Quickly provide proof and let Master Yi Chen punish this person who called him a dead fatty." Seeing no one supporting her, Liu Jianjia became even more enraged. These women had heard it with their own ears, yet they were now silent. How could they be so cowardly? "Enough!" Suddenly, Yi Chen yelled, and everyone around trembled in fear. Liu Jianjia was even more startled, and upon seeing Yi Chen wielding the dog-beating stick angrily at her, she panicked and pointed at Tang Qingyan, desperately explaining, "Master Yi Chen, it wasn't me who called you a dead fatty. It was her. It was her." Yi Chen swung the stick at her without hesitation. The impact was severe, causing her to black out, her nose bleeding and her face distorted. She fell to the ground, unconscious. Other men witnessing this grim scene felt sorry for her, while the women retreated, trembling in fear, too scared to speak. "How many times do I have to repeat myself? I won't stop until I've properly thrashed you." Yi Chen pointed at Liu Jianjia, who was nearly unconscious. "Did no one hear me say I didn't hear it? Yet you kept repeating it 3 or 4 times. I have to teach you a lesson, right?" He raised the dog-beating stick once again. At this moment, many women covered their eyes, knowing that when Yi Chen started hitting someone, he didn't hold back. Just as he was about to strike, Yi Zi grabbed the stick and said, "Enough. It's no fun to beat someone to death." He wasn't pitying Liu Jianjia, but remembering Tang Qingyan's intentions of avenging herself. If Yi Chen had simply struck her fatally, Tang Qingyan wouldn't have had the chance to settle the score herself. "Ha ha. What brothers? Yi said. Goes. Yi Chen laughed loudly. I did hear what your friend called me, but since I couldn't hit her, I had to target this foolish woman to vent my frustration, and it feels great now. Hearing this, no one could imagine what Liu Jianjia was feeling, but everyone around was on the verge of bursting into laughter. Luckily, they weren't as foolish as Liu Jianjia, failing to see the bigger picture, which led to her downfall. At that moment, the women's gazes at Tang Qingyan changed, filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. With the Yi brothers protecting her, Tang Qingyan's future was bound to shine brightly. Tang Qingyan didn't care about how others perceived her and calmly walked step by step toward Liu Jianjia, standing in front of her, wearing a smile of a vengeful victor. Liu Jianjia, remember what you said before. Now I'm returning it to you in public. From now on, wherever I am, there will be no Liu Jianjia, unless, one day, you become more famous and powerful than me. With those words, the whole place fell into silence. Liu Jianjia gritted her teeth, trembling with anger, and pounced towards Tang Qingyan. Smelly piece of paper, I'll take you on. Liu Jianjia was furious. It turned out that the three of them had been playing tricks on themselves all along. Tang Qingyan, this piece of paper, had managed to hook up with the Yi brothers. Since she couldn't beat her in the future, she might as well embrace her and face death together. However, Tang Qingyan used to be Chu Biyao's deskmate. Yi Xiaodu had witnessed her strengths before. Not to mention that Liu Jianjia was now on the verge of collapsing. Even at the peak of her strength, she might not stand a chance against her. At this moment, she pounced towards Tang Qingyan, who mercilessly slapped her, knocking her down with a swollen and red face. HMPH, don't think I can't beat you. Last time, my legs were disabled, and you had help. In a one-on-one fight, you're no match for me at all. I'll return your slap first, we'll settle the rest later. Seeing her authoritative gaze, the other female celebrities were afraid, especially the ones who had just been envious. They quickly hid, fearing her wrath. Yi Chen looked at Tang Qingyan again, feeling that this woman was indeed different from the others, making men have a conquering desire. At this moment, he couldn't help but glance at Yi Xiaosao, wanting to figure out his true relationship with Tang Qingyan, and see if he could openly pursue him. However, Yi Xiaosao's phone suddenly beeped, receiving a message. After casually glancing at the displayed message, his eyebrows immediately furrowed. Zijie, what's wrong? Yi Chen noticed his painful expression and hurried over. After looking at the message, his face also changed slightly. Chu Qingyu has been kidnapped by us. If you want to save her, contact me. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences yourself. Who is Chu Qingyu? Yi Xiaosao covered his head, looking increasingly distressed. That name gave him a very familiar feeling. Zijie, Zijie. Stop thinking about it. Yi Chen saw him in such pain. His face turned red. His brain became a mess. He hurriedly tried to dissuade him, afraid he would faint again later. No. How can I not think? Who exactly is it? Who kidnapped her to threaten me in the background? Yi Xiaosao gritted his teeth, feeling more and more painful. There was once Zhao Ying, now Chu Qingyu. Who was behind targeting him? He couldn't afford to continue losing his memory, or else the important people around him would be hurt. He was foolishly attending a swimming party. How could this be allowed? Yi Chen let out a sigh, not knowing what to do. He also knew that his elder sister-in-law was important to Xiaosao, but the situation was terrifying. If he told Xiaosao the truth and he learned that Chu Qingyu was the person he loved, would he be in grave danger again? Yi Xiaosao, you need to think. You must think. At that moment, Tang Qingyan's voice rang out. The cold and beautiful woman walked over and pushed Yi Chen, who was in a panic, aside. She supported Yi Xiaosao and sternly said, if you can't even remember the most important person, what's the purpose of living like this? Yi Xiaosao looked at Tang Qingyan's proud and beautiful face. Memories of her and their past started to resurface gradually. Oh, Tang Qingyan, you might end up killing Zijie this way. Yi Chen was anxious and tried to push Tang Qingyan away. You haven't seen how Zijie bleeds from all 7 holes. It's really miserable. Get lost. Tang Qingyan got angry and kicked the fat man once again. Damn. The faces of the surrounding female celebrities changed dramatically upon seeing this. They knew that it was not Yi Chan's change of temperament. It was because Tang Qingyan had become involved with Yi Xiaosao. Otherwise, other women could try hitting Yi Chen and see what happens. The scene would likely be quite rhythmic. Zijie, take this. Tang Qingyan put the remaining necklace in Yi Xiaoxiao's hand and said sternly, "If you're in pain, swallow it. Your mother will bless you. And let me tell you, Chu Qingyu is your wife. She has been with you through thick and thin for 3 years, believing that you were dead, remaining loyal to you, and taking care of your career with her life." Doom. As soon as Yi Xiaoxiao heard this, his mind exploded. The sound waves were like sonic waves trying to destroy his brain and nerves, making him bleed from all 7 holes and die. Swallow it quickly. Tang Qingyan didn't care anymore. She pushed his hand, letting him swallow the rest of the necklace. Yi Chen was also shocked, standing there dumbfounded. He had heard that Yi Senyi had swallowed a rice-sized piece of a necklace. The night after the banquet, he broke through 10 layers of internal strength that had troubled him for nearly 20 years. Now, Zijie had swallowed the entire necklace. Would he explode on the spot from the overwhelming power? Considering their safety, Yi Chen quickly pulled Tang Qingyan away from Yi Xiaoxiao. Doom. As expected, after Yi Xiaoxiao swallowed the necklace, his entire being erupted with a majestic aura, blowing around the swimming pool like a hurricane. What's going on? Is Yi Xiaoxiao made of air cushions? Did he spring a leak? A group of ignorant women panicked and screamed, quickly being blown and steadily. Only a few people, such as Li Dong, who had some knowledge of martial arts, knew that this was the power of a martial artist, that they had never witnessed such a majestic force before. Soon, almost everyone was blown into the pool. Yi Chen held Tang Qingyan, the only one not wearing a swimsuit, and it took a while for them to resurface from the water. He spat out water and angrily said, "Tang Qingyan, are you crazy? Do you know that you could kill Zijie like this?" At this moment, Tang Qingyan also felt a sudden fear. She only knew that the necklace had a magical medicinal effect, but she never expected such a thing to happen. No wonder after swallowing the necklace, she felt even stronger than before. Qingyu, Qingyu. After a while, Yi Xiaoxiao rushed out, losing control of this immense power within him. Of course, under the suppression of this overwhelming power, the sound of that piano could no longer torment him at will. After rushing out of the hotel, Yi Xiaoxiao finally stabilized after a long time. Although he still couldn't recall the details with Chu Qingyu, he could associate her with the woman who made him bleed from all 7 holes the moment they met. She is my wife after all. Yi Xiaoxiao stomped his foot in anger, unexpectedly causing a large hole in the cement floor. The passers-by around him were terrified, their faces turning white as they shouted monster before fleeing. Yi Xiaoxiao didn't care about them, and immediately made a phone call. "Hey, Yi Xiaoxiao, how are you?" On the other end, came the voice of Liu Yejian. "Who are you?" Yi Xiaoxiao suppressed his anger and asked in return. "What? You remember who Chu Qingyu is but not me." Liu Yejian's tone was teasing. It was absurd for Yi Xiaoxiao, who was suppressed by the music of the god of music, to remember who he was just through his voice. But it wasn't the time to dwell on the identity of the other party. He had to save his wife and revive his memories. "Where are you?" "I'm coming to find you," Yi Xiaoxiao asked directly. "Hehe, South Flower City. Warehouse No. 11. Liu Yejian said coldly, not hiding his intention to kill. "Good. Wait for me. Whoever dares hurt a hair on my wife's head, I will make them pay with their blood." Yi Xiaoxiao's anger swelled, sweeping like a storm around him. He now knew that he needed to save his wife at all costs, not letting her suffer a bit of harm. After contacting Yi Chen and Tang Qingyan, a car arrived. He followed the instructions and went alone to the meeting. An hour later, Yi Xiaoxiao arrived in the South District and found the abandoned warehouse No. 11. It was desolate, making it an ideal place for a kidnapping crime. Yi Xiaoxiao ignored any possible trap set by the other party. With his current strength, he wasn't afraid even if it was a tiger's den. He walked straight to the entrance and kicked the large iron gate to pieces, then stepped into the dim warehouse. The pale yellow lamps, the size of soybeans, illuminated the center of the warehouse. As Yi Xiaoxiao walked forward a bit, he saw Chu Qingyu tied to a chair in the middle of the room. She was bound, her eyes covered, and her mouth covered with tape. "Qingyu." Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but call out emotionally, as memories of the music invaded his mind once again. Fortunately, the necklace had a powerful effect that helped him resist most of the music's harm. But even so, the headache was unbearable. Woo-woo. Upon hearing Yi Xiaoxiao's voice and knowing he was alone, Chu Qingyu struggled in fear, tears wetting her blindfold as she tried to free herself from the chair. Just then, Liu Yejian walked out from the darkness, holding a remote in his hand. As a former commander of the Dragon Breath Battalion, Yi Xiaoxiao instantly recognized the remote control as that of a high-explosive bomb. One press of the button, and everyone in the warehouse would perish in an instant. Seeing that Yi Xiaoxiao had indeed come alone, Liu Yejian couldn't help but clap his hands. "Ha ha, you're such a brave demon protector of your wife, coming here alone. Not bad. Unfortunately, there's no one to collect your bodies today." Yi Xiaoxiao paid no attention, his mind focused on saving his wife. He had no time to contemplate the nature of his relationship with the man in front of him. At that moment, he silently pledged to protect his wife at all costs and to ensure she suffered no harm. Woo-woo. Upon learning that Yi Xiaoxiao had come alone, Chu Qingyu, now even more worried, disregarded the danger and struggled harder. Seeing her painful expression, Yi Xiaoxiao's inexplicable pain intensified, and his eyes turned redder. This natural bodily reaction made it clear to him that the woman in front of him was indeed his beloved, giving him a feeling that Zhao Ying, the impostor, couldn't provide. Today, he was determined to go all out to protect his wife. In the darkness, a group of people suddenly emerged and surrounded Yi Zi. Apart from Zhang Qin and Zhang He, the others were all formidable experts. Hehe. Yi Zi, I have to admit, you are indeed a genius. To become known as the Southern Honored at just 20 years old is truly exceptional. Li Yejian praised his old rival sincerely before his tone turned cold. However, even if you are invincible, you will die here today, unless you are willing to watch your woman die in front of you. Yi Xiao's eyes filled with anger, but his mind remained calm, ready to seize the opportunity to kill Liu Yejian at any moment. However, how could the clever Liu Yejian not understand his thoughts? Before Yi Zi could act, Liu Yejian coldly sneered, "If you want to kill me, I suggest you think twice. If I die, your woman will die with me." With that, he opened his clothes, revealing the heart monitor. Yi Zi was momentarily stunned but then smirked. "Although I haven't remembered who you are yet, I have to commend you for obtaining even this most advanced military technology. Impressive." He then had to dissipate his gathered momentum. He had only just recalled who Chu Qingyu was and never expected to immediately face the test of true love. It was maddening. "Of course. We have fought for so long. You are the opponent I hate the most but also the one I respect the most. I must show some sincerity." Yi Zi finally remembered the bastard before him. It was this scoundrel who, in the darkness, shielded Tang Qingying while holding up a collapsed building. "I must kill him." Yi Zi naturally had this thought. Liu Yejian also sneered and stepped closer to Chu Qingyu, tearing off her blindfold and gag. "Yi Zi, run. Don't mind me. I don't know you." Upon seeing Yi Zi, Chu Qingyu immediately yelled out. She knew that Liu Yejian had planned the kidnapping to kill Yi Zi, and as long as Yi Zi did not die, he would not harm her. And if Yi Zi insisted on saving her, he would certainly not escape unscathed. Hearing Chu Qingyu's words, Liu Yejian furrowed his brows. Before he could say anything, Yi Zi spoke firmly. "Qingyu, I remember, you are my wife, and nothing in this world is more important than you, including my life." Yi Xiao's simple words made Chu Qingyu tremble all over, tears flooding her beautiful eyes, turning her into a weeping figure. "How cheesy and touching," Liu Yejian sarcastically mocked. He then ordered the others around him, "Kill him. If he dares to fight back, I will stab this woman right away." Except for the Zhang Qin and Zhang He brothers, the other men immediately closed in on Yi Zi, punching and kicking him. Liu Yejian watched in amusement, surprised that the renowned Yi Zi, the super elite of the Dragon Nation's top family and the respected Southern Honored, was allowing himself to be beaten without retaliation over a woman. "Continue until he's dead." Liu Yejian finally couldn't help but laugh. The last time he kidnapped Chu Qingyu, the real Yao was too careless, leading to Yi Zi flipping the situation. But Liu Yejian was different, careful in all his actions, never arrogant. He was certain that with Yi Xiao's arrival today, there was no possibility of leaving alive. "Yi Zi, fight back. Are you stupid? I told you we have no relationship anymore. I'm not your woman. Your woman is Zhao Ying. Don't care about my life." Chu Qingyu, with tears in her eyes, screamed hoarsely. She had never been so unruly in her life, but she knew that she must appear ugly to make Yi Zi give up on saving her. Unfortunately, no matter what she said, Yi Xiao's gaze remained firm. As a man, if he could not protect his beloved, what was the point of living? After fighting for a long time, the men were exhausted, yet Yi Zi stubbornly held on, refusing to die. His body was battered, but a smile remained on his face as he knelt, smiling at his woman. King Yu, you are my woman. How can I let you die in front of me? Suddenly, Chu Qingyu felt an arrow pierce her heart, frozen in place. She watched Yi Zi spit blood and fall to the ground, a sight that tore her heart apart. However, as the mysterious power of the necklace his mother gave him took effect, his body seemed to ignite and rapidly regenerate. In the dimly lit warehouse, it was hard for Liu Yejian and the others to see clearly what was happening to Yi Zi. However, upon seeing him spitting blood and falling, Liu Yejian, usually cautious, couldn't contain his joy and burst into hearty laughter. Yi Zi, aren't you the top elite of a prominent family and the Southern honored? How can you not handle even us small fries? Fighting against me? Liu Yejian, you are destined to be a failure. Ha ha. Liu Yejian's maniacal laughter pushed Chu Qingyu over the edge, and she screamed, Yi Zi, get up. Get up and take out these jerks. They are nothing in front of you. You fool, he's already dead from my punch. Zhang Qin coldly snorted. He was certain that his punch, which was immensely heavy, aimed at the vital points, could not be survived even by a legendary expert. However, in the darkness, a scornful grunt came from the supposedly deceased Yi Zi. With your feeble punch, you think you can kill me, Yi Zi? You must be dreaming. Yi Xiao's figure rising again struck others as demonic. What was going on? After exhausting their strength, even injuring their fists, they couldn't bring him down. If this news spread, would these professional fighters still have a future? Bastard! Come at me again. Zhang Qin, humiliated and enraged, charged at Yi Zi once more. His punch hit Yi Xiao's face so hard that it seemed to sink right in. Yi Zi, Chu Qingyu screamed in distress, feeling her heartache as if torn apart. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Yi Xiao's body bounced like a ball, colliding with walls and floors before finally landing near Chu Qingyu's chair. Liu Yejian's triumphant smile quickly faded as he grew cautious. Holding the knife, he moved it closer to Chu Qingyu's throat, nicking her skin, even drawing a small cut. Long time no see, Yi Zi is not moving at all. The target of Liu Yejian is to kill Yi Zi, not Chu Qingdance. In this situation, amidst the tense atmosphere, he finally chose to take a knife and rush towards Yi Zi. Yi Zi, go to hell. Liu Yejian decided to personally send Yi Zi to the western heaven. Yi Zi, Chu Qingdan screamed. No matter how strong his martial arts were, he would still fear a kitchen knife. No matter how strong Yi Xiao's body was, he would die if stabbed with a knife. Zhang Qin felt that if Liu Yejian were to kill Yi Zi with a knife in the end, it would be an insult to them as martial artists. However, since Old Master Yi had given orders to obey Liu Yejian, there was no choice. Once the knife was used, everything would come to an end, and they could go back to claim the astronomical prize money. However, snap! Liu Yejian's wrist holding the knife was unexpectedly grabbed. Yi Zi. At this moment, everyone in the audience was dumbfounded. This can't be true, right? After sustaining such serious injuries, he could still move. Didn't he give others a chance to play? Liu Yejian knew he had been fooled. At this moment, he had two choices. First, to wait for death. Second, to detonate the bomb and perish with Yi Zi and his wife. Since he was going to die anyway, a normal and rational person would choose to die with their opponent. However, Liu Yejian hesitated. Even ants strive to survive, let alone humans. People cherish their lives. The higher their status and wealth, the more they fear death because they are unwilling to leave this beautiful world. So, when Yi Zi suddenly leapt up, Liu Yejian knew he was in for trouble. Before he could press the detonation button, his entire arm was wrenched off by Yi Zi. After Liu Yejian's scream resounded, the Zhang siblings finally came to their senses. Yi Zi, go to hell. Zhang Qin had long wanted to challenge the southern enforcer. Now he firmly believed that the opponent was on his last legs, and therefore he fearlessly launched a full-force punch. However, in the moment when Yi Zi turned his gaze back, he realized that things might not be as he had anticipated. This kind of look, did it really seem like he was barely clinging to life? Brother, Zhang He, with even greater skill, suddenly had an extremely ominous premonition because of Yi Xiao's current appearance, which to them was akin to facing a demon. Unfortunately, even at his peak condition, he couldn't stand up immediately. If they were to kill him, now would be the best opportunity. Zhang He stood up and walked towards Yi Zi. Just when Chu Qingdance thought he was going to exert all his strength to kill Yi Zi, he suddenly knelt down on both knees. The whole room was shocked. Yi Zi, I heard that you practice the 9 Palace Flame Yellow technique. Please, save my brother." Zhang He knelt down, earnestly kowtowing to Yi Zi. Martial artists are naturally proud, especially grandmasters like Zhang Qin, who knew that his brother had never asked for anything in his life. Never would he have expected that he would now, for his half-dead self, kneel before the enemy, abandoning his dignity to plead for help. Even Yi Zi suddenly felt that maybe his love for Chu Qing Dance was not as supreme as he thought, because the fraternal love between them that transcended all might be the most genuine form of love. "Brother, what are you asking him to do? Kill them." Even though he lay in a pool of blood, Zhang Qin still gasped with his last breath, his one remaining eye fixed on Yi Zi, pleading with his brother. Zhang He also looked at Yi Zi. Even if this guy's physical resilience was uncanny, he couldn't possibly get up immediately now. It might be the best opportunity to kill him now. Zhang He stood up and walked towards Yi Zi. Just as Chu Qing Dance thought he was going to use all his strength to kill Yi Zi, he suddenly knelt down on both knees. So that everyone was surprised. "Yi Zi, I heard you practice the 9 Talus Flame Yellow technique. Please, save my brother." Zhang He knelt down, earnestly kowtowing to Yi Zi. Martial artists are naturally proud, especially grandmasters like Zhang Qin, who knew that his brother had never asked for anything in his life. Never would he have expected that he would now, for his half-dead self, kneel before the enemy, abandoning his dignity to plead for help. Even Yi Zi suddenly felt that maybe his love for Chu Qing Dance was not as supreme as he thought, because the fraternal love between them that transcended all might be the most genuine form of love. "Brother, what are you asking him to do? Kill them. I want to perish with Yi Zi." Zhang Qing cried out with all his remaining strength. Zhang He, filled with urgency and despair, used his head to knock against the floor, leaving bloodstains on it. At this moment, Yi Zi, already standing with Chu Qing Dance's support, used the miraculous power of his necklace to accelerate his recovery speed. "Yi Zi, please save him." Chu Qing Dance also felt the profound love Zhang He had for his brother and couldn't help but be touched, pleading on his behalf. "They want to kill you, and yet you're being asked to save them." Yi Zi looked at Chu Qing Dance, finding his wife both adorable and exasperating at the same time. Chu Qing Dance knew what she was doing, but when she saw the fear in Zhang He's eyes of losing his dearest love, she couldn't help but sigh softly. "Well, to save me, you didn't even strike back when you were barely clinging to life against a group of weaklings." For his brother, he's willing to kneel before the enemy. His love for his brother is as moving as your love for me. Yi Zi smiled and caressed his wife's cheek. At that moment, she felt that the violent melody could no longer harm him. A person with true love will never succumb to pain, fate, or any other hardships. "All right. Since my wife has commanded, I'll do as you wish." Yi Zi took Chu Qing Dance's hand and slowly walked towards Zhang Qin. "Why dash you ... what are you planning?" "Yi Zi, you can kill me, but you can't save me." Zhang Qin looked panicked, using the last of his strength to pull his body away. "Fine. Then I'll just kill you," Yi Zi spoke, causing Zhang Qin's face to pale, his subconscious reaction proving that he was afraid of death. Ridiculous. Yi Zi used acupressure to stop his bleeding, then infused some true energy into Zhang Qin using the 5 Elements Flame Yellow technique. He then said to Zhang He, "Hurry, take him to the hospital before he dies. I won't be responsible if he dies." With those words, he led Chu Qing Dance out of the dim and bloody warehouse. Thank you. It was only after Zhang He reacted that he expressed his gratitude to Yi Xiao's departing figure and immediately picked up his brother. 1 hour later, Yi Zi returned home with Chu Qing Dance after a long absence. Without giving him time to reflect, Chu Qing Dance brought out the medicine box and led Yi Zi into their room to tend to his wounds. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stripped Yi Xiao's shirt and prepared to apply the medicine with a cotton ball, Yi Zi snatched it away and applied the medicine to the wound on her neck instead. Yi Zi, have you remember everything? Not entirely, but it doesn't matter. I just need to remember that you are my wife, and my heart beats for you. That's enough. Yi Xiao's words made Chu Qing Dance tremble slightly. This time, she boldly pushed away the unnecessary medication, took the initiative to embrace Yi Xiao's warm body, and said, "That's not enough." After that, the woman who used to tremble at physical contact with men and was easily shocked, the woman who had been extremely disappointed in Yi Zi, brightened before her eyes. Gradually, she began to have more and more hope for him, and eventually felt pride in him. She knew that she should have fulfilled her duty as a wife years ago, but her fluctuating emotions had delayed carrying out that responsibility. Now, after experiencing separation and near death, she was certain that her love with Yizi had borne fruit. It was now time to solidify the essence of their love. Chu Qingdance didn't want to delay any longer. Although Chu Qingwu's feelings for a moment were strong, she didn't lose her senses completely. Today, Chu took her mom back to the countryside, and wouldn't be coming back. So, no matter what she and Yizia do in this 3-story villa of over 1,000 square meters, no one would disturb them. Who would have thought? Mom, has Dad come back? Dao Dao suddenly walked in with sleepy eyes. The scene instantly became awkward, as they stared at each other. Surprisingly, it was Chu Qingwu who first reacted, hurriedly covering herself and Yizia with a blanket before asking in a flustered manner, Dao Dao, weren't you supposed to go to the amusement park with Aunt Chunru today? Yes. But Aunt Chunru said Mom had some issues, so we cancelled ... Oh no. Hearing Dao Dao's words, Chu Qingwu smacked her head. Right? Xia Chunru knew she was kidnapped, so how could she still be in the mood to take Dao Dao to the amusement park? Dao Dao rubbed her eyes and noticed that Yizia had indeed come back, her eyes brightening. Dad's really back. I said so, didn't I? I said Dad wouldn't just disappear. Yizia also wanted to hug Dao Dao, as it had been a while since they had seen each other, but he couldn't leave the blanket. Dad, hug me. Unexpectedly, Dao Dao took the initiative to come forward. Chu Qingwu was alarmed and immediately shouted, Dao Dao, no, please don't come over. Startled by Chu Qingwu's reaction, it was the first time Dao Dao had seen her mom scream like that. Usually gentle and elegant, what happened to her today? Mom, I want Dad to hug me ... Dao Dao looked pitifully at Chu Qingwu. Seeing her like that, Chu Qingwu felt sorry but forced a wry smile. Dao Dao, be good. Dad just got home and is a bit tired, so he needs to rest tonight. Oh, I see. Then Mom, you leave with me so Dad can rest well. Innocent Dao Dao, unaware of the adult world, once again approached Chu Qingwu to pull her out of bed. No. Dao Dao, don't come over. Chu Qingwu's face turned red with embarrassment. This first experience was truly awful. Probably no woman in the world had been caught by her daughter on her first time. Startled again, Dao Dao looked pitiful. What happened to her mom today? She used to be so gentle. Yizia, seeing Dao Dao like this, couldn't help but smile bitterly and feel sorry. Eventually, he decided to tell her clearly, Dao Dao, Mom and I are doing adult things right now, so we don't have time to be with you. Can you go out first? What adult things? Curiously, Dao Dao nibbled on her finger, her face full of curiosity. Well, how should I put it? Dad needs to prove to Mom how much he loves her, but this process shouldn't be seen by children, or it won't be sincere enough. Men sure knew how to deceive. Surprisingly, Dao Dao understood. More than that, she excitedly clapped her hands and exclaimed, I get it. Mom and Dad want to give me a little brother, right? Chu Qingwu almost spat out her drink, shocked. Who told her about this? She's just a preschooler. Many people, they all asked me, saying that since my mom and Dad are so rich, why don't they have a baby brother for me? Dao Dao looked smug. They even said, maybe my dad doesn't have the skill. Yizia almost spat out blood this time. Even though he hadn't fully recovered his memory yet, he knew he had never taken Chu Qingwu, respecting her wishes and waiting for her to be fully ready before taking things further. But how could others see it as him lacking such basic skills? Ridiculous. Dao Dao, please go out. Dad promises to use his skill to get you a little brother soon, but if you keep watching, I won't be able to do it. Finally, Yizia managed to urge the little girl out. Chu Qingwu immediately covered herself, leapt over, locked the door with a series of fluid motions. What she didn't know was that Yizia, who had always yearned to see her graceful posture, was now embracing her from behind. Early the next morning, Chu Qingwu hadn't fully recovered from the atmosphere of the previous night. When Jin Leifu came to visit, she thought he came to care about herself and Yizia. But to her surprise, right behind him were those two familiar faces, causing her to tremble. Madam, Sister Aofu, is that you? Not only did Chu Qingwu see the two women, but she also noticed the diminished array around Yu Feifei. Besides Jin Leifu, there were only 8 bodyguards, indicating they were not as prominent as before. HMPH, what do you want? When will you be willing to leave Yizia? Yu Feifei, who had never liked Chu Qingwu, now looked down on her even more. If it weren't for this woman blocking Yizia from marrying Ning Yuxi, they wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. Unexpectedly, Chu Qingwu was no longer willing to endure like before and replied firmly, "If Yizia doesn't leave me, I will never leave him first." Yu Feifei was furious. Having lived for decades, when had she been contradicted by a younger generation like this before? "All right, Mom. We didn't come here today to discuss this." Fortunately, Yeofu intervened and persuaded Yu Feifei. "We are here to see Zhao Xia. If he has indeed partially regained his memory," Zichen said, "we should prepare to counterattack third and fourth uncle immediately." Listening to her, Yu Feifei eased her animosity towards Chu Qingwu slightly, realizing that this woman could distinguish between right and wrong. "Zhao Xiao, where is he? Who are you?" Yizia appeared at this moment, naturally positioning himself in front of Chu Qingwu and facing off Yu Feifei. "Zhao Xiao, it's really you. You're really not dead." Seeing Yizia, Yeofu and Yu Feifei were relieved he didn't recognize them, but the most important thing was that he was still alive. "Great, now that you're not dead, we can rightfully fight back against the two bastards, Yi Zhuo and Yi Yue." Yu Feifei clenched her teeth and balled her fists. Even though Chu Qingwu didn't know what had happened in the Yi family recently, she could sense the intense pressure from Yu Feifei's gaze and tone. "ZZ, I want you to come out publicly and tell the world that you are not dead yet. You need to announce that the election for the young master of the Yi family before the new year is invalid because you are still alive." Yu Feifei's eyes were resolute, her tone forceful, as she said, "In addition to this, you will have to follow me to major cities to negotiate with the Yi family's influences distributed around the world. We cannot allow them to join forces with your third uncle and fourth uncle." The gazes of Yeofu and Chu Qingyu fell on Yizi, their expressions eager to troublesome. Yizi already had a headache, and upon hearing what needed to be done, he couldn't help but frown. He still hadn't remembered the matter of the gold medal, and it was difficult enough for him to break free from the emotional entanglements and return to his wife. How could he leave her and run around again? With those words, he turned and headed back to his room. "ZZ. Yu Feifei was truly angered by Yi Zhao's reaction. What time is it now? He finds it troublesome. Doesn't he know that once Yi Sen and the others take over and consolidate the Yi family's power, all of these people will be finished? Mom, ZZ still hasn't regained his memories. We can't rush him." "Yes, Madam. Give Yizi 2 days, okay? I will also talk to him." Chu Qingyu also joined Yeofu in persuading Yu Feifei in order to prevent her from clashing with Yizi. As Yi Zhao's wife, she knew him best and understood that he responded better to gentle persuasion than force. "Fine. I will give you 2 days. But when Yizi refuses to leave Flower City because of you, you must leave." Yu Feifei threatened Chu Qingyu before leaving in anger. Before leaving, Yeofu glanced back at Chu Qingyu and couldn't help but sigh. Chu Qingyu couldn't say much either, as she knew that they were all in the same boat now. During Yi Zhao's disappearance, she had also faced pressure from various sides, all thanks to the Yi family in Yanjing. Upon returning to her room and seeing Yizi, instead of advising him, she gently asked, "Are you hungry? Should I get you something to eat?" Yizi glanced at Chu Qingyu. She seemed different today, more like a wise wife, exuding a mature female charm. "Qingyu, why didn't you try to persuade me? Don't you want me to stay by your side?" Yizi turned to Chu Qingyu and asked, holding her tightly. "Yes." Chu Qingyu nodded gently. "That's not the only reason. You have important matters to attend to, and I can accompany you or manage the household silently. Most importantly," Chu Qingyu hesitated for a moment before firmly stating, "I believe in you. Every decision you make must be the best for me." Yizi smiled at her words and tightly embraced his wife, feeling reassured. But soon, the voice of Zi Chunru, who was still recovering from her mental illness, came. "Mr. Yi, Miss Chu, Miss Tang is here to visit." It was quite lively today, as expected, but it was also within expectations. As they re-entered the living room, they found that Yi Chen was also with Tang Qingyan this time, and surprisingly, he was not accompanied by any bodyguards. Needless to say, Tang Qingyan did not want him to bring a large entourage to visit Yizi, making him seem like a high-ranking official. "Ha ha, Zizhe, your mansion isn't as shabby as I thought." Yi Chen walked in and looked around casually, as if nothing was wrong, purely here for fun. Tang Qingyan glanced at him and reported, indirectly hinting at showing off wealth, as if she didn't know. But she also couldn't be bothered with this fat man and instead looked directly at Yizi, asking, Yi, it looks like you've remembered who she is now. Yi nodded with a smile, standing with one arm around Chu Qingyu's shoulder, their sweet posture making single people feel brutalized. Tang Qingyan felt a mix of emotions she couldn't quite place and suddenly felt like leaving, realizing that Yi no longer needed her. However, just then, Wang Yanqing, who had not yet recovered from her mental illness, unexpectedly returned. "Mom, why have you come back alone? Where's Dad?" Chu Qingyu found it strange as her mother had gone back to her family's house with her father to visit relatives, so why did she return alone? Did Dad abandon her halfway? Don't mention it. Your father, that jerk, met a beauty on the way and ran off with her. Wang Yanqing said angrily before suddenly smiling mischievously. Fortunately, I'm not stupid. I found two handsome men, strong and healthy. They're definitely more energetic than your father. Chu Qingyu felt embarrassed, especially with outsiders present. Ha ha. Yi Chen burst into laughter. Looks like your parents know how to enjoy life better than you do. Tang Qingyan's worldview was shattered upon hearing all this, never expecting Chu Qingyu to have such embarrassing parents. Were they even her biological parents? Are they the ones you managed to find? Only Yi looked wary, eyeing the two men who followed Wang Yanqing. They were indeed strong and healthy, explaining Wang Yanqing's fondness for them. Ha ha. Yes. Aren't they great? I see traces of Yanjun in them. Yanjun? Chu Qingyu's brows furrowed upon hearing that. She hadn't expected her mother's enduring memory to be of that man, even in death. This brainwashing was truly unprecedented. No entry. Yi suddenly shouted, startling everyone present. Tang Qingyan, in particular, hadn't expected such aggression from Yi. Weren't his in-laws always bullying him? It seemed like he was no longer putting up with his mother-in-law's actions. Surprisingly, when the two men heard Yi Zhao's voice, instead of getting angry, they exchanged a secret glance. Soon after, they threw two grenades towards Yi and the others. What's going on? Chu Qingyu and Tang Qingyan were stunned by the scene. Yi only prohibited them from entering, but they immediately tossed grenades, aiming to kill. Yi Zhao's quick thinking as a general in the Dragon Breath Legion was terrifying, casually deflecting the grenades with nearby objects. Soon, deafening sounds rang out. Damn, what the hell is going on? Yi Chen cursed loudly as he fell to the ground. Did Yi Zhe always live in such dangerous conditions? Anyone entering would casually throw grenades. Unbelievably, more glass-shattered sounds followed. Numerous black-clad figures emerged around the villa, their eyes filled with malice. Assassination. Organized, premeditated. Large-scale assassination. Everyone realized the seriousness of the situation except for the still mentally ill Wang Yanqing. Their target was clearly Yi Chen. Take them and leave quickly. In the urgent situation, Yi couldn't concern himself with others and could only protect Chu Qingyu and fight against the armed assailants. Explosions, gunfire, and the clash of cold weapons filled the scene. Damn, it's the same old tricks from the Yi family. Others might have had suspicions, but Yi Chen immediately recognized the attackers. Who else but the Yi family in Yanjing could mobilize such a professional mixed assassination squad? Fortunately, Yi Zhe had extraordinary skills. Otherwise, he would have been dead already if these assailants were here for him. Tang Qingyan, come with me. Yi Chen hurriedly grabbed the female star's hand and tried to lead her out of the villa. He had never imagined that he, a man known for either playing with female stars or on the road to playing with female stars, would now have to hold her hand in a crisis to justify doing so. Unexpectedly, Tang Qingyan took a few steps before pushing his hand away and running back into the villa. Seeing this, Yi Chen thought she was going back out of concern for Yi. However, she grabbed the mentally ill Wang Yanqing and ran back out. Well, this girl is quite kind-hearted. Yi Chen saw a positive trait in Tang Qingyan he hadn't noticed before. Among the female stars he had known, most would have fled in such a situation, but she risked entering the danger zone to save Wang Yanqing, whom she had previously scorned. Suddenly, there was an explosion, and the two were blasted into the air. Hey! Yi Chen was utterly furious upon witnessing this scene, immediately shouting into his phone, "Yanai Dai, come to Yi Ji's villa and shred these bastards to pieces." After shouting, he rushed to Tang Qingyan's side, swiftly picking her up to take her to the hospital. He had never experienced such anxiety in his life, such anger. He had never understood what it meant to like someone or feel heartache. Liking someone was terrifying, leading to heartache because of the care one felt for that person. And when the agony set in, not only was it excruciating, but it was also incurable. Yi Zi, quickly protect Dao Dao. Chu Qingwu was in Yi Zhao's arms, unaffected by the fierce firepower around them. However, at this moment, Zi Chunru held Dao Dao and tried to escape, only to face danger. Yi Zi clenched his teeth and casually waved out random objects, taking down those who intended harm to Dao Dao and Zi Chunru. Dao Dao, Chu Qingwu couldn't help it, broke free from Yi Zhao's embrace, and ran towards her daughter. Unexpectedly, a new group of black-clothed individuals jumped into the villa. Are they crazy? Why are there so many thugs? Zi Chunru knew Yi Zhao's distinguished status, but she didn't expect those who came to assassinate him to be of such high caliber. Now with a new group joining in, marching in an organized and professional manner, it was clear they were a well-trained special forces team. Qingwu, be careful. With the situation dire, Yi Zi couldn't focus on the three women and could only protect his daughter, while his wife Zi Chunru was left unguarded. Indeed, the special forces team couldn't harm Yi Zhao's family at the moment, so they turned their focus to Zi Chunru, attacking her while she was isolated in the hopes of exposing a weakness in Yi Zi. This is bad. Despite Yi Zhao's strength, dodging the enemy's hidden weapons while shielding his wife and child left him unable to care for Zi Chunru. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Chu Qingwu, with a scream stuck in her throat, found herself unable to make a sound. Although Zi Chunru and she maintained a mistrust-certain relationship outwardly, they were actually best friends. The thought of seeing her friend die before her eyes filled her with immense grief. Auntie, Dao Dao cried out directly. Clang! Just as the special forces attack was about to strike Zi Chunru, the villa's glass shattered once again as a figure dashed towards her at incredible speed. Ninth internal energy layer. The moment seemed to slow down as the sudden appearance of the expert, Yana Dai, moved with agility. Yi Zi suddenly felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing the slightly taciturn expert. Memories of Yan Lao instantly flooded his mind. Then, his fist clenched tightly. Yi Zi, be careful. Chu Qingwu's sudden cry brought Yi Zi back to his senses. He realized numerous hidden weapons were flying at him from all directions, some of them unreachable by physical means. In a critical moment, Yi Zi took out the Yi family's gold medal from his body and swiftly deflected all the hidden weapons, astonishing everyone with his speed. That's the Yi family's gold medal. Seeing the gleaming medal, whether they were special forces or Yana Dai, their eyes lit up. Greetings to the legitimate master of the Yi family. Yana Dai immediately knelt down, paying his respects to the new head of the Yi family. The Yan family had been guarding the Yi family for generations, and the sight of the gold medal was akin to meeting the true master of the Yi family. Originally sent by Yi Chan to assist, Yana Dai now seemed reinvigorated, willing to protect Yi Zi and his family at all costs. Moreover, he promptly activated a special communication device, issuing an A-level protection order to the Yi family's forces worldwide. This was a game-changing move. It had been over a decade since the protection order had been invoked, yet its issuance seemed to awaken half the world. The Yi family's forces in the southern regions of Long Kingdom reacted vigorously. Yi Zhao, what should we do now? Yi Zhao, who was still outside the villa with two batches of assassins waiting to deliver a fatal blow to Yi Zi, was indecisive upon receiving reports from his subordinates. He understood that unless he could eliminate Yi Zi before the rescue forces arrived, the stigma of betrayal would fall upon him. Reluctantly, he made the decision to withdraw. Leaving with a mountain ensures more firewood to burn. Yi Zhao revealed a complex expression in his eyes. It seems that to kill Yi Zi, we could only rely on Yi Hu and that infamous assassin organization that terrifies the world. Half an hour later, all the assassins inside Yi Zhao's villa had been neutralized. Some who fled to the perimeter and found themselves surrounded chose to end their own lives. Damn it! Yi Zi followed outside to find all the assassins dead, his clenched fists trembling slightly as his eyes betrayed his deep resentment towards the Yi family. Yi Zi, Chu Qingwu, holding Dao Dao, walked out under the escort of Yana Dai. Upon seeing the scene outside the villa, she and Zi Chunru were shocked. Wow. Mom, what's going on? Are we shooting a big movie? I've seen this scene on screen before. It was Dao Dao, the 5-year-old, who was the first to speak out. Standing in front of them were several groups of people standing in formation, impeccably dressed, and somber in demeanor. Some were armed while others carried swords. In the sky, several helicopters were flying towards them, and military tanks raced on the ground. Even Yi Zi was surprised by this display. Was this the Yi family's protection order in action? Quick, cancel the protection order. Realizing the situation, Yizi immediately ordered Yanadai to cancel the protection order, as it could potentially lead to the overrunning of the entire Flower Bay Villa area. Despite this act, the wealthy individuals in the gated community were left tail upon witnessing the scene. Having seen true elite power, these self-proclaimed affluent individuals would likely think twice before boasting about their wealth and status. Greetings to the legitimate master of the Yi family. Seeing Yizi still holding the gold medal, some factions even paid their respects. Of course, not all factions paid homage in the same way, leading to an array of reactions that did not diminish the overall impact. Zi Chunru took a while to react, eventually kneeling at Yi Zhao's feet, trembling. Chu Qingwu seemed to have lost herself, feeling as though she had married an emperor unknowingly. The way she looked at her husband changed, becoming more apprehensive. As Yizi gazed at the gold medal, his eyes flickered. Yes, he remembered. The gold medal was passed down by his grandfather, and he should have been killed by the music god's hands. The Yi family, passed down to me. Recalling these memories, Yizi murmured softly. Though subdued, his words caught the attention of Yanadai, who announced loudly, Master Yizi has officially inherited the Yi family, becoming the 34th head. The 34th generation, head of the family. Yizi listened intently, realizing that he had taken over after 34 generations, pondering the splendor and legacy of the Yi family over the years. Although he was yet unclear about the distinction between the head and master of the family, Yizi began to sense that the legitimate master was truly the ruler of the Yi family. We pledge to follow the legitimate master of the Yi family to the death, with unwavering loyalty. Instantly, various factions professed their allegiance. A natural response, as those present to help with the rescue were undoubtedly loyalists, while those contemplating betrayal were either late or absent altogether. With his mind occupied by the current events, Yizi was left with no room for further thought. Gripping the gold medal, he watched the scene before him, his hands trembling slightly, finally understanding the weight of the responsibility handed down from his grandfather. Soon, the patriarchs of the Hua family and the old man of the Anmati family arrived, as they were both affiliated with the Yi family and rushed upon learning of Yi Zhao's inheritance as the head. Rain Feifei and Yeofu, who had just left, also arrived quickly. However, before they could coordinate with Yizi on the forces that rushed over, Yizi received a call from Yi Chan. What? Tang Qingyan and Wang Yanqing are critically injured and in need of rescue. Upon hearing this news, Yizi and Chu Qingwu left the scene immediately, transferring the authority to Rain Feifei to manage the situation. Soon, Yizi and Chu Qingwu arrived at the hospital, where Yi Chan was waiting outside Tang Qingyan's emergency room. Learning of the situation from Yi Chan, Yizi couldn't contain his anger. Tang Qingyan was his closest friend of the opposite sex, their relationship in between love and friendship, especially since she had helped restore Chu Qingwu's memories. Those behind this assassination attempt that hurt Tang Qingyan, Yizi, swear to make you pay with your life. Yi Zhao's voice was low, instilling fear in both Yi Chen and Chu Qingwu. Shortly after, the doors of the two emergency rooms opened. Tang Qingyan and Wang Yanqing were both in critical condition, suffering from severe injuries and excessive bleeding, requiring immediate transfusions. Who are their relatives? The situation is urgent. If anyone can give blood directly now, it would reduce the time for blood matching and lower the rescue risks. I am Wang Yanqing's daughter. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingwu stepped forward. At the same time, Yizi immediately ordered someone to fetch Tang Qingyan. Both of them have relatives in this city. That's great. It ensures a high success rate in transfusion and rescue, the doctors confirmed, raising hopes for the patient's recovery. Soon, Uncle Snake also arrived, but when the topic of donating blood to save Tang Qingyan came up, his expression looked a bit strange. Yizi didn't pay too much attention to it, thinking he was worried about his daughter's condition. However, when the blood test results came back quickly, Yizi was stunned when he looked at the report. He just found out that Uncle Snake was not Tang Qingyan's biological father. Uncle Snake also understood the meaning in Yi Zhao's eyes and revealed a wry smile, saying, Yizi, I hope you can keep this secret from me. Of course, Yi Zhao's memories were being triggered more and more. He recalled how Uncle Snake, years ago, allowed himself to be captured by the White Golf sect without resistance to protect a secret. It must be related to him not being Tang Qingyan's biological father. Qingyan's body has a different constitution from normal people. Even without any relatives donating blood, I believe she can pull through, Uncle Snake said confidently. Yizi nodded. After all, she was able to recover from the broken bones after eating her mother's necklace, proving this point. Since there were no shortcuts left for Tang Qingyan, Yizi turned to focus on Wang Yanqing. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived outside the emergency room, he saw Chu Qingwu looking a little lost. Before Yizi could ask, Chu Qingwu nervously said, Yizi, do you think there might be a problem with the hospital's tests? What happened? Yizi asked, holding his wife's slightly trembling fragrant shoulders. The test results are out, and my blood is not suitable for my mom to use, and ... Chu Qingwu paused before continuing, the doctor also told me. Based on these results, I am very likely not my mother's biological daughter. No way. Yizi was shocked. Although he and others had entertained the thought countless times, now that it was confirmed, it was hard to believe. These reports may not be accurate, right? Yeah. So to confirm for sure, I had the hospital help me with a paternity test. After Chu Qingwu nervously spoke, Director Guan personally walked over with the paternity test report, looking a bit strange. Director Guan, what are the results? Chu Qingwu asked anxiously. From her expression, Yizi could tell that his wife truly did not know she was not Wang Yanqing's biological daughter. So the question arose, could she have just been adopted by Chu's family? Miss Chu, see for yourself. Director Guan handed over the report to the couple, and Chu Qingwu took a step back as soon as she read it. On the other hand, Yizi found it a bit funny because the report clearly stated, no biological relationship found. How did this happen? Am I really not my mom's daughter? Despite her shock, after a considerable amount of buffering, Chu Qingwu started to slowly accept the reality. Qingwu, since you're not Wang Yanqing's daughter, for her sake, you should quickly call her relatives from her hometown to match for blood donation. Yizi quickly reminded. Unexpectedly, the next moment, both Wang Gobin and Chu Weiman's families arrived, which surprised him. He had not anticipated that this family, usually lacking in compassion, would be so proactive this time. Chu Qingwu smiled slightly at Yizi and said, I had informed them in advance and even offered a reward of 1 million to anyone who could donate blood to help my mother, so they went to match immediately. It seems you are indeed clever. Yizi couldn't help but smile, thinking his wife truly understood her family's nature. Sure enough, once the family arrived, Wang Gobin eagerly announced, Cousin, we've already been matched. Both my father and I can provide blood for your mom, so we've decided to donate together. The 1 million will be distributed according to the blood donation proportion. Indeed, when it involved money matters, both father and son wanted to make things clear. Nevertheless, Yizi and Chu Qingwu couldn't care less about how they split the money. The important thing was saving Wang Yanqing. With their mother's situation handled, Chu Qingwu nervously approached Chu Weiman to ask, Dad, what's going on here? Why am I not mom's daughter? I have no idea. Although Chu Weiman had a slightly cunning mind, his current expression truly did not seem like he was lying. He even seemed a bit incoherent. I'm sure your mother had an affair when she was young and you're the illegitimate child of another man. Oh wait, that wouldn't make sense. You should be her biological daughter, not related to me. How can it be the other way around now? Hold on. Yizi interrupted the uneducated man and said directly, Qingwu, since we've come this far, why not also test whether you and Chu Weiman are related by blood, otherwise you might have been switched at birth. Chu Qingwu was not as clueless as Chu Weiman and couldn't understand such a simple question of blood relationship. She nodded, and they quickly had the hospital staff draw blood for testing. The results came out soon, and to everyone's surprise, it confirmed, no biological relationship found. Seeing this result, Chu Weiman was nervous and afraid, quickly holding Chu Qingwu's hand tightly, saying, Qingwu, please don't believe these fake reports. Someone must be trying to sow discord and ruin our relationship. Yizi and Chu Qingwu couldn't help but roll their eyes because they both knew what Chu Weiman was really afraid of, being left out in the cold. Chu Weiman continued, even if we don't share a biological relationship, the gratitude for raising you for over 20 years is genuine. Now that you're married to Yizi and worth billions, you can't forget us. All right, get out of here. Yizi pushed Chu Weiman away, even instructing his security to take him away to avoid further bothering his wife. Qingwu, it's clear you were switched at birth. Yizi praised his wife. I always said, with your kindness and beauty, how could you be the daughter of Chu Weiman and Wang Yanqing? Flatterer. Chu Qingwu forced a smile, Then her expression turned worried again. Yi, I can't live in uncertainty. I want to clarify my identity. I'll try. Yi immediately instructed his staff. However, with the technology available over 20 years ago, the hospital's surveillance records were not preserved, so they had to track down the hospital staff and relevant records from that time. A day later, Tang Qingyan woke up, and although Wang Yanqing's condition was still bad, she was out of danger. With no more immediate worries, Yi focused on helping his wife uncover her lineage. Soon, the brothers of the Dance Killing organization found and gathered all the people who had given birth around the same time as Wang Yanqing in a large room in the North District commercial city. Ah, my daughter, we finally found you. As soon as Chu Qingwu and Yi walked in, a middle-aged couple rushed over as if they had found their lost daughter. Could it be? Was she truly switched at birth? Chu Qingwu wanted to understand the details, but before she could, two more sets of parents rushed over, pushing the middle-aged couple aside, eager to claim, Miss Chu, you are actually our daughter. Look, don't you see the resemblance between us? We all have oval faces and big eyes. Get out of the way. Yi saw through these couples' tricks and pushed them aside. It was amusing how shamelessly they claimed any resemblance to his wife, who was far more beautiful and elegant than any of them. Those trying to impersonate, wake up. Yi announced loudly on the spot, we won't believe you just because you say it. We only trust science. We only trust paternity test reports. If you suspect you might be the parents of my wife, want to be the parents of a billionaire female CEO, get in line to the hospital for a paternity test. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere quickly deflated, and some were reluctant to go. However, adhering to his promise of a reward of 100,000 for those who underwent the test, they all flocked there. The test results quickly came out, and all the results were consistent. No biological relationship found. No way. Am I really not the switched child? Upon receiving this result, Chu Qingwu wore a baffled expression, unable to come up with any reasonable explanation for her existence. Since we can't find out, let's not dwell on it too much. Yi gently comforted his wife. I just know you are a gift to me from heaven. Chu Qingwu sighed in resignation, realizing there was no way to determine her true parentage now. It was time to deal with Yi Zhao's pressing matters. Rain Feifei and Yeofu were probably furious by now waiting their return, right? Indeed, as soon as Chu Qingwu and Yi returned to the heavily guarded villa, Rain Feifei and Yeofu hurried over. HMPH, Yi, have you caused enough trouble yet? Just because you have the Yi family's golden token doesn't mean you can do as you please. Do you realize how grave our current situation still is? Rain Feifei scolded as soon as she barged in. Seeing the fierceness of those loyal to the Yi family surrounding them, Yeofu quickly reminded her, Mom, don't talk to Yi like that. He's the current head of the Yi family. You all go out. Yi also wanted to talk to his great-aunt properly, so he asked all the irrelevant people whom he didn't know to leave. Besides his great-aunt and sister, old Chu and old Hua stayed behind. Great-aunt, what plans do you have now? Yi didn't confront his great-aunt with the demeanor of the Yi family master, but humbly asked. In the power struggle of the Yi family, this lady was indeed much more skilled than him. Seeing that he finally took the initiative, Yu Feifei coldly snorted and quickly briefed him on the current situation. So, Uncle 3 and Uncle 4 have already united with several foreign forces, and the domestic families of the Tiger Alliance have mostly sided with them. Yi furrowed his brows as he said this. Old Chu and old Hua immediately expressed their loyalty. Yi, don't lump everyone together. My Shu family is absolutely loyal to the rightful master of the Yi family. Yes, we are not a family that follows the Tai. Although old Shu's tone was firm, his eyes were somewhat shifty. This was because not everyone in the Shu family was united. Many had long ago sided with Uncle 3 of the Yi family. Only he, this old man, insisted on being loyal to the rightful master. Old Hua's attitude was more resolute, as he had been cooperating with Yi for a long time. Even if he didn't have the rightful title now, the Hua family would support him. Yi nodded without commenting and continued. Great-aunt, the 7 great families are the main force of the Tiger Alliance in the Dragon Kingdom. How exactly is their current attitude? Before news of your return spread, these families were following the orders of the Yi family in Yanjing. And now that your uncles have control over the Yi family, these families are practically following their lead. There may be some variables now, Yu Feifei decisively said, That's why I was so eager for you to consolidate various forces. You need to issue a summons to see if these families will come and who they will send. This will reveal which side they are truly on. Yes, easy. This is the most effective and direct method. The two old men also agreed with Yu Feifei's approach. Even Chu Qingyu nodded in agreement, hoping that he would follow through. A summons? Although Yi didn't know exactly how to issue it, he believed that with his great An Yan, this was not a problem. After some thought, he tapped a table and said, I not only need to issue one, but I also need to send one to Uncle 3 and Uncle 4 to see if they will come. The whole room was stunned, except for Chu Qingyu. Everyone felt that Yi Zhao's move, although bold, was also risky. No. Yu Feifei immediately rejected Yi Zhao's decision. Most of the Dragon Kingdom's forces are currently siding with them. By doing this, you're essentially helping them gather forces to oppose you. That's right, Yi. You're being too simplistic. Ye Aofu also chimed in. In this world, it's all about interests. Do you think so many families and forces in the Dragon Kingdom have been following the Yi family just for fun? It's all for their benefit. Even though you are the rightful master now, resources are in the hands of Uncle 3 and Uncle 4, who can provide these families and forces with real benefits. How many do you think will abandon their interests and side with you just for your identity? Yi frowned in response. As everyone thought he would reverse his decision, he resolutely slammed the table and insisted, You make valid points, but where there are benefits, there are drawbacks. Do you remember the hints you gave me before? Yu Feifei and Ye Aofu were slightly taken aback. In the world of power, only strength matters, Yi said confidently. Since these people want to oppose the rightful master of the Yi family, they will do so eventually. It's better to gather them together and conquer them all at once. What? Yi Zhao's words were seen as too audacious by everyone, especially Yu Feifei. She was convinced that Yi had no idea how powerful the various forces in the Dragon Kingdom were. To her, it seemed like he, along with just a few people, wanted to conquer them all. A foolish dream. Yan tied. Despite the expressions of those present, Yi was determined to go through with it. With a shout, Yan Tai appeared as if by teleportation in front of him. Help me issue the summons. 2 months from now, convene a new session of the Tiger Alliance Congress. At that time, new rules will be used to select the new 7 great families. Yi Zhao's strong statement left everyone contemplating. Only Yan Tai carried out the command promptly, sending it back to the Yan family. ZZ. Yu Feifei's face flushed red as she was about to explode. Unexpectedly, Yi looked her in the eye with determination and said, Great Aunt, by doing this, I'm trying to buy us 2 months of time. I hope you understand. With that, he stood up and left the scene. Yu Aofu, on the other hand, quickly understood and reassured her, saying, Mom, Zi Zhao's approach is smart. Think about it, most forces are currently supporting Uncle 3 and Uncle 4. If we try to win back each force one by one, make them show their loyalty, not only would it be exhausting and futile, it might not have any real impact. These forces may show a favorable attitude when we visit, but behind the scenes, they still rely on the Yi family in Yanjing. If we trust them and are backstabbed at a critical moment, we will be finished. Yu Aofu continued. So no need to continue. I understand. Yu Feifei interrupted her. From her gradually changing expression, Chu Qingyu knew that she had been convinced by Yi Zhao's decision. This announcement of a new session of the Tiger Alliance Congress will undoubtedly lead Uncle 3 and Uncle 4 to decisively complete the power seizure in this major event, but it would also give them some time to secure stability, reducing the risk of assassination. However, this is an ideal scenario, and no one knows how the situation will unfold next. Chu Qingyu knew that she was about to face her final challenge with Yi. After everyone had left, Chu Qingyu entered the room and walked slowly towards Yi, who was deep in thought while smoking alone. Like dance, I remember everything now. Waiting for Chu Qingyu to approach, Yi suddenly extinguished his cigarette and said to her, Grandfather may not be dead. As long as I find him, the Yi family's ordeal will come to a perfect end. Hearing this, Chu Qingyu's heart skipped a beat. Are you going back to the bipolar tower? Yes. Yi could tell Chu Qingyu was worried and nodded, smiling as he held her gently. 2 days later, Zizu and Ziyu also joined them, and everything was ready to depart for the bipolar tower. Ha ha. Z. Such a fun place. I want to go too. As Yi and the others were loading their luggage into the car, Yi Chuan arrived with Yan Tai, clamoring to join them. Realizing that amidst the current chaos, he could no longer sit idly by, Yi Chuan chose to align with Yi Zi. If Yi Zi were to control the Yi family in the future, this sideline young master might gain more power and access to more elite women. Excited at the thought, before Yi Zi could respond, another person arrived. A middle-aged man had flown in via helicopter, and even before the aircraft landed, he stood outside the cockpit, unmoving despite the strong winds at high altitude. As Yi Zi and the group looked on, they saw a man with a stern face and dignified posture, clearly a top-notch expert. Just as everyone was speculating about his identity, he descended from the high altitude. As soon as the man landed, Yan Tai exclaimed, "Uncle!" So he was related to the Yan family. No wonder he was so impressive. Everyone was awed by the newcomer's strength, and Yi Zi, in particular, swallowed hard before managing to exclaim, "Leader!" No wonder Yan was so shocked. The newcomer was not just Yan Tai's uncle, but also the Dragon's Breath leader who had trained him and promoted him to the rank of general in the Dragon's Breath forces. With a stern face, the leader slightly smirked at Yi Zi and then bowed respectfully. Yan Ran, the 34th generation head of the Yan family, pays respects to the 34th generation rightful master of the Yi family. Damn! Yi Zi nearly exclaimed. This unexpected turn of events had made his superior his subordinate, but that wasn't all. As he was a member of the Yan family, did that not mean that his experience during his time in the Dragon's Breath forces was, in fact, under the control of the Yi family? Damn! After thinking he had long escaped the Yi family's clutches, he realized he had never truly broken free. Yi Xiaoyi didn't know what to say for a moment. Yan Ri, the hot-headed one, explained. The Yan family is the guardian family of the Yi family, and has been guarding the Yi family for nearly 1,000 years. The head of the Yan family corresponds to the rightful head of the Yi family. Only when a new rightful head of the Yi family takes over will there be a new head of the Yan family. I see. Yi Xiaoyi finally understood. Yan Lao had always been personally protecting Grandpa, even when Yi Fan became the head of the family. But because he didn't have the golden card or a corresponding Yan family head to serve him, Yan Lao continued in that role. Now that he held the golden card and became the rightful head, he instantly surpassed Yi Fan's status. Correspondingly, Yan Ri became the new head of the Yan family, becoming his attendant. Then I'll enjoy the feeling of a status change. Yi Xiaoyi suddenly restrained his smile and ordered seriously, Yan Ri, I command you to immediately dispatch a team of Dragon Breath troops to accompany me to the Bewitching Tower. Yes, rightful head. It seemed like Yan Ri was prepared in advance. With one command, within just 10 minutes, several military helicopters arrived at the scene. The steel-like soldiers were disciplined, in orderly motion, quickly lining up in front, exuding an imposing presence. Fortunately, those present had already witnessed the power of the Yi family. Otherwise, seeing this display, they might have been terrified. Leader, please give instructions. With the resounding calls of hundreds of ironclad soldiers, the entire Bay Area seemed to tremble. This long-lost familiar feeling made Yi Xiaoyi finally realize that the Dragon Breath Legion was also under the authority of the Yi family. He had thought he had long departed from the family, not realizing he had been growing under the family's influence all along, which was quite laughable. Follow me and let's conquer the Bewitching Tower. Yes. With the mobilization of the troops complete, Yan Ri then turned to Yi Xiaoyi, saluting and awaiting further instructions. Yi Xiaoyi waved his hand and set off directly. With the assistance of the military, Chu Qingyu felt much calmer, but for some reason, she had a sense of ominous foreboding, and her right eyelid kept twitching. Whether it was a good or bad omen, though Chu Qingyu was not a superstitious woman, she couldn't help but worrying. Qingyu, what's wrong? You seem a bit distracted. On the way, Yi Xiaoyi noticed Chu Qingyu's uneasy state, and couldn't help but ask. It's nothing. Chu Qingyu deliberately put on a smile, saying, I just feel excited as we've been married for 3.5 years and have never traveled together. That's all. After we're done with everything, I'll travel the world with you, Yi Xiaoyi said, pulling her into his arms. Collapsing into Yi Xiaoyi's warm embrace, Chu Qingyu's uneasy feelings intensify, as though she might lose this warmth at any moment. Meanwhile, in the Bewitching Tower, a meeting was still ongoing in the middle of the night. Unbelievable. Does the Sacred Land truly think our Bewitching Tower has no one? After hearing the report from a messenger, Helion Layer Master was so angry that he directly kicked over the table, Tuba Haiyun also had a sullen expression. They never expected that after being part of the Dragon Alliance, as one of the 8 major forces, the Sacred Land would propose that the Bewitching Land join their ranks. Kilian Layer Master, the Sacred Land's army has occupied our outposts. If we don't agree, they will attack us directly. We may. Indeed, the Bewitching God has left, no longer sheltering us. We are no match for the Sacred Land. If they do attack us and force us to submit, our position will likely be even lower. Pessimistic voices filled the air. It wasn't surprising. In the past, with the Bewitching God's protection, the Bewitching Tower was a force to be reckoned with among the 8 major powers. But now, with the most powerful force, together with the old leader of the Tiger League, missing, the strength of the Bewitching Tower had naturally plummeted. Humph, in any case, we will not surrender. Meeting adjourned. Kilian Layer Master kicked the table, then left the scene. Chu Biao, as Tuba Liang's fiancée, naturally attended the meeting, thinking that if a real fight broke out, maybe she could take the opportunity to escape. Ah, brother-in-law, have you regained your memory? Aren't you coming to take me back? Chu Biao thought to herself, pushing Tuba Liang away without hesitation, then snorted and left the scene. The next day, Yi Xiaoyi and the others arrived at the Bewitching Land. The Dragon Breath troops quickly established their camp in the icy snow, preparing for action, while Yi Xiaoyi, accompanied by Zizi and others, rode into military vehicles towards the Bewitching Land outpost. King Yu, are you cold? Yi Xiaoyi suddenly held the trembling Chu Qingyu and transmitted some warmth to her. It's freezing. Are you sure Bia and Shishi spent more than half a month in this environment with you? Chu Qingyu suddenly admired Chu Bia and Shishi, thinking that she would find it hard to endure the temperatures ranging from -10 degrees to over 20 degrees. Yi Xiaoyi smiled faintly and did not answer, but instead hugged his wife tightly. Yes, where did Shishi go? On the way, through chatting with Zizi and Ziyu, he had regained his memories of the Bewitching Land. However, while everyone else's whereabouts were clear, only Chi-Chi's location remained unknown. Had she been buried alive by an avalanche? Who goes there? Stop right there. Suddenly, a gruff voice was heard up ahead, different from the last time. The person who stopped their vehicle spoke in the language of the Dragon Kingdom. Yanri immediately said coldly, "We are from the Tiger League. The new rightful head of the Yi family is in the car. You better let us pass." Indeed, as a member of the Yan family, he had a good understanding of the Dragon Alliance's power. He thought that by stating this, these people would respectfully let them through. But to his surprise, he heard a burst of unabashed laughter. What nonsense, Tiger League! The Bewitching Land belongs to the Dragon Alliance. Nowadays, the Dragon Alliance has decided to sever ties with the Tiger League. Even if the head of the Tiger League is here, it cannot control us. That's right. Those worldly trash think they can rule the world forever. Dream on, get lost, or we won't be polite. Strange. Yi Xiaoyi frowned upon hearing these voices. He remembered that the last time Grandpa had come to this place, he had received the highest level of welcome. But now that he was here, he was being so despised. Although he had not formally taken charge of the Tiger League, the difference was too extreme, wasn't it? Unbelievable. Yanri felt these people were disrespecting him too much. He had just taken over as the head of the Yin family and accompanied the rightful head of the Yi family to handle matters for the first time, and yet these people were playing games like this. Hold on. Let's clarify the situation first. Fortunately, Yi Xiaoyi stopped him. Otherwise, with Yanri's quick temper, he might have directly taught these guards a lesson. After getting off the car, Yi Xiaoyi found that all the guards had been replaced. There was not a single native in sight, only the faces of people from the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, they were slightly different from the Dragon Kingdom people in the worldly realm, exuding an ancient aura. The Dragon Alliance has severed ties with the Tiger League. Who made this decision? Yi Xiaoyi's questioning stopped the mocking laughter on the scene. Following that, these people stared at Yi Xiaoyi one by one, their eyes full of disdain. Who would have thought that such a young man would now be the rightful head of the Yi family? Who made this decision is none of your business. Well, we haven't decided to act against the Tiger League yet. You better leave. The Dragon Alliance's power is not welcome here to visit the Tiger League. A burly man, dressed in a tiger fur coat, said arrogantly as he walked out of the building site. His eyes looked high and mighty, as if he were superior to everyone else. As it was Yanri's first time in office, his patience was not as good as Yan Lao's. He was already clenching his fists. However, Yi Xiaoyi maintained a polite smile. Brother, we are just here to find someone. It doesn't involve the Tiger League and the Dragon Alliance. Please cooperate. You want cooperation, huh? Do you need me to lend you a hand, wake you all up, and remind you of your lower status? Ha ha. Once the big man's words fell, the guards started laughing shamelessly. Yi Xiaoyi's expression finally darkened, and he immediately signaled to Yanri, who Yanri had been holding back for a long time. As the rightful head of the Yi family, the family's dignity could not be tarnished. Now that he had Yi Xiaoyi's approval, he immediately threw a punch. With the power of 10 levels of internal force, a divine level strength, the scene was tense and snowy wine swept up. Damn. Those guards who were just arrogantly mocking Yi Xiaoyi suddenly looked as if they had seen a ghost. The contrast was so stark that Chu Qingyu and the others felt unexplainable satisfaction upon seeing it. Merciful hero, spare us. The burly man, as soon as Yanri grabbed his neck, immediately begged for mercy, otherwise they wouldn't stand a chance if he decided to kill them, as they were simply not up to par. Ha ha, some people just can't be talked to nicely. Ziyu laughed in a mocking tone. Because they are too inferior and love it when you treat them like dogs. The burly man's embarrassed expression was hard to bear. He regretted pretending to be something he wasn't. He realized he had acted foolishly. Alright, now can you tell me who you really are? Yi Xiaoyi finally took control of the conversation, asking in an authoritative tone. We are from the Sacred Land. We are here to take over the rulership of the Bewitching Land. One of the men stuttered. What? The Sacred Land? Upon hearing this name, Xiaoxi couldn't help but exclaim, and Yi Xiaoyi was also very curious. If this force could make this standoffish man show surprise, their background must be really significant. Report. General Tuota, the people of the Tiger League have arrived outside. At the extremely rebellious outpost, a grand and luxurious building facade, a guard dressed in animal skins hurriedly burst in, kneeling on one knee before a fair-skinned man to report. The man had receding hair, wore a headdress, had a decent appearance, but his eyes were filled with lust. At that moment, he was drinking wine, with a beautiful woman in his arms. Upon hearing the report, he showed no sign of panic, but rather his eyes sparkled. Oh, the Tiger League's people are here too. It seems lively today. Our sacred land can demonstrate its might, not only gaining fame for the Dragon League, but also letting the people of the Tiger League know who truly rules this world. After speaking, he pushed the woman away from his embrace, a proud smile on his lips, stepping out in strange high boots made of animal skin. General Tuota, what do you intend to do? As the man was about to rise, a woman barged in. She was tall, of average appearance, but her gaze was sharp. Clearly not an ordinary individual. King of Sacred Land has said that the Dragon League is not yet unified and should not provoke the secular world or incite the Tiger League. You mustn't act recklessly. Faced with the woman's advice, the man's lips twitched slightly, and suddenly he grabbed her by the neck, displaying a peak level of strength of a martial artist in the later stage. If Zizu and others had witnessed this scene, they would surely be terrified, because this strength would surpass even the highest-ranking master of the extremely rebellious tower. Yet, this man appeared to be only around 30 years old. Dai, stop trying to suppress me with the King of Sacred Land. The military orders are different outside. Now, I'll do as I please, even if it means dealing with you. Ha ha. After speaking, he pushed the woman away, striding out confidently. This could lead to trouble. Tai stomped her foot anxiously, as the deputy general of the Sacred Land who had interacted with the Tiger League before. The people from the Tiger League who had come to the extremely rebellious land were definitely not to be trifled with. If Tuota and they were to clash, it would signal the emergence of the Dragon League to the world. Once that happened, things would spiral out of control. At that moment, Yi Xiaoyi and his group had casually walked into the building. Upon seeing Yi Xiaoyi, the local natives immediately knelt down and shouted words he couldn't understand. Yi Xiaoyi, what's happening with them? Chu Qingwu, feeling a sense of unease from the start of their journey until now, seeing the strange gestures of these indigenous people, couldn't help but hold on to Yi Xiaoyi's arm tightly. Hehe, your husband is their benefactor. They see him as a deity, explained Ziyu in a sentence. I see. Chu Qingwu felt a bit relieved, but when she raised her head, she spotted a man exuding a sinister aura with a group of people approaching from 100 meters away. In the next moment, Yi Xiaoyi and his companions were surrounded by hundreds of people. Damn, the people from the Tiger League are so arrogant. How dare they injure our people? General Tuoda approached Yi Xiaoyi, his teeth clenched and looking like he was bullied.